In a world where ordinary people command hundreds of skills and geniuses master thousands at once, this man was an anomaly, limited to only 7. But this very limitation granted him a legendary trait, infinite skill evolution. A low-level regeneration skill, he pushed it to the brink of immortality. A simple haste ability, he evolved it until it could tear through the fabric of space itself. In his first life, Kang Hansu used this monstrous power to become the sole survivor of the chaotic abyss. It all began one fateful day in the year 2030. 8 billion souls were ripped from Earth and plunged into a world known only as the Abyss. A realm teeming with horrific beasts and nightmarish monsters, where humanity was hunted to the brink of extinction. 50 years after being cast into that hell, Kang Hansu, wielding his heaven-defying evolution, stood as the last man alive, expecting to die alone, consumed by despair. But when he next opened his eyes, he had returned to his very first day in the Abyss. While the newcomers around him screamed in terror, even Kang Hansu was stunned by this second chance. Was he doomed to relive that nightmare all over again? One day, a god created a new world, a bizarre realm born purely to cure its creator's boredom. The god named this world the Abyss, and slowly began to fill it with its creations, forcing them to fight in despair and struggle for their lives. Fight, kill, and survive. And the god would grant you a reward. The god relished the entertainment. Nothing was more amusing. In a world shrouded by darkness, the silhouette of a massive dragon appeared before him. Its roar shook the very foundations of space, startling the young man for a moment. But once his shock subsided, he could only laugh, lying broken on the ground, unable to move. He glared at the beast and cursed it. You'll all die eventually anyway. But what good were words against a dragon? It opened its massive maw, gathering scorching dragon fire. Faced with certain death, he closed his eyes. If it were them, they would have succeeded. If it was him. Feeling the emblem on her wrist glow, the young woman announced the grim news. The last suicide squad has been wiped out. It was official. The 4 of them were the last remnants of humanity. Her name is Ares, Queen of Valkyrie, one of the 4 final members of humanity's last stand. The man beside her is Kandian, the brown-haired warrior, Kang Tae. And finally, the man sitting quietly in the corner, lost in his thoughts, is Kang Hansu. Right now, these 4 were the only ones who could save the human race. As for the swirling, glowing artifact, it was Kenyan's time stone, a legendary orb said to hold the divine power to return to the past. This was humanity's final gambit, the last hope for a species driven to extinction after 50 years in the abyss. But among the 4 of them, only one could go back. At this, Kang Tae spoke with absolute confidence. Is there even a choice to be made? He scoffed. The person who goes back is obvious, isn't it? Just send the strongest among us. I think we all know who that is. Seeing Kang Tae's smug, roundabout speech, Kandian looked away in disgust. He actually thought that idiot was going to say something useful for once. He regretted even listening for a moment. What a waste of time. Just then, Ares stepped forward, cutting them off. Most of the warriors who fought the Golden Dragon have fallen. It's only a matter of time before its forces find us here. It may seem unfair, but we have no other choice. The only one among us who can return to the past is you, Kang Hansu. Hearing his name, Kang Hansu finally opened his eyes, looking down at his scarred hands. He had been fighting for so long. Day after day, for countless years, he'd fought again and again. Wouldn't death be a welcome release? Seeing his hesitation, Ares immediately reached out to console him. The hope of all mankind rests in your hands, she pleaded. You absolutely cannot give up. Hearing this, even Kandian had to agree. Kang Hansu started 20 years after us, and yet he stands here as our equal. That's all the proof we need. If your power had awakened just a little sooner, even 5 years earlier, the outcome would have been completely different. Kang Tae just offered a faint smile. Ares is right. I have to admit, your talent is undeniable, Kang Hansu. But if you don't want to go, just say the word. If I went back, I could claim all the legendary items I never got my hands on. But you can get everything, because you're the only one who can go back. At that, Kang Hansu slowly rose to his feet. He walked past the other 3, approaching the time stone. As he gazed at the magnificent artifact, he was filled with awe. But suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. Cracks spiderwebbed across the building, and through the collapsing ceiling, a dragon appeared. Before anyone below could react, it opened its jaws, gathering a torrent of fire. As the beast attacked, the other 3 immediately moved to protect Kang Hansu. Don't lose focus, they yelled. We'll hold it back. A sigil blazed to life on the ground as Kandian moved to intercept the dragon's fire. He had to ensure Ares and Hansu could hold the beast's attention while he prepared. With a single hand, he shoved a massive boulder aside. Hansu's confidence surged. This was his chance to finally unleash his power. At that moment, Ares charged forward, spinning her long spear before plunging it deep into the earth. A powerful shockwave of energy erupted from the ground. Now, it was Hansu's turn. Igniting with brilliant flames, he gripped his sword and let out a war cry. His downward slash shattered the very ground, dealing a heavy blow to the dragon. But in a shocking twist, the beast shot out a claw and caught Hansu's blade mid-swing. They couldn't just stand by and watch. Kang Hansu reached for his weapon, but Kandian immediately held him back. "Your main weapon is destroyed," he warned. "Once you leave, don't think about this place again. Let us handle it, and stop pushing people away just because you find them troublesome. Do your best to protect them. For once, just listen to me." Hearing his comrade's encouragement, a small smile touched Hansu's lips. He would give it his all. Still the same, even at a time like this. "Leave the rest to us." Kandian reminded him one last time. Like Eris said, there's no reason to kill needlessly. But show no mercy to the vermin who plague this war. Save your compassion for those who deserve to live. And as for the tyrant Clementine, make sure you kill him. The two comrades shared a knowing smile. Now, it was time. Standing before the time-space stone, Hansu's gaze was filled with unshakable resolve. Under the protection of his allies, a brilliant pillar of light shot straight into the heavens. The time-space stone erupted in a blinding flash. In an instant, the world before Kang Hansu completely transformed. He was standing in a sea of people, all panicking at the world's end, with the sun shining down on his face. It had worked. If they sacrificed their lives for him to change the past, then in this life, Hansu would never fail again. He absolutely refused to be defeated. A crumbling, broken space now enveloped all of humanity. Everyone was in a state of utter chaos, with no idea where they were or what this place was. "We have homes to return to. We can't stay here," someone screamed. "Has anyone seen my son?" Soon, cries of blame and curses filled the air, mixed with the endless weeping of children. And for Hansu, this scene was all too familiar. It was only natural for ordinary people to panic in a moment like this. This was, after all, their first time being summoned to another world. His summoning, however, was special. There should have only been 100 people, but the number had multiplied exponentially. The number of missing persons was spiraling out of control. When he was 20, a mysterious force had made him vanish without a single trace. The phone in Hansu's hand slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. On its screen was the very alert he'd been reading before this all began. A security warning. The Ministry of Defense and Security has received reports of strange phenomena in the sky and mass disappearances. Please ensure your safety and only go outside when necessary. This other world was a dimension that devoured others, a realm ruled by the abyss itself. Anyone who arrived here could learn any skill. But grotesque monsters had turned it into a living nightmare. A lawless world governed by violence. Anyone who fell into the abyss was transported to this other world. And once everyone from their world arrived, the gates to the abyss would open, and the brutal war for survival would begin. And now, Hansu had 5 years to become overwhelmingly strong. Stretching his muscles, Hansu took a slow step forward. He looked at his own hands, now smooth and free of calluses. It was proof that every skill and all the power he once possessed was gone. But that didn't matter. None of those things were important now. It was about time for that thing to make its appearance. And just as Hansu predicted, the dark sky began to fracture like a sheet of glass, and from the cracks, a strange hole materialized. Of course, the people on the ground could only stare in horror, their shock quickly turning to raw panic. "Is the sky falling?" they screamed. Just then, from within the hole, a dark shape emerged, and then shot out completely. In a flash, a bizarre creature with a truly otherworldly form appeared before them all. After getting its bearings, the creature raised a hand to its mouth and gave a polite, dry cough. It then offered a formal, respectful greeting, its face beaded with nervous sweat. It hesitated, like someone unaccustomed to speaking in front of a crowd. The creature fumbled for a moment before finally introducing itself. It was Assistant Fairy, and it was here to help everyone with the registration process. If you want this to go smoothly, I suggest you all listen up. Looking up at the creature's sickeningly artificial smile, Hansu's expression grew colder by the second. What a bunch of hypocritical bastards. But why would he think such a thing? Because Hansu knew exactly what this so-called procedure entailed. It was a command for everyone here to tear each other apart. Gazing down at the humans who stared back like lost cattle, the creature began to disseminate the information. First, it wanted to welcome them all to this new dimension. From this day forward, everyone would be given an unexpected opportunity. But before the being could finish, a man from the crowd shouted it down. "A new dimension? What kind of nonsense is that? Enough with the crazy talk. I just want to go home." Seeing the old man's utter lack of respect, the creature's smile vanished, replaced by pure irritation. "Listen when I'm explaining, you moron." The creature's tone shifted in an instant. The old man flinched as a jolt of fear shot through his mind. So, it was dropping the act already? Here, you humans will have limitless freedom. Laws, order, morality. Have you ever dreamed of a world without any rules? Not only that, the physical limitations holding you back will all disappear. Depending on your own efforts, your power can become infinite, just like the heroes you see in the movies. This is your chance to do everything you've ever imagined. Sounds pretty awesome, doesn't it? To make things easier to understand, this assistant decided to give a simple demonstration. It raised 2 fingers toward the defiant old man. With a sudden pop, half of the man's body simply vanished. Warm blood splattered across the faces of those standing nearby. His agonizing scream echoed through the air. Witnessing the bloody scene, the assistant simply put a hand to its mouth with a bashful smile. Whoops, my bad. I just can't stand loudmouths. Unable to process what just happened, the crowd of humans panicked, scattering in every direction. But their terror only amused the creature more. It continued to flick its fingers. One after another, more people dropped to the ground. The scene descended into total chaos, and that's when the creature's truly terrifying expression was revealed. I believe I said I hate noise. Now, the rest of you who are still alive, you're going to work hard for me, aren't you? Hearing this, the terrified survivors didn't dare make a single sound, not even a whimper. Seeing the humans so obedient, the assistant grew even more satisfied. See? Isn't it so much better when it's quiet? If there are no other questions, I'll continue. It materialized something in its hand. This stone is called a glyph. You can obtain one by killing any living thing. There are 8 other glyphs similar to this one, and they will appear randomly in various colors. However, if you work hard to grow stronger, you can receive even better glyphs. This one, for example, is a strength enhancement glyph. Anyone want it? From the silent crowd, a single hand suddenly rose into the air. It was none other than Hansu. A glyph, you say? It's been a long time since I've used one of these. Seeing the young man volunteer so readily, it immediately flew over to him, praising him nonstop. Now then, hold out your hand. Placing the glyph into Hansu's palm, the assistant's voice grew more excited. So cool, right? Glyphs can actually bend the laws of reality. Scientifically speaking, your muscle's weight limit was 117.1 kilograms, but it has now increased to 122.3 kilograms. And that's not all. But as it excitedly explained, the assistant suddenly fell silent. Why wasn't this human showing any reaction? Aren't you surprised? It let out a small cough to hide its embarrassment. And continued, different types of glyphs have different effects. Your human science can't possibly explain their full potential. And now, I want to show all of you another example. Seeing no volunteers, the creature let out a sigh. Fine, have it your way. But no matter what happens, remember this. It doesn't matter which glyph or what enhancement you get, they are all useful. So, collect as many as you can if you want to survive. And just like that, the previously silent crowd surged forward, pushing and shoving to get their hands on the items. Seeing that spectacle, the assistant announced it was retracting the glyphs. Much to everyone's disappointment, it then pointed at Hansu. If you touch your right ear, you can see the number of glyphs you possess. You humans love to quantify everything, don't you? The base number is usually 10. Looking at the status window before him, Hansu saw his strength had just increased by 1. If you collect more glyphs through hunting, your stats for mana and magic power will also increase. It won't matter what you get, things will be unfair at the start, just like the world you came from. But I will grant you one special favor. Forget your pasts and enjoy this new life. As a small dagger materialized in everyone's hand. And the assistant vanished. The official training began. Hey, look over there. What in the world are those monsters? At the horrifying sight, everyone froze in place, but a few of them glanced at the daggers in their hands. Is this supposed to be the tutorial? A piercing scream ripped through the silence. Something was coming. Everyone immediately spun around to face the threat. Just then, a horde of grotesque creatures began to shamble toward them, and from the looks on their faces, they were absolutely ravenous. A heavy silence fell over both sides. Humans and monsters stood frozen, locked in a terrifying standoff. Suddenly, a hand rose to calm the panicked crowd. A woman proposed a plan. Whatever you do, don't provoke them. We need to back away slowly. Following her lead, the group began to inch backward. But among them, one man, Hansu, didn't move a muscle. As they were retreating in terror, 2 men suddenly bumped into each other. Why was this guy moving against the group? But the other man was trembling as he stammered. Something's wrong. Something's blocking our way. Hearing this, absolute panic erupted. Since when had an invisible barrier sealed them in? No matter how hard they punched or pushed, they couldn't escape or even crack the unseen wall. But the horror was just beginning. The barrier itself started to move, slowly forcing them all together. What in the world was happening? Just then, a screech from the monster horde drew everyone's attention. The goblins were also being pushed forward by a similar wall. This instantly sent the creatures into a frenzy. and they began to howl with rage. In that moment, everyone realized there was no other option but to face the goblin horde. Their hands tightened around the knives they'd been given earlier. They were cornered, with no path for retreat, but they absolutely refused to die in this forsaken place. Not like this. As they trembled before the advancing monsters, one person in the crowd suddenly screamed in shock. What now? Following the gaze of a man in a cap, they saw that another man had somehow appeared on the other side of the rear barrier. How did he manage to get out? But even the man himself couldn't comprehend what had just happened to him. He had no idea how he had just phased right through the wall. Before anyone could process this, the man in the cap suddenly made a run for it, and incredibly, he passed straight through the barrier too. On the wall, a number ticked down from 50 to 49, and now to 48. Were those numbers decreasing? Could it be that only 50 people from their group were allowed to leave? The realization struck like a bolt of lightning, plunging everyone into utter chaos. Everyone desperately wanted to claim one of those spots to survive. They began pushing and shoving each other in a frantic stampede. They were even willing to trample over others to get to the invisible gate in front of them. That spot is mine. And so, those who couldn't get out screamed from within, while others collapsed in complete despair. Witnessing this scene, Hansu could only let out a long sigh. How pathetic. If all 100 of them had just kept their heads and fought together, they might have taken some injuries, but there would have been far fewer casualties. The last time Hansu had been here, about 40 people had died at the hands of those goblins. Of all the people trapped inside the barrier, only 10 survived. But this time was different. Hansu needed to clear this area and advance to the next floor. With a single motion, he drew his sharp knife. At that very moment, the ravenous and starving goblin horde charged forward. Seeing the disgusting monsters rush toward them, some people panicked so hard they could only cry and beg for someone to save them. But luckily for one man, the Hansu of today was a different person. A sharp knife flew through the air, piercing straight through a goblin's head before the man's astonished eyes. Hansu gripped his knife tightly, taking a defensive stance as a goblin swinging a wooden club charged him. But these attacks were all too familiar. Hansu's face remained cold as ice as his hand shot out, grabbing the goblin's arm. In the next instant, his blade slashed across its throat. Gurgle. One down. Shoving the goblin's corpse aside, Hansu quickly raised his arm to block the next attack. And so, before everyone's stunned eyes, a series of slashes rang out. You didn't need to see it to imagine the bloody scene unfolding. After dealing with the last of the goblins, Hansu walked forward calmly, wiping a streak of blood from his face. This body, from 10 years ago, felt a little uncomfortable. Bending down, he picked up 2 runes from the ground. Hansu couldn't help but admit it. He was indeed a little lucky. His agility had increased by 0.1. This stat didn't just increase speed, but the player's cognitive speed as well. That meant a player could perform an action much faster. Suddenly, from behind Hansu, a goblin that hadn't been killed yet threw a dagger at him. But he sensed it instantly. In a flash, he turned his head, and in that split second, he successfully dodged the attack. Then, Hansu spun with the momentum and threw his own knife, nailing the goblin with a headshot and dropping it instantly. Seeing this incredible display, the remaining goblins froze in absolute terror. But then they let out a war cry and charged forward. Just like that, the 3 goblins swarmed in, ready to overwhelm Hansu. But thanks to his experience from a past life, he knew they would charge at the first sight of blood. Gripping his weapon tight, Hansu moved like a well-oiled machine, blurring past the goblins as his blade delivered a fatal kiss to each of their necks. And just like that, from the creatures' dying bodies, glowing stones shot out. Seeing this, the people watching could only stare in utter disbelief. That guy, he's actually fighting them all by himself. Damn it, this is absolutely insane. They had no idea what to do, but seeing him fight, they knew they had to charge forward. It was time to show these monsters their rightful place. Seeing the once terrified humans suddenly surge forward, the goblins flinched in surprise. Then, the 2 sides crashed into each other with brutal force. Normally, there's no need to rush things at the start. Hansu deftly parried his opponent's weapon with his dagger. But this was no time to relax and unwind. This place was still filled with countless other adventurers. Across this entire world, the number was staggering. For the first year, during the next 3 months, humans would be protected within the tutorial zone. But once that 3-month grace period in the tutorial zone ended, they would be forced to battle hordes of monsters. But no matter how you look at it, this was an opportunity. A chance to grow stronger, even if just by a little. Candian, sending me back to this time was absolutely the right call. Looking at the defeated goblins, everyone was stunned. That guy, with nothing but a single short dagger, had taken them all down by himself. He was a true monster. Just then, the guide, Fairy, finally returned, and of course, he was delighted by the scene before him. Heh, these humans did pretty well. You've all worked hard. It's good to see so many of you left. As the demon spoke, the barrier behind them vanished. It seems you've all figured out how to survive here. Just keep this up and you should be fine. I have business in the other sectors, so good luck. But as he left, the survivors' hatred for that creature was boiling over. They screamed curses at its retreating form. But what good would that do? Meanwhile, Hansu was completely unfazed by it all. His eyes were fixed on the status screen before him. Compared to last time, this wasn't so bad. This alone should be more than enough for the training round. He had also found something useful for himself. This new blade he'd just acquired. It was a true symbol of power. So, what was Hansu's next move? First, he needed a way to get stronger and fast. Kang T. Candian. What would they do in my shoes? Then he remembered what someone once told him. Have you ever heard of the hidden dungeon? It's a secret area within the training grounds, a dungeon with the highest possible difficulty. That person couldn't clear it. In fact, no one had ever cleared it. So he only made it partway through, and he became that powerful? Without denying Hansu's realization, the young man had continued his story. The fact that I'm here, as a member of the Venery. Isn't that proof enough? If I could go back in time, I would definitely try to clear that dungeon first. If I did, I might even be able to defeat you, Hansu. One thing was certain, the higher the difficulty, the more impossible the challenge becomes. However, the rewards for succeeding would be infinitely greater. And aren't you curious what lies at the very end? It was because of those words that Hansu had now set his new goal. But to accomplish that, he had to handle a few things first. The first stage of the training round is where 100 people gather and act together. They are allowed into the hunting grounds once a week and must continue this task for 3 months. Afterwards, when the second stage of training is complete, a safe zone will open, allowing them to interact with the adventurers who arrive before them. Right now, there are 2 hidden pieces on this first stage of the training round, and no one has ever reached the end. To reach the end of the hidden dungeon, Hansu had to obtain them. It was the only path to get stronger quickly. But first, he needed to secure the closest hidden piece. Let's see. It has to be around here somewhere. Hansu scanned every corner, determined not to miss a thing. Suddenly, a girl's voice cried out from behind him. It seemed a group of disgusting men had her cornered. Worse, they were trying to force her to join their group. But she wasn't having any of it. I already told you, she snapped. My group is going separately. Watching the conflict unfold before him, Hansu knew this was just like his past life. Conflicts and disputes were starting to break out everywhere. But in this lawless new world, a group of vile men stood before a beautiful woman. What was to stop them from unleashing their inner beasts? They believed if the beauty simply came with them, her survival was guaranteed. But despite witnessing the scene, Hansu coldly turned his back. But he had no time to waste on distractions. The hidden piece had to be found, and it would disappear in just 1 week. He hadn't gotten far when someone suddenly called out his name. Of all the times, why now, when he was in such a rush? He shot an icy glare at the person who called him. How did they know him? At his gaze, the 2 young men flinched in surprise. Wasting no time, a blonde-haired youth rushed forward, shouting, "We were all together right before we came to this place." What was he even talking about? Facing the 2 of them, Hansu's expression remained like frozen stone. How on earth did they know his name? But then, the memory surfaced. They were his old university classmates. They'd all been on the same trip. Right before everyone died. That's why he had completely forgotten them. Meanwhile, the beautiful girl decisively pulled her hand away from the man in front of her. She declared she was going with him. Her name was Yu Mihi, and him was Hansu. But with a radiant appearance like hers, she was bound to attract nothing but trouble. The thugs' faces turned pale with humiliation. But Yu Mihi just smiled and spoke to Hansu, ignoring them completely. With that one action, she had painted a massive target on Hansu's back. But what did it matter? In his presence, all they could do was swallow their fear. This was the man who had annihilated a horde of goblins all by himself. But what if they attacked him now, while he was weakened? The thought sparked an idea. The thug immediately looked for a reason to start a fight. They didn't care who this guy was. Look at him, he's covered in wounds. What do you think he can possibly do in that state? Come on, gorgeous. As the man continued his disgusting speech, Hansu had to admit one thing. Trash like this really does exist everywhere. They get a little taste of power after their first battle, becoming arrogant without knowing who they're truly up against, deluding themselves into thinking they're invincible. You understand what I'm saying, right? With that, Hansu stepped forward, bumping the man's shoulder and sending a wave of fury through him. But whatever rage he felt was instantly extinguished when he saw the thing in Hansu's hand. Just then, a sleazy older man stepped out from the group. He claimed they weren't bad people. This man, he was their leader. He proposed that Hansu join their team. Wouldn't it be better if they cooperated? But with his vast combat experience, Hansu saw the man's true intentions in a single glance. This old dog had already fully adapted to this world. He no longer had any reason to hide his true nature. He was as feral as a hyena in the wild. A man who lived without rules. Should he just dispose of him right here and now? Ares once said, "There's no need for pointless slaughter, but never show mercy to the cockroaches that threaten to ruin everything in this great war. Don't distance yourself from others and do your best to protect and care for them." Ares, she had saved so many lives. It wasn't that Hansu didn't have time to deal with these guys. It's that they would eventually self-destruct if left alone anyway. He immediately turned and walked away, not wanting to waste another breath on them. Even the leader didn't try to stop him. The old man's real target wasn't Hansu. His goal was to establish his own order in this place. In this twisted world of monsters and that bastard fairy, there were still things that worked in his favor. Might makes right. Wasn't this the perfect chance to seize power? The blonde youth could only stare at Hansu's back. He knew the guy was strange, but was Hansu always like this? He was just an orphan who always sat quietly in a corner. The youth never gave him a second thought. He tried asking Hansu what was going on, only to get the ridiculous excuse of amnesia. Looking at the beautiful girl, Hansu felt a tinge of pity. She should have had a wonderful life. But here, beauty is a double-edged sword. If you know how to wield it, it can be a powerful weapon. After walking with Hansu for a while, Mii grew confused. Where are we going? But then, they all came to an abrupt halt. That's right. This was their first destination, the subway station, where the hidden piece was located, Gangnam Station. Stepping before the abandoned entrance, Mii turned to Hansu, completely bewildered. But why this place? Of course, Hansu found having to explain these trivial things incredibly annoying. If it weren't for what Ares had said, he would have come alone. Now he had to play the part of a good person. It was exhausting, but he no longer had any other choice. He put a hand to his chin, thinking. It was a gut feeling. The moment he remembered, this was the place that came to mind. I have superpowers. Hearing this, everyone following Hansu stared with looks of utter shock. He couldn't tell if they were genuinely stunned or just thought he was insane. But either way, what did it matter? With him around, I bet superpowers aren't that hard to come by. Just then, Hansu's sharp ears caught the blonde girl whispering to her friend. She wasn't sure if following him was the right move, but one glance at Hansu's face said it all. He didn't care. If they didn't want to follow, they didn't have to. He wouldn't force them. Besides, Hansu was a lone wolf by nature. If they wanted to stand on the sidelines and watch, that was their decision. Because of his cold attitude, the blonde-haired boy was visibly irritated with Hansu, even if he didn't say a word. He couldn't stand it, but in this godforsaken hellscape, all he could do was grit his teeth and endure. Afterward, the entire group hesitantly followed Hansu into Gangnam Station, their movements extremely cautious. That's when the blonde teenager moved closer to whisper in Hansu's ear. Are you absolutely certain you're leading us to a safe place? This whole area is giving me the creeps. When Hansu mentioned they were meeting up with some friends already here, the blonde kid was completely baffled. What are you even talking about? Who would possibly live in a place like this? Are you saying you actually know people here? As he walked ahead, Hansu abruptly stopped. His face tensed, and to everyone's shock, he drew a knife from behind his back. The moment Hansu spun around, Tune let out a terrified scream, seeing the blade swinging right for him. What the hell is going on? In a flash, the knife plunged down with a sickening squelch, splattering fresh blood. Of course, Tune was perfectly fine, but the bug lurking beneath his feet was sent to the afterlife. Slowly pulling his blade from the creature's corpse, Hansu calmly gave everyone an update. This place is a dungeon modeled after Gangnam Station, and these are the green worms that crawl out from it. They sense vibrations from deep underground. They despise sunlight, which is why they rarely come to the surface. If you get bitten by one, your flesh will be ripped apart and start to rot. So be extremely careful. If you're bitten, you'll pass out and die before you even have a chance to react. Hearing this, all of his followers froze in place. The color drained from every single one of their faces. But now, Hansu was going to show them a simple way to fight these bugs, so they could learn how to protect themselves. He raised his knife and plunged it into the dead creature below once more. The other teens followed his lead, thrusting their blades into the bugs hidden beneath the ground. Seeing them learn and adapt so quickly after his instruction, Hansu felt a flicker of satisfaction. It seems these four might actually be useful. But he then glanced at the kid with the headphones. If you're not confident, stick to the solid marble slabs. And if you see a crack in the ground, stab your knife into it. Just be careful with your hands. Wiping the sweat from her face, Mihai seemed to be enjoying this strange game. It looked like they would have to stab bugs, just like a game of whack-a-mole. Following Hansu's words, the boy shut his eyes, repeating to himself that he could do it. But suddenly, from beneath the ground, a bug lunged forward, its massive jaws wide open. It attacked the boy, sending him into a complete panic. In a flash, Hansu shoved him backward. With one clean strike, Hansu sliced the grotesque bug into two separate pieces. Without waiting for a word of thanks, he coldly turned his back and walked away. It was painfully obvious the kid wasn't cut out for combat. In the end, he would only become a liability for the team. At that moment, Tung approached Hansu. From what he observed, it seemed like you already knew what was going to happen, didn't you? But how could you possibly know? It would be great if you just tell us. But hadn't Hansu already told them? This is my superpower. Once again, the group was stunned into silence, chills running down their spines. That's right, he had said that already. Was he actually telling the truth? After a while of focused hunting, they had killed countless vicious bugs. Looking at the ground now littered with ancient runes, Hansu turned to the people behind him. Why aren't you picking them up? At this, Mihai spoke up. We thought it would be better if you took all of these runes and used them to protect us. Since you're the one who's going to protect us and get us out of here, you should take them all. We're not super strong like you, so wouldn't it be better for you to take everything, and in return, you'll protect all of us? Hearing these words, Hansu let out a long sigh. You take what you hunt. If you want to come with me, you will at least follow the most basic rules. And more importantly, I am under no obligation to protect any of you. The people who have wandered and explored the abyss for decades created these fundamental rules to coexist with one another. I get what I hunt. When hunting in a party, the loot is divided based on contribution and priority. In life-threatening situations, even strong relationships can be easily destroyed, and these naive fools will soon learn just how cruel and vicious this place truly is. The only thing you should ever trust is your own power. If you are useless, you will be eliminated, because that is the law. Hearing this, everyone fell into a deathly silence. Without a moment's hesitation, Mihai stepped forward. The others exchanged a look, a silent agreement passing between them, before moving to reclaim the ancient scripts they'd left behind. Soon enough, this would become second nature to them. They wouldn't need a battle cry just to claim these scripts for themselves. Just then, while gathering the remaining artifacts, Taesung discovered a script bearing a truly bizarre symbol. He picked it up, a sly, cunning smile spreading across his face. He could feel it in his gut, the essence of the Akon dwarf tribe. If he claimed this, could he unlock a whole new level of incredible power? He immediately shot a glance over at Hansu. He figured Hansu's offer to share items was just for show. If he made a big deal about keeping this for himself, Hansu would definitely try to make things difficult for him. Raising his voice to make sure Hansu heard, Taesung made his position crystal clear. This is in my hand, so it's mine, right? If you agree now, you absolutely can't go back on your word later. But Hansu, without even glancing at the prize in the other man's hand, gave an immediate nod, which caught Taesung completely off guard. He agreed so fast, it was hard to even process. The essence of the Akun dwarf tribe, huh? From what Hansu knew, getting that essence early in the game was a huge advantage, since it boosted defense and granted the user regenerative abilities. Every player needed those two stats, making it a highly sought-after item. Plus, it was more of a passive-type ancient script. However, the dwarf essence also drastically increased the user's appetite. But once you're strong enough, you can just take food from others, so hunger wasn't a real problem. The rank of a skill determines its power and its potential. Individuals with both a sharp mind and vast reserves of mana could typically learn around 100 skills. Kandian, on the other hand, had mastered over 1,000, but we are not the same. Before Hansu lay three strange ancient scripts. As he reached out to touch them, a brilliant light flared from within. For a fleeting moment, he remembered Ares' words. Just as I thought, we're only allowed a maximum of 7 skills. If I'd known this sooner, I would have learned much stronger ones. Each person could only learn 7 skills. A rule like that was practically a death sentence for most players, but Hansu wielded a power so immense that such a limit meant nothing. With that overwhelming strength, he could infinitely evolve his own skills. The Dororo Lizard Essence, which initially just sped up regeneration, eventually evolved into a power strong enough to challenge gods. With the Immortality Art and Gang's acceleration, he became as fast as Kandian's signature skill, Spatial Pierce. 7 stars was the nickname Ares had given Hansu, because only he was strong enough to infinitely evolve all 7 of his skills. It was because of this power that he was able to catch up and stand shoulder to shoulder with them, despite starting a full 20 years later. His skills defined who he was, and they were the reason he had to return here in their place. That's why he couldn't afford to make a single mistake until the very end. I have to choose my 7 skills with absolute care. If everything goes according to plan, we'll make it out of this tutorial zone in one piece. But over on the other side, Taesung was running out of patience. He absorbed the skill from the ancient script and instantly gained a boost to his physical resistance. Skill: Essence of the Akon dwarf tribe, proficiency 1%. Feeling this new power, Taesung became impossibly smug. He glanced back at Hansu, silently cursing him for being an idiot, as if I'd ever hand over a prize like this. Just you wait, pal. Sooner or later, I'm going to surpass you. But before the fool could gloat any longer, Hansu's voice cut through the air, urging everyone to get a move on. Putting on a friendly act, Taesung sidled up and slung an arm over Hansu's shoulder. "Hey, it's dangerous up ahead. Let me walk with you. The strongest should lead the way to protect everyone, right? Besides, you're going to need me." Feeling the slight pressure on his shoulder, Hansu shot a sidelong glance at the man next to him. "Don't tell me he actually sees me as a rival. Look at that hand, constantly patting his shoulder. Seriously, if you're going to be ugly as sin, at least don't try to act cute." Hansu had no intention of letting their earlier conflict go, either. When it came to holding a grudge, he was the undisputed king. After they had been moving for a while, the arrogant Taesung pushed his way to the very front to lead the group. That's when Mihai approached Hansu with a question. "Why are we going down? Aren't there any other routes we can take?" "Of course. It's to catch the subway. Just follow me and you'll understand soon enough." But how could Hansu be so certain? Because he trusted him. The information that person provided was never wrong. When someone once claimed those dungeons were a piece of cake, that guy put them in their place instantly. A large, powerfully built man stepped in front of them, sitting down between the two. He had to intervene because he'd heard enough of this kid's baseless boasting. "Worse, your basic knowledge is all wrong. Let me tell you how it really is. The fastest way to get stronger is to get your hands on the most important item in the entire tutorial area, and it's down in the subway. The stations are all in different locations, and each one has a unique structure. But from the third floor up, every level was an exact copy. Pass through the gate in the center of the stairs, head straight down, and you'll find a subway train. Its departure frozen in time. If we can just get on board, we're practically home free. The only problem is, reaching it seems almost impossible. The train leaves in one more day. Whatever Hansu needs to do, he has to finish it today, no matter the cost. Let's see what we're up against." Right before them stood a bizarre, otherworldly door. From the swirling vortex within, a mysterious energy pulsed outwards. This definitely wasn't the Gangnam station she knew. Mii realized it in a single glance. She'd been to Gangnam station countless times, but she had never seen a gate like this before. A knot of anxiety tightened in her stomach as she turned to Hansu. "Are you seriously planning to go in there? You have no idea what's waiting on the other side." But right now, Hansu was simply trusting his instincts, following the whispers of a gut feeling he couldn't ignore. Just as he said before, anyone who wants to back out can leave. He had no responsibility, nor any desire, to keep anyone with him. They were following him of their own free will. Hearing this, Tung hesitated for a moment, weighing his newly learned skill, but his confidence quickly won out, and he volunteered to be the first to step through the portal. Seeing the unwavering resolve in the young man's eyes, Yu Mihi mustered every ounce of her own courage. She stepped forward as well. She would go in there with everyone else. Though she spoke with a strong front, Hansu could instantly see the girl was terrified, but that was completely normal. Humans are wired to feel uneasy when stepping into the great unknown. There was no telling what dangers were lurking inside, just waiting for them. But there was one thing Hansu knew for certain. Mihi was now painfully aware of her own situation. Someone like her was in even greater danger than the rest. From this point forward, Mihi had to get stronger, by any means necessary, even if it meant sacrificing her heaven-sent beauty. At that moment, the blonde girl seemed conflicted, before suggesting she would stay behind. After all, she could just keep hunting here. She and her friends didn't have any grand ambitions. Even though some chose to remain, for another young man, staying behind wasn't an option. He had to see what was inside. Hearing this, Tung, who was up front, let out a sneering laugh, his tone dripping with contempt. "You? What the hell can a weakling who can't even fight do in there? A moment ago, you were too scared to even move." His pride wounded, the boy immediately shot back. "What's it to you? What I do has nothing to do with a guy like Tung, does it?" Feeling disrespected, Tung instantly flew into a rage. "You've got a big mouth for someone so pathetic. Take back what you just said, now." But before he could even threaten the other guy, Hansu stepped in and stopped him. "We don't have time for this. Just try to get along." With that, he ignored Tung and walked straight into the gate. And of course, after that display, Tung burned with resentment. How dare those bastards humiliate him in front of Mihi? Stepping before the gate, he recalled the training area. It held over 1,000 monster types and varied terrain. There had to be a common element here, too. And just as Hansu suspected, there it was. Before them all stood that familiar convenience store. Inside, Hansu searched every single nook and cranny. There was always a convenience store on the second floor of the station. Could this be some kind of reward? While everyone else was scrambling to find supplies for themselves, Hansu headed directly for a small cabinet. That person had said it was more like a supermarket than a simple store, and they were right. It had everything he needed. He reached out and grabbed a small pot. Seeing this, Mihi was a bit taken aback. "What on earth are you doing?" What else could he be doing? Obviously, he was going to cook. He grabbed the bag of green worm blood and poured it directly into the pot, much to Mihi's astonishment. She had no idea what he was up to before, and now he's using it to cook. But this was a secret only Hansu knew. A goblin's skin becomes highly toxic when it comes into contact with green worm blood. Goblins evolved to counter green worms, and their poison is incredibly potent. When Sung brought his dog-like nose closer, hoping for a taste, the moment Hansu said it was poison, he leaped backward. He had been just about to dip his finger in for a sample. When they finally asked how Hansu came up with something they never would have thought of, he simply replied, "Special powers. Your brain is overflowing with knowledge, isn't it?" But from his evasive attitude, it was obvious he was dodging the question. The truth was, Hansu felt like his brain was about to explode from trying to remember everything. Even if you go back in time, it's useless if you don't have the right knowledge. That's what the person told him. The amount of information you have is what matters most. It's not just about collecting items, but also about strengthening them. You'll never understand why it's important if you don't use your head. Remember this well, knowledge from the future will accelerate the collapse of the abyss. You must not become a Prometheus. You can only use this knowledge when it is absolutely necessary. He gazed at the fragrant concoction before him. Without the perfect ratio and precise timing, this powerful brew would be completely useless. Once it reached the perfect temperature, Hansu removed it from the flames, pouring the shimmering liquid into a small vial. He then coated his blade with the substance. The others could use it as well, but each use would cost half its power or drain their physical strength rune. Hearing this, Sun immediately started yelling, calling Hansu unbelievably stingy. Hansu could have given it to them for free. But in the long run, that would be a terrible idea. He knew that one-sided relationships were fragile and bound to shatter. Paying that no mind, Mihai readily offered Hansu her items as long as he let her use his creation. At this, Hansu cracked a small smile and handed the vial to her. But he warned, "Be careful. If this touches your skin, it's going to hurt." In that moment, Song realized he put himself in a very bad position. If that was the deal, he couldn't just steal the reward. In the end, he had no choice but to agree, leaving the rune for Hansu as promised. While the others were preoccupied with his new concoction, Hansu was already on the move again, searching. It was time to prepare for the next phase. After carefully packing his supplies, Hansu slung a heavy backpack over his shoulder. These preparations would have to be enough, and of course, the other three were ready to go. But was this really a good idea? Carrying bags that big, were they just asking to become monster bait? "If you don't want to fight for your life every second," he advised, "bury some of it. Besides, if you take everything, desperate survivors will hunt you down for it. Leave something behind for the others." Watching Hansu's calm and composed leadership, Mihai couldn't help but feel drawn to him. She wondered if she could ever possess a power like his. Hundreds of millions had vanished just yesterday, and not a single one had returned. She might have to survive here for the rest of her life. But no matter what, she had to live. To do that, she had to pull her own weight. And with Hansu by her side, that dream felt possible. Seeing the two of them walk off together, Sung couldn't suppress his irritation. He tossed his own gear to the younger boy beside him to carry, then shouted after Hansu, "This superpower you talked about. Is it possible for us to get it, too?" Hansu didn't deny the possibility. His words instantly ignited a spark of hope in the eyes of the other three. He'd been told that among those transported to this world, some would awaken special abilities, powers that didn't exist in their reality. Candian had even warned Hansu to be extremely cautious of those who gained power, as some would inevitably become villains. So, he'd said, if someone proves useless, just get rid of them. 5 years ago, when Hansu first arrived, he fought endless waves of creatures until hope withered into despair. That despair had clouded everything. Suddenly, Hansu threw up a hand, halting the group. There was something just ahead of them. Was that a slime? But this wasn't a sword snail slime. It didn't have that sour smell, and there were no dried entrails, so it wasn't a sword zombie either. That left only one possibility, a land mermaid. They weren't fast, but one hit from their paralyzing venom, and they could tear their victims apart with ease. But Hansu already had a plan. He turned to the other three. "Follow my lead. You're going to be surprised by this." He then took out 3 or 4 small vials. The group didn't have any kerosene, but this amount should be more than enough. These were the firebombs Hansu had prepared, and now it was time for a demonstration. One person throws the bomb, the other 3 charge into attack. Whoever takes the front line, he declared, gets priority on the rune. Hearing that, Sung immediately volunteered for the front. "Shouldn't the strongest be up front to protect everyone?" he boasted. But the role of bomb thrower was more complicated. Both Mihai and the younger boy wanted the job. He had to compete with Mihai for this spot. Her beauty made it hard for the boy to compete, but the situation was just too awkward, and in the end, they remained at a stalemate. If that's the case, Hansu decided, you two can just take turns. As they moved on, the boy in the back was panicking. There was no turning back for him now. He'd only follow them because he didn't want to be abandoned, but was everyone else really okay with this kind of danger? Just then, Hansu's voice cut through the tension. "Get ready. Those bastards are here." And just like that, eerie, unsettling sounds echoed all around them. On Hansu's command, Mi-hai immediately lit the vial in her hand and hurled it directly toward the source of the noise. The moment the glass shattered, a massive explosion erupted, and a torrent of fire instantly engulfed the stranded mermaid. With Mi-hai's throw a success, the other three immediately launched the next phase of the plan. They would charge in to attack. "Be careful," Hansu yelled. "Don't let their paralyzing venom touch you." Without another word, Hansu led the charge, storming the mermaids ahead and claiming all the runes that Sung had so desperately coveted. Frozen in shock, the man watched in horror as a merman lunged toward him. He barely let out a scream before a blade sliced through the air. Luckily, his reflexes kicked in just in time, allowing him to slash the creature dead with his knife. Staring at his poison-coated blade, Tae-sung's confidence surged. With a weapon like this, he'd catch up to Hansu in no time. And so it began. Firebombs flew through the air, engulfing the area in flames as the others charged forward in a frenzy of attacks. It was exactly as Hansu had predicted. In a battle against creatures with flammable paralytic venom, burning firebombs was the perfect strategy. His blade was already dulling, but that didn't matter. This was precisely why he prepared the poison. But at that moment, Tae-sung's gaze was fixed on the ancient runes on the ground, never noticing the one merman that was still alive until it struck. It spat its venom, and he collapsed to the ground instantly. Paralyzed, he could only stare in terror as the creature loomed over him. Its eyes gleamed with a terrifying hunger. The horde was closing in fast. Hearing Tae-sung's scream, Mi-hai realized the danger, but her pouch was empty. She was out of firebombs. She yelled for Jane to switch places with her immediately. Hearing her call, Jane fumbled with a flare, but before he could even react, the merman was right in his face. He screamed in pure panic, dropping the bottle in his hand as it shattered on the ground. Then, a flash of light cut the creature clean in two. Hansu, as calm as ever, reminded the group to stay calm and stick to the plan, and there would be no problems. For now, they should rest for a moment and collect their ancient runes. Only then could the three of them finally breathe a sigh of relief. With some rest and improved stamina, Tae-sung would likely recover much faster. Gazing at the pile of runes on the ground, Tae-sung was stunned. Were all of those for him? But watching Hansu divide the loot, he saw the cold calculation behind it. His eyes fell on Sang-jin's share, and a spark of greed ignited within him, prompting him to call out the boy's name. Choi Sang-jin is being this shameless, a Choi family tradition. The next moment, he grabbed the boy by the throat, squeezing tight. What the hell was this bastard trying to do? Why does an idiot who can't even throw a bomb get to receive any runes? Had Sang-jin forgotten that Tae-sung almost died because of him? Mi-hai couldn't just stand by and watch any longer. She immediately yelled at Tae-sung to let Sang-jin go. He was going to kill him. Shoving the boy to the ground, Tae-sung stepped forward with a sneer. "From now on, you better watch yourself and learn to be useful. Not long ago, you were just a worm crawling on the ground. It seems you've forgotten your place. Just keep following others your entire life like your father did, and try not to get in everyone's way." But as he reached down to snatch Sang-jin's runes, Hansu's dagger flew through the air, pinning his hand to the ground. Tae-sung recoiled in shock. "That's not your share." Hearing this, Tae-sung immediately shot back. "You're giving runes to that useless punk? Don't you see that's the same as throwing them in the trash? What has he even done to deserve them? Come on, you and I can just split his share. Let's be honest, we'd be perfectly fine without him. Am I wrong?" Staring at Tae-sung's blatant, ugly greed, Hansu's expression remained like stone. "We divide everything fairly. From the beginning, you should have never touched what belongs to someone else." After putting Tae-sung in his place, Hansu turned to Sang-jin, telling him to protect his own share. Just then, Mi-hai approached Hansu. She wondered if he found her group a burden. After all their infighting, she figured he must be getting tired of their squabbles. But to Hansu, this was more than enough. As long as she did her part, he had no complaints. "But are you going to stay with us until the end? You always act like you could leave at any moment." But all she got in return was a simple answer. "Whether you follow me or not is entirely up to you. You're all doing fine, so don't worry about it." He then walked over to the corpses of the Earth Merman, which had primarily dropped runes of strength and stamina. It seems the drops reflect the creature's traits. Not bad at all. Right now, both strength and stamina were crucial. These were the exact stats he needed to raise. He was almost halfway there. Just as he looked up, a figure appeared before him. It was Fairy. A notification chimed, "Your total strength and stamina stats have surpassed 50. A system announcement declared the first achievement unlocked. "Congratulations, Hansu, on becoming the first traveler." So, Hansu had finally managed to draw him out. Seeing Hansu's familiar face, Fairy eagerly flew circles around him. It seems my judgment of you was correct. We always appreciate those who strive for greatness. And so, for our most proactive traveler, I have a special little gift. Hearing this, Mihai couldn't help but feel a sting of unfairness. Our base stats were completely different from the start, but there was no need for her to be so afraid, because once this starts, this fairy and you will have nothing to do with each other. We won't kill you just because we don't like you. But of course, there are always exceptions. Hee hee, and you just might be one of them. Don't look so scared. I'm only kidding. So, do you think this is unfair? Come on, you know the truth, don't you? You have an advantage that no one else can even hope to match. But you're not about to give that up just to be on an even playing field, are you? Life has never been fair. And now, it's time for your reward. The prize for exceeding a certain total stat number is 3 optional runes. Hearing this, the other 3 couldn't hide their shock. Hansu immediately turned his gaze to Fairy and spoke. Seeing him take action, the others hoped that if things went south, he would at least use one of the powerful runes for himself. But they could dream on. Hansu stepped right up to Fairy. Is there a rune that grants immunity to magic? Of course there is. Looking at the 3 runes before him, the healing one was good. But immunity to physical magic is incredibly rare during the training phase. Except for special cases like God-tier equipment, increasing stamina only affects your action speed and recovery. Meanwhile, physical and magic resistance are far more fundamental to defense and immunity. Hansu could use his experience to deal with most physical attacks, but magic was an entirely different beast. This should be enough to keep me from dying instantly. After choosing his 3 runes, Fairy blew a kiss at Hansu before leaving. Do your best, my handsome hero. Surprise. That guy was a girl. Her voice might be a little deep, but she's still a delicate beauty. Now, back to the work of slaughtering mermaids. This time, everyone seemed to have gotten the hang of it, moving with incredible speed. But what strange thing was Hansu doing now? Mihai had just one question. With so many runes, why wasn't Hansu's speed increasing at all? That's because of this. He could collect runes just like this, by raising his hand and thinking of the ones he'd earned. It was his own unique skill, but it would be useless even if the others tried to copy him. First, it slows down the hunting process, so you can't hold many runes at once. And second, if Hansu dies, all these runes become useless anyway. Every rune collected this way would drop from his body the moment he died. The real reason he was gathering them was to trade them later. Looking at his own worn-out dagger, Hansu knew he needed to make a few adjustments first. Listen up. Whether you follow me or collect your own runes, do whatever you want. I don't care. But right now, I need you all to listen to me. Give me all of your weapons. At his words, the other 3 were completely stunned. But the most shocked of all was Tae-sung. Who the hell did Hansu think he was? Was he trying to rob them? He already has his own weapon, so why was he demanding theirs too? Looking down at the dull blade on the ground, Hansu answered Tae-sung's challenge directly. I can't beat these monsters with this thing. The blade is too worn. It's completely useless. I need a new sword. Understand. So what if he did? This Tae-sung absolutely refused. If Hansu took all their weapons, how were they supposed to fight? They were in a real battle against monsters. What did he expect them to do? Just cower behind his back? As the argument between them grew more heated, Sang-jin even offered his own weapon to Hansu, but Tae-sung's furious shouts stopped him in his tracks. At this point, Hansu was done arguing. If that's how you feel, then why don't you fight the monster down there, Tae-sung? But he never expected the guy to agree so quickly. He really thought he would refuse. Ah, right. He has no idea what's actually waiting for him. He doesn't even know what kind of monster it is. But Hansu's patience had reached its limit. He would give Tae-sung 2 choices. 1, I walk away from here, and you all fight the monster by yourselves. Or 2, you all step aside and watch me face it alone. What's it going to be? Hearing this, the gentle Sang-jin didn't hesitate for a moment and chose to step aside. Mihai did the same. They both trusted that if Hansu was this serious, then the creature below must be incredibly dangerous. Hearing this, Tae-sung spun around to face the girl behind him. This is exactly why we should be working together. We're supposed to help each other in times of danger. That Hansu guy is trying to abandon his friends and steal all the rewards for himself. Are you two really going to let him do that? Right now, Tae-sung didn't care if that failure, Sang-jin backed out. But if Mihai left too, things would get difficult for him. Staring at the smug guy, Hansu thought he should be grateful that Candy hadn't returned. He's probably wandering the purple zone right now. I can't afford to be stuck here for too long. I have to get there as soon as possible. With no more patience to wait for an answer, Hansu urged them on. Let's just go down and figure it out. If I knew you'd all argue this much, I would have just kept my mouth shut. Watching Hansu leave, a wicked smile spread across Tae-sung's face as he watched the man try to descend all on his own. Hansu knew something important was down there. Only a complete fool would pass up a chance like this. What if he lucks out and finds some high-tier item? Below the stairs lay the dark, foreboding basement. At a single sound, the other three turned pale with fright, scrambling away as fast as their legs could carry them. Just as they'd been warned, the monster below was a different breed of dangerous. But what kind of beast could instill such primal terror in them? Rewind to a few minutes earlier. As they descended into the cellar, they came face to face with a colossal serpent. The power radiating from it was on a completely different level from the others. A truly lethal presence. Looking back, Tae-sung was still trembling from the encounter. He couldn't believe Hansu was planning to fight that thing alone. The guy had to be completely out of his mind. But only Hansu knew with absolute certainty that he was going to exterminate this monster. Their eyes locked. Suddenly, the serpent whipped its massive tail forward, then reared its enormous body into the air. Seeing this, Hansu quickly covered his ears. In the next instant, a torrent of immense power erupted from the creature's mouth. The blast was strong enough to shatter the very ground beneath them. But Hansu had anticipated this attack completely. Thanks to his magic resistance stat, he could withstand some of the impact. The intense shockwave proved the serpent possessed incredibly high magic. Its scales were so tough, no ordinary sword could ever hope to pierce them. This would be no easy opponent. Dashing to the side, Hansu dodged the beast's relentless attacks. Though it was overwhelmingly powerful, he had already identified its weakness. Its scales might be impenetrable, but the flesh between them was incredibly vulnerable. With a single forward slash, Hansu struck a vital point, causing the monster before him to shriek in agony. The monster backed away, its rage toward Hansu now boiling over. Instantly, it opened its massive jaws wide and lunged for him, but its attack missed its target. Refusing to give up, the serpent unleashed another devastating blast. Though Hansu managed to evade it, he never expected the creature's long tail to swing around from behind, striking him with incredible force and sending him flying backward. Hansu slowly rose from the rubble. So, the monster finally reacted to having its weak spot attacked. Since this was its nest, its physical resistance was also boosted, and Hansu was still vulnerable to the poisonous gas it spewed. He had 5 daggers left. 1 or 2 of them wouldn't be enough to inflict serious damage. Time to have a little fun until he achieved his goal. A thunderous crash echoed through the basement, and Mi-hai, who was still fleeing, flinched and spun around. Hansu was fighting far from here, yet the sound was deafening. Was he going to be okay, facing that monster all by himself? Seeing Tae-sung constantly urging them to return to the convenience store, Mi-hai hesitated for a moment, then turned around with newfound resolve. I have to go help him. This decision made Tae-sung incredibly unhappy, but with no other choice, he and Sang-jin had to follow Mi-hai back into the darkness. When the 3 of them returned, an absolutely chilling sight greeted them. Hansu's arm was trapped inside the serpent's mouth. He looked completely exhausted, letting the beast clamp down on him. He had dragged this on for far too long. Gripping a small dagger in his free hand, Hansu plunged it deep into the monster's chin, making it shriek in pain and release him from its jaws. Watching the beast writhe with the small blade embedded in its chin, Hansu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Excellent. He had managed to land 3 daggers. The bite wound was severe, but thanks to his increased vitality, it would heal quickly. On the later floors, the races gain enhanced attack resistance and regeneration as part of their evolutionary traits. Normal poisons become useless, and relying on pure power or skills only makes things more difficult. However, on these early floors, poison is an extremely effective method of attack. Without his paralysis poison, Hansu never would have made it this far. Now things were about to get much easier. Staring at the giant serpent lying dead on the ground with its mouth agape, Hansu was lost in thought. Just then, Mi-hai and the others ran up to him, checking to see if he was okay. She came back because she was worried, but seeing this outcome, maybe she shouldn't have. Is your arm all right? But for him, this kind of wound was merely superficial. It's already healing, so you don't need to worry, Mi-hai. As for Tae-sung, he was speechless. Seeing the massive serpent slain by Hansu left him completely stunned. He couldn't believe Hansu had fought a monster like this all on his own. He knew the guy was strong, but the gap between them was immense. How could he ever hope to catch up to him? Meanwhile, Hansu knelt and picked up the rune that had dropped from the serpent. Perhaps because this monster was so powerful, the reward was pretty amazing too. Scale Serpent's Shockwave. If Hansu had a magic rune, this would be an incredibly useful skill. But he couldn't use it right now. It required magic to be activated. Just then, Tae-sung cautiously approached his side. Based on that monster's size, that rune must be incredible. He couldn't hide the envy in his voice. But Hansu had no use for this rune. He could only equip 7 ancient scripts, so this one was completely redundant. The moment Sang-jin heard Hansu wasn't keeping it, he shot his shot. Uncaring if anyone called him greedy, he shamelessly begged Hansu to give him the spare rune. But of course, Tae wasn't about to stand by and watch. He violently shoved Sang-jin out of the way. Then, without a shred of shame, he demanded Hansu give it to him instead. This only fueled the burning hatred Sang Jin felt for the man. Seeing the two vultures circling, Hansu cut in with a proposal. Who said anything about giving it away for free? I'm selling it, he declared. And if you buy now, I'll even throw in a 5% discount. After a moment of debate, Mihai stepped forward to claim the ancient script. She approached the other two beside her, gathering the runes they had managed to collect. Mihai then presented the collection to Hansu. It contained 3 perception runes, 7 stamina runes, and 7 strength runes. True to his word, Hansu only took 6 of the strength runes. The fair trade left Mihai feeling a strange pang of regret. You're incredibly precise, she noted. She then accepted the rune from him, already steeling herself for the next fight. Just as Hansu suspected, the presence of a basilisk meant one thing: a Jutorium had to be nearby. After walking a short distance, Hansu spotted a gemstone. He broke off a piece with ease and immediately began to skillfully craft it. Drawing his knife, he approached the serpent's corpse, making precise incisions. This time, he wasn't interested in harvesting its venom. The basilisk's scales were tough, but not nearly hard enough to serve as a weapon on their own. He would need to forge something new. This was weapon number 11 out of 134 possible combinations craftable using monsters and materials in this training zone. A training level of 1 to 11. The needle's area of effect damage was practically non-existent, making it incredibly difficult to apply indirect damage like a bleed effect. However, if you could pinpoint an enemy's weak spot and had absolute confidence in your ability to strike it, this needle was the deadliest choice imaginable. After a few moments of intense focus, Hansu finished carving a wickedly sharp weapon. This new weapon was the key to defeating the monster that guarded the second hidden piece. Looking at his creation, Hansu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Tung immediately sidled up next to Hansu, wanting to buy the very weapon he held in his hands. He was even willing to trade all of his runes for it. Tiung figured any weapon Hansu crafted with such care had to be leagues better than his own. But in the end, Hansu flatly refused him. Suddenly, Hansu's question cut through the air, startling everyone. Why did you all get on this train? This is a ride for one, he stated coldly, so get out. But how could he be so unreasonable? This place was massive. What kind of rule said they had to leave? Tong even reminded Hansu that they were the reason he'd made it this far. He looked at the foolish group before him. Trying to take advantage of the opportunity was smart, he'd give them that. But there was one fundamental truth they just didn't seem to grasp. There's no rule saying I have to go first, because this world has no rules at all. Either you get off this train now, or we settle this right here. If you want, go talk to your lawyer and file a complaint. That's a great idea too. Now choose one. Watching the train pull away, the three of them stood in stunned silence. As for Tiung, the more he thought, the more rage boiled inside him. Was Hansu actually serious? But if all three of them attacked at once, surely they'd have a chance to beat that kid. If they won, he'd take all of Hansu's weapons and runes. If they lost, they could just apologize, right? He wouldn't actually kill them, would he? But the thought vanished as quickly as it came. Hansu's gaze had never been so terrifying, and Tiung understood with chilling certainty. If he made even the slightest move, Hansu would execute him on the spot. How could he be frozen stiff by a single glare? It was impossible. With no other choice, the three of them turned and walked away. But that was just what the other two were thinking. Tiung's resolve was different. Aren't we all here to become stronger? He would become stronger. As they left, Hansu quickly summarized all the information he had on this place. 1. The subway stops at 20 stations on its route. 2. The rewards found at each stop are random. 3. Once a station is passed, you can never return. It was a design meant to create mental conflict. Even reaching the final destination guaranteed nothing. A good outcome was never certain, so constant vigilance was essential. He was now at the 12th station. Larun's ring, Kent's claw, rang steel. Hansu had already collected 8 weapons, and their quality was remarkably high. Stepping out of the train car, Hansu was floored by what he saw. Maniac cigarettes. When you place one on your lips, your ancient stats begin to rise. As you smoke it, the stats continue to climb. If you finish it and inhale all the smoke, all ancient rune stats increase by 20%, and the effect lasts for a full 10 minutes. Though it couldn't be used outside the training area, in here, this item was the absolute best. Involuntarily, a memory surfaced in Hansu's mind. The faint image of a young woman. She once told him he would ruin his handsome face if he smoked, but he thought, don't worry. This time, things will be different. Returning to the meeting point, Hansu scanned the area. The other three were gone. It seemed they'd all left. If that was the case, he had 4 days until the next hidden piece appeared. For the next 2 days, he had 2 options. Focus on hunting and gathering runes, or tackle the remaining missions. The choice was obvious, wasn't it? For now, Hansu had to prioritize the mission he judged to have the best rewards. Among the missions left, one offered a promising reward and a short completion time, the Philosopher's Stone, along with a clumsy mage as a follower. It would boost Hansu's base stats by up to 10, including its own bonus, and could even heal potentially fatal wounds. The reward was incredible. Relics like that were rare, not just in the tutorial, but even in the red danger zones later on. But who on earth would be foolish enough to trigger that insane mission? Ah, right, it was her, Amvi Aaron, a member of the Death Squad who, while voluntarily imprisoned, was dragged into the abyss. The story goes, her most trusted allies were there with her, but the moment the games began, they all betrayed her. And that rage awakened her true power. For 7 days, she tore through them, slaughtering every last person and carving out their hearts. Afterward, she tried to end her own life, which is when this mission appeared. But Hansu decided to pass on it. It wasn't his style. Who would be stupid enough to kill themselves? Suddenly, something clicked. He looked at the rich man's food pouch. First, he would use this. He stepped into the convenience store, looking for food, but the inside was a complete disaster. These scoundrels. The moon will be up soon, yet they dare to pull something so foolish. Let's see just how brave they really are. Meanwhile, Meihai's group of 5 stood by, watching a gang of men haul food out from the convenience store. What a shameless bunch. Who robs people in broad daylight like this? As they were all waiting for Hansu, one of the men suddenly turned, waving with a mocking smile that startled everyone. He was deliberately provoking them. That's what T-Sung told the others to cover his tracks. But in reality, he knew that man was waving at him. And why was that? The reason T-Sung was so unnerved was because he had approached that very same group earlier. He had offered to lead them directly to the food supply. Jin Taeyong had already hatched a plan. He knew he'd have to fight these guys for the food, and since beating so many alone wouldn't be easy, he would use T-Sung's help. Sung-ho pointed a finger at him. And why should we trust you? It looks like you're trying to set us up to fight that Hansu guy. Losing his patience, Jin Taeyong lunged forward, grabbing him by the collar. Don't you get the situation you're in? Just follow my lead. What did you say, you bastard? Don't you realize our brother is helping you? Before Sangta could finish, Jin Taeyong sent a brutal punch flying into his face. He crumpled to the ground, crying out in pain. Jin Taeyong then glared at the others with a terrifying smile. The 3 of you aren't even on my level, you trash. Why would I need to set a trap for a bunch of weaklings like you? Stunned, Sangta could only sit there, clutching his throbbing face. Jin Taeyong's voice was a low growl. Think carefully. I'm giving you a chance right now. Back in the present, Yumi Hai was looking out the window. The moment she saw Hansu return, she frantically waved and called out, Hansu, over here. Hansu. Seeing him, she thought with a wave of relief, he's back. I feel so much safer now. But behind her, T-Sung smirked to himself. There's nothing to worry about, he thought. No one knows I set that trap. And even if I get caught, I have the perfect excuse ready. The moment Hansu opened the door, Mi-hai rushed over to explain the situation. We're in trouble. While we were moving Ji Haeon and Sang Jane, they took everything from the convenience store. Hansu listened and replied calmly, I know. I saw it on my way here. How much food do we have left? Glancing at the meager pile on the table, someone answered, not much. We salvaged what we could. But T-Sung spoke up casually, you know how it is, things happen. Now that you're here, we can just take it all back from those guys, right? He shrugged, adding, of course, it'll be tough for you to handle all those guys alone. But I can help, if you want. Hansu ignored him and addressed the group. Let's eat first. Seeing this, T-Sung's mood soured. Is he mocking me? He fumed inwardly. He slammed his hand on the table. Wait a minute, that's not right. You really have no shame, do you? Hansu's expression remained ice-cold as he stared back. T-Sung pointed at the food and continued. We risked our lives to save this much. Shouldn't you be offering something in return? Go on, hand something over. Give me something good, and I might reconsider. Mi-hai, completely confused, chimed in, T-Sung, what's gotten into you? We saved this for everyone. T-Sung shot her an annoyed look. So we're just supposed to give it to him for free? We put our lives on the line for this food. You should too. There has to be fairness, even among friends. Hansu, you didn't lift a single finger while we struggled to gather food. Did no one ever tell you nothing in this world is free? His words hit their mark. The others in the group nodded in agreement. Seeing their approval, a smug grin spread across T-Sung's face. This was his chance. If he could turn everyone to his side, this guy would no longer be a problem. He thought, let's see how long he can keep up that arrogant act. Just then, Hansu spoke. What a shame. I have nothing to trade you for the food. What am I to do now? Hearing this, T-Sung turned, his voice dripping with false sweetness. Come now, you have plenty. Just share what you got from that place. At his words, the others looked over in surprise. What is he talking about? What did you get in there? T-Sung pointed a finger at Hansu. He just came from some secret place. You all saw it. He must have found something good. He should share it with us, right? So come on, share it. You're going to be traveling with us anyway. Why are you being like this? Don't make this difficult." As he spoke, he offered Hansu a candy bar. Hansu glanced at the candy, let out a long sigh, and crossed his arms. "You've learned your lessons well," he said coolly. Tisung was baffled. What's that supposed to mean? "Stop changing the subject and answer me." Hansu pushed himself to his feet, thinking to himself. He's not very subtle about it. It makes sense, considering he sees everyone as his equal. But that isn't the real issue here. So, is this it? It's not like I brought them along because I needed them. I don't need their ancient runes, anyway. With that, he turned decisively and walked toward the door. Seeing this, Tisung hurriedly called out to him, "Where do you think you're going?" Hansu didn't answer and just kept walking, his mind still racing. "Well, I came all this way because of what she said. I've done everything I could." An image of Tisung flashed in his mind, his entire body radiating killing intent as he screamed, "You have truly angered me. For that, I will destroy you." Hansu mentally scoffed in disgust. What does he think he is? Some kid? I can't imagine doing something like that. How could Kang Tae even spew such cringy lines? So pathetic. Before leaving, Hansu said, "Whatever. Do as you please. Stay safe, and I hope you grow stronger in the future." Seeing Hansu about to leave for good, Jian stepped forward with a forced smile. "Come on, everyone, let's not fight. We made it this far without any trouble, so why stir things up now?" She glanced at me with a knowing wink. "We'll bring him back. Let's go." But Tisum angrily brushed his hair back. Let him go if he wants to. There's no need to stop him. He watched Hansu's retreating back with a smug thought. Whatever, just get lost. Acting so high and mighty until the very end, that damn bastard. Noticing Mihi and Ji Yin still wanted to follow Hansu, he scowled. He's just putting on an act. If we offer him some free food, he'll come crawling back on his own. We don't need that scum. When no one listened, he roared, "We can handle things by ourselves." "Mihi, what are you doing? Are you abandoning us to follow that guy?" She hesitated for a moment, then ran out the door and grabbed Hansu's sleeve. "I'm going too. Hansu, can I follow you?" A heavy silence hung between them. Under Mihi's hopeful gaze, Hansu finally spoke. "I can't take you with me." Disappointment washed over her as she let go of his sleeve. "Right. Of course." But Hansu cut her off. "But haven't I said it before? It's up to you if you want to follow." Hearing this, a brilliant smile lit up Mihi's face. The two of them then started to walk away. Behind them, Tisung's voice echoed, "No, you are not allowed to go. You haven't received your ancient runes yet. I might have given you yours, but Sangjin hasn't, right?" But his inner thoughts were much darker. "You think I just let you go? I can let anyone else leave, but not you." However, things didn't go the way Tisung had planned. A voice called out from inside the house. "That's fine, because I'm going with them too." Tisung stormed back inside and slammed a hand on Sangjin's shoulder. "Do you have any idea what you're saying?" An invisible pressure radiated from him, making the entire room feel suffocating. "You can't act like this. Do you really think my father would just let your father off the hook? I took in a stray dog, and now you have the courage to bite back? Don't you know who your master is?" "I should," he growled, shoving him backward. Stumbling, Sangjin clutched his shoulder. "What are you going to do? We can't even get outside right now. The others don't know we're alive. So how exactly will you tell my father anything? At this point, none of that matters anymore. I have no reason to obey you like I used to." "Got it." Seeing this defiance, Tisung gritted his teeth in fury. After everything he'd done to crush his spirit, watching the three of them leave, he screamed, "Fine, get lost, all of you. We'll have all the food for ourselves anyway. You think things will be any different out there? You'll all come crawling back here eventually. So we'll just see about that." Under the cover of darkness, the three continued on. After a while, Sangjin spoke up. "About the food. Are you sure we shouldn't have brought some? We don't have much in our bags." Mihi nodded her head in agreement. "You have a point." But he wasn't listening to their conversation. Hansu's attention was caught by some clothes in a shop window across the street. He casually snatched them and changed out of his own torn outfit. Then he said, "It doesn't matter. It'll all be meaningless soon anyway." The two stared, completely baffled. He continued, "We've got work to do. Let's get moving." Sang Jin muttered to Min, "Hi, what is he even thinking? He has the power to do almost anything," he thought to himself. Even so, why would getting into trouble now make everything meaningless? Glancing at Sang Jin's frustrated sigh, Hansu thought his confusion was obvious. How could he possibly know about the moon? He looked to the sky and said, "Because it's almost midnight." Min Hai followed his gaze. Midnight. Suddenly, the color drained from her face. She pointed a trembling finger at the sky. "Is it just me, or is something wrong with that moon?" High in the sky, a massive full moon glowed with an eerie brilliance. Abruptly, a line tore across its surface, and a terrifying eye opened, staring down from the heavens. The colossal eye swiveled, its gaze sweeping across the earth. Minhai's jaw dropped in utter shock. The moon opened its eye. Beside her, Sang Jin's voice trembled with panic. What the hell is happening? The food. It turned to sand. Seeing the candy in his hand was now just a pile of grit, Minhai frantically ripped open her backpack to check. No way. All the food we gathered. Every last bit of it is sand. Just then, Sang Jin noticed something else. What is that? It's glowing. Are those people? They're glowing. Their locations are completely exposed. They both looked down at their own hands. We're glowing too? Sang Jin then said, I think we can't see it when we're this close. But everyone else out there is shining like a beacon, even through walls. So now everyone can see each other. This whole thing is designed to force us to fight. Sang Jin turned to Hansu, who hadn't shown even a flicker of surprise. Hansu, did you know this was going to happen? Hansu just chuckled. Come on. Just because I have superpowers doesn't mean I can see the future. Sang Jin was floored by his answer. But, you seem so calm about all this. Just then, furious shouts echoed from somewhere nearby. Who's the wise guy? Who took all the food? You ate it all, didn't you? I'm gonna kill you. Give us the food. We don't have any either. Hansu scowled in disgust. What a worthless world. This is why I told you not to bother hoarding. Because the moment that moon, a thing unique to this world, appears, all the food anyone has collected simply vanishes. As Hansu began to walk forward, Sang Jin asked, Where are you going? He replied flatly, To do what needs to be done. Elsewhere, Taesung lost all control the moment he discovered his entire stash of food had turned into sand. What is this? All of our food is gone. Ji-hee's voice was laced with worry. What do we do now? Should we try to find more? Yang Yu added, The convenience stores have probably been picked clean by now. Rage flared in Taesung as he gritted his teeth, thinking, That bastard, he knew. Did he set me up? That damn superpowered freak. Suddenly, Ji-hee's expression contorted in terror as she screamed, Taesung, outside. Outside, shrouded in the oppressive darkness, glowing figures roamed the streets. It was Sung Ho and his crew, the ones they'd fought earlier, and they were back for blood. He was frantically searching for Taesung. Where's that two-faced liar? How dare he trick me? Find him now. Peeking out from their hideout, Taesung felt a knot of dread tighten in his stomach. If they swarm us, we won't stand a chance. Should we run and try to pick them off one by one? Just then, Ji-hee shouted at him, Let's go to Hansu. Hearing that, Taesung jabbed a finger in her face and snapped. What? You mean we should crawl back to the trash that abandoned us and beg for help? Have you got no self-respect? But Ji-hee shot back without hesitation. Then what do you want to do? You think you can take on 5 guys alone? Hiding here is useless. Think about it. If they can't find us, they'll just go after Hansu. We can back him up if he gets into trouble, right? At this, a smile of agreement spread across Yang Yu's face. Yeah, strength in numbers. We crush them. If we just talk to him, it should work out. Watching them work each other up, Taesung turned away, deep in thought. They're right. A temporary alliance isn't a bad idea. I hate it. But this could be a good chance to use him. His mind made up, he declared, You're right. Let's go help him. He pushed the door open and stepped outside. All right, if we slip out quietly, they'll never know. The path we took before is lit up now. Follow me. But as his foot hit the ground, something wrapped around his ankle, yanking him flat on his face. Staring at the slimy substance clinging to his leg, he panicked. What is this stuff? He tried to pry it off, but it was no use. It wouldn't let go. Looking at his 2 teammates, he reached out a hand, begging, Hey, pull me up. Hurry. What are you 2 morons staring at? At that moment, a menacing voice rose from right behind Taesung. Are you sure about that? If you dare to pull him, you 2 might just end up in wheelchairs. How about you come over here instead? I just want to talk. The moment they saw the hulking thug approaching, followed by his entire crew, Ji-hee and Yang Yu froze in absolute terror. They immediately turned tail and ran, leaving Tune trapped there screaming after them, You damn cowards. Now, only Tune was left, struggling on the ground. The old leader crouched down to face him. Oh dear, he said, such harsh words. You're still so young. Why do you think it's called Orin's Flytrap? While you were busy with your pathetic little games, I was setting all this up. Besides, what's the fun in ganging up on someone? Then, he slowly rose to his feet. All right, enough idle chatter. But why are there only 3 of you? Where is the rest? As he spoke, he lifted his boot and slammed it down right beside Tune. Tune trembled in absolute fear, but luckily, it was just a warning. He was completely unharmed. Shaking, With sweat pouring down like rain, Teung raised a hand in surrender. I'll tell you everything I know. Ask me anything. I can show you where they are. Hearing this, the leader smiled. I'm so glad you're being reasonable. A moment later, he turned to Sung Ho beside him. Before that, however, this man has something he needs to say to you. Let's get this handled so we can move. Sung Ho, whose nose tongue had broken, stepped closer with a malicious grin. Well, we meet again. Are you doing all right? Because it would eat me alive if I didn't do the same thing to you. Teum was cornered and helpless. All he could do was grit his teeth and seethe with hatred. This worthless insect. If only those bastards hadn't abandoned me. The boss turned to leave, but not without one last instruction. He's going to be working for us, so keep the damage under control. Sung Ho grinned victoriously, emphasizing the words, you hear that. Everyone beat him up, under control. And so, unable to run or fight back, Teung could only curl up on the ground as they took turns, beating him senseless. His hatred for Ji Yeon and Yang Yu festered. How dare they abandon me? I'll slaughter all of you and your families. Meanwhile, Ji Yeon and Yang Yu finally reached Hansu's group. They stopped in their tracks, shocked to see them casually sitting around, cooking and eating meat. Ji Yeon and Yang Yu were filled with envy and immediately spoke up. What do you think you're doing? Is this some kind of camping trip? They have to know that all the food is already gone, right? Ji Yeon, acting as if nothing had happened, stepped forward. That looks pretty good. Let's eat together. But Hansu stood up, sweeping his sword in front of her. She recoiled in fear. What are you doing? With his mouth still full of meat, Hansu muttered, Don't come any closer. Ji Yoon's anger flared. Why are you being so childish? We weren't the ones fighting you. It was all Teung's fault. Then Yang Yu stepped up to test him. And what exactly are you going to do if I join you? Hansu shot him an ice-cold glare. My superpower says you're not going to have a good time. Yang Yu gritted his teeth. And what kind of nonsense is that damn power telling you? Hansu replied, It tells me other things too. For instance, that the two of you are in grave danger. Just as he finished his sentence, a voice called out from behind them. You're a sharp one. Ji Yoon and Yang Yu whipped around, their faces pale with fear. And just like that, their worst nightmare had come true. The other group had caught up to them. The selfish rich man's food pouch, the condition to obtain it was brutally simple. Cook and eat as much food as possible while the moon is visible in the sky. The condition sounded easy, but there was another hidden requirement. You had to become truly selfish. The one who refuses to share food with anyone else and cooks and eats the most by themselves is the only one who receives this reward. In a world where everyone was desperately scrambling for any source of food, they had to cross the dangerous moral line this condition demanded. The creator of a mission like this had a truly twisted sense of humor. Hansu simply sat back down, skewered another piece of meat, and lifted it to his mouth. You have to remain calm, even in a situation like this. When Sierra turned back, she suddenly saw Teung, covered in injuries, being dragged along by the enemy grunts. She cried out in horror, Teung, are you okay? His face was twisted with pure hatred as he screamed back. Shut your mouth. How dare you leave me behind? Tears streamed down Ji Yeon's face as she pleaded. We only wanted to help. Teung cut her off, roaring uncontrollably. Nonsense. You liar. Don't you dare try to make excuses. If you all hadn't run away, I would have Sung Ho, standing beside him, cut in. Hey now, calm down. Newbie. Perhaps you need to cool your head a bit. The leader then stepped forward with a polite greeting. It's a pleasure to see you again. You've got some impressive skills, young man. Where did you find all that meat? Be a good boy and tell me, Hansu answered while still chewing. Isn't there meat everywhere? Surely I don't need to explain to you what kind of meat this is, right? Hearing this, the entire enemy group grimaced. Even their leader was shocked, thinking to himself, he actually dared to eat that stuff? I had my own people test it, but the poison just dehydrated them. Yet, this group is eating it like it's nothing. The leader spoke again. It seems you found a way to prepare it safely. Hansu shot him a look and said, if you stew it in goblin blood, it becomes edible. Give it a try. That's the only hint I'm giving you. The leader fell silent. He suddenly remembered what Tang had told him before they arrived here, that the man in front of him possessed a superpower. He also said that power helped him acquire a precious item at the train station. Today seems like the perfect day to make our move. There might be a skill gap, but we have the numbers. Besides, our opponent is just some 20-year-old kid. He may be used to fighting monsters, but that doesn't mean he's prepared to fight people. The leader glanced at the bruised man beside him and said, What's the holdup, rookie? Go on, ask for a bite. Chat with his little friends. No harm in asking, right? Taesung's eyes burned with irritation. Who wants to be friends with him? Why is he ordering me around? But this way, the leader could avoid causing a scene in front of everyone else. With that, the man limped forward. The boss is right. Let's just have a little talk. Hansu's group of three also stopped eating and stood up. Unlike the other two, Minhai's face was filled with dread as she yelled, "No, stay back. Don't cross that line." But he completely ignored her words. "Shut your mouth. You're just like the rest of them, you wench. You'll get what's coming to you." Hansu stood there, his voice chillingly calm. "This ends now. Don't blame me for what happens next." A flash of blue light sliced across Taesung's leg. He crashed to the ground, his body shaking uncontrollably. "Why? My leg." He clutched his ruined limb, letting out a blood-curdling scream. He completely lost his senses and began screaming curses. "You psycho! Are you out of your mind? Damn it! My leg. Where's your humanity? How could you do this to me? All for a damn piece of meat. Think about it. He did this just because he wouldn't share his food. If he gets any stronger, do you think he'll leave you in peace? He'll slaughter every one of you just for those runes. You have to kill him now. You think you can get friendly with him, you fool." The leader's brow furrowed, and he gave the command, "Get ready." Sung Ho, at his side, tried to object. "But, boss." Then he reconsidered. That guy wasn't wrong. He might not want to fight now, but if he grows stronger, he could easily wipe us all out. Our side is armed to the teeth, and with his body glowing under the moonlight, there's no way he can escape. We need to handle him right now. Damn it. What kind of college student has eyes like that? What the hell did he go through to get that kind of aura? A single, cold stare from Hansu sent a shiver of fear through the entire group. At that moment, he looked at them and thought, Ares and Katian were always arguing, even after they agreed to cooperate. Ares said I should make enemies, but Katian insisted that when an enemy stands before you, you must crush them completely. Otherwise, they'll just come back to destroy you one day. In the end, both Ares and I agreed on that point. A smirk played on his lips as he glanced at the sigil on his wrist and began an incantation. Seeing this, the thugs yelled out, "What kind of trick are you pulling now? Enough games. Let's slice him to ribbons, boys." And with that, the entire group charged forward at once. Hansu tightened his grip on his blade. "Since you all started this, then before this night is over." He shot forward like an arrow, clashing with them as he spoke. "Let me test these new techniques on you." Sung Ho was completely stunned, wondering, how can he move like that? Hansu just kept swinging his sword, cutting them down one by one, no matter how many there were. He even offered a friendly reminder, "This will hurt." The leader watched his men fall one after another, thinking to himself, has he already collected all the runes? At this rate, his thoughts were cut short when he saw his men turning to flee. He roared in anger, "Don't run away. We outnumber him. We can overwhelm him." Damn it, now it was just the leader and Hansu. The man spat, "You think I'm going to retreat, you little brat?" His courage lasted all of 3 seconds. As Hansu advanced on him, step by deliberate step, the leader began to tremble. "Wait, think about this. You think killing people will let you live in peace? This is entirely different from killing monsters. What you're doing right now is murder. That's murder. That's not a line a kid like you can just cross so easily." But Hansu tuned out the pathetic nonsense. He stood before him and, without much effort, raised his sword to end it. After the fight, the bloody ground was littered with groaning bodies. They weren't dead, just wounded and moaning endlessly in pain. I didn't go too far. The last man fell just as the couple, Jihan and Yang Gyu, watched. They were both trembling in fear of Hansu. Standing in the middle of the chaotic scene, he shot them an icy glare and said, "You're still here? Want to go around too?" The two glanced at each other, then immediately turned and fled for their lives. Hansu sheathed his sword at his hip and returned to his pot of food. He quickly took another bite, then turned to speak with Min Hai and Sang Jin. "What's wrong?" "Looking is fine, but I'm not sharing." The tension between them was thick. Minnie awkwardly scratched her face, avoiding eye contact. "It's nothing," she mumbled. Then, they sat in silence, waiting for Hansu to finish eating. The long night was finally bleeding into dawn. As the sky lightened, the eye on the moon slowly closed, vanishing as if it had never been there at all. The three of them continued their march forward. Hansu, taking the lead, grimly calculated that he'd just consumed 3 days' worth of rations. The feeling was nauseating. "My main mission to persuade the others was a complete failure, but at least I managed to secure this." His gaze fell upon the small pouch resting in his palm. That pouch was an invaluable treasure. It protected food from the moonlight's corrupting gaze, storing it safely in a subspace where anything could be hidden. With 5 times the normal capacity, I won't have to worry about food for the next 2 weeks. Hansu carefully stowed the pouch away. His 2 companions, trailing behind him, finally broke the silence. "Are you sure this is okay? What happens if you don't kill them all?" Hearing the question, Hansu shot them a look before letting out a heavy sigh. "You really think I should kill them all? That's a terrifying way to think." A blush crept up Minnie's cheeks as she stammered, "No, that's not it. I was just worried about you." Staring at his broad, reliable back, she thought to herself, he has nothing to be afraid of. Even if they got back up, they'd stand no chance. From now on, his only focus is getting stronger. That's right. I don't need to worry about anything else. I just have to follow him. Still, she couldn't help but think. If he had killed them for their runes, he could have collected so many more items. A thought like that proved it. She was adapting to this new, cruel world perfectly, and that way of thinking was normal. Of course, Hansu had his own secret reasons for not killing them. He kept his true intentions locked away. I only resort to killing if the target becomes a direct threat to me. The entire reason I returned to the past was to save as many people as possible. To do that, I have to minimize conflict and build a fighting force. And, for that to work, there must be a code. The very first rule is that no one kills another human for their runes. I could kill them and take their power now, but then I'd lose their potential support down the line when I truly need it. It'll be hard to enforce a rule like that right away, but if I become overwhelmingly powerful, I can make it absolute. So I can't afford to be seen killing carelessly and earning a reputation I can't explain away. When I do have to act, I have to be clean. But with so many eyes watching me, it's only a matter of time before someone crosses that line, desperate for power. Sangjin, who had been silent this whole time, suddenly stopped and stammered. I'm stopping here. Minnie spun around, shocked. What are you talking about? He replied. I don't think I can keep going with you guys. Minnie looked back at him, pleading. But why now? Hansu cut her off. Fine. Do whatever you want. I respect your personal choice. And with that, Sangjin turned and ran. Hansu turned to Minnie. So, why aren't you doing what you want? He stepped closer, his gaze pinning her down. Aren't you afraid? Following me? Panic flashed in Minnie's eyes. She didn't know how to respond. Yes, I am. But an image flashed in her mind of him mercilessly cutting her down. She told herself, as long as I don't cross his line, I'll be safe. Finding her courage, she lifted her head and met his gaze. If I leave now, you'll never let me come back. So I'm going to stick to you for as long as I possibly can. Hearing that, he said nothing. But inside, he was impressed. Her instincts are sharp, I'll give her that. Hansu turned away, stuffing his hands in his pockets. A small smirk appeared on his face. If that's your decision, let's go. And so, the two continued on their journey. The scene shifts back to the bloody battlefield, where Taesung lay pinned beneath another man's body. Trembling with effort, he shoved the corpse off of him, cursing under his breath. Useless bastard. All bark and no bite. He completely wrecked you. He should have killed you all. You made a mistake, Hansu. My little wounds are already healing. Once I'm fully recovered, I'll slaughter all of that trash. And then I'm coming for you. He struggled to drag himself forward. How dare you abandon me? Especially you, Minhee. I'll never forgive you. Just you wait. As he was muttering, a shadow fell over him. He looked up, surprised to see Sangjin standing there. The moment he saw him, he wondered, this bastard. He's been watching me this entire time. Why is he coming to me now? What does he want? No, this is my chance. He then raised a hand, a wide grin spreading across his face. Sangjin, help me up. Sangjin looked down, his face an emotionless mask, and asked, Me? Taesung's voice softened slightly. Who else is here but you? Come on, you wouldn't leave me here after everything that's happened, would you? We have to help each other. This is your chance to get stronger. In the distance, the angry screams of the gang's leader echoed. That bastard Taesung glanced over at the old man and sneered, trying to act tough when you're about to die, old man. He was completely oblivious to his own situation as he gave Sangjin an order. You kill that idiot for me first. But he failed to notice Sangjin picking up a knife from the ground, a powerful killing intent radiating from his entire body. That's right. The ancient rune we got from killing that guy. We can split it, so don't you worry. But in the next instant, Sangjin was in his face, yanking him up by the collar. Huh, what are you doing to me? What is this? He screamed. His voice was terrifyingly cold. I see now. Taesung was completely terrified, wondering, when did this guy get so strong? Sean leaned in close, raising the knife. I have to seize this chance. This is what I should have done from the very beginning. Right? Let me go. Tyson screamed, struggling against him. The small blade plunged deep into Tyson's chest as his voice came out in trembling, broken gasps. You bastard. How dare you? He tried to fight back, his hands weakly grabbing Sean's collar, but ever since Sean started following Hansu, that chance was long gone. Sean's voice was ice cold. You're the one who said it. You said I needed to know my place. Maybe it's your turn now. Alone, you are nothing. All this time, you had so much fun ordering me around, using my father against me. Sean released his grip, and Tyson collapsed to the ground with his final, fading curse. Damn you, you bastard. Sean looked at his own blood-stained hands and let out a chilling laugh. He tossed aside the knife that had just taken Tyson's life and fell to his knees. He then punched his own face, whispering to himself, Stop being so weak. This is nothing. less than an ant's struggle. To him, this would be nothing. To him, this is what must be done. I have to be just like him. He picked up the knife, got to his feet, and walked toward the gang leader. The man frantically held up his hands. Wait, my friend, let's just talk about this. If you let me live, we can join forces. Together, we could become so much stronger. So please, just spare me. Please. But Sean paid no attention to his words. Now, I finally understand. I understand why you didn't follow me, Hansu. Just how pathetic did I look in your eyes? Flashes of his own cowardice appeared in his mind. I wouldn't have needed your protection if I just had the courage to fight beside you in that crisis. If I had been determined to get stronger instead of cowering before your power. Could I have stood by your side? Looking at the runes in his hand, he thought, if I were stronger, you wouldn't have left me behind. So in the end, nothing about the past can be changed. Before, I would have shrunk back and been wary of everyone. But now, I'll prove myself. I will become strong, just like you. If I use these fools to catch up to you, then even you will have to see me in a new light. The scene shifts to a desolate city, where carrion birds circled the sky. A few of them began to target Min-hee. Seeing their intent, she took a deep breath and let out a powerful roar, scattering them instantly. But she failed to notice one coming from behind. Min-hee spun around in shock, but thankfully, a lightning-fast sword strike sliced it clean in two. Hansu approached, sword in hand. Seeing him, she smiled and said, "Looks like I needed your help after all." Hansu scanned the dead creatures on the ground, searching for something. There's a difference between self-reliance and acting recklessly alone. If a skill has a clear weakness, it's only natural to seek help from a teammate. He then tossed her some of the runes he had collected. This is your share. Make sure you understand the strengths and weaknesses of your own abilities. Staring at the runes in her hand, Min-hee thought to herself, he's always so strict when it comes to splitting rewards. She then opened her system window to check her status. Has it been 2 days already? Today is the 3rd day since we arrived. Buying those acceleration skills for magic and stamina from Hansu was a good idea. Without them, it would have been impossible to keep up. But I'm still trying not to rely on him too much. Thinking this, she couldn't help but sigh. Elsewhere, Hansu was also checking his own status window. Hansu, Strength, 54.3. Agility, 55.8. Stamina, 42.1. Perception, 42.2. Physical resistance, 22. Magic resistance, 13. Looking over the numbers, he felt satisfied with his progress. Good. The best method is keeping all the stats balanced. I won't run into as much trouble if my stats are even. This way, everything grows in harmony. Suddenly, a voice boomed through the air, startling them both. Ahem, mic check. Can everyone hear me? Gather at the starting point immediately. Latecomers will be penalized. Min-hee instantly recognized the voice as fairies. Let's go, Hansu called to her. The two of them began heading toward the assembly point. Along the way, Min-hee kept stealing glances at Hansu. He noticed her wanting to say something. If you have something to say, just say it. Min-hee jumped, surprised she'd been caught. Gathering all her courage, she blurted out, Okay then. Hansu, do you have a girlfriend? The question hung in the air, freezing them both in place. The atmosphere became suffocating. Min-hee bit her lip, her heart pounding as beads of sweat formed. Was that question too personal? I know I shouldn't think this way, but he just seemed so unusually generous, so I couldn't help myself. Actually, there's another question I wanted to ask, too. She was flustered, unsure what to say next to break the heavy silence between them. Hansu shot a deadpan glance at the blushing Min-hee beside him. She seemed so timid, but she can be surprisingly blunt. Kang-tae would have loved a question like this, even if it was just asked out of courtesy. At first, she was so nervous she could barely speak. An image of Min-hee's trembling, stuttering voice flashed in his memory. I have a question. Never mind. It's nothing. Coming back to the present, Hansu considered her question. Model. A girlfriend. She's someone I haven't even met yet. I can't lose her again. But under Min-hee's expectant gaze, he simply said, I don't remember. The two of them walked in tense silence to the assembly point. When they arrived, a large crowd had already gathered, buzzing with conversation. I recognized so many familiar faces, but Min-hee couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong with the atmosphere. Just then, seeing that everyone had arrived, a figure named Fairy appeared and his voice boomed. Are all our dear travelers present and accounted for? How sad. You all gathered here so quickly. Well then, let's get straight to the point. I have 2 pieces of good news for you. First, if you can survive the next 72 hours, you can leave this place. Wonderful news, isn't it? Come on, give me a round of applause. But after he spoke, the crowd was dead silent. He seemed a bit embarrassed and then asked, No reaction? Not even a little? Only then did the crowd put on a show of forced joy, clapping for him. Fairy smirked, incredibly pleased with himself. Seeing you all so happy makes me happy, too. Now then, let's introduce the main event. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and a massive building erupted from the earth before their very eyes. This castle you see before you is the most important location for this event. Staring at the structure, people cried out in alarm. What in the world is that thing? This is a magic altar. Fairy continued. Inside the altar is a very cute little pet, waiting for all of you. You can see it, can't you? This little guy is called a flesh-eating beast. Just for you, we've starved it for an entire day, so it's dying to get out of there. And while this altar looks magnificent, it's not very sturdy. His excited gaze fell upon the altar as he tapped its side, saying, I bet it won't be long before it collapses. Look at all the dust and debris falling already. If our little friend breaks out, I wonder how many of you will survive. If the altar falls, does that mean we have to fight that monster? Fairy grinned, baring his teeth with delight. Now, I'll tell you the second piece of news. Luckily, there's a way to make it fall asleep. And if it's sleeping, it won't claw at the altar walls or try to escape. Now will it? What could that method be? Anyone want to guess? It's very easy, and if you do well, I might even give you my blessing. Hearing this, the crowd's faces turned pale with terror. We don't need it, they yelled. He complained with an annoyed look. You all are such boring actors. The method is simple. 5 people a day. Just feed it 5 people each day. Since it's 72 hours, that means you'll have to feed it 3 times, right? Hansu thought to himself, there are still over 60 people left. At this rate, a quarter of us will become its sleeping pills. Fairy paused, letting the horror sink in, then snapped his fingers and pointed at the altar. Of course, the choice of whether you use this method is entirely up to you. But for those of you still feeling hesitant, let me show you something. A gruesome video appeared, showing the monster slaughtering people. This footage is from another training area. The people there decided to fight it together. But fighting that thing is an impossible dream. That's why I'm telling you, there's only one way. In the crowd, a man in a beanie raised his hand. How are we supposed to choose the people? A terrifying voice cut his question short. Why are you asking me that? Fairy answered impatiently. Whether you force someone or draw lots, figure it out yourselves. As long as the offering is alive, I don't care what you do. You should know, you have 1 hour to make your choice. Let me start the countdown for you. Do this, and you'll be safe for 24 hours. After that, you'll have another hour to choose the next sacrifices. I hope you all choose wisely. After starting the clock, he vanished. Panic instantly erupted among the crowd. We're all going to die. That sadistic demon. Manhwa turned to Hansu. Hansu, what do you think we should do? He answered flatly. The outcome has already been decided. The young man in the beanie shouted, we need to be fair. How about we draw lots? We can pick 5 people for the first day, and then 5 more for the next. Sang Jin suddenly appeared, a chilling smile on his face as he challenged the idea. And why should we do that? Hearing his question, everyone fell silent, their eyes locked on Sang Jin. He asked again, his voice like ice, why should we be fair to each other? The man shot back, what did you just say? Sang Jin stared at him with soulless eyes. You heard me. Is there any reason to be fair? The man pointed a shaking finger at him. Then what do you want us to do? You can't expect us to just walk in there with that monster. Sang Jin turned away, not even bothering to look at him, and spoke coldly. Why not? There's a much simpler way. He took a few steps forward, his power flaring to life, and slammed his hand into a nearby light pole. The pole crashed to the ground with a deafening roar, causing everyone who witnessed it to turn pale with fear. Sang Jin continued, his voice void of all emotion. We start with the weakest, most useless ones, and just throw in 5 of them. Simple, right? He finished speaking, his gaze sweeping over their faces, thinking, this will prove my overwhelming strength. Now, everyone here has no choice but to listen to me. A smug grin spread across his lips. He liked this feeling. In the heavy silence, only the sound of shallow, nervous breaths could be heard. Sang Jin's voice boomed again. Now is not the time to be sentimental. We must sacrifice the weak so the strong may live. Fighting that monster together is impossible. Everyone knew this was a harsh reality, but there seemed to be no other way. You won't have to lift a finger against it. All we need is to cooperate for this one noble cause. And to achieve that, we can't afford dead weight like you. It's only logical we throw the weakest in first as bait. Isn't that right? Finishing his speech, he shot a look at Hansu. What do you think about my plan? Sang Jin stared hard at Hansu, his thoughts racing. I'm not the same weakling I was before. You can see that now, can't you, Hansu? I am so much stronger now. I will help you, because I have no intention of making you an enemy. My real journey starts now. I'll become just as powerful as you. But to do that, I need your cooperation this time. I'm sure you'll make the right call, because my plan is perfect. Hansu crossed his arms, his voice cutting through the tension. That's not a bad idea, but allow me to make a proposal. If everyone follows my lead, we can all survive, without sacrificing a single person. Hearing this, the room erupted in whispers. What? Is that even possible? Sang Jin's brow furrowed, as if he knew what Hansu was about to say. The man in the beanie spoke up. Don't tell me you're suggesting we fight that thing together. That's completely unrealistic. After seeing that video, you should know better. Even if we tried to overwhelm it with numbers, how could we possibly win against a monster that heals itself every time it eats someone? Hansu glanced at him. Who said you had to fight? The man's face turned pale as he stammered. Then, you mean you'll go alone? Hansu smiled. That's exactly what I mean. The crowd began to buzz with disbelief. That's crazy. How can one person defeat that monster? Does anyone really think he can do it? At that moment, a bald old man stepped forward and yelled, "What are you talking about? This isn't like fighting a few goblins. If we don't kill it in 1 hour, we're all dead." Glancing at the remaining time, he added, "And we have less than an hour left to make a decision." Sang Jin was no longer the center of attention. He stood alone, thinking, I thought I was finally catching up to his power. But he's already strong enough to solo that monster. Hansu said, I will fight it, but not right now. Hearing this, Sang Jin's hope rekindled. That's right. Even a guy like you needs help, doesn't he? His mood lifted instantly. So you mean the strongest should fight together? Let's do it. But Hansu looked annoyed. He sighed. Why does everyone keep interrupting me? Are you even listening to what I'm saying? Sang Jin felt himself deflate once more. Then what the hell do you want? What's your proposal? Beside Hansu, Minhai thought to herself, Hansu will probably take me with him to fight. No, there's no way he'd do that. Hansu rested his chin in his hand and said, It's simple. If I max out my strength and stamina, I might be able to fight that monster head-on. So, let me offer you all another deal. If everyone gives me all their stat runes, I will take full responsibility for killing that thing. Several people shouted out at once. Who would sacrifice their own runes like that? 60 runes. That's way too many. Hansu glanced at a box in his pocket, calculating. 100 strength and stamina, 50 agility and perception. And if I use my recovery item skill plus a few other tricks. Based on my past combat experience, this is entirely possible. If I do this, I can obtain it. The second hidden piece, even Kan K. The only one who ever found it was the Mad Monarch Clemmy, and even he, with his berserker trait, nearly died taking that monster down. Hansu clenched his fist with unshakable resolve. I must get that hidden piece. This time, I'm much stronger and faster than before. He took a few steps forward. I don't care who gives them to me, as long as I have enough to kill the monster. I will enter the temple and face it immediately. Any more hesitation will do us no good. The bald man was sweating profusely. He asked, The weak don't have that many runes to give. If we had that many, we'd be much stronger already. He then spun around frantically at the others nearby. Everyone, give me your runes. I will fight, or we'll draw lots to decide the sacrifice if no one can make up their mind. A voice rose from the back of the crowd. You selfish bastard. Hearing the insult, the old man whipped his head around. What? You little punk. A man with bulging muscles was striding right toward him. Yeah? I'm talking to you. If we start with the weakest, you'd obviously be the first one thrown in. So why should we give our ancient runes to a weakling like you? Is the gap between the top and the bottom that huge, or are you just unwilling to give up the few runes you have? A weakling, like you, would just run and hide anyway. You're completely useless to us here. Terrified, the man began to stammer. How dare you speak to me like that? He threatened, his hand moving to the sword at his hip. Don't do something stupid, old man. Unless you want your limbs chopped off before we throw you in there. His eyes locked onto the sword as he staggered back, but his mouth was still running. You think you can treat me this way just because you're strong? Have you no respect for your elders? Don't you know anything about democracy? I gave you a way out, and you were too foolish to take it. He shot back. Democracy. Fine. Let's put it to a vote. On whether we should give up our runes to save you, or simply sacrifice you instead. And of course, the vote will be anonymous. Just like in your precious democracy. How about it? Hearing that, the old man was struck completely silent. Then, a desperate idea hit him, and he turned to Hansu. Someone like you could easily take their runes, right? If you just kill a few of the stronger ones, you could take everything. Before he could finish, a fist came crashing down. What is this old fool talking about? Are you asking to die? The man in the beanie exploded with rage. He beat the old man relentlessly, who then looked to Hansu with pleading eyes. Save me. I'll give you all of my runes. I have a family at home that loves me. But the onlookers just started to chant, throw him in first. If the monster isn't satisfied, it's going to kill us all. Watching them tear each other apart, Hansu thought to himself. They never learn when to retreat and when to advance. As always, I knew it would come to this. This conflict needs to end now. He then spoke, his voice cutting through the chaos. Everyone, be silent. I'll give you a few options to pick a sacrifice if no one steps up. Option 1, Option 2, Option 3. And that makes 5 people. This is a direct order for the 5 weakest individuals here. The chosen ones cried out in terror. No way, you're saying we have to be sacrificed to that monster, you bastard. Are you really going to abandon us just because we're weak? With half the time already gone, Minhee was growing incredibly anxious. Sang-jin walked over to her and said, if you're this worried, you should have just gone with him. He probably would have let you. She looked at him. Sang-jin, you still don't understand what kind of person Hansu is, do you? I want to go with him too, but I can't just follow in his shadow forever, can I? Sang-jin felt a sting of disappointment. Am I always going to be the one left behind? He then asked, so what will you do now? Just keep waiting for him. Minhee answered with absolute resolve. No, if I did that, Hansu would be disappointed in me, and I'd be no different from those people. Looking at the 5 weakest people trembling before him, Hansu asked, while everyone else was fighting to survive, what were all of you doing? I don't care if you were resting to regain your strength. You made your choice, and now you have to face the consequences. They aren't abandoning you because you're weak. It's your own weakness that's keeping you from catching up to them. Did you really expect to get a free pass in a world like this? If you want a chance to survive, each of you will bring me 2 ancient runes every day. All 15 of you. That's the only help I can offer. Your job is to go hunt and pay back what you've borrowed from me within the next 72 hours. If anyone tries to run without paying their debt, just let me know. I'll cover the difference myself. But if you have the guts for it, go ahead and try me. Back with her group, Minhee told Sang-jin, Hansu always keeps his word, so I'm certain he'll handle this on his own. Which means I have to get moving quickly so I can catch up to him. Seeing her determination, Sang-jin said, you could just travel with us. You know, the others would be really happy to have you along. His encouraging words brought a small smile to her face. Thank you. But not yet. I'll give you my answer later. Watching Minhee walk away, he thought, I don't even have to see her fight to know. She's become so much stronger since the last time we met. His own resolve hardened. I have to show them this isn't enough. I need to do something to prove my own value. At that moment, a voice cut through the air. Hey you, there's something we need to discuss with you. Sang-jin looked up toward them and asked, what is it? In his mind, he was already sizing up the group. Another man appeared from behind a brawny guy, clapping him on the shoulder. Why so tense? My friend here is just a little shy. I hope you'll understand. I'm Perrin. And it's nothing too serious. You're the leader of those people over there, aren't you? As one leader to another, I thought we should have a little chat. Startled, he asked back, me, a leader? He then quickly explained, we're just friends, but it's true that they tend to listen to me. The man named Perrin just grinned. Come on, now. That's what being a leader is. You're amazing, and your team members are all incredibly powerful. As the two shook hands, Sang-jin just scratched his head in embarrassment. You're making me blush. Getting straight to the point, Park Soo-won said. From what I saw earlier, you seem to know that person named Hansu. I'd like to ask you a few things about him, if that's all right. Sang-jin enthusiastically replied, of course. Meanwhile, Hansu sat alone before the altar gate, inspecting his gear. Goblin poison won't work on this thing, so I'll need a paralyzing agent. This should be enough. Next, the bead of the flying cat. It restores a small amount of stamina. Not a bad find from my last hunt. I should use it now. He then stood up and walked step by step into the beast's prison. My overall stats are completely unbalanced, but I have no other choice. Because to fight this thing, what I have now is nowhere near enough. The monster, still chained down, smelled its prey and began to drool, letting out a ferocious roar of welcome. Hansu pulled a case from his pocket. I'm going to be needing a lot of these. From the pack, he took out a single cigarette and lit it. He thought to himself, it's been a long time since I felt like this, but I guess that makes sense. I've finally crafted a suitable ancient rune. When a rune's stats surpass 100, the colors stack, creating something entirely new. It starts as colorless, then shifts to red. From red to orange, and then from orange to yellow. Looking at the power analysis board, you can see the stats begin to change starting from the colorless rune. And although a normal rune at 99.9% isn't much different from a colorless rune at 0.01%, the higher the level, the more massive the gap becomes. And this monster shouldn't even appear in the first tutorial stage. So, a colorless rune should be enough to deal with it. If only I had a dwarf's essence, this would be so much easier. That lunatic, the Mad Monarch, he was completely insane. But as the only one to complete the hidden piece, I know one thing for sure. After arriving in this god-forsaken world, This was the very first lesson I learned. The more impossible a mission seems, the greater the reward. Let's go. He leaped from above, rocketing down toward the beast. The monster's sharp eyes glared at its approaching prey with anticipation. Back at the portal, the others were finally stepping through together. All right, everyone, keep quiet as you enter. Park Soo-yeon stepped through the gate, smiling as he spoke. What do you think you're doing? Get in here. As Sang-jin entered, he continued. So, are you glad you didn't bring your friend along? Sang-jin nodded. Yeah. Now, let's hurry up and help Hansu. Racial skill. The carnivorous beast is one of the few monster clans born with these abilities. They utilize two of their own unique racial skills. Hansu barely dodged a devastating blow from the monster. He thought to himself, there it is. The first skill, fear. 3 horrifying eyes materialized before him. As if to hypnotize their target, they stared directly into his soul. After locking on, the beast swiped its massive claws toward him, trying to snatch its prey. In the split second before impact, he dodged backward, narrowly avoiding the blow. In that moment, he thought, it paralyzes its prey with fear, and then activates Predator. It's a skill that fully restores its health by devouring its target. The attack patterns are the same. Thankfully, it hasn't grown larger, because if it uses blood-sucking swamp after a full heal, it would drain every drop of blood from a living creature. The monster shot a glare at Hansu and unleashed another attack, shattering the ground once more. Hansu leaped away to safety. Even I can't fight this thing head-on, he thought. My piercing needle will only create a tiny hole in its body, but I know the most effective way to beat it is to restrict its movement. He landed firmly on the ground, looking up at the ferocious beast. The monster raised its claws again, continuing its assault. Hansu knew that trying to pierce its hide would be useless. But if I aim for a central nerve and inject the poison right there, the effect will be magnified. With that thought, he sprang into action, leaping up with his sword held tight, zeroing in on a point on its leg. The nerve that controls pain and restricts movement is located right between the 2 joints. I just need to wait a little longer. There it is. Now's my chance. Having found his mark, he thrust forward without hesitation. The monster shrieked in agony. This should be enough, he thought. Now, we just wait until it can no longer move a single muscle. Only 12 minutes remained on the countdown clock, and the battle was still a desperate, bloody affair. Hansu struggled to fend off the monster's relentless assault. He was thrown back, skidding across the ground. The 3-eyed beast glared at him, its irises glowing crimson. Its eyes began to waver just like before. It was about to unleash its unique skill again. Fear. Yet Hansu stood calmly, a cigarette hanging from his lips, coldly assessing the situation. The effect varied from person to person. Of course, a person's mental fortitude and magic resistance could lessen the skill's impact. But compared to the beasts from my past life, this thing was a complete joke. Flicking away his finished cigarette, he knew without a doubt his experience was more than enough to win. To survive against countless ferocious monsters, I relied on combat experience, honing my senses to their absolute peak. That's why I laughed when that guy claimed fighting was just about predicting an enemy's next move. But now, I finally understand what he meant. He lit another cigarette, deftly dodging the creature's strike. Where it's about to move is where it's about to attack. I could anticipate its path, but it wasn't that simple. Hansu let out a cloud of smoke. If I hadn't invested in my strength and stamina, I'd never be able to dodge and counter like this. Still, fighting inside this altar was proving difficult. Considering his dwindling time and cigarettes, he knew he had to end this quickly. Just then, Park Soo-yeon's group finally arrived. They watched the battle from a safe distance. Park Soo-yeon breathed. Seeing it up close, his power is on a completely different level. The muscular man scowled in envy. To think he's fighting that thing alone. What a freak. He even has time for a smoke break. Park Soo-yeon chuckled. He must have been certain of his victory from the very beginning. But it looks like he's being pushed now. Time is running out. Honestly, he didn't even need to take our ancient runes, right? He probably just wanted to screw us over. Not quite. Without the stats from those runes, he might not have won. The gruff man grunted. Let's go. Move down quietly. Suddenly, Sang-jin yelled from the tower, Hansu, we're here to help. The shout startled Hansu so much, he dropped his cigarette. He glanced up, a look of pure shock on his face. Sang-jin continued, just hold on, we're coming down. Seeing this, Park Soo-yeon's face went pale. He hissed, what in the hell are you doing? I told you to be quiet. What if that thing spots us? Sang-jin just grinned in reply. Of course Hansu should know we're here. Park Soo-yeon fought back his rage. But when you scream like that, the monster knows where we are too. Sang-jin scratched his head, looking flustered. Oh, you're right. I didn't think about that. Park Soo-yeon turned away, sweat pouring down his face. He muttered, you didn't think? Of course you didn't. That absolute moron never thinks ahead. Sang-jin glanced over. Man, I feel kinda bad. Hemph, there's nothing more to say. Meanwhile, Perrin was whispering to the brawny man beside him. That fool delayed us, but don't worry. Once they've dealt with that flesh-eating beast and let their guard down, we'll eliminate them both. Neither of them will have time to notice us coming. He thought, a smug grin spreading across his face. And after watching that guy fight, he was certain of one thing. He's incredibly dangerous. He isn't human, not like us. He's a well-fed tiger, still just as deadly. A monster hiding its claws, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He isn't just strong. I can never forget what I saw that day. During the chaos of the first night, he wiped out that entire group without a shred of hesitation. In fact, it looked like he was enjoying it. I can't let a threat like that roam free. Once he's out of the picture, the rest of these losers and that girl, Min-hee, will all be mine. Min-hee will prove to be very useful. Park Soo-yeon was incredibly pleased with his scheme. Go down and check the situation. At this point, there's nothing left to worry about. The flesh-eating beast's movements were already slowing down, but Sang-jin seemed to notice something was off. He watched them descend the stairs, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. The brawny man shot Sang-jin an irritated look. That idiot's suddenly gone quiet. Just as suspicion dawned, a violent tremor shook the entire structure. A massive explosion ripped through the air. A frantic voice screamed, "Look out! It's coming down." The group scrambled in a panic, but a huge chunk of debris fell from above, completely destroying the staircase. Curses filled the air. Damn it! What the hell was that? Why did the stairs just collapse? They plummeted to the ground below, but miraculously, no one was seriously hurt. The brawny man coughed, covered in dust. He stood and surveyed the damage, thinking, we're trapped, but at least the monster is exhausted. Just then, the monster's tail lashed out, directing an intense pressure toward the newcomers. Then, it unleashed its unique fear skill once more. They cursed internally, damn, the pressure down here is nothing like it was from above. Now, trapped face to face with the beast, a wave of pure dread washed over them. Park Soo-yeon desperately calculated their chances. It's fine. We can't hurt it, let alone beat it. But we have Hansu. It's going to be okay. But where had he gone? Suddenly, the muscular man spotted Hansu on the stairs and screamed, "Where are you going?" Park Soo-yeon chimed in. "You should be down here helping us. If we work together, we can take this thing down quickly." A horrifying thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Don't tell me he plans to bail when we're this close to the end. Tossing his cigarette, Hansu looked down at them. That was the plan. But you all ruined it. Because of you, that monster has already recovered all its strength. Hansu thought about how he barely managed to dodge its attacks thanks to the cigarette's effect. He turned and walked up the stairs, done talking to them. There was no way they were strong enough to fight that thing. He glanced at the vial in his hand. Once it killed them all, how much paralyzing poison would he have left? Facing that flesh-eater again will be tough. I'll have to level up more and try again. Before leaving, Hansu told them, if you think you can, by all means, try to kill it. Below, Park Soo-yeon and his men roared, so you're just gonna tuck your tail and run. Have you forgotten your friend is down here too? Maybe we should use him as bait, huh? Bring that piece of trash to me. Where is he? They frantically searched for Sang-jin. From the top of the stairs, a voice called down to them. Looking for someone? Did you all assume I fell down there during the explosion? Realizing they'd been tricked, they seethed with rage. No wonder it had been so quiet. He destroyed the stairs because he was wary of us? The muscular man gritted his teeth and bellowed. I'm going to kill you. Sang-jin's voice dripped with provocation. If you've got the guts, then come and get me. But you don't really have time for that, do you? That monster is drooling, just waiting for you all to be frozen by fear. Only now did they realize the creature was staring at them with ravenous hunger. The monster was enjoying this. Park Soo-yeon screamed. If it recovers its strength, we're all dead. If you abandon us, things will only get worse for him. He shouted in desperation while his mind raced for a plan. We have to cooperate with this guy. It's the only way we'll survive. Hansu saw right through his intentions. You don't need to worry about the monster breaking the stairs, he said. Weren't you all willing to come in here and sacrifice yourselves? Hearing this, they froze in place, unable to believe what they were hearing. They began to tremble, recalling the words Fairy had spoken earlier. The method is simple. Just feed it 5 people each day. 5 people. Every single day. The monster lowered itself, its tongue lashing out to snatch them one by one. They screamed in pure terror, completely unable to resist. Hansu paid them no mind. I'm truly grateful for your spirit of sacrifice, he said. Turning from the altar, he came face to face with Sang-jin. Why would you do that? I know you had a reason for bringing those people here, but from now on, you better watch your mouth. Sang-jin lowered his head with a self-mocking laugh. I finally get it now. How I can be useful. He then looked Hansu straight in the eye. Now, use me as your tool, Hansu. Sang-jin's eyes suddenly lit up, fixated on him. The two stood facing each other. Hansu asked, You want me to treat you like a tool? Sang-jin immediately replied, why wouldn't I? Hansu placed a cigarette in his mouth. Sang-jin answered, sweat beading on his face, because I know your goal is different from everyone else's, because you're always able to see the bigger picture, and you never stop moving forward, he thought. I was certain after I saw him fight Jae-sung and those thugs. He had attacked them with overwhelming power, but he didn't kill a single one, even though sparing them could have caused him trouble later. Even after the altar appeared, no matter what anyone said, he could have easily eliminated them with force, but he didn't, which made him curious. I don't understand why you don't kill people, he said with a forced smile. Anyone can see that's not your true nature. Hansu just stood there in silence. Sang-jin pressed on, so please, use me. He desperately tried to convince Hansu, I'll do the dirty work for you. In exchange, take me with you. Or just let me follow you. Hansu turned his head to the side, a smirk playing on his lips. He finally spoke. I don't know about that. Not after the way you just handled things. Sang-jin clenched his fists tightly. This time. There was no other way to deal with them. You got dragged into it because of me. But I swear, I won't let anything happen to you next time. Then his voice rose to a roar. Next time will be different. I guarantee it. Just think about it again. Hansu turned his back and walked away, while the man continued to wail behind him. There will always be people who try to block your path because you stand out far too much. So for anyone you can't deal with yourself, I will eliminate every single one. That way you can focus on your goal. In return, I'll follow you and become stronger. He thought to himself, the faster Hansu gets stronger, the faster I can grow too. If I follow you. If you just tell me what you're aiming for. If you'll just let me come with you. He was still chasing after Hansu when he suddenly stopped and turned around. Hansu spoke. Even if I agree with you, what will you do if a situation arises where you can't join me? For example, what if you're forced to stay behind? As he stepped closer, the man's mind raced. This is a hint, which means something is going to happen in the second tutorial round. Then I'll just get stronger and come find you. After that, you can keep treating me as a temporary ally. A faint smile touched Hansu's lips. Go on down. Then he turned away again. The man thought, damn it, is he still refusing me? He lost his patience and yelled, Hansu, please give me one chance. I will make up for all the mistakes I've made until now. Hansu dropped his cigarette and crushed it under his boot. The man continued to beg, please, just use me. Don't get the wrong idea. Hansu's resolve seemed to soften, and he replied coldly, meet me here tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Then he pulled out another pack of cigarettes and added, because at that time, the monster down there will be gone. His words left the man both curious and stunned. Also, take all the runes from down there. You killed those 10 men, after all, so take their runes. With that said, Hansu turned to leave. I'm heading out. See you around. Right. See you later. Hopefully, we'll both be in a better mood. And with that, he was left standing there all alone. A sense of unease still lingered. I'm still not sure about him. As Hansu departed, he thought, but I'm definitely going to need him later. The voice of Valentine echoed in his mind. No matter what, you are returning to the past to save all of humanity. But the irony is, there will always be people who want to stand in your way. For times like those, you need to prepare a punisher. Someone who will act in your place. She believed that a punisher was an essential piece. One that not only Alice, but all the monarchs possessed. They are the ones who handle the dirty work for their monarch, helping them get closer to their ultimate goal. He thought back on her words and muttered to himself, in my past life, I was a punisher too. At first, I was planning on choosing Anvi Aaron, but I'll give this guy a chance. I don't know how much I can trust Sang-jin once the second tutorial begins. Everyone here will be forcibly teleported to different locations, and when that happens, he might just change his mind. But for 8 runes and a few cigarettes, if I can gain a useful punisher, this investment is more than worth it. Then, he smiled as if he had grasped a profound truth. He glanced down at the man's retreating figure, then quickly looked away. But if he fails, there's nothing I can do about it. For now, what I need to focus on is obtaining the hidden piece. I'll prepare myself perfectly once more and take it down to see what prize awaits me. He thought with grim determination. The condition for the second hidden piece is incredibly simple. Defeat the flesh-eating beast before it shatters the altar and escapes. He mused to himself after clashing with the monster. It's just that no one ever thought it was a condition that could actually be met. And then, a system notification appeared. Brilliant letters of light declared, hidden quest complete. He reached out for the glowing object. He stared, unable to believe his own eyes. What is this? He held the ring up before him. This is the ring of the vampire king, Narak. A grin spread across Hansu's face. That little brat. The monarch of fury. I always wondered where she managed to obtain this. So this is why no one else could ever find it. The ring of Numaha pulsed brightly. Hansu was completely captivated. There are countless ways to classify the grade of an artifact. However, the most important factor is always its color. A normal artifact's color can't compare to a high-grade one. But exceptions always exist, like the evolving runes created by travelers. These growth-type artifacts absorb runes and change their very color. He could already picture it. And among them, the greatest items are... Instantly, a powerful light flooded the distant platform, revealing a numbered series containing only the number 9. The Ring of Numaha, Clementine's signature artifact, is one of the numbered series. They were items of immense, special power in the past. Clementine was the one and only master of Numaha. That is why it was her symbol, unleashing the 8 great powers held within this ring. Any opponent would be torn to shreds. He thought, I can't believe I actually have this in my hands. He stared at the radiant ring. A triumphant smirk unconsciously spread across his face. Incredible. Then, he quickly slid it onto his finger. Considering the hell he went through for this, he knew it wasn't just some piece of junk. A wide grin spread across his face. But this was a numbered artifact. Just then, a system window materialized, displaying the ring's details. The Ring of Numaha. Grade, colorless. Currently, you can only unlock one ability. Hansu's curiosity piqued. The Ring of Numaha. Isn't it rumored to have 8 powers? Since it's still colorless, only one power is accessible. The system window updated. Power of Annihilation. It nullifies a target's trait or ability, including passives and skills, allowing you to directly impact the target. Once the duration ends, the effect is automatically removed. He thought to himself, just being able to shut down an enemy's skill is a massive advantage. But to use it effectively, at least one stat must be compatible with a colorless rune. So I'll need tons of magic runes to unlock all 8 powers and balance out my stats. I'll worry about that later. For now, I'll focus on mastering this one. With that, he moved onward. He casually slipped his hands into his pockets and walked away. From a distance, a voice called out to him. Hansu. Mihai ran over, her face lit up with a smile. I heard from Sang Jin. You're the one who killed that monster? But before he could answer, a deafening roar shook the very ground beneath them. Panic instantly washed over the crowd. Huh. Mihai stood frozen, completely stunned. It was the altar. A countdown timer appeared high above it, capturing everyone's attention. Then, just as suddenly, it vanished. It's gone now, he said calmly. Didn't I tell you before? I said I would take care of it, right? He leaned in close, invading her personal space. A deep blush crept across her cheeks. Flustered, she quickly turned away. Yeah. Watching from a distance, Sang Jin smiled to himself, so he actually pulled it off. My faith in him wasn't misplaced. Hansu turned to Mihai. The next training session won't start for a while. Then he turned to leave, his tone cold. Time to go hunting. But his words made her freeze in place. Hansu. I want to go my own way. Her words made him stop, turning back in surprise. Her head was bowed low. I'm not worthy of standing beside you. When I'm with you, I just end up depending on you. Thankfully, Sang Jin has already agreed to team up with me. Besides, I know a lot of other people here. Sang Jin chimed in to support her. She's very popular. Everyone really likes her. She felt a pang of embarrassment, but leaving him is for the best. Hansu, however, saw it differently. We would have separated once the training began anyway, so she's already thinking about standing on her own 2 feet. That's a good decision. His unexpectedly cold response took her by surprise. Wait, she called out. A determined smile graced her lips. The next time we meet, I won't be so weak. I'll see you then. A faint smirk played on his lips as well, and with that, he was gone. Of course, he called back over his shoulder. And Sang Jin, you said you wanted me to make use of you, didn't you? If you're serious about that offer, let me know. The choice is yours. Finally, Hansu had acknowledged him. Sang Jin's face lit up with pure joy. All his efforts hadn't been in vain. 1 week later, a booming voice echoed through the area. Have you all been waiting long? The second training begins now. The creature's eyes darted around maniacally. More survivors than I expected this time. But who really cares? This was all within my calculations anyway. All right then, time for a change of scenery. The being shot high into the sky, forcing everyone below to look up. Mihai, Hansu, and all the others stared in wonder. What's going on? There's a light beneath our feet. Fear gripped the crowd as people huddled together. Hansu quietly observed. It's finally starting. An intense pillar of light erupted, engulfing the entire space. As Hansu gently touched the ground, everyone felt a dizzying sense of vertigo. Where are we? A voice echoed from all around them. Is everyone present? Before we begin the second training, you must decide on the number of people. Someone muttered in confusion. The number of people? The voice continued, its tone growing colder by the second. From this moment forward, ensure that there are no more than 7 people per room. A system message rang out for all to hear. Ensure no more than 7 people occupy the same room. The trial will resume once this condition has been met. Confusion and dread spread through the room. Resume after the condition is met? Damn it, but... There are 8 of us in here, the voice chuckled darkly. I certainly don't mind if you reduce that number further. Each room may face a different scenario, but the required stats will be roughly the same. Isn't that right? Now, why don't you all have a little chat? Hannon thought to himself grimly. No wonder. I was just thinking things were going too smoothly. So what's our move now? And that strange, needle-like weapon of his. His gaze shifted, landing squarely on Hansu. So that's the one named Hansu. I haven't witnessed his skills firsthand, but he definitely looks like he lives up to the rumors. Just then, a woman named Jimin spoke up. Either way, the ones who remain will have to work together. That means someone has to be the one to leave, right? Since that's the elephant in the room, we might as well deal with it head-on. How about we start with introductions? A chance for everyone to prove their worth. To prove you deserve to stay. Suddenly, another man's voice cut in. I'll go first. A man named Desh declared, gazing at his glowing sword. I bet none of you have ever seen anything like this before, right? The name's Deshe. And I doubt a single person in this room has what it takes to bring me down. All eyes locked onto him. I'm no dead weight, Hansu thought. So that's his famous key art. It's a rune skill, one that uses magic to boost every single stat. It can even be used to enchant a weapon by shrouding it in magical energy. Without a doubt, key art is an incredibly unique and powerful skill to possess. Hansu watched the man's overflowing confidence, but nothing he could have found here should be that effective. Still, it was better than having nothing at all. Kang Min shot everyone an arrogant look. When it comes to important skills, I clearly have the biggest advantage. I'm Kang Min. I possess a recovery skill. Unprompted, Hannon also introduced himself again. I'm Hannon. I have a combat skill. He was trembling uncontrollably. Did you say someone has to die? We're a family. Please, just spare us. His desperate plea made everyone freeze for a moment. Dan Cheon's gaze shifted to Jimin. And you, my lady. If I recall correctly, you have yet to introduce yourself. You were the one who suggested this little game. Shouldn't you lead by example? The young woman simply smiled. My name is Jimin, and as for my skill. Suddenly, her expression darkened as she stepped forward. I'll show you right now. An inexplicable chill ran down Dan Cheon's spine. Why are you getting so close to me? You'll regret it if you rush at me so recklessly. She drew nearer, a horrifying smile spreading across her face. A razor-sharp blade lunged forward, followed by a crimson spray. She had stabbed Dan Cheon from behind, giving him no time to even gasp in pain. Everyone watched, utterly stunned by the scene, while the family of 3 trembled in pure terror. As Dan Cheon collapsed, she let out a single phrase. How lucky. She held up a pink gem, a triumphant smile on her face. I can't believe a skill rune actually dropped just like that. Oh my, I'll be taking this skill. She pointed at the gems that fell from Dan Cheon's body. As for the rest, you all can share amongst yourselves. Just like that, Han Cheon thought, his blood running cold. She took a life without a second's hesitation. That woman is completely insane. I need to be careful around her. Standing nearby, Hansu silently observed him. Hansu mused to himself. A powerful rune is wasted on an incompetent fool. This just made everything much easier. He glanced at the family of 3, shaking in the corner. People who were dead in my past are alive now. It seems the flow of time has already started to change. Things are progressing in a very interesting way. The guide, Fairy, appeared with a laugh. You've reached a party of 7 before any other group. Let's see. Excellent. Now, shall we begin the explanation? First, let me show you. In an instant, the world around them shifted. The path before you, Fairy announced, is the road to ascension. Your mission here is simple. For the next 3 months, you will do nothing but climb upward. Your destination is the dormant volcano at the center of the 2nd level. That will be your first objective once you clear this tutorial. And from there, a world of adventure will open up to you. I wish you all the best. With that, Fairy vanished, leaving the bewildered group standing alone. A scorching sun beat down on their every step as they trekked across a bridge. Seeing Hansu's incredible speed, Han Cheon called out after him. We're going to be together for a long time, so we should probably get to know each other. But before he could finish his sentence, Hansu had already disappeared from sight, enraging him. What's wrong with that guy? Why is he in such a hurry? Suddenly, the father of the family screamed. Wait, the bridge. It's collapsing. Behind them, the wooden planks began to fall away one by one. Run, he shrieked. They ran faster than they ever had in their lives, barely making a safe landing on the other side. Hansu turned his head, looking back at the others as they panted, out of breath. Fairy reappeared and said, Oh, that's right. Did I mention that the lower parts of the island will start to collapse over time? The bridges fall even faster, you know, so be careful. The group erupted in fury. You should have told us that from the very beginning. Hansu didn't seem to care in the slightest. He was about to walk off when Hannon called out to him again. Hey, where are you going? He demanded, glaring. That damned antisocial bastard. Jimin turned to Hannon and said, For now, let's just follow him and see what happens. He was immediately curious. What? Why? Who knows? She shrugged. But he seems so confident. Maybe he actually knows where to go. And so, the party continued their journey, venturing deeper into the wilderness. Hannon grew restless. We've been walking for hours now, and there hasn't been a single bridge. Does this guy really know where he's going? I don't know either. Now stop talking to me. These insects are so annoying, Han Cheon thought to himself. We've seen the same scenery for a while now, and there's nothing here. How much farther do we have to go? He curiously watched Hansu, who was chewing on something with puffed-out cheeks. What in the world have you been munching on this whole time? Hansu held out a piece of tree bark. If you eat this, it provides a slight anti-poison effect. Han Cheon was baffled. Why are you eating an antidote? Just then, a massive serpent materialized in the canopy, ready to strike. Seeing it, Hansu yanked him back by the collar. The man yelled, completely bewildered. What the hell are you doing? Its massive, fanged maw and flicking tongue were inches from his face when Hansu violently pulled him aside, saving his life. He stared wide-eyed at Hansu, a single thought racing through his mind. I see it now. The terror was still fresh, but curiosity was taking over. Hey, how did you know the thing was about to attack? Hansu, still chewing lazily on a piece of oak bark, gave a nonchalant reply. A superpower. The man blinked. A superpower. Just then, the serpent, impaled by a dagger, lunged forward with furious aggression and sank its fangs into his arm. Rage exploded within him. Damned, stubborn pest. He grabbed the monster's head, threw it into the distance, and drove his blade into its neck. The creature shuddered violently, but a second later, it rose again as if completely unharmed. A system window appeared. Adult Rune Serpent. Its temperament shifts based on the arrangement of the runes on its head. The runes change at random, causing unpredictable shifts in aggression. Panic began to set in. Damn it, they're relentless. They won't even give us a second to heal. That guy Hansu showed us how to trap them, but now I'm injured. I don't have the strength to pull it off. Worse yet, he spun around and roared at the others cowering behind him. Why aren't you fighting? Stop hiding back there. Get up here and help us fight. The father from the family tensed up. I'm sorry, please. You have to understand. I have to protect my family. I can't take that risk to help you. The man thought bitterly. To hell with your family. We're the ones on the front lines, fighting to make sure none of us die here. His eyes then fell on Kangmin, leaning nonchalantly against a tree. And what about you? You don't have any family to protect. Can you guarantee I won't get injured if I fight? And if I'm not here, who's going to heal all of you? The man's blood boiled. Is that sword just for decoration? Of course it is. You're a damn healer. Kangmin spoke up coolly. Let me make you an offer. If you want me to heal you with about 3 powerful runes, you'll have to pay me for it. 1.5 agility points or 1 mana will do. Kangmin's words left the man completely stunned. This damn scumbag, he turned to Jimin. Are you just going to stand there and let this happen? Jimin shot back. And what do you expect me to do? The father then approached Kangmin. Please, take this rune. And heal my wife. Hannon felt a deep sense of dread. He thought to himself, am I the only one who sees how screwed we are right now? Kangmin finally broke the silence. Well, what are you just standing there for? Get over here already. The man thought, that bastard's only acting high and mighty because he has a healing skill. My luck is trash. I ended up with a team of useless strangers. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Cheon, can you hear me? It's Dunghan. How's the area you just reached? Don't even ask. How are things on your end? My side, it's not too bad. Looks like there's a rescuer up top, so clear a path and make your way up, and try to find some new allies to help you on the way. He rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. I'd love to, but our own group has to get stronger first, right? Just hang in there. He relayed the situation to his team. I don't know who among these people is even capable of coming with me. The guy claiming to have a superpower, this sword-wielding lunatic, the cunning healer, or that useless family of 3. The voice on the other end replied, Isn't surviving the only thing that matters right now? For now, I'll put recruiting on the back burner. Captain, I'll report to you later. Hansu's gaze shifted towards him, he thought. Their monarch traits are developing too quickly. It's because of a core aspect of the player trait, a power that all monarchs, like Ease and the Monarch of Fury, possess. It's the ability to lead a party and amplify their strength. A monarch bestows a unique symbol upon their party members. Those who share the same symbol can form a mental link. They can communicate telepathically, which dramatically increases their combat synergy. However, the number of people a monarch can recruit is limited, he thought. But right now, everyone is scrambling to recruit members. If I have to compete with them directly, it's going to be a struggle. He picked up a shimmering white stone from the ground. Ultimately, if I want people to follow me, I have to be strong enough to actually support them. The ground was littered with the corpses of dead serpents. Someone let out a sigh of relief. Looks like their numbers are finally thinning out. But this doesn't mean we're safe. Fewer monsters could mean we're entering the territory of a much more powerful boss. The sound of steady footsteps echoed. It was Hansu, fearlessly advancing on his own, clearing a path as he walked. We're approaching the mutant rune serpent's lair. He thought to himself, finally, I'm getting close to the real reason I came here. The serpents here. They seem far more powerful than the ones we fought yesterday. A colossal serpent coiled around a massive green orb. Its immense body twisted, a truly terrifying sight. An adult ancient tongue serpent. Suddenly, one of the men held them back. Hold on, he said to Hansu. Do you seriously think we have to fight that thing? I'm sure it won't attack if we just keep our distance. Why don't we just get out of here? Hansu shot back. If you want to run, then run. I'll take it on myself. I don't mind if the rest of you climb ahead to get away from it. No, that's not what I meant. We're supposed to stick together. Why are you choosing a suicidal mission like fighting that thing? Hansu scoffed. You seem to have a few things confused. I was never with your group, he told them flatly. We're just heading the same way. Our paths were always meant to diverge. Well, then I guess my hands are tied. Wait, so who's going to be the fighter in our party now? Jimin turned to the man. I mean, it's not like we can force him to stay with us. Or are you planning on staying here and following him around? The man froze, a look of pure panic on his face. Let's just get going. Hanan instinctively glanced toward Hansu. As he walked, he thought to himself, he's just as stubborn as the rumors say. But I can't just leave him like this. Kangmin called out to him. What are you waiting for? If you're trying to figure out how to get him to join us, just give it up. But why? Hanan asked. Everyone else has needed my healing so far, but not him. He hasn't needed healing even once. Exactly. It's terrifying, Kangmin explained. He acts like these life or death battles are just a walk in the park. Guys like that don't listen to anyone. And from what I've seen, guys who insist on fighting alone, they don't tend to live very long. He's so skilled, yet we can't get him to join our party. What a waste. He seems like a handful, anyway. Back with Hansu, the serpent suddenly lunged, shattering the oak bark in his hand. As his ancient tongue magic flared to life, he dodged out of the way. But once it senses my ancient tongue is gone, once it thinks the threat has vanished, it will strike without hesitation. Its eyes began to glow, a strange rune shimmering on its head. Fearless, Hansu charged forward, driving his spear straight into its massive body. He thought to himself, it's stronger and faster than a Lin serpent, but it's nothing compared to that carnivore beast from before. The monster was completely unharmed, blocking his path. When it gets hit, its ancient tongue rune shifts, activating a defensive state that hardens its scales. My attacks will be weakened, dragging this fight out needlessly. It won't put me in any real danger, but it's a pain, especially if something unexpected happens. Still, the method to defeat it is simple. Focus on that cluster of trees in the middle of the clearing, the ones that look like a nest. I'll ignore the serpent's attacks and aim for that spot first. As he charged forward, its instincts would take over. It would lower its defenses to protect its nest, and in that moment, its weak point would be exposed. The great serpent's maw gaped open like a cavern, but Hansu was faster, darting forward and seizing the advantage. He used its body as a foothold, unleashing a series of swift strikes, before landing gracefully on the ground. Got it. As the beast collapsed, he casually got to work. Heh, that was faster than I expected. Lying next to the monstrous serpent were its eggs, the eggs of an ancient tongue-eating serpent. He carefully picked one up. He placed it beside a white gem he possessed. It was so tiny compared to its adult form. Suddenly, cracks began to spiderweb across the egg's surface. A tiny pinpoint of light appeared from within. It looked like the eye of the hatchling, a juvenile ancient tongue-eating serpent. The shell shattered, and the tiny serpent slowly emerged. Holding it in his palm, Hansu began to think. These hatchlings have a unique trait. They hunt down ancient tongues and immediately spit them back out. He thought, all right, little guy, eat up. It consumes any 3 ancient tongues and spits out 2 specific ones that its owner desires. For most people, trading 3 for 2 would be a net loss. But Hansu smiled, stroking the creature in his palm. You can eat whichever ones you want, as long as you spit out the exact ones I need. Good boy, he resolved. Right now, I need to focus on boosting my magic and my physical damage resistance. Then, he let the tiny serpent crawl into his sleeve. You can rest for now, he thought. With this little guy's help, I can definitely reach my goal. Should I get started right away? Meanwhile, the family of three had broken off from the main group. The father nervously studied a map, while his wife and child huddled together, trembling in fear. "Daddy, where are we going?" "Quiet," the man snapped, his eyes glued to the map in panic. "This island map we got from the last room. It doesn't show any of the detailed terrain. We can't just move recklessly when we have no idea what's waiting for us. Where can we possibly go to be safe? If only the others hadn't left us behind." Suddenly, his wife cried out in alarm. "Honey, did you hear that? Over there. Is it a monster? Or maybe another survivor?" Though he was shaking with fear, the man stood protectively in front of his family. "Get behind me." But it was just Hansu, parting the bushes to look through. "Hansu, you came back." He stepped into the clearing, curious. "What are you three doing out here? Did you run away during your fight with that serpent?" Hansu replied casually. "I already took care of it." The man gasped, thinking. He defeated that monster, and all he has to show for it is that tiny scratch. How much time has even passed? Then he asked, "But where's everyone else?" "Them?" The old man began to recount what happened. At that moment, he was in shock. "What are you people talking about? What do you mean, leave this place? If we split up, it'll be far too dangerous for us. Please, don't do this. There's no reason for us to fight amongst ourselves." A man named Hannon sneered back, "So you just want to relax and hide behind our backs?" "That's right." Jimin chimed in. He's got a point. A huge number of players have already been eliminated. It's a pain having useless baggage slowing us down. Kangmin added his voice to the chorus. "I don't care who gives me their ancient language, but it's obvious I should be finding powerful ones for myself to get stronger. I can't let the weak leech off of me." The old man looked defeated. That's what he said before going his own way. They even blocked the path so we couldn't follow. The main character's anger flared. "Those heartless monsters," he seethed. "How dare they look down on people like that?" Before the man could finish, he was already walking away. "Hey, where are you going?" "I'm older than you, and I'm still talking to you." He replied coldly. "We're moving. We're wasting too much time." His wife watched, confused. "Honey, we haven't even finished talking." But Hansu was already gone in a flash. The other family quickly started to follow him. He glanced back, curious. "What do you think you're doing?" The man answered. "Didn't you say from the start you wouldn't go with us? You go your way, and we'll go ours." The main character walked off, thinking to himself, "What a ridiculously stubborn argument. Whatever. Do what you want. I'm fighting alone anyway. This might get a little tricky. Still, my stats are in peak condition." He crouched down to feed his baby serpent. He thought to himself, "It was definitely a smart choice. To boost my debuff resistance and physical defense first." A system window displayed his information. Thanks to this, fighting solo had become much easier. The family watched his every move with fascination. He pulled out a knife. "I need to butcher what's left for food." The little girl thought, "He's getting stronger and stronger. It's incredible. It's lucky he's not interested in our ancient language. Should we be fighting recklessly like he is?" The man wondered aloud. "Calm down, dear," his wife cautioned. "It's not wise to needlessly interfere in his battles. Just being together as a family like this is a blessing from the gods. If we just stay safe, we can get stronger later." "Okay, let's follow him." The three of them hurried after him. They were filled with curiosity. Where is he going? A tunnel. Seeing him enter a pitch-black opening, they followed without hesitation. Stepping inside, the man couldn't hide his amazement. "This is our destination?" he shouted with joy. "We're safe. We're still alive." "Honey, you were amazing." The other survivors turned to see what the commotion was about, their eyes filled with curiosity. Hanchan stared at Hansu, thinking. He survived all alone and came back in pretty good shape. The rumors that he fought those beasts by himself must be true. His assistant, Fairy, exclaimed in awe. "Look at you all, arriving late and making such a racket. Anyway, you're the last ones. Time to close the gate." Instantly, a massive sound echoed as the cave entrance was sealed shut. The voice continued, "All of you, prepare yourselves for a large-scale event. Welcome to the first floor dock. There are still about 75 of you alive. That's good. Lucky there weren't more casualties. This special event is a war for tickets. You will use these tickets to move from this crumbling first floor island to another. Of course, some islands will be swarming with monsters and surrounded by lava, but if you're lucky, you might land on a central island or a southern island overflowing with treasure. But just traveling would be boring, wouldn't it? So, I've prepared a few rules for you. Each boat is only allowed 3 people, and you will need at least 3 tickets for the boat to depart. However, if 3 people use 3 tickets, each person will be randomly teleported to a different island. It could be an outer island or a central one. If 2 people use 3 tickets, you can travel to the same island together, but you won't be able to choose your destination. However, if one person uses all 3 tickets, They can go wherever they wish. The islands will collapse starting from the outer rim, and each island's difficulty varies greatly. So, a more advantageous position is better, right? Please refer to the island map for details. You have about 30 minutes until the entire first floor collapses. There are a total of 25 boats placed around the crater. Shall we begin? You all understand the situation, don't you? Survive at all costs. It makes the competition more fun. All hell broke loose. They lunged at each other, ready to tear each other apart for tickets. Give me your tickets. How could you betray me? Please, don't leave me. He looked at the chaos unfolding before him with disgust. This descent into madness was inevitable. Just then, a voice called out his name from the crowd. Kang Hansu. The man dropped to his knees on the ground. I'm begging you, he pleaded in agony. Just this once. Save me. No. Please, save my family. The man was now desperately begging for his life. We need more tickets if we want to reach the central islands safely. You're incredibly strong, so getting tickets should be easy for you, right? Just snatch a few from someone else and bring them to us. It's that simple. But beneath his groveling, a despicable thought took root. If he bowed low enough, this man could be his easy ticket to the central island. He bent down low, his voice booming with false sincerity. You're going to save innocent lives, aren't you? Hearing these hypocritical words, Kang Hansu's eyes turned to ice. You're responsible for yourself. Worry about your own life and your own family. But the man shamelessly persisted. What's so hard about that? Come on, don't you feel any pity for us? Hannon strode forward and commanded, shut your mouth. He then shot a vicious kick into the man's chest, sending him flying. Grabbing him by the collar, Hannon turned to Kang Hansu and sneered. He talks too much. It's annoying. Are you just going to stand there and listen to all this? All you need to do is take their tickets and end this farce. He stepped closer to Kang Hansu, his voice dropping. Kang Hansu, let me make you a proposition. Join me? No, join us. I'll even give you a ticket if you need one. Honestly, even though they're my team, I can't stand a single one of them. You can see why, can't you? You're just as strong as the rumors say. So why don't you join those who are on your level? As he spoke, he raised a gloved fist, revealing a glowing blue emblem. Hannon continued, this is my awakened team power. It's a bit different from a normal skill. It makes the entire team stronger. As long as the leader approves, you can have it too. He held out his hand toward Hansu, a clear invitation to join his ranks. I've already told him about you. He'll definitely agree. It's a real pain going alone, isn't it? This is about more than just the next destination. Before he could even finish, Kang Hansu coldly shook his head. No, I refuse. The color drained from Hannon's face. Yeah, I knew you'd. Wait, what? As Hansu turned to leave, Hannon quickly tried again. Wait a second, we're completely different from these weaklings. You probably don't understand the true value of a team and how much power it can give you. Hearing this, Hansu couldn't help but think back to his old comrades. I understand it all too well. The bonds we once shared. But this time, I have a new objective. And I will accomplish it completely alone. Seeing Hansu's unwavering resolve, Hannon's expression twisted with impatience and anxiety. So you're just going to defy me? Damn it, then I have no choice. Here, take it. He threw a ticket at Hansu's feet. I stole it from that pathetic fool. The man who was robbed cried out in despair. My ticket. Hannon just scoffed arrogantly. It's a shame you refused. But I can't just ignore someone as strong as you. I've always wanted to work together. I'm going to meet the others on the central island, so consider this an early gift. I'll see you again for sure, and I'll ask you one more time. As he spoke, he shot Hansu a final, confident glare over his shoulder. Kang Hansu stared down at the ticket on the ground, thinking, it's useless. That doesn't matter anymore. A blonde-haired man spotted the ticket and shouted, look, there's a ticket at his feet. Others quickly joined in. Isn't he going to pick it up? Then get it. In an instant, the crowd swarmed forward like beasts that had spotted their prey. One man snatched it, roaring, this is mine now. Another man, a second too late, screamed back, no, it's mine. Give it back. But the first man was ferocious. Hell no, I'm not giving it back. You want to die? Seeing her father being attacked, Cha-eun rushed forward and grabbed the man's arm, shouting, Dad. Her father, now terrified, pleaded, please, just let me go. Seeing the girl, the attacker became even more enraged, grabbing her by the collar. What? Are you this old geezer's family? Is that it? Fine, then you can both die together. A moment later, Cha-eun's father let out a scream of agony. No, Dad. Suddenly, a voice called out from the crowd. It was Fairy. Big brother. They knew how to herd families together, forcing them to watch these horrific scenes. It was exactly what they wanted. No matter how hard anyone struggled here, even their deaths were already staged. Just then, a voice spoke from behind Kang Hansu. Why did you refuse Hannon's offer earlier? He turned to see S. Jimin. He answered calmly, personal reasons. What do you want? Hearing his blunt reply, she slowly pulled off her glove and smiled. I'd like to make you an offer as well. She raised her hand, revealing the distinct insignia of the family clan alliance on its back. Jimin said, come with me. Without a word, he coldly turned away. But she seemed unwilling to give up, her smile never faltering as she continued. Hey, I figured you'd say that. But before you go, I have one question. You're not here on some mission where you can get distracted by things like compassion, are you? Her eyes held a deep, knowing look. I have a feeling you don't have that much compassion to spare. Hearing those words, his eyes turned to ice. A bitter smirk played on his lips. Pity, he thought. A cold realization washed over him. Those who couldn't make it onto the ship were already dead. In the end, only one vessel remained, a prize for every soul here to fight over. Whatever fate befell the islands behind them was a story they would never live to hear. And even for those who escaped, survival was far from guaranteed on the treacherous island ahead. The desperate pleas of the fallen echoed in his mind. Please, take me with you. Hansu, you know me, don't you? Please, just this once. You have the power to save us. He knew there were countless people he should have saved, but in this multi-island training zone, the monsters were just too powerful. He couldn't save them all. That's why he had to do what was necessary. Because if he were to fall here, everything would become meaningless. He remembered his only reply. I'm sorry. He knew all too well the fate awaiting those who couldn't advance to the next island. They would be dissolved by the rising toxic tide. And all he could do was stand there and watch. His voice was firm. Everyone can hate me as much as they like, but instead of letting them use you until you're nothing but a corpse, I offered my own kind of mercy. He then looked up towards the sky. Fairy's voice cut in. You're quite something. I never expected you'd have the courage to do that. It's a bit of a shame it ended so easily for you. But then again, you are the new rising star. And don't worry, we never spread rumors about what people do to survive. A wicked grin then spread across its face. I will be waiting for you on the central island up ahead. Hearing this, his resolve hardened. He would not regret his choices. He wasn't here to save everyone, but to achieve ultimate victory. His will could not be shaken. He had to keep moving forward. The next target, the central island. An announcement suddenly boomed across the island. Excellent. All 1,921 adventurers have made it this far. Welcome to the land of opportunity, the central island. On the central island, there were 3 crucial objectives. Defend the castle, protect the crystal inside, and grow stronger by training in the underground dungeon. And finally, the monsters are coming. At that exact moment, a horde of skeletons began scaling the fortress walls. Panic erupted among the defenders. Stop them, I said, hold them back. We don't have enough people here. The skeletons charged forward, a merciless tide of death without emotion. They slaughtered the island's defenders, as the announcer's voice calmly continued. If you can just hold out, you can overcome this. Daylight is approaching. Hang in there. A man struck down by a monster cried out in agony. I can't do it. How can they expect us to survive this for a whole month? Somebody, save me. A voice roared from somewhere in the chaos. Maintain the defensive barrier. His command was followed by a piercing scream. Elsewhere, a hand slammed down hard on a table. We need to establish some rules. Our defensive line was almost completely destroyed in a single day. The losses are huge. How much longer are you all going to just stand by and watch? If this continues, we won't just fail to protect the crystal. We'll all be slaughtered by that horde of monsters. The man speaking was Park Dong-guk, the master of the MK clan. A brown-haired man, and Do-hyun of the Wejong clan, spoke up. Shouldn't we wait until the other clan masters arrive? Hong Xie, master of the Noah clan, calmly replied. All the people with real power are already here, so it's fine. Lee Guk-pyo, master of the Smog clan, then asked, so what are we supposed to do? Park Dong-guk was quick to answer the question. Our biggest problem is the lack of bodies on the front line. Therefore, we must bring the unaffiliated adventurers here, even if we have to force them. Hong Xie raised a question. But we don't have anything to bind these free adventurers, do we? Park Dong-guk replied. Then we'll solve it with force. I don't think words are going to work. The next attack wave hits in 3 hours. We have no guarantee we can even hold them off this time. Are we just going to let it happen? Lee Guk-pyo spoke up at this moment. What if our clan alliance deploys its own members? Can you guarantee we'll succeed? And what about the casualties? The underground dungeon is already a massive problem. Because their numbers have grown too large, they can now rival the total number of members in our clan alliance. Those people have created a group called the Dungeon Alliance. How amusing. Ever since they began to act, things have spun out of our control. Can the clan alliance, which is only focused on defense, truly handle them? After hearing this, Park Dong-guk spoke softly. Then, what if we let the other clans face the monsters on the front line first? And Do-hyun shot up in shock. If we send them all to the front, who will defend the castle. If that's the plan, Hongxia thought to herself, then the lesser clans should be the first to suffer the losses. All they ever do is bicker about their selfish desires. It's pure chaos. Damn it all. In the beginning, everyone helped defend the walls. Our very survival depended on it. But then, people returned from the dungeons with legendary items, overflowing with power, and they started abandoning their posts. She stressed that protecting the crystal stone was their absolute top priority. Just then, the door swung open and Jimin walked in, her sweet voice filling the room. Xia looked utterly exhausted by the interruption. Not now, Jimin. I'm dealing with a massive headache. But CEO Jimin just smiled cheerfully. The important news is that I won't be teasing you anymore this week. I received a report. Someone went berserk after a clash with the Dungeon Alliance. At these words, Hongxia's eyes shot wide open. What? Suddenly, a terrified scream echoed from outside. Help me! The cry jolted everyone to their feet. Calm down. When did I ever say I wasn't going? I just plan on hunting for 2 more days. I'll join when I'm stronger. Let's discuss this properly. Meanwhile, down below, a terrified man was kneeling, begging for his life. The words barely left his lips before a blast of magic shot forward, piercing straight through his chest and sending him sprawling in agony. A cold voice echoed from the shadows. It's too late for that. Starting tomorrow, everyone fights, both up here and in the dungeons. You slacked off today, so tomorrow, you'll work twice as hard. The man scrambled backward in fear. Stay away from me. He watched him, thinking. I can sense his stats are lower than mine. So that must be the reason I can't win. Something isn't right. He spoke with cold confidence. Give me a weapon. One of the thugs sneered. The bald-headed man exploded with rage. You bastard. Who do you think you are, giving us orders? He gripped his blade and charged, roaring, die. The main character simply watched him approach, a single thought crossing his mind. So the knife has a berserker and sharpness effect, huh? A pretty decent item, completely wasted in the hands of a useless fool. As he lunged, the crowd roared, kill him. Yeah, finish him. But his charge was met with a single, devastating punch straight to his gut. The bald man's entire body trembled, his mind reeling in utter disbelief. The knife's effect. It's gone. Why can't it even pierce his skin? This bastard. Just how high is his defensive power? The main character then asked calmly, is it my turn now? Instantly, the brute's face twisted in agony as he let out a horrifying scream. The man collapsed to the ground. The hero feigned concern. You know, it's pretty hard trying not to kill you. But what can I do? You're useless. However, you are still a valuable resource here. And I figured you all wouldn't listen to words alone, right? Hearing this, the faces of the entire gang of thugs instantly twisted with fear. Kang Hansu continued coldly. I only have a few things left to do, so I suggest you all watch yourselves. Up on the ramparts, Xia and Park could only watch in stunned amazement. Just who in the world is that guy? Back in the meeting room, the atmosphere was heavy. This time, Kang Hansu was present, and Anne and Xia couldn't hide the worry on their faces. Park thought to himself, so that's the guy Hang Qian mentioned, but why is there a demonic beast on his shoulder? Kang Hansu broke the silence. Starting tomorrow, the Dungeon Alliance and the Family Alliance will cooperate, alternating between hunting and defense. If anyone has any objections, speak now. After all, without my help, you can't control them anyway. So whether you're fighting in the dungeons or defending the castle, take as many of them as you need. Just be sure to reward them when they return. I will personally guarantee they follow your orders, so there won't be any problems. Xia listened, her mind racing. This plan benefits the families, not him. What is he really after? Lai finally asked, what do you want? A sinister grin spread across Kang Hansu's face. There are a few people who aren't part of this plan. If we don't understand your true motive, a man as powerful as you will only cause trouble here. Are you sure you don't have some other agenda? Kang Hansu replied. As long as the basic principles are followed, no one will have a reason to object. Lai pressed on. Who knows? What if you suddenly change your mind and destroy the family alliance? Hearing this, Kang Hansu wasn't angered in the slightest. Instead, he calmly rose to his feet. I have no interest in these petty debates. But if you're that worried. He then activated his skill and vanished into thin air. This shocking move stunned everyone. Park yelled, he's gone. Xia immediately took a fighting stance. He's about to attack. Prepare for battle. Lai, however, just scoffed angrily. It's just a simple stealth skill. You can't have moved far from that spot. But just as he was about to draw his sword, Kang Hansu's voice echoed behind him. You're mistaken if you think I can't attack you. At that moment, Lai felt the cold steel of a blade press against his throat. Lai froze, his mind reeling in absolute shock as he thought, This isn't just a simple stealth skill. It can even deceive my senses. I can't believe he tricked me and slipped behind me so effortlessly. Kang Hansu's voice cut through the tension. Before I arrived, I experienced exactly what your people have been doing out there, so don't even think about trying to fool me." At that moment, Lai collapsed to the ground, causing his men to cry out in alarm, "Master!" They immediately moved to protect him, but Kang Hansu calmly stated, "Relax. I have no intention of starting a war with you. The current situation demands that we form an alliance against those monsters, doesn't it? So let's try to work hard. I want to do my part here so I can get out of this alive, too." With that, he walked out of the meeting room, his mind racing. The two factions had always been enemies. An alliance would be difficult, but he didn't have time to go easy on them. This was just the beginning. What came next would be far more difficult. Jimin stepped in front of him, her voice smooth. "Wait, if you leave just like that, I'll be quite sad. I want a different answer from you this time. What do you say? I've asked you before, haven't I? About joining our guild." Jimin moved closer, invading his personal space. "This time, I'm making a formal offer. What do you think? It must be lonely exploring all by yourself. Or is there already someone in your heart?" She shot him a knowing glance. "I heard that at the South Station. You were with a girl named Mi. Hi." Seeing no reaction, she thought to herself, "No response. Guess not." Jimin's expression immediately brightened, a stark contrast to a moment ago. "Then there's no problem, right? It would be wonderful if you joined." Before she could finish, he brushed past her without a word. Jimin was stunned. "What is this? Are you not even going to pretend to listen to me?" Kang Hansu felt a wave of exhaustion. He needed to get to the city wall. Jimin's frustration boiled over as she yelled, "You annoying bastard." All he did was sigh. Down below, at the base of the wall, Hang Chan's voice rang out, "Everyone, gather around. We need more relief supplies here. Anyone with support skills, this way." A voice called out from behind, "Sergeant, the southern city wall has been mostly secured." He immediately replied, "Good, the injured fall back. The rest of you, take a break. What's our guild's status?" The young man quickly responded, "Our defense is much better than last time. We've assigned positions to everyone without any delay. The allies from the shelter were uncooperative at first, but they still performed well. Thanks to them, we didn't suffer much damage." Hearing the report, the sergeant broke out in a cold sweat. In a situation like this, they couldn't afford to let their guard down. Against the monster guarding that defensive line, did they even have another choice? It was shocking to watch that man handle so many monsters by himself. Kang Hansu had just finished wiping out another horde. Hang Chan thought to himself, if he were just a little more polite, I would have already invited him to the guild. He remembered all the previous times he tried to recruit him, only be completely ignored. So, is this finally a fair trade? Is it? If things continue like this, we can hold the wall indefinitely. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, "Wait, Sergeant, there's a crack in the sky." From the heavens, a pair of cunning eyes peered down. A creature named Fairy flew out, smiling brightly. "All right, everyone. Have you been waiting for me long? Did you enjoy your 2-day break?" Hang Chan's face paled with dread. Damn it. Whenever that twisted demon shows up, it's a terrible omen. Fairy continued cheerfully. "Now, for all of you who are getting bored, we're about to start the main event. Starting today, demons will begin appearing in the defense battle. Now, demons are much stronger than those monsters, but don't you worry. The zombies you've been killing all this time drop nothing. But killing a single demon will drop a small crystal shard. This is a real opportunity for all of you. You can exchange these crystals for incredible artifacts in the exclusive shop here. And it's not just artifacts. You can also use crystals to buy an escape ticket and get out of this hellhole. Isn't that what all of you want more than anything?" After hearing Fairy's words, the crowd began to murmur with suspicion and hope. One person spoke up, "If we get crystals, we can really escape." Another added, "This is our chance. We have to take it." Fairy's voice boomed again, "So do your very best to collect those crystals." The moment it finished speaking, a blood-red gate tore open the sky. It radiated an overwhelming demonic power that blanketed the entire city. A monstrous hand with razor-sharp claws reached out, followed by a creature with a truly terrifying face. It let out a deafening roar, as if to announce its arrival to the world below. The defenders stared in absolute terror. Damn it, it's coming this way. The ferocious monster charged relentlessly towards the crowd. Panic set in as they screamed, "Someone, get out there and face it, model. We don't even know how powerful it is. But I want those item drops." But just then, a voice cut through the air. "Everyone, fall back." With his sword in hand, he leaped high into the air and dove straight for the monster. He unleashed a powerful slash, aimed right for it. The beast reacted instinctively, raising an arm to block the attack. The monster quickly conjured a sphere of demonic energy, preparing to blast him away. Not so fast. He instantly sliced the orb, deflecting it into the ground. He thought to himself, just as I predicted. Even if it's only a low-class demon, A normal attack won't be enough to deal critical damage. And I'm out of strength potions. I already boosted my defense and magic resistance with Serpent's Tongue, so my attack power is lacking. I'll have to rely on the artifacts from the dungeon. He then activated the Hunter's Swift Boots. The user's movement speed increases during combat. I'll overwhelm it with pure speed. He instantly shot toward the monster with incredible velocity. Raising his sword high, he brought it down in another vicious strike. The beast quickly raised both arms to parry the blow. What followed was a furious exchange of slashes and blocks between man and monster. A look of sheer determination crossed his face as he unleashed a mighty swing, carving a deep gash into the monster's chest. But the wound didn't seem to slow it down. The beast began to gather its demonic energy again, aiming a condensed blast right at him. Kang Hansu swiftly used his sword to block the attack, triggering a massive explosion. But he had used the first ability of the Ring of Numaha's destruction to negate the blow. It instantly nullifies one enemy's skill or ability on contact. On the city walls, the crowd was buzzing. He's fighting that demon all by himself. Han Chan spoke up, his voice filled with awe. Just how much stronger has he gotten? Park, standing beside him, said, "Get ready, Han Chan. We need to seize this opportunity, too." Han Chan looked back, confused. "Captain, are you saying we should join that battle?" "I'm not sure that's a good idea," Park replied coldly. "If we don't, other teams will." Then he commanded, "It's only one demon. Everyone, gear up." The others became incredibly excited. "I'll take it down. We're with you." Seo Jimin, who was observing from a distance, spoke. "I don't like this either, but should we join them?" Shai replied calmly, "No. Let's wait. I need to see the true extent of Kang Hansu's abilities." Back in the fight, he unleashed another strike. He'd already sensed the arrival of the other hunters and shot them a quick glance, thinking to himself, "How shameless. This demon will use its noble class special skills soon. I can't afford to be distracted by these other hunters." The monster seemed to become enraged, as waves of demonic energy began to radiate from its body. He pondered, but what's strange is that it still hasn't used that skill. Could it be a wide area of effect attack? He then shouted a warning to the others, "Get back. You can't handle this thing. If you want to live, get behind me." One of the hunters with brown hair spoke up. "I have a bad feeling about this. Shouldn't we fall back and observe?" A man with black hair strongly disagreed. "What are you talking about? We have to stay close so we can at least land the finishing blow and get the credit." The monster flashed a wicked grin, then immediately slammed its fist into the ground. It was the skill, Hellfire. Instantly, flames erupted everywhere. A shield user boldly stepped forward. "Don't worry, I can handle these flames with my new item. If I can land the final blow to kill it, the reward will be all mine." But in the next moment, the Hellfire engulfed his shield, burning right through it. Panic spread through the crowd as they screamed, "Run, help." The flames continued to spread, incinerating those who weren't fast enough. The terrified hunters yelled, "It's coming this way." Now, only he stood alone against the inferno. The ring on his hand began to glow. "Hellfire, huh? I wonder if I can make full use of this ring's power." At that moment, the sword in his hand began to emit a powerful, blue light. He unleashed the power of destruction, swinging a mighty blow straight at the monster that shattered the ground and sent debris flying everywhere. The crowd stared in disbelief. What was that? Did he just stop the flames with his sword? His sword strike had carved a massive fissure in the earth. He assessed the situation, thinking, "This monster is no pushover." He tightened his grip on his sword's hilt. "Right now, I'm the only one who can fight this demon and its 3 stages of hellfire." The monster, now wreathed in flames, charged straight at him with a triumphant glare. He focused, tracking its every move. The beast raised its fiery fist to deliver a devastating punch, but he was already prepared, lunging forward to meet the monster head-on. Lee was fighting off an intense, suffocating heat that radiated all around her. Seeing Kang Hansu in action, Lee couldn't help but ask, "Is he a player just like us?" She wondered silently. We all began at the same starting line. So, how did the gap between his power and ours become so immense? Just then, he raised his sword, effortlessly blocking the monster's attack. Lee's mind raced. "I have to come up with a plan, and fast. If this situation continues, I'll lose every advantage I have." A voice suddenly boomed from the base of the wall. "Prepare for the next monster wave. All guild members, assemble here. We need to fortify our defenses immediately." Jimin leaned against the wall, quietly observing everything. A voice suddenly whispered in her ear, "If you just wait for him, you won't accomplish a single thing today." Jimin turned and replied, "What do you mean by that?" Hang Chan explained, "I mean that waiting here is pointless. I've waited hopelessly for him countless times myself." Jimin stammered, Who are you waiting for?" Hang Chan sighed in frustration. "Who else could it be but Kang Hansu? You're following the orders of your king, aren't you? Every captain gives me these kinds of missions. It's just the 2 of us here, so you can speak freely." Are you aware that the Guild Alliance has been starting to fracture recently? You must know the reason why, right? Jimin glanced up and said, "Why are you telling me this?" Hang Chan continued, "Isn't it obvious? I'm talking about the offers from the opposing factions." Suddenly sensing something, he whipped his head around, making Jimin ask, "What's wrong?" Hang Chan hesitated. For a second, I felt like someone was watching us. Was it just my imagination? From her vantage point above, Lee looked down and murmured, "Kang Hansu is starting to manipulate more of the players. That's been happening for a while now. But he hasn't done anything out of the ordinary, has he? We haven't received any reports to the contrary." His subordinate spoke up, "We have people monitoring him at all times. But aside from hunting monsters and clearing underground dungeons, all he does is rest. Thanks to him, the battles here have gotten easier, but another problem has surfaced. The players who haven't joined a guild are constantly picking fights with our members over the rewards from dungeon raids." Lee listened, then said, "Just as I thought, a powerful player like him staying unaffiliated. It's only natural that other non-guild troublemakers would rally around his example. Even the Guild Alliance itself bends to Kang Hansu's will. That's why I've already made preparations." A sinister smile spread across his face. "If our authority is shaken, we'll lose all control over them, won't we? For the sake of our future plans, something like that can never be allowed to happen." A massive crowd of people began to file in. Standing above them, he announced, "Perfect timing. Everyone is here. Let's begin our discussion on the future of the Guild Alliance." Meanwhile, Kang Hansu had just finished slaughtering another horde of monsters. He pulled his sword from a corpse and declared, "This is useless now. Good thing I hit level 60. I can finally use that high-grade item sold exclusively at the Crystal Shop." The Crystal Shop. Most of its inventory is reserved for major guilds, and the items it sells have incredible effects. If these items fall into the hands of the guilds, they'll undoubtedly fight over them, starting countless pointless wars. "I have to buy as much as I can before they get the chance." He spoke aloud. "But there's an even bigger obstacle to deal with here." A system window appeared. Item exchange successful. 60 crystals have been deducted. A chain materialized before him, radiating a powerful, violet magical aura. "I can use almost any weapon, but it's always better to stick with what you know." It seemed he had exchanged his crystals for a wicked-looking chain scythe. A new notification flashed. Druss's trial has begun. His eyes hardened with determination. "Having this weapon will make the fight much easier. So, shall we give it a test run right now?" From a pit of sludge, grotesque monsters began to crawl out one after another. He was already in motion, practicing with his new weapon. He thought to himself, there are still 10 days left until the defense battle ends. Who will be the first one to shatter this peace and unleash a tidal wave of chaos in the time we have left? 10 days later, Fairy appeared once more and announced, "It seems the players are certainly making things interesting this time. For those who have survived the longest, we have prepared a special event." At that moment, a terrifying scream echoed from inside the fortress walls, catching everyone's attention. "What's happening? It's not time for the monster wave to start." Just then, the skeletal monsters everyone had already killed suddenly had glowing eyes again. The crowd panicked. What are those things? The corpses of the demons are piling up inside the fortress. Deep within, a colossal monster was absorbing their skulls. Someone's grand scheme has just begun. Inside the building was a gigantic, hideous beast, its long tentacles reaching out in every direction. It began to morph, and from within its core, a woman emerged. This was the final battle to vanquish the Demon King. A sinister grin spread across Artisvus's face as he erupted in chilling laughter. Outside the fortress walls, Fairy appeared once more. "If I were human," she mused, "I wouldn't get too close to these walls. There's no escape anyway. You have two choices. Stay here and face the coming undead onslaught, or flee using the escape crystal. And just a heads up, these zombies aren't like the last ones you fought. You should look forward to it. Or, if you'd rather not, you can always challenge the Demon King being summoned inside the fortress." A man with brown hair stared in shock. "The Demon King?" Another survivor cried out. "You never said anything about that." Hearing their outrage, Fairy casually pulled out a nail file, speaking with utter disdain as she worked. "I didn't want to bring out the Demon King," she sighed, "because there's a high chance you'll all just die. But what can you do? Far too many of you travelers survived until now, as you can clearly see. The crystal activates 30 minutes before the undead attack begins, and it can only take 500 people. Half of you will be left behind. However, if you defeat the Demon King, all of you can leave. Since this is a special event, I'll patiently wait for your answer." The morale of one survivor shattered. "Damn it, I thought we just had to survive for 1 month." Just then, a sharp clap echoed through the crowd. It was Lai who had spoken. "We will hold out for 30 minutes and escape using the crystal. All we have to do is endure. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The Guild Alliance will gather near the crystal. Everyone else forms the..." A voice suddenly shot back. You think we don't know you're just trying to save your own guild. The sheer hatred in the man's eyes caught Lee completely off guard, but Lai quickly regained his composure. Isn't a solid defense better than a reckless attack? We need a strategy to save the majority. The other man spat, spoken like a true king. You don't care what happens to the rest of us. You're only focused on saving the people you can control. Lai's voice turned to ice. Do you have a better plan? The demons from the first wave alone wiped out dozens of people with a single blow. How do you propose we defeat a demon king? Then, a malicious smile crept onto Lai's face. What about everyone else? Don't you all want to survive and make it to the next island together? You're just rushing to your deaths like moths to a flame. The man was left utterly speechless. Keon stood by, thinking to himself, it's over. The tide has turned. Our alliance with the Mist Guild guarantees our escape. At that moment, Kang Hansu stepped forward. The only way for everyone to escape is to hunt the Demon King. His words sent a shockwave through Lee and Keon. He continued, if we defeat him, everyone survives. Everyone gets to leave this place. Keon seethed internally. That bastard. He's interfering again. Lai retorted, and you're so confident that you'll survive? Kang Hansu sighed, completely unfazed. Who knows? But if we aim for that crystal, it's a guarantee that over 500 people will die. Possibly even more. A blonde-haired woman spoke up. In that case, we're with you. We never trusted those guild members anyway. There's no reason to side with them. Right? She asked her companion. The young man with brown hair thought helplessly. Of course I get roped in with this guy. Kang Hansu's party raised their hands, their determination shining in their eyes. Let's defeat the Demon King and survive together. Then, Shia's voice rang out. Then we'll join you too. We will fight alongside Kang Hansu. Seeing this, Keon's face twisted with rage. So, it has come to this, he thought. We have to stop him, even if it means by force. The key is to shatter their morale. Once the battle begins, it will be every man for himself. So if we can just ambush him. As if reading Keon's dark thoughts, Kang Hansu shot him an icy glare. Don't even think about it. His chain whipped out, shattering the tiles right at Keon's feet, making him jump back in shock. You won't like the consequences, Kang Hansu said coldly. Keon was frozen in terror by the overwhelming display of power. Lai broke the tension. For now, let's cooperate and wait for the perfect moment. We have time, after all. Besides, we're quite looking forward to this. His words spoke of teamwork, but his mind was already weaving a web of deceit. For now, we'll follow his lead, but our chance will come. Kang Hansu's voice boomed. It seems everyone has made their decision. But before we begin, let's settle this. He gripped his chain, taking a stance and aiming it at the escaped crystal. The chain slammed into the stone and cracked spiderweb across its surface. With one powerful tug, he shattered the crystal into a million pieces. Leah and Keon were completely stunned by this. Leah yelled out, "What in the hell do you think you're doing?" Kang Hansu heard her and replied calmly, "Because we're going into this fortress, no matter what, we don't need it. Leaving a way out will only make everyone's resolve weaker." After hearing this, the others agreed. He's right. We only look forward. Everyone, follow Hansu and let's defeat the Demon King. Let's follow Hansu. Hearing this, he continued, "Don't follow me. Look ahead for your own sake and fight for your own survival." The system's clock finally hit 0, signaling the start of the battle. The gate creaked open and everyone charged inside together. As he walked, Hannon looked around and said, "I can't believe it. This is the same fortress we saw from the outside." The interior was completely different. As the group ventured deeper, they found the halls lined with countless candles. Before them now was a long, dark corridor, its end shrouded in shadow. Hayoon was leading the way when he suddenly stopped, and a sense of dread washed over everyone. Then, the Demon King's haunting laughter echoed through the hall. "It's been a long time. You've come all this way seeking entertainment. I can't just let you leave now." As he finished speaking, the door behind them slammed shut. The group began to panic. The door is locked. A system notification appeared. The fortress has been sealed. At the same time, the castle began to shake violently. Cracked spiderweb across the floor. The ground itself was collapsing. A massive chasm ripped open in the floor, and from within it, a bony hand reached up. Seeing this, a man screamed in terror. Something's climbing out. In the next instant, a horde of demons with razor-sharp teeth surged from the pit, lunging at them. The targeted man was frozen in fear. He squeezed his eyes shut and screamed for help, just as a chain flew from nowhere and knocked the monster away. Gripping his weapon tightly, Kang Hansu commanded, "Stop panicking. These bastards are no different from the enemies we've fought before." He then looked back at the terrified man on the ground. "Calm down and pick up your weapon." Turning his head to survey the battlefield, he quickly sized up the situation. "That's right. The real problem is that thing up ahead. To fight the Demon King, we have to get through that gate first." The ground suddenly rumbled violently, and 2 small pillars of purple fire erupted from the floor. pillars of fire. He instantly recognized the danger and shouted, "Everyone, get back." A colossal monster clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive sword appeared. It was a summoned gatekeeper demon. It opened its blazing red eyes. And now, there wasn't just one, but two of them. Seeing them, the crowd cried out, "Demons are crawling out of the flames." The two gatekeeper demons stood like monolithic statues before the entrance, letting no one pass. "Out of the way," one of them bellowed. They swung their swords with wild aggression, destroying the nearby surroundings as a warning. "To pass, you'll have to go through their corpses." Hayun took a step back, assessed the situation, and began giving orders. "We have two enemies at once. We'll split up and handle them," he commanded. "Those in charge of buffs, fall back to the rear. Long-range attackers, move to the front. The rest of you, deal with the smaller monsters in the area." But a member of the mist team suddenly objected to the plan. "Wait, if we rush in recklessly now, we could put all of us in danger." Ignoring the warning, Hansu crouched and leaped forward to attack, leaving only his words behind. "The left side. I'll strike first." The man tried to stop him but could only shout in vain, "Hey." As he attacked, Hansu made a silent assessment. "It's modeled after the Gatekeeper of Hell. It's much weaker, but its movements are similar, which means I can predict them." His long chain shot forward, flying straight for the Gatekeeper demon, but the creature swiftly raised its sword and deflected the chain away. Far from being surprised, Hansu simply broke into a confident smile. "More importantly, I can now fully utilize the power of Decratos. The chain can extend for meters, and I have access to all of its skills." He then roared, "Power of Decratos." His chain began to glow, extending to an impossible length as it wrapped around the demon and its sword, suppressing its movements. Under that immense power, the Gatekeeper demon couldn't resist and was forced down onto one knee as the chain tightened its grip. By binding the enemy and using suppression, it continuously absorbs their magic and casts a curse that weakens their stats. It consumes my own magic to use, but at this level, this is more than enough to handle it. After immobilizing the Gatekeeper, Kang Hansu scowled and shouted at the others, "Are you all just going to stand there and watch?" The crowd was jolted back to reality, and one man stepped forward to answer. "He's right. We can't just stand here watching. Prepare to attack. Let's bring glory to our guilds." "Yes, sir," they all responded. The others immediately regained their fighting spirit. Shia, a member of the family alliance, brushed back her hair and commanded, "Those with low stamina, provide support from the rear." "Everyone, let's go." Simon replied with excitement. "All right, I'll go first then." Then, with a unified roar, they all raised their weapons and charged into the fray. A storm of attacks crashed against the Gatekeeper demon, setting off thunderous explosions, but the furious assault didn't leave a single scratch on the monster. Enraged, it tightened its grip on its massive sword. Ready to unleash, unholy flames began to flicker and crawl up its blade. Hansu instantly recognized that fire. Are they trying to summon an inferno? Just then, a violent tremor shook the battlefield, and the chains binding the demon began to strain. With a deafening roar, it burst free from the Decratos chains that once held it. Hansu surged forward, shouting orders to his comrades. "Do not stop the attack." He analyzed the situation in an instant. A single direct hit from that thing would be devastating. But if I can predict its movements, I can endure it. The chains lashed out again, wrapping around the Gatekeeper demon, as Hansu dove in for a critical strike. Watching this unfold, Jimin cried out in shock. "That's too dangerous. The flames will nullify your attack, Kang Hansu." But his words were lost to the wind. Hansu drove his weapon deeper into the demon's chest, drawing a gush of blackened blood. His arm trembled from the searing pain, but he held firm. "I just have to remove this one thing. This is the source of the inferno. The location of the Hellstone." The flesh on Hansu's hand was burning away inside the demon's chest, but he could feel it now. His fingers were brushing against the stone. With a final effort, he grasped the Hellstone, ripped it from the monster's body, and crushed it in his fist. The others watched, bewildered. What just happened? The flames surrounding the demon vanished. Hansu reminded them, "Didn't I tell you? Keep attacking. Don't worry about a thing and just hit it. It can't use its fire anymore." A desperate scream erupted from behind. "Kang Hansu, look out!" He leaped back, narrowly dodging a crushing blow from the Gatekeeper. Just then, everyone's attention shifted to the other demon, the one being fought by the unaffiliated members. A man from the Mist Guild turned and gasped in horror. "Look over there. The ground is littered with the wounded. There's blood everywhere." The fighters on the right flank had been nearly wiped out. The few survivors cried out in despair, "Help us, please." Staring at the horrific scene, the other guilds were frozen in fear. One man demanded, "Why aren't you attacking?" The uninjured members simply stood there, avoiding the question. "It's too dangerous to help them now. Shouldn't Kang Hansu handle that one, too? What can we possibly do on our own?" Watching from the sidelines, Lee Guk-tae saw the situation turning exactly as he'd hoped. a sly grin spreading across his face, because now, their resolve was starting to crumble. He turned to his own guild members and whispered, "This just got a lot easier." Seizing the moment, Lee Guk-tae stepped forward, his voice dripping with accusation. "Kang Hansu, are you going to play innocent after leading everyone to the brink of death? This is all your fault. Everything has gone wrong because of you. The one who dragged us into this mess should take responsibility." Hansu, still locked in a fierce battle, couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Then why don't you stop talking and start fighting?" he roared, smashing his foot into a monster's head. "You're the one who's doing nothing." Lee Guk-tae didn't even flinch, his voice taunting and sharp. He and his cronies stepped forward. "You think I won't act just because I'm weak? I'll show you I'm different from those other loudmouths." With that, he dramatically threw back his cloak and ordered his guild forward. Witness the power of a special task force, an impressive sight. As soon as he gave the command, his entire team charged with fierce determination, swarming the gatekeeper on the right flank. One man bravely swung his sword in a mighty arc, while another let loose a volley of arrows. The relentless assault forced the gatekeeper back, making it kneel on the ground. Hansu quickly shouted to the others, "You guys head over there too. I'll handle the trouble on this side." Gripping the Degrado's scythe, he faced his own gatekeeper. The demon's sword slammed down, shattering the earth and sending stone flying. But Hansu not only dodged the attack, he launched a counter of his own. He landed multiple blows, causing the beast to stagger. Kyuk watched in awe, her brow furrowed. He's taking on a monster that would require dozens of us to handle, all by himself. She snapped out of it and yelled at her guild. "What are you all doing? Finish them off, now." Her members charged, renewing their assault on the other gatekeeper. Hansu glanced over at the other battle, making a quick assessment, so he didn't create a special force just for show. "For now, I'll focus on the fight in front of me." Pushing aside the distraction, he hurled the Degrado's blade. With its endlessly extending chain, the weapon once again wrapped tightly around the demon. Seizing the opening, he unleashed a flurry of devastating slashes. On the other side, the team fought furiously, and Jimin didn't hesitate to charge into the fray. The chain coiled tighter and tighter around the gatekeeper's neck. Hansu tightened his grip. With a single, brutal swing, he severed the demon's head. As it rolled across the floor, he coldly wiped the creature's blood from his cheek. Lee Guk-tae glared at him, his annoyance clear. After the chaotic battle, the floor lay in ruins. Now, the two opposing factions faced off. Just then, a man holding a glowing crystal approached Lee Guk-tae. "These are the jewels," he said. "Trade the fragments for the best artifacts we can get, and secure them. Just listen to me." Kyoke continued, "We built this special task force with the help of our allied guilds. Cultivating their strength must be our top priority." But Lee Guk-tae immediately shot down the idea. "I think we should let the SMOG guild use our current resources first. They can serve as our shields. I may have been appointed temporary commander," he argued, "but that special team belongs to the entire alliance. Therefore, I can't be certain I can command them as I please. So, for now, let's just drop it." Over on Hansu's side, one of his companions was baffled. Since when was the alliance capable of forming a team this powerful? Sia, standing beside him, answered calmly, "From what I've gathered, they kept this operation extremely quiet. They managed to gather all the unaffiliated stragglers without guilds. And from them, they forged a new union. The fear of this crisis was the perfect catalyst to unite them. But the man at the center of it all seemed completely unfazed. Hansu was busy checking his status window when the two of them walked over. "Hansu, it looks like the Alliance is trying to make a move against you." He turned to them. "Don't worry about it. I already have a grasp of the situation." Shai's eyes widened in shock. "You already know what's going on?" "More or less," Hansu replied. "Unless they make a direct move, we'll just watch. I'm already prepared for them." Just then, Jimin and Hanon joined their group, and Hanon was the first to speak. "But now those guys will have to fight on the front lines, too. Doesn't that make things a little easier for us? Once they're forced to step up, they can't just hide behind everyone else anymore." Jimin added, "Are you sure? What if they just huddle together in the back and do nothing? Even if we carry them, they'll just ignore us later. No matter what, to escape this place, we have to face the Demon King. If they want to live, they'll have to fight." Shai stroked her chin thoughtfully. But looking at the current situation, many of the fighters are seriously injured. All around them, people were moaning on the ground. "I can't move my arm. How can I fight like this? I thought we only had to deal with the Demon King. Maybe I could survive if I joined a guild. Can we really fight the Demon King and win?" As murmurs of despair spread through the crowd, a powerful voice cut through the noise. "Enough of your whining. If you want to live, defeating the Demon King and getting out of here is our only option. Am I wrong?" The woman who spoke strode confidently toward Hansu. "I don't believe I've introduced myself. My name is Seon-jan." She stood before him, locking eyes. "Kang Hansu." The The way she said his name made Jimin's blood boil with rage. That woman. As her hand reached for him, Hansu swiftly slapped it away. He frowned. What do you think you're doing? She replied with a sly smile, so cold. It was nothing, really. I just wanted to introduce you to someone. She turned to leave, tossing over her shoulder. Let me know if you're interested. You see, there's someone who's very, very interested in you. He watched her walk away in silence. Jimin, however, grumbled beside him. What's her deal? That woman gives me the creeps. Shia winced from Jimin's grip on her shoulder, gritting her teeth. Get off me. As they watched the woman rejoin her own people, Hansu's group began to assess her. She ignored us when we tried to talk to her before. It seems she'll work with anyone, as long as they don't pose a direct threat. We've tried striking up a conversation with her before, but she completely blew us off. Maybe she's afraid of something. Hansu cut in coolly. If you're all done, let's move. Hanshul sighed, and now he's ignoring me. The group pressed deeper, arriving before a massive, protective barrier. Once we're through this, suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed through the chamber. Then, a playful, sinister voice spoke out. Are you all really planning to challenge the Demon King? It was the voice of Fairy, who was laughing so hard at their futile attempt, he was crying. Honestly, you travelers are a real riot this time around. But fine, I'll give you some good news. You don't actually have to defeat the Demon King to open the gate to the next island. You just have to survive for 30 minutes. Withstand the Demon King's onslaught for 30 minutes. And the jewel on the throne will activate. Simple, right? The voice taunted. For a gate that can take you to any island, restriction-free. That's a pretty sweet deal, don't you think? Of course. You can also just buy an escape ticket with your jewel fragments. But just so you know, that isn't the official path. Hansu narrowed his eyes at that smug expression, thinking. He waits until now to tell us this. Of course it isn't. Before leaving, he offered some parting encouragement. Now then, try your best to hold out against the Demon King. Let's meet on the next island. And with that, the barrier shattered. Before them sat the Demon King herself, lounging arrogantly upon her throne. She raised a hand, her voice dripping with contempt, from the swirling motes of dust in the air. Eyes began to form. Countless skulls erupted from her body, bursting from the haze, each one hungry for flesh. Watching them hover above the Demon King, Hansu noted. These are only half as strong as the originals from Hell. I know exactly how they attack. Just then, one of the skulls shot toward Hansu. A system window flashed before his eyes. Use jewels to purchase an artifact. Instantly, a sphere of brilliant blue light materialized in his palm. The perfect companion for his dagger, Degrados's judgment, was Degrados's justice. He launched the Degrados's scythe straight into the monster's skull. I'll use the two special skills of Degrados's justice, launch and recall, for maximum efficiency. He channeled more of that blue aura into the other justice dagger he held. In the blink of an eye, dozens of blades materialized and shot like missiles toward the Demon King. But a three-headed beast leaped forward to intercept the blow. The Demon King merely waved a hand and scoffed. How pathetic. Her attack slammed against Hansu's chains. She unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, forcing him onto the defensive. With one hand, she nullified his Degrado's chains completely. With her other hand, she secretly summoned something else, and gave it a simple command. Tear them to shreds. A demonic hound materialized and lunged for Hansu. Its claws aimed right for his face, but Hansu dodged with ease and called out to his party. I'll handle the Demon King. You guys deal with her summons. But his friends were already overwhelmed, fighting off the Demon King's endless minions. Hanan yelled back between blows, there are too many of them heading our way. His face contorted with rage as he screamed, get over here and fight, you cowards. But Li Guktae coldly ordered his own guild to pull back and avoid the engagement. Let's move. Seeing this blatant betrayal, Jimin was furious. I knew those bastards would pull something like this. Hansu let out a cold laugh. So that's their decision, is it? He then turned to his own allies with a request. Buy me some time against the Demon King. Jimin panicked. What? How are we supposed to hold her off without you? The Demon King's fighting spirit only grew stronger. She raised a hand to the sky, summoning something massive and rippling with muscle. In the next instant, a colossal fist descended right where Hansu stood. With a thunderous crash, the ground shook. Hansu's eyes widened in shock. Han Qian stood before him, sword raised, somehow managing to block the devastating blow. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth. We can't hold this for long. Finish what you need to do, and get back here. Fast. Seizing the moment, Hansu recalled his Degrado's chains, and turned to leave. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. There are too many people and monsters. I can't see a thing. Someone asked, is it really okay for us to just wait here? Another added, shouldn't we help buy some time? Just as he finished speaking, he coughed up blood and collapsed. A dagger was sticking out of his back. Kiok, who was standing right next to him, saw it all. What the? Her eyes shot to the hand that was now pulling the dagger free. She screamed at the culprit. What the hell do you think you're doing? Lai Guk-tae raised his blade, his face a terrifying mask. We strike while they're distracted, just like now. It's time to clean house. Immediately, his guild members followed the order and charged forward to attack. Kiok watched in a rage as her own people were cut down. You think we'll just take this? She roared. What are you all doing? Fight back. I was born ready for a fight, but when she turned around, her allies were already on the ground. Kneeling, they stammered, but I can't move my body. Lai Guk-tae's men slaughtered them without mercy. Paralyzed and unable to fight back, all they could do was scream. Monarch, what's happening? You traitors. Kiok's face went pale watching the carnage. She screamed at Lai Guk-tae. The battle isn't even over. At this rate, we'll all be annihilated. You and your guild won't survive this either. At her words, he just smirked with pure arrogance. The mark of a monarch glowed on his hand as he spoke. They were just trash, anyway. They all chose to sacrifice themselves for their monarch. Seeing that mark, Kiok's mind raced. A monarch? Who is he talking about? A blade shot straight for her face. And now, he hissed, it's your turn to die. But just in time, something deflected the blade, sending it plunging into the ground beside her. Kiok collapsed in fear, gasping for air. Hansu had returned. So, you've finally shown your true colors, he said. Your filthy tactics haven't changed one bit. Seeing him, Lee Guk-tae's face twisted in disbelief. Why would someone fighting the Demon King suddenly return? But you're far too late to interfere now. With a gesture, his special ops team surged toward Hansu. So this was his true identity. A puppet of the Dark Monarch. A pawn that had to be eliminated at all costs. The man, Lai Guk-tae, spoke his name. Kang Hansu. Even if we can't kill you, we just need to stall you. The Demon King will slaughter everyone else soon enough. Then you'll be completely alone. I'm ready to sacrifice myself. And when I die, I'm taking you with me. Watching him rant, Hansu cut in. You seem to be misunderstanding something. I didn't come here to block your path. I came to make a deal. A confident smirk spread across his face. So, what do you say? Are you going to listen? This deal isn't half bad for you either. Lycaon fell silent, weighing his options. Just then, a barrage of explosions erupted from the ongoing battle. Han Chaeum was fighting to the point of collapse, his sword hand trembling uncontrollably. He cried out, Kang Hansu, when are you coming back? A demon hound saw the opening and lunged for Hanwol. Startled, Hanwol yelled, damn it, I dropped it. In the nick of time, Hansu leaped into action. He unleashed his chains, which shot out and clamped the beast's jaws shut. In the same moment, more chains coiled around its body. With one brutal pull, Hansu tore the creature to shreds. Shia appeared behind him. Where have you been? Hansu simply rubbed his shoulder and said, I was busy preparing for what comes next. She could only gasp. What? In the chaos, Jimin took a direct hit. Hanwol screamed his name, Jimin. Just then, the Demon King's voice boomed. I'm starting to get bored. Its massive hand shot forward, aiming a fist right at Hansu, who dodged back instantly. He summoned the Blade of Justice. Degrados. It flew toward the Demon King, combining with his chains to bind the massive foe. The beast, having never been treated with such disrespect, roared in fury. How dare you? Then it summoned a raging inferno. Just as the others prepared to charge, Hansu held up a hand to stop them. Hanwol demanded, Why are you holding us back? The inferno condensed into a massive fireball that hurtled toward him, but Hansu stood his ground, ready to face it head-on. His allies watched in disbelief. And then, the hellfire vanished, leaving only thick black smoke and their desperate cries, Kang Hansu. The others couldn't believe their eyes. What in the world just happened? I can't see him. Is he gone? But Shia stared into the smoke with conviction. No, there's no way he'd fall that easily. Jimin struggled to his feet. He's up there. Everyone's gaze shot upward, wondering when he had even managed to get up there. Hansu offered no answer. He simply continued the battle. He now held 3 blades of justice. He hurled them forward, anchoring the chains binding the Demon King and forcing the creature to its knees. Seizing the opening, Hansu raised his blade and brought it down hard. The Demon King shrieked in agony as the attack connected. The onlookers roared. The attack was a success. But then, the Demon King began to laugh. Oh, I'm starting to enjoy this. And with that, she summoned the giant hand once more. Hansu analyzed his enemy. This boss was a real pain. It could absorb surrounding life force to get stronger. His attack landed, but it didn't do nearly enough damage. It seemed he still lacked the power to end this fight. In that case, He took out an ancient stone and clenched it tightly in his fist. Brilliant points of light began to gather on the Demon King's two giant hands. Seizing the moment, Hansu launched himself forward to attack. In response, the orbs of light shot toward him like missiles. Hansu rapidly swung his chains, creating a defensive barrier. But the beast raised its left arm for another attack, and Hansu yelled, "Hanwol, the great sword, throw it to me now." Hanwol didn't hesitate, hurling his massive sword. "All right, catch." The Demon King's fist was already plummeting. The blow smashed into the ground with catastrophic force, shattering rock and earth. Everyone held their breath, waiting. Not a sound came from the rubble, but in the next instant, Hansu erupted from the debris, wielding the great sword to slice clean through the Demon King's arm. The Demon King roared in disbelief. How is that possible? Hansu used the severed arm as a ramp, racing toward his target. He leaped into the air, raising the great sword high. The monster opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of hellfire, but the flames didn't even touch him. With one decisive strike, Hansu brought the blade down on its shoulder, and blood gushed everywhere. Looking at the wound, it growled, "How dare you?" Watching from a distance, the others asked in a daze, Is it over? Did he finally take down the boss?" Then, their eyes fell on a nearby orange crystal. But why hasn't the crystal reacted at all? Hansu's voice cut through the silence. "This battle isn't over yet." Just then, the Demon King began to laugh loudly. "Impressive. I have to praise you. It's been a long time since I've felt pain like this." Its eyes glowed a blood red, fixed on him with a murderous glare. Then, a terrifying aura exploded from its entire body, shattering Hansu's chains and sending him flying back in a massive blast. A massive sphere of pure power formed in its hand. "Listen here, hero. To honor your efforts, I will finally fight you with everything I have." From out of nowhere, a long spear materialized, piercing straight through the Demon King's palm and shattering her orb of power. The one who threw it was none other than Hong Xia. The Demon King glared at her, her voice dripping with contempt. "That's right. There are still a few insects left to crush." Instantly, a demonic minion charged toward Hong Xia, but Jimin leaped forward, cutting it down with a single, decisive strike. Shaken, Hong Xia quickly thanked her friend. "Nice one, Jimin. But that only bought us a few seconds. We need to retreat, now. We can't possibly defeat the Demon King." But the Demon King had no intention of letting them escape. She unleashed a massive wave of energy that enveloped the entire fortress, her voice echoing, "You think you can run? Go ahead and try. I will annihilate every last one of you right here. And as for you, this is your reward for entertaining me." She pointed her finger at the wounded Hansu, who was kneeling on the ground, and launched a devastating attack straight at him. A world-shaking explosion rocked the very foundations of the fortress. The shockwave was so immense that even those far away were swept off their feet, screaming in terror. "I'm being blown away. Help!" Thick smoke obscured the battlefield, making it impossible to see what was happening. Coughing violently, Hannon struggled to his knees. "I can't believe it. We were sent flying just by the shockwave from the Demon King's blast. What about Hansu? Is there any way he could have survived that?" As the dust began to settle, a lone figure emerged from the haze. A razor-sharp sword strike flew from the smoke, piercing the Demon King directly in the chest. The Demon King looked down at the grievously wounded Hansu and spoke. "I never thought you'd have the strength for an attack like that, especially after taking my magic explosion head-on." Sitting on the ground, Handu pointed at her and said, "Finally. Maybe now we can have some peace and quiet." But she just laughed, ripping the blade from her chest. "You think a pathetic attack like this is enough to bring me down? If only I had a little more time. If only I had the true power I've been craving. You wretched human. Impressive. I never thought you could wound me like this." At that moment, cheers erupted from the crowd. "The Demon King has been defeated. Look over there. The crystal is glowing." A system window appeared, announcing, "Conditions met." The crystal gate is open. Everyone screamed with joy. "Hansu, he defeated the Demon King. We did it. We can all move on to the next island." But suddenly, the Demon King's corpse stirred, and infernal flames violently erupted from her body. Everyone shielded their eyes. This sudden burst of fire. What's going on? Even Handu was in disbelief. The Demon King's heart should have been destroyed. The demon slowly rose before their very eyes and spoke. "I was finally starting to have some fun. We can't let this battle end just yet. No matter the price, I will annihilate every last one of you right here, right now. Before this body burns to ash, I will end you all." But then, Fairy appeared, issuing a stern warning. "That is enough." A gigantic arm emerged from a spatial rift, grabbing the Demon King. "Oh my, did you really think you could use your true power in this zone? Violators who use forbidden magic to regenerate themselves must be punished. And that means you, Demon King. You are the one who will be removed." Fairy pointed at her, his voice cold as ice. I never gave you permission to do that. The demonic arm began to drag the Demon King away from the fortress. Independent actions are not permitted by the rules. I am taking you back. The Demon King cursed in defiance. You brought me here, and now you stop me from using my power? I am not leaving like this. I will exterminate every last one of those insects. Fairy glared, his warning sharp. This is why I hate dealing with mongrels. A cold, authoritative voice boomed. Silence. And with that, the massive hand crushed the Demon King, her body disintegrating right before their very eyes. A chill ran down everyone's spine. Fairy casually took out a handkerchief to wipe the Demon King's blood from the giant hand. He said, "A bit noisy, wasn't it? Don't worry, I'll take care of the rest." Afterward, he tossed the cloth aside with a bright smile. Now then, it's time for your reward, isn't it? Congratulations on defeating the Demon King. Not many people get to experience an event like this. Ah, by the way, there's only one reward from the Demon King. So I'll give it to you, the one who contributed the most. Here is your prize. He handed Hansu a red runestone as an info panel popped up, providing a brief description. When used, all rune stats will be temporarily boosted to 99.99% for 1 day. Penalty after the effect ends. All CE stats will decrease by 0.01%. Fairy began to fly away, wagging his tail. I'll handle the cleanup. To use that magic stone, just think of the island you wish to travel to. See you on the next island. Hansu stared at the runestone in his hand, thinking to himself, with this, I can finally reach the central island. And that energy I just felt, it was definitely power from hell. I still have a long way to go. Just then, Han Xion stepped forward and spoke. You worked so hard to kill the Demon King, and you only get one reward? Someone else tried to comfort him. Don't worry. Everyone knows you took them all down. Besides, even if someone else wanted it, they aren't strong enough to take it from you. Hong Xia scratched her head, saying, I don't know. The Miss Guild won't just let this go, but they're being strangely silent. I need to contact our members in the rear guard, because they never showed their faces when we fought the Demon King. Jimin leaned on his hands and told her, why don't we just settle that right now? He let out a sigh. It's all over anyway. Hearing this, Hanan asked in surprise, what do you mean, it's over? At that moment, Hong Xiao was talking to someone, and it looked serious. What are you saying? The monarch has vanished. The others panicked when they heard the news. Where could the monarch have gone? The tattoo is gone, which means that person is dead. They finally caught them. Hong Xia blurted out in shock. What? The Miss Guild betrayed us? I can't believe they used special forces to kidnap the monarch. Listening to the whole story, Hansu just smirked. The scene changes to a dark forest, shrouded in shadow and bathed in faint moonlight. A figure clad in black had single-handedly wiped out the Li Guktae Guild. It seemed the cleanup was complete. The story flashes back a few minutes to when the Li Guktae clan escaped the fortress through a spatial gate. Li Guktae looked up at the tower, making an assumption. I don't know where this is, but if there's a tower here, we're in the right place, he thought with satisfaction. Excellent. My original mission as a disguised monarch was to sabotage the monarchs of the central island and kill them all. But my own life and the heads of these monarchs are enough to cover up my insubordination. It's easy to set a trap when the monarchs are on high alert. He ordered his subordinates, tie them up here, then began to strategize. Now, I can bring immense power to my guild. He remembered the deal he'd made with Kang Hansu. The man had handed him a fistful of crystals, saying, use these to ascend. You can even control the lower ranks of other guilds by turning the monarchs into your special forces. Since you've already created a special force, you must know how it works. Just don't cause any trouble, and I'll turn a blind eye to what you do with them. Lai Guktae thought smugly. That fool made a deal just to escape a temporary crisis. He turned and instructed his men. Contact the guild. It seems we're in a different location than the rendezvous point. One of his men spotted something, shouting, there's someone over there. The words had barely left his mouth when a dagger plunged into his chest, ending his life. Li Guktae yelled in shock. Who's there? He felt a chill of fear. I can't sense anything at all. A voice echoed from the shadows. So you really came? I had my doubts. To prepare like this. That's some serious skill. Though terrified, Li Guktae tried to sound brave. They're not showing themselves, so there can't be many of them. We have the advantage. Suddenly, he realized his feet were stuck to the ground. Why can't I move my feet? What's under me? The mysterious voice rang out. You're sinking into the ground. It's only temporary, but I've already set a trap, you see. Then, the figure appeared right behind Li Guktae, a threatening presence. It's a consumable item that activates after a set amount of time. Knowing the enemy's deployment location is quite useful, isn't it? Li Guktae's voice began to tremble as he demanded an answer. No way. How did you know I was here? The moment he asked, the figure struck him down with a single, fatal blow. A subordinate collapsed in terror at the sight, screaming and begging, spare me. If you let me live, I'll do anything. But the figure coldly refused, striking the man and driving him into the ground. Not interested. You have nothing I want. After finishing them all off, he stood there and said, Now I wait for those from the central island, and annihilate them all. Taking off his mask, Na spoke. The first time I heard about the central island and the tower, I didn't understand him. But as always, he's a true genius. Hansu had said, You want me to use you? If you're serious, then I'll tell you what to do. If you can accomplish the task I'm about to give you, you'll become stronger than anyone who started at the same time as you. Whether you go where I tell you is up to you. Sang Jin looked up, thinking, trusting and following Kang Hansu was the smartest decision I've ever made. Now, all I have to do is wait. A golden crystal appeared in the forest, teleporting the group to the central clearing. Elsewhere, two people were having a conversation. A man spoke, his voice filled with rage. Damn it, he's dead. A woman with her arms crossed asked, Who are you talking about, Li Guktae? Did the Central Island mission fail? The man replied, The last time he contacted us was from the Demon King's fortress. Now, there's nothing, so he must have died back there. Ah, that's just a guess. Never mind, but it looks like we've got an unwelcome guest. He clenched his fist tightly, and a strange mark materialized on the back of his hand. That monarch revealed their plan. They're heading for the Tower Island because of its legendary rewards, and there's only one path there, through the magic stone. He ordered his men to surround the magic stone, lying in wait. He smirked. There's no way you'll get past us alive. The map from the Path of Ascension showed the way forward, detailing hundreds of islands, each a stepping stone to the tower's peak. These islands are split into three main tiers, starting with Tier 1, the Ascended Paradise. Challengers must pass through the Tier 2 islands, including the Central Island, to finally reach the Tier 3 peak and complete the trial. And among the Tier 3 islands, one is rumored to hold the greatest reward of all. Everyone coveted that ultimate prize, so their goal was the Tower Island. But suddenly, a voice cut through the chatter. What's this about? Kang Hansu replied casually, still eating. If you're heading to the Tower Island just for some treasure, you'd better think twice. Xia and her group looked up, surprised. Han Chiol's eyes lit up with greed. Are there really that many rare items there? Kang Hansu continued, his tone sharp. Weren't you the ones who almost got wiped out chasing rewards on the Central Island? Think hard. This is a genuine warning. And that goes for all of you. The Tower Island is far more dangerous than the Central Island ever was. What good is power if you're dead? His blunt words hit them hard. Someone in the crowd asked, Then what are we supposed to do? Xia finally spoke. So, you aren't going to the Tower Island either. But Kang Hansu's attention was elsewhere, fixed on a shadowy figure leaning against a distant wall. The figure suddenly turned and left. Xia pressed on. There are other ways to get rewards on this island. Hearing this, he just shrugged. I'm just giving advice. What you do with it is your own problem. Xia thought to herself, I thought he was a reckless type who thrived on danger. Guess I misjudged him. Just then, Bok spoke up in agreement. He's right. It's too dangerous. What's the point of items if you're not alive to use them? With the monarchs gone, we convinced the other survivors not to throw their lives away. And because of that, our guild has grown much stronger. But everyone's exhausted and needs to recover. Finding a safe place is our top priority. We'll be heading out soon. As he spoke, he offered a handshake to Kang Hansu. The gesture seemed to confuse him. Bak continued. By the way, I wanted to thank you. You're the reason we're still alive. Kang Hansu was unfazed. If you survive, we'll meet again. Bak smiled at his straightforwardness. Right. Take care. Hanan. Yes sir, Hanan replied quickly. Then, Jimin spoke up. Xia, should we get ready to leave too? Xia replied immediately. So we're not going to the Tower Island. I guess listening to him can't hurt. Another portal began to open. A murmur spread through the crowd. Maybe we should just go to a different island? I'm sick and tired of this place. Yeah, if even a monster like him won't go near that island, you know it's a death trap. Back with Kang Hansu, he stood up. Let's go. I have something to take care of. Bak waved goodbye. We'll head out first, then. Hope to see you again. Xia turned to Jimin. If you want to say a proper goodbye, go ahead. Jimin just scoffed arrogantly. There's no need. I'm leaving now. All right. Then I guess this is it. The portal slowly shimmered and closed. He was left alone, watching them disappear. He turned to the side. You're not going with them? What are you still doing here? The woman replied, You go on ahead. I need to confirm something first. He turned to leave. Fine. Have it your way, you witch. I'll see you on the next island. As he spoke, he used a skill, and his body began to fade away. She watched him vanish, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. What was that he said? A moment later, she raised a hand to her ear and began to report to someone. I don't know what they discussed, but a few of them are definitely tailing him. Deep in a forest of ancient trees, a shadowy figure received the report from Song Jun. The figure's voice was sharp. "You sent the signal a while ago. What took you so long?" He gripped the hilt of his weapon, speaking to the dark figures behind him. "Get ready. I'm taking his head myself." With a look of pure arrogance, he shot forward like an arrow. He flew towards the portal ahead. But suddenly, it began to pulse with a strange energy. Startled, he yelled at Song Jun, who was just emerging. "Get down!" His command took her by surprise. But before he could even finish speaking, a blade sliced through the air, forcing her to duck for her life. Song Jun's eyes widened in terror. Her master stammered, "Well, that's one hell of a welcome." He retracted his weapon and demanded, "Why are you alone? Where are the others?" Song Jun quickly explained, "I waited for the others to finish their business before I emerged. But why is this place empty?" Her master looked irritated. "Not a single soul has come through this gate. You were one of the last on the central island. They must have gone somewhere else." She insisted, "But that's impossible. I saw that crafty bastard with my own two eyes. Who would have thought those fools would actually listen to him?" He claimed the Tower Island was even more dangerous than the central one. It was as if he was desperate to convince everyone of the danger. Hearing this, his eyes blazed with fury. Him again? Those pathetic leaders and adventurers, running away like cowards because of some kid's words. Wu Kung's rage boiled over as he slammed his hand against a nearby tree. The sheer force shattered the trunk, sending splinters flying. He spat, "And that brat, I despise them all. After all the work my men did to find that teleportation gate. Now, not a single one of them is competent enough to handle this for me. I can't even figure out what his true goal is." Seo Jun remained calm. Who knows? But watching him fight so desperately was tedious, as if he was trying to protect someone. This has all become a nuisance. A murderous aura filled his expression. "Then he is an obstacle that stands in the way of my plan." He then gave a chilling command. "Send word to every guild member on the other islands. If they see Kang Hansu, they are to kill him on sight." His subordinate hesitated. But Kang Hansu is as strong as a monarch. A direct assault would be too dangerous. Wu Kung just flashed a wicked smile. Doesn't he hate killing people? If he charges in recklessly, then let him die. Tell them to show no mercy. He stepped forward, grabbing his subordinate by the collar. "Don't forget our purpose here. Don't forget the crimes they committed against us. Understand? Remove any obstacle, at any cost. For the sake of those we've lost," he thought. Wu Kung turned away. Lion described Kang Hansu's weapon to the others. "It's time to climb the tower." The woman named Lion questioned him. "Aren't we going to wait?" He shot back instantly. "Waiting isn't my style. We move now." Back with Kang Hansu, he had just stepped through the gate, an air of deadly purpose around him. "So they're all gone? I thought he'd give up sooner. Finally, I can proceed." Just then, a figure in black emerged from behind a tree. Startled by Hansu's presence, he called out, "It's been a while, hasn't it, Hansu?" Seeing him, Hansu calmly asked, "Did you bring it?" Choi Sanjin held out the item with a grin. "I always keep my promises. The airing of the 7 siblings. I have no idea what you plan to do with it, but here you go." Hansu put it on, nodding in approval. "Excellent. Now, on to the next island." A flash of light erupted from Hansu, making Sanjin blush and freeze in place. He stammered, What is that form, that artifact?" Hansu had transformed into a woman. He answered nonchalantly, "With this disguise, no one should recognize me, right? Now then, let's head to the Tower Island." An oppressive darkness loomed over the entire space. Inside the Tower Island's first-floor main hall, a huge crowd had gathered. Whispers filled the air. "This place is packed. Better find somewhere with fewer people." A young man looked around anxiously. "I was lucky to end up in the place with the best rewards, but there are fewer people here than I expected. What's going on? Shouldn't that little pixie have appeared by now to give us a snarky explanation? Why isn't she here? Wait, who is that girl? She looks so familiar." Kang Hansu seemed to notice the man's stare and shot him a glance. He walked straight toward him, making the man's heart pound. "She's coming this way." Hansu's voice cut through his thoughts. "You keep staring at me. Is there a problem?" The man stammered, Have we met before? Even the way you speak sounds familiar." Just then, a brown-haired man from behind spoke up. "Are you two together? If you don't have a full party yet, would you mind if I joined you?" he quickly explained. "Oh, we're not." The man started, but Kang Hansu quickly agreed. "Fine. Everyone's already gathering at the gate. Looks like we have enough people now. Shall we go?" The brown-haired man said with a smile. "Everyone else has already formed teams, so finding members is tough. We were lucky to find them. It seems each room has a participant limit," Hansu noted. "The higher we go, the better the rewards." Another man scoffed at him with a sneer. "What are you mumbling about? All we have to do is go inside. We just need to beat everyone else and take the prize. Isn't it obvious? We're not here to make friends and chat." How many of you here do you think will survive? It's already clear who's going to die first, so let's stop wasting time and move. Hearing his words, a thought crossed Hansu's mind. A moment later, chaos erupted. The entire chamber was in an uproar as adventurers clashed with giant ants. Attack them all at once. Separate them from the swarm. Suddenly, a monster lunged forward, sinking its mandibles into a woman's arm. She crashed to the ground, letting out a pained scream that caught the attention of Hansu and the dark-haired man. Seeing this, Hansu thought to himself, the airing of the 7 siblings cut my stats in half. I didn't plan on a direct confrontation in this state, but I need to test my current level and combat power. He stepped forward, stopping the dark-haired man. Step aside. With a single move, he launched himself toward the monster, sending it flying and leaving the injured girl completely stunned. He lunged forward, driving his dagger straight into the creature's gut. One down, he thought to himself. I could have taken it barehanded, but it would have taken at least 2 hits. The girl from before spoke up, "Thank you for saving me. You took it down with just that dagger," her eyes filled with pure admiration. "You must have fought in a lot of battles on the other islands, haven't you? So you've probably met people stronger than you, right? The person I'm searching for is also incredibly powerful. I heard he helped people using a really cool chain-like weapon. Do you know him? I have to find him." Hearing this, he calmly stood up and said, "Stop the pointless questions and focus on the fight." The black-haired man grew frustrated. "What's wrong with a little talk? Why do you have to be so harsh?" She continued, "Sir, do you know him? They say he did amazing things on the central island. His name is Kang Hansu." The black-haired man was stunned. Kang Hansu. The name made him pause. He replied, "I think so. We fought alongside each other." The girl's face lit up with admiration. "Really? You were his comrade? That's amazing." Meanwhile, Kang Hansu couldn't help but feel annoyed. The black-haired man kept asking, "But how do you know about Kang Hansu?" The girl answered excitedly, "There are rumors among the travelers about how strong he is. You're Kang Hansu's comrade, right? Do you know where he is now?" Hearing this, the black-haired man started sweating bullets. "I'm not sure. He's always busy moving around, so I have no idea where he is now." He thought to himself, if the rumors are about a powerful man named Kang Hansu, it has to be him. Then he glanced over at the girl, thinking, "Come to think of it, she kind of looks like him. At first I thought he was all talk, but if it weren't for Kang Hansu, so many more would have died. He must be far ahead of me now." The purple-haired man, having just finished off a monster, spoke up. "Killing these ants doesn't drop any artifacts, just a few runes. Low difficulty and high numbers like this just sink the artifact drop rate." The brown-haired man spotted something and shouted, "Over there! There's a gate just like the one we came through." A massive portal materialized before them. The group began to murmur, "Can we find an artifact as soon as we leave? Let's go, everyone." But suddenly, a voice cut through the air. "Not so fast." It was followed by a scream of agony. "The fewer the people, the higher the artifact's grade. But if we all go in, the quality drops, making it pointless to choose a room with fewer people." The purple-haired man's face twisted into a terrifying grin. "I'll kill every last one of you and take the artifact for myself." Instantly, he raised his weapon and cut down a girl. The brown-haired man pleaded, "Let's talk about this." Blood sprayed as he continued his massacre, sneering, "All you people do is run. You don't even bother to fight back. That's what makes this so easy." Unfortunately for him, the next person he was about to kill was our hero. As he lunged, our hero quickly blocked with his dagger, but his opponent easily smacked the weapon away. Slamming him to the ground, he mocked, "What the hell? I thought you were the strongest one here. How pathetic. You're even weaker than I thought." Seeing this, the black-haired man urgently warned the girl, "Kid, get behind me. When I give the signal, run as fast as you can. Don't look back." The girl, however, already had a weapon ready in her hands. To the man's shock, she raised her crossbow, saying confidently, "If I move, I'll miss." Then, a single bolt flew, taking down the purple-haired killer. The black-haired man was full of praise. "Amazing. You took him down the second he let his guard down." Suddenly, her voice became eerily different. "Ah, I guess since it's my first time using this, I still missed." The man was confused, but that was a perfect shot. Then he saw her crossbow aimed right at him. She spoke coldly, "I was supposed to skewer you both at the same time." With that, she fired a bolt straight into his head, sending him crumpling to the ground. She casually walked over to pick up the stones. "This should be enough, right?" she chirped. Then she raised a hand to her ear, reporting to 1Q. "My liege, the hero isn't in floor 1, room 10. I got bored, so I killed the rest of them. It would have been much better if I could have captured him. If I see him on the next floor, I'll report everything." A satisfied voice replied, "Very well." But she didn't notice that the man on the ground was getting up. Kang Hansu's voice rang out, "And what if that hero was right here?" When she saw him, her face contorted in pure shock. "But You were clearly knocked out." At that moment, his chains shot out, wrapping tightly around her and making her scream in agony. He stepped closer, pressing his blade to her throat, his eyes ice cold. "Weren't you looking for me?" Bound tightly with a knife at her neck, she was terrified. "I saw you pass out." He looked amused. "Seems my acting wasn't half bad." "Don't even think about contacting your liege." She tried to say something, but he cut her off. "You should stay quiet. From now on, I'll be the one sending my regards to your master." As he spoke, he transformed back into his male form. He then tightened the chains, causing the woman to shriek in pure pain. He spoke with an icy tone. "It seems they left one behind." The ancient serpent replied, "I'm surprised they gave up so easily. We'll face them again eventually," he answered. "There's no need to rush." He thought to himself. From what I recall in my past life, hidden dungeons aren't completely separate. The floors in this tower share the same structure.
If clearing a stage lets you ascend a floor, that means a dungeon must exist on the third floor.
This is the final destination for the second floor's main hall. Now in her female form, she mused, but there's something I need to do first. First off, my current artifacts aren't up to par. Except for the growth type Numaha, they're all losing their edge. I need to get new artifacts to replace the colorless one. Kang Hansu, she thought. I'll make good use of the path you showed me. Then, she glanced over at the crowd of people waiting by the next gate. Fairy suddenly appeared, announcing, "Only 50 remain from the first floor. Let's move it. Welcome to the second floor. I'll explain everything now. You've been waiting long enough, haven't you? Let's begin. Welcome to Treasure Island. I'm delighted to tell you that you chose this room wisely. Among all the rooms in the tower, this one will grant you the greatest growth. You must defeat the treasure guardians and bring their treasure to the island's center to exchange for artifacts. The time limit is 2 weeks. Now, that wouldn't be any fun, would it? So, only those who successfully trade for an artifact can leave. In other words, anyone who fails to get an artifact will die. There's only one treasure. You can choose to trade it for 50 artifacts to save everyone, or get fewer, higher quality ones, and let only a few survive. You know how it works, right? I hope you all make a wise choice. There are a total of 128 guardians. I'll mark them on your maps." Hearing this, she thought, 128 guardians in 2 weeks. This is a tight spot. I wonder how they'll handle this. Just then, a clear voice rang out. "Let's do it this way." A blue-haired girl spoke up. "We'll split into 5 teams of 10. Each team will hunt down 2 guardians a day. Everyone can manage that, can't they?" Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Was she suggesting that guild members work together? And only 10 per team. The unaffiliated players would be at a disadvantage. Not a bad idea, she thought to herself. After getting a nod from Un-Chi, a brown-haired man spoke. "We agree. 2 guardians a day isn't impossible. If a team fails, they only have themselves to blame. Our guild already has enough members." She listened, thinking. So the 2 strongest-looking people are on the same page. The crowd kept debating, but they knew. If they wanted to live, they had no choice but to follow. The blue-haired girl continued. "When the treasure is found, we will notify everyone to gather at the center immediately." People immediately began scrambling for teams. "All right, 5 people over here. Our guild has more than 10 members already." She looked at the map and thought, 128 guardians scattered across a massive dungeon. The key isn't how much you move, but that you move alone. Seeing her walk away by herself, Un-Chi couldn't help but wonder, where is that woman going? She was now deep in the dense forest, alone. "I'm looking for this place's hidden item, the extraction stone. The condition." She recalled Hang Chan's arrogant voice from the past. "I bet no one but me could have figured this out, Kang Hansu. I'll tell you, so listen closely. Among the orbs you collect from the guardians, one of them glows faintly while the others are normal. Most people toss the orbs aside, focusing only on the treasure. But I discovered they aren't just normal orbs. My brilliant mind uncovered the secret. If you collect exactly 32 of them, you can exchange them for an imitation artifact. The extraction stone. You had no idea, did you? Never would have guessed." Hang Chan had laughed manically. "Discovering hidden events is nothing for a genius like me." Back then, she and Candian had been utterly exasperated. Candian had even muttered, "He must have talked to someone greedy enough not to throw away a single orb." Back in the present, she drew her weapon. Even if it's different from the real extraction stone that Anvi Aaron consumed, the effect should be similar. "I have to get it." She analyzed the situation. This round wasn't simple. The sheer number of enemies and the time limit were major constraints. To hunt them quickly, I have to go solo. I just need to avoid being seen. In the middle of the jungle stood something immense. The massive object shifted, revealing itself to be a colossal monster. It let out a deafening roar, its eyes seeming to pierce through everything. In another location, a different team heard the terrifying sound. One of them shouted, "That roar. It's close. At Unchi's position, she also received a notification from Fairy. The second guardian has been defeated. Congratulations, everyone. That's the second one today. At this rate, it won't be long now. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind her. Focus. She spun around instantly. I know. A monstrous beast charged forward, but she dodged its attack with incredible ease. Not only that, she raised her leg and sent the beast flying with a single, powerful kick. At that moment, an arrow flew through the air, piercing the monster's body. The archer behind her spoke up. You could have dodged that without even looking. My efforts were wasted. You could have handled that thing alone from the start. The archer continued. We haven't even seen a single guardian, yet the others are already done. We've only managed to catch a few small fry. She replied, no. The second guardian wasn't taken down by a team. Someone defeated it all by themselves. I can feel it. The archer grew thoughtful. If you say so, Monarch Yunchi, then it must be true. Does everyone else agree? Her followers simply nodded with knowing expressions. The gesture made her blush as she turned away. I told you not to call me that. This ability is so annoying. Stop talking nonsense and let's move. It seemed the path ahead was clear, so they headed to the right. Suddenly, she sensed something. Wait, something is heading this way. It's that same unsettling and powerful presence I felt from the very beginning. It was just another party. Their leader was speaking. I already told you, we don't need to aim for the guardians. Even if we find the treasure, we can't carry it to the altar. Let's just wait for the other teams, the ones with all the strong people. Another member piped up, true, but we can't just stand around doing nothing. A third man agreed. Exactly. While the others are hunting guardians, we should use this opportunity to get stronger. His face was filled with a vile expression. Just by hunting the monsters around here, we can gain enough power to fight back. We just need to focus on whoever brings the treasure back. Honestly, no one will even notice if a few humans go missing. If we can't find it within 2 weeks, we're all going to die anyway. They talked on, not realizing Yunchi's party had heard everything. She spoke to her followers. It would be a headache if everyone acted like that. But that strange presence I feel isn't coming from them. Just then, a voice came from behind. I agree. In a situation like this, you need a chain of command more than anything. His sudden appearance shocked her party. Who are you? Yunchi thought to herself, he's covered in bruises. Why is he traveling alone? More importantly, I'm getting a strange feeling from him. At that moment, Hansu glanced at Yunchi with a knowing look. He leaned against a tree with his arms crossed and said, in times like these, orders are essential. The moment they saw him, all three went on high alert. The brown-haired archer immediately drew his bow and demanded, you bastard, sneaking up on us like that, what do you want? You seem to be alone, so you'd better answer honestly. Hansu said flatly, nothing much. I'm just here to make a proposal. Hearing that, the archer was so stunned he almost yelled, what? Are you out of your mind? Why the hell should we listen to you? Hansu scanned them and said, being cautious isn't a bad thing, but you're wary of the wrong person. I'm not here to talk to you. Hansu got straight to the point. Leader, I'm here to speak with that woman. With an intuition stat that high, you should already know. A shiver of fear ran down Yunchi's spine. This man. He's the reason I felt so uneasy this whole time. It's incredibly difficult to immediately identify me as a monarch, but he's absolutely certain. Does he have intuition just like me, or is it even better? No, it's not just his outward appearance. That's just a shell to hide what's really inside him. Whatever it is, something far more vicious is lurking within. Because of that, I have to be on guard against him in any situation. Hansu spoke calmly. No need to be so tense. Didn't I already say? I only came here to make an offer. The archer kept his bow raised and said, what tricks are you planning? Spouting all this nonsense about our leader. But Yunchi snapped, stand down. I'll speak with him. He hesitantly lowered his bow. He glanced at her and replied, all right. But he thought to himself, our leader has never been this flustered before. Yunchi stepped forward and said to Hansu, you look strong enough to handle this alone. So why are you making a proposal to us? I need to know your reason. Even if you're strong, we won't back down so easily. Hansu calmly stated, everyone has their reasons. I need someone to fight on the front lines in my place. Hearing that, Yunchi guessed, you want us to take care of the group that just passed by, don't you? I understand why you want that, but we can't handle 40 people. Seeing that she misunderstood, Hansu explained, what are you talking about? You only need to face 10 people at a time, and they're all weaker than you. Use your authority as a leader. Start by converting the weakest group, make them your guild members, and increase the number of people in your party. Yunchi's face went pale as she screamed internally. Even managing this many people is a huge hassle, and now you want me to add more? Are you trying to kill me? My intuition is telling me it would be very dangerous to say that out loud. The archer next to her coughed and thought, there she goes again, complaining that too many people are impossible to manage. Yunchi rubbed her head and replied, seriously, I just wanted to get through this peacefully. but it looks like I don't have a choice, so I'll give it a try. As they walked away, Hansu's voice followed, I'll be watching. Yunchi let out a frustrated sigh. I'm telling you, this isn't going to work. After they had left, Hansu spoke. The time is ripe to prepare for the mission's next phase. Elsewhere, a masked figure is pinned to the ground, struggling to break free. A brown-haired man reports to Un-Chi. These guys are refusing to join the guild. Hearing this, she commands coldly. They're already a part of it. Just tie them up. No need for trouble. The bound, blue-haired girl glares at them. You don't need to restrain us. Are you discriminating against us just because we're from another guild? We haven't even done anything. Un-Chi ignores her, lost in thought. You think I wanted this? In the end, I did exactly what she claimed I would. Gazing at the new captives, she thinks. But aside from these few, I've managed to absorb everyone here as guild members. Un-Chi groans, running a frustrated hand through her hair. This is so exhausting. I don't really agree with this, but this damn mission forced my hand. Suddenly, an announcement rings out. Congratulations. You have found the treasure. Everyone whips their heads around, searching frantically. What the hell? Who found it? The voice continues. You must bring the treasure to my location for exchange. Un-Chi wonders, but if everyone's here, who could have possibly found the treasure? One of the guild members spots something. He calls out, Leader, I found this under that tree over there. He holds out a glowing gem in his palm. Un-Chi sees the orb and it all clicks. She said she would let us go easily. This must be the real treasure, right? Un-Chi takes the gem and presents it to Fairy. The creature accepts it, its eyes crinkling in a wide grin. That's right. Confirmed. It's the perfect treasure. It's a shame no one died here, but you did a pretty good job. Although, it seems you weren't the one to retrieve it directly. Hearing this, Un-Chi asks, does that mean there's no reward from me? But the creature continues, no need to rush. Don't worry. I'll give you plenty of time to choose. It reveals several panels before her. Which number will you choose? Even as the guild leader, the one-of-a-kind golden cloak is beyond your reach. Behind her, the guild members clasp their hands in prayer. Please, let everyone get an artifact. Please choose the one with many items. Un-Chi senses their desperation, a wicked smile spreading across her face. Now, what should I choose? Should I pick number 1 and eliminate everyone else to take all the items for myself? The announcement panel also appears before the other members. They flinch, murmuring, please, save us. Then, they cry out in unison, please, you have to save all 50 of us. If you do, we will serve you as our one true leader. Un-Chi turns to them, hands on her hips. But don't you think this is a little boring? How about a survival game instead? To all new guild members. Her face twists into a mask of pure malice. Either kill yourselves or slaughter each other. That is an order from your leader. Hearing this command, outrage erupts from the crowd. What did you just say? No way. You can't seriously think we'd follow that insane order just because you're the leader. Just then, the guild marks on the dissenters' hands glow and slowly fade away. Realization dawns on them. The guild tattoo on my hand. It's gone. Does this mean we're not members anymore? So we can act freely from now on? Fairy gazes at them with an expression of utter boredom. Did you really think a suicide command like that would work without any binding conditions? You people are pathetic. Get out of here. This area will be sealed off soon. It snaps its fingers, pointing to a portal in a tree trunk. Because the path to the 3rd floor is now open, as you can see. The entire group bolts without a second thought. Damn it, let's move. The blue-haired girl, now free, shouts from behind, I've broken my bindings. Hold on, I'll get everyone else loose. Hurry! We need to report to our leader immediately. He went on ahead, so he must be on the 3rd floor by now. Just behind a nearby tree, Hao listens in silence. We could have killed all of them right here, but we were interrupted by the related mission. Yes, I understand. Suddenly, her voice fills with surprise. What? You want me to come immediately? Yes, I'm on my way. She then gives an order. I'm leaving now. The leader's location is the priority. Head for the 3rd floor. The leader is in danger. Get moving. No delays. Hadu's eyes snap open, a sinister glint within them. Got you. Now, lead me to your boss. The path to the 3rd floor and the floor itself are vast, like a massive dungeon. Finding one specific person would be nearly impossible. There's only one way. Hansu recalls a memory. If we can't capture the Black Monarch in the training zone and move to the Red Zone, everything we've done so far could be for nothing. We need to block all possible routes and funnel him in one direction. The Tower Island is the perfect place to make it happen. That's right. The 1st and 2nd floors are impossible to act on. But the 3rd floor, it has hundreds of starting points. But once he sets foot on the 3rd floor, he'll need help from his guild members to operate, so he'll call them all back to him. That will be our only chance. The 3rd floor of the tower is a gateway he must pass through before reaching the true otherworld. It's a zone where the space itself simulates the environment of the next dangerous red zone model. This place was a twisted copy of the real world, yet the environment was almost identical. But the monsters here, they were on a completely different level. So, we'll bait him out. That's the plan. If he even suspects we're targeting him, he'll vanish instantly. We have to strike when he feels safest, when his guard is completely down. He's incredibly cautious, so I bet he'll try to bring his guild members as backup when he enters that dangerous red zone. He's powerful, not on my level, but still a major threat. So, you know what has to be done to eliminate him, right? Hanu clutched a crimson gem, a fake sage's stone he'd won in a treasure hunt. The preparations for the final performance were complete. But before that, I need to take care of the Dark Monarch on this third floor. Hanu charged through the teleportation gate, buzzing with excitement. Finally, he said, I get to see his face. Unchi's party was already waiting in a corner for him. Watching him rush past, she muttered, should we follow him? The third floor was a desolate landscape of rock and flowing lava. Lunyan barked a frantic order. Contact every single member in the guild. Tell them to get to the third floor now. They were caught in a death trap. An entire team of several dozen people was completely encircled by a horde of monsters. The air was thick with scorching heat and toxic fumes. They stared in horror at the grotesque monster bearing its fangs, a place where monsters spawned without end. With a grim expression, Li Wunqiang said, and this is only the beginning of the other world. He glanced at his comrades behind him. They said they wouldn't interfere, but it looked like he wouldn't need them anyway. A monster lunged forward, aiming its attack directly at Li Wunqiang. With his greatsword already in hand, he swung it at the beast's gaping maw, but its jaws snapped shut on the blade, and he found himself in a desperate struggle. His feet dug into the ground as he was slowly forced backward. He grit his teeth, resisting with every fiber of his being, then unleashed all his power to slice its head and snout clean in two. The people behind him screamed in alarm. Guildmaster! More monsters are swarming in. There's too many of them. Standing on the beast's corpse, Li Wunqiang turned and roared his command. Do not be afraid. If you want to live, then follow me. We will not fall here. Do not let these creatures push us back. His words ignited their fighting spirit, and they roared back in unison. Yes, sir. We believe in our guild master. Li Wunqiang grit his teeth with determination. That's right. I cannot die here. I am not allowed to give up. My guild is one of the strongest to ever enter the tower. I've defeated countless enemies to get here. My calculations can't be wrong. We will triumph. After a harrowing, desperate battle with the monster horde, they finally earn a moment to catch their breath. Are there fewer monsters here because of this fragment? Li Wunqiang wondered. Suddenly, his expression changed as he stared at something, and he spoke. It possesses a vile aura, as if it's a living creature. Inside the crystal structure were countless human corpses, arranged to look like a grotesque cross. Just then, Fairy appeared and asked, It's beautiful, isn't it? This place has the potential to become a tourist hotspot. Of course, its beauty isn't just on the surface. He smiled with cunning malice. Look a little closer. You might just recognize a few familiar faces. If you're someone who cleared the training area, you've definitely met them before. Li Wunqiang was floored by his words. He rushed toward the crystal formation. Inside this cross, peering inside, he saw faces he knew all too well. His trembling hand reached out and touched the crystal. He whispered a name, Sodong, my daughter. He collapsed to the ground, crying out in absolute despair. If only I gained my monarch attributes sooner. The memory flooded back to him. The day a massive, multi-eyed monster hunted down his people. At that moment, his monarch had been screaming at him. Let's get out of here. Just leave them behind. A woman crawling on the ground grabbed his leg, pleading, Don't leave me behind, please. Father, save me. Li Wunqiang immediately lunged to save his daughter. Hold on, I'll save you. But the monarch seized him from behind, holding him back. Stay put. You have to protect me. That is an order. He cried out in panic, but my daughter. The man didn't care at all, puffing out his chest and declaring, Your job is to protect me, not those useless weaklings. I am your monarch. If I knew these monsters would show up here, I would have used them as bait from the start. Li Wunqiang clutched his daughter's body, his heart shattering as he choked back sobs. Sodong. No. Please, wake up. The monarch continued his heartless monologue. Just consider it an honor to have died for me, their monarch. At the sight of his dead daughter, Li Wunqiang could no longer contain himself. A burning hatred welled up inside him as he spoke. If I had known my daughter would be used as bait for her monarch, I never would have joined this cursed guild. The man paid no attention to his words, turning to run away. Shut your mouth and run while they're still eating the bait. Li Wunqiang rushed forward and drove his fist into the man's gut. The monarch shrieked, You can't disobey me. How dare you defy my order? Gripping the dagger in his hand tightly, Li Wunqiang's voice was like ice. If a piece of trash like, you can become a monarch, then so can I. Model. After finishing the old man, a sigil burned itself onto Lee Wun-kyung's hand. It was the mark of a monarch, a destiny to slaughter insects like these. He clenched his fist, trembling as he spoke, because of this power. He fell silent as tears streamed down his face. But then, Lee Wun-kyung's resolve hardened. For my daughter, I will dominate all the other monarchs. I won't stop until I find her. Tracing his daughter's face through the crystal, Lee Wun-kyung's voice shook. I thought I would never see you again. Thank God, you still answer my prayers. Just tell me how to get her out of there. I can revive her, can I? Fairy just smirked. Calm down. That's only a replica we created when we brought you here. We copy your information and store it in that cross network. They may be copies, but they share the same power and memories. She must mean the world to you. The rules are simple. I need material to create a new one, so just bury someone alive. The people behind him broke into a cold sweat. Lee Wun-kyung asked, then my son. Can he be revived too? All the dead reside within that cross network. But where are we supposed to find his sacrifice? Lee Wun-kyung's expression darkened. I understand. Just one is all it takes. Seo will return if I offer up the weakest one. Looking at the comrades behind him, he thought, if I just kill one of them. But Fairy saw his intent and said, no, that won't work. You obviously can't use members from your own party. That would be too easy, and I don't enjoy that kind of script. It continued with a triumphant grin. You won't be able to come back once you leave, so think very carefully. Oh, and while we were talking, 4 more people just entered. Thanks to a certain someone, the tower is practically empty now, isn't it? You should have seen this coming. Consumed by rage, Lee Wun-kyung slammed his fist against the glass panel to vent his frustration. Damn it, to make it this far only to be completely helpless? This is my only chance to see my daughter again. My only chance. Just as he was falling into despair, a voice rang out, Monarch, someone is approaching. Our guild members have been taken down. Lee Wun-kyung seized this sliver of hope. A sinister grin spread across his face as he ordered, capture them alive. The bodies of the guild members were scattered across the ground. The last one collapsed. Hansu wiped the blood from his face, saying, a pity I don't have any smoke bombs. He glanced towards the distance. They're here. The group led by Lee Wun-kyung was approaching. Seeing him, Hansu knew. This was one of the targets that had to be eliminated, along with the Monarch of Fury. The Mad Dark Monarch, Lee Wun-kyung. His list of crimes would be as thick as a dictionary. Of course, that was all in the previous timeline. But it was a future that would soon come to pass. Driven mad by his inability to revive his daughter, the Dark Monarch frantically searched for his son and was dragged into the abyss. In that despair, he became a murderer far beyond his current level. Hansu tightened his grip on the degrader's chain, thinking, I will save your son, no matter what. Even if it means killing you right here and now. Lee Wun-kyung recognized him instantly. You're him, the one who uses chains. Then he laughed like a madman. He sneered, this is truly a lucky day. To think the very person I was trying to eliminate would walk right up to me. This must be a gift for Seo. I will make good use of your worthless life. Hansu ignored the pointless words, focusing on the fight. In the next instant, they charged at each other. Just then, the ground began to shake violently, catching both of them by surprise. With a thunderous crack, the ground where they were fighting exploded, and a massive, long monster clawed its way out from the earth. The monster continued to rise from the ground, shattering the earth around it into pieces. It emerged right in front of Lee Wun-kyung. The guild members cried out in fear. Monarch, staring at it in horror, he commanded, damn it. If that monster goes berserk, our only choice is to retreat. Immediately after, Lee Wun-kyung turned to give an order to Jinan. Don't let the chain user escape. Jinan, return to your post and guard him. But she adamantly refused. There's no need. While they were scrambling in fear, the monster was suddenly ensnared by a heavy chain. It was Hansu's doing. He had thrown it with all his strength. The monster thrashed about wildly, but Hansu held firm, tightening his grip on the chain. Finally, after a tense struggle, the monster collapsed. Standing amidst the ruins, he announced, the nuisance has been eliminated. Hansu raised his weapon towards Lee Wun-kyung, threatening, if you're not going to charge, then I will. Before the old man could even process it, Hansu rushed forward. The man stared in disbelief. This guy is a monster. He then ordered, all guild members, attack him. But their strength was no match for his. With a single whip of the chain, they were sent scattering. Hansu shot them a cold glance, continuing his attack on the man's guild members. Lee Wun-kyung watched his forces fall, a sense of dread creeping in. I heard rumors that he doesn't kill people. But it seems that was a lie. His subordinate immediately replied, Jinan's information was useless. As they were speaking, the hook of the chain shot towards them, and Jinan instantly moved to block it. Bracing herself, she shouted, I knew the chain user was strong, but the chain hook had been stopped by her block. Jinan analyzed the situation. I haven't seen him use a single skill. He must not have any useful ones. Hearing her conviction, Li Wukong was convinced. All right, I'll trust your judgment once more. We'll crush him with sheer numbers. If he has no defensive abilities, overwhelming him is our path to victory. Everyone, prepare your skills. Open a path and lock down his movements. Instantly, the guild members roared in unison. Yes, our king. They charged straight at him. But Hansu was a step ahead, leaping clean over the mob. Seeing this, John scoffed with a smirk. A clever move, chain user. She taunted him with a challenging gaze. Now, try dodging this. He instantly drew his new weapon. If I can't dodge it, I'll have to block it head on. Just as John's blade came slashing down, he met her attack with his own. Gauging the force behind her strike, Hansu was impressed. She's strong. I can't block that without taking damage. John read the expression on his face and shouted an order to the guild members. The attack worked. Keep up the pressure. As Hansu charged back into the fray, a strange, rune-like entity suddenly appeared. It swooped down, devouring the runes and bringing them to him. Wukong's members could only stare, dumbfounded. What is that thing? Is he raising some kind of monster? It's absorbing the runes. Seeing his men frozen in shock, the old man roared with fury. Stop it. Don't let that thing absorb any more power. Wukong instantly understood Hansu's plan. He's using us to become stronger. Realizing things were getting complicated, so his top subordinate prepared to join the battle herself. She unleashed her skill, aiming directly at Hansu. Instantly, 2 magic circles flared to life beneath Hansu's feet. Ethereal tendrils shot up from the ground, binding his legs. Seeing Hansu restrained, John grinned victoriously and leaped from above to deliver the final blow. But just as her blade was about to find its mark, Hansu's chain shot up, blocking the attack. Refusing to accept this setback, Wukong rallied his troops from the sidelines. It's still not enough. We've come this far to get revenge on the guilds that crushed us. Don't back down. We must eliminate every obstacle. Avenge our fallen allies. Avenge our fallen families. His words lit a fire in his men, and they charged at Hansu with renewed ferocity. The old man raised a hand marked with the Alliance's symbol. Speaking with unshakable confidence, I will guide you on the path of survival and vengeance. Seeing the members follow him so blindly, Hansu made an assessment. If he has to, he'll force them to fight to the death, regardless of their condition. And that completely contradicts his claim that he doesn't treat his guild members like pawns. He's trying to wear me down before he steps in himself. The longer this drags on, the worse my odds become. Wukong watched him with a sly look in his eyes, a smug grin spreading across his face. Dodging another attack, Hansu analyzed the battlefield. There's no more time to hold back. I have to end this, and end it now. Suddenly, the subordinate yelled, I'll bind him. Hansu revealed his new weapon with a dismissive glare. That won't work on me. Without hesitation, Hansu plunged his weapon into her magic circle. She watched in agony as the magic on her hands vanished. Her skill had been completely nullified. Just like that, he sprinted forward. His chains swept behind him, sending bodies flying. Hansu closed the distance to the subordinate in an instant. Suddenly, her expression twisted into a vicious grin. You've fallen right into my trap. A hidden magic circle blazed to life beneath him. Once again, tendrils shot from the earth, instantly wrapping around his legs. More magic circles and ensnaring vines erupted all around him. She watched Hansu struggle against his bonds, a look of triumph on her face. Did you really think I wouldn't predict your charge? As she focused her power on restraining him, Wukong seized the perfect moment to strike. No matter how much you struggle, you're still alone. I won't even give you a moment to breathe. With that, he raised his weapon, his voice booming with rage. You will pay for what you've done. Wukong brought his blade down in a swift, brutal arc. Seeing his opponent fall to his knees in apparent pain, the old man cried out in ecstasy. Ah, I've won. Hansu was on one knee, brought down by the force of the blow. Wukong was overcome with pure, unadulterated triumph. I've won. Now my daughter. My daughter will live again. A crazed light filled the old man's eyes. The first step of my plan is finally complete. But then, a voice cut through the air. Are you done with your speech? Hansu wasn't defeated yet. With those words, he shoved Wukong's weapon away. As the blade was pushed aside, a deep gash on Hansu's body was revealed. He couldn't help but let out a sharp breath. Ch. He shot Wukong a cold, mocking glare. It seems you haven't realized. You're the one who walked into a trap. A moment later, Hansu brandished his new weapon menacingly. There's no one left to protect you now. Let's see what you can do at this range. Seeing that Hansu was still standing, Wukong's face contorted with rage. Hansu, on the other hand, let out a confident smirk. as their sharp blades clashed again and again. The resounding clang of steel echoed through the area. Kang gripped his blade, his voice dripping with venom. "You fool. Did you think this was my only weapon? I've seen all of your tricks. They won't work on me again." Faced with such arrogance, Hansu couldn't help but laugh. "Is that so? But it seems you've misunderstood the situation entirely." He raised his blade, his words as sharp as its edge. "I never said these chains were my only weapon." The old man saw the dagger flying at him, but his body couldn't react in time. What the hell? Kang took the blade head-on, coughing up a spray of blood. Seeing her leader in mortal danger, she shrieked in panic. "My liege." The sight of him kneeling before Hansu sent her into a blind rage. "Get away from the monarch. I swear, I will never forgive you." Kang was nearly broken, but he seized the chance to issue a command. "So, you use your own body as bait?" he snarled. "This is your chance. Kill him before he can recover." But Hansu showed not a flicker of fear as the warriors charged him. Instead, he calmly offered a chilling piece of wisdom. "If you desire to kill someone, you must also be prepared to die." He glanced at the fallen monarch, his voice dripping with scorn. "Do you have that kind of resolve? Or will you just sit and watch your underlings die? Just like you always do." Amid the desolate ruins of the tower's third floor, Hansu arrogantly grabbed the old man by the collar. His fingers twisted the fabric on Kang's chest. In the deathly silence, a weak, hateful whisper broke through. "Why?" The old man summoned all his remaining strength, screaming his question with crazed fury. "Why are you so determined to stand in my way? What did I ever do to you? Is it because of that pathetic rule you made up?" He was powerless to fight back now. His only weapons were bitter words. That ridiculous law, where adventurers can't be killed. His taunts echoed against Hansu's stoic silence. "Is that it? Is it because we broke a rule your precious guild created? Why are you hunting me down like this? Is this for revenge?" The moment he said it, Kiriel, standing nearby, froze in place. "What?" Kang continued to howl in desperation. "Do you have any idea how many people you've slaughtered? Because of that, even my own guildmate, Kang Hansu." Another voice cut in, seething with rage. "Step aside. I'm going to smash his head in right now." Kang's body was pinned by two swords, completely immobilized, but his mouth still worked just fine. So what? This is just how the world works. They were weaklings who would have died on their own anyway. But why did Sojong and Minty have to die first? What did they do to deserve that? You claim you'll save people, but what right do you have? Can you bring my son and daughter back to me? His bloody, distorted face was a mask of pure resentment for all to see. "It's all because of disgusting, hypocritical monarchs like you. It's because of this cursed world. That's why I'll destroy it all. Humans, monarchs, and the world itself." Kang slammed his fist on the ground, refusing to accept his fate. "Why should I follow your rules? Look around you. You're the real monster here. You hypocrite. Does that law not apply to you?" Hearing the man's foolish rant, Hansu didn't bother to argue. He just quietly explained, "I'm not killing you because you broke some law. Do I look like I have that kind of time?" The words left his lips in an instant. He then knelt before Kang, looking down on the pathetic man. "Hunting to get stronger has its limits. You were all simply in my way. My true objective is..." At that moment, his mind flashed back to an image of Candy, the Sage of Knowledge. It isn't just about unifying humanity. His hand rested on the ancient tome as he analyzed the situation. Besides those 3 trials, we must use every method available to prepare for what's coming. His every word had reached the ears of Ares Valentine. "Kill everyone in the training zone." "Ares, you don't have a true goal, do you?" His loaded question made her freeze for a second. Noticing her unease, Kiriel quickly stepped forward to intervene. "Ares, don't worry. For a mission this critical, I can handle it." He clenched his fist, brimming with confidence. "I'll kill anyone who gets in our way and take their items. I'll become a hero, the man everyone looks up to." But before he could finish his speech, a punch from Ares sent him flying. "I don't agree with sacrificing the few for the many," she stated. "But we must get stronger. We don't know what's waiting in the hidden dungeon." Seeing that she was ignoring him, he started fuming. "Hey, did you really just hit me?" The two continued their debate in front of Candy. "We have to prepare other options that don't involve slaughtering people to level up." "Candy, did I say something wrong?" Kiriel stared at the magic circle, feeling dejected. "There's no one here worthy of me, anyway." His whining was cut short as Hansu suddenly appeared. "That prophecy, what did it say?" Kennen ignored Kiriel, focusing his explanation on Hansu. "The hidden dungeon must be conquered in the future, but it's not on a level we can clear like some ordinary hunt. We have to be strategic before the tutorial ends. We have to eliminate them eventually anyway, so let's make use of them." Just as things got serious, Kiriel jumped up and shoved his way into the conversation. "That's right. If we kill all the bad guys and absorb their ancient runes, we'll be strong enough to conquer the hidden dungeon. Then we can kick back and become heroes." That's a great idea. Hansu glanced at his expression, then made a decisive choice. If you guys agree, then so do I. Sensing his friend's heavy heart, Kenan placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Hansu, don't overthink it. For anyone who stands in our way, just bring them back to reality. Back to this brutal world. His resolve hardened once more.
You tried to kill me. You lured everyone here. So why are you acting so innocent?
As he spoke, he suddenly raised that familiar knife, holding it right before Keong. Isn't it better to think of that as the very reason for our alliance? Even with a blade pressed against his neck, ready to end his life at any moment, the old man still refused to see reason. I thought you'd play the hero. Is this your true self? In a few seconds of shock, Hansu suddenly realized they had messed with the wrong person. The moment I foresaw has arrived, faster than I ever expected. Only now did Keong finally begin to lower himself and beg, if you see my son, please, take care of him. He has red eyes, just like me. But Hansu refused without a shred of pity. I don't have the time. However, if my plan succeeds, the others, including your son, will live. He swung his blade without mercy, cutting the old man down. I still don't understand what you're talking about. After cleaning up the mess, he finally let out a sigh of relief. The simulated hell was still a scene of utter desolation. The monarch, Un-Chi, hugged her arms tightly, then screamed to release her pent-up emotions. How much longer do we have to protect this place? He glanced back at her, trembling and biting her hand, then spoke with cold detachment. You can leave now, but I feel like something is still off. My intuition is screaming at me. Those women are terrifying. Un-Chi muttered in fear, oblivious to Hansu slowly approaching her from behind. I wanted to follow her quietly, but I was discovered. If necessary, we'll have to assassinate her. I intentionally left you all here. Did you do your jobs properly? The moment she heard his voice, her expression shifted as she rushed over. Of course. We even captured the ones who were tailing us. Listening to her ramble on, a flicker of doubt entered his mind. She didn't see it. If she had, I would have killed her. But I've already taken care of everything. If she goes there now, she won't find a thing. Shaking off the thought, he quickly turned and walked away, leaving Un-Chi completely bewildered. Good work. All right, you can all leave now. Yes, yes. But what are these? And just like that, the four of them were abandoned by him. We can really go. Seeing her muttering to herself, he couldn't help but urge her on. Monarch, let's go. If we go back and search somewhere else. Just as he offered his opinion, she shot it down with a single, stunning sentence. We're not going back. I have to investigate what that man is planning up ahead. From the air, the sound of applause echoed, along with the cheerful voice of the assistant, Fairy. Oh my, this is so much fun. Its excitement was palpable, even through the cross-shaped fragment. With this new traveler, the game is getting more and more interesting. Fairy looked down with a sinister smile. Shall we get started? After hearing its words, the four of them fell into a heavy silence. Un-Chi was no exception, stunned by the implications of using the Holy Cross. On the other side, a powerful foot stepped through the dimensional gate. Hansu gently lifted the orb to inspect it. My appearance no longer matters. He materialized in the gathering place for adventurers who had cleared the rooms from the first to the third floor. And now, the vast preparation area of the fourth floor stretched out before him. He gazed quietly toward the distant light, lost in thought. I'm getting closer to the island's tower. The fourth floor, preparation area. Everyone was gathered in the bustling main hall. This was the place where preparations were made to enter the red zone. The scene resembled a shipyard on a riverbank, building vessels for a voyage to distant islands. It was a port where ships were brought for repairs and maintenance. But lurking in the shadows were terrifying monsters. Materials had to be gathered by hunting the beasts and monstrosities nearby. A voice was explaining the rules to everyone. It sounds simple, but you all know better by now, don't you? It raised a single finger. Nothing is ever that simple. Depending on the materials, the class of ship you can build will change. The assistant, Fairy, continued its guidance, offering both warnings and hints to the players. But if you manage to build a good ship, you can leave with anyone you want. I'll admit, crafting a large ship is far better than crafting a small one. Besides the basic materials, we'll provide a list of these essential core components. Their shapes and info are all described on the list, so don't you worry. All the participating players stood ready before the gate. As it opened, it revealed a savage, wild world. Now then, let the preparations to leave the tutorial and enter the new world begin. One player gasped in shock as the gates swung open. That's the wilderness. Beyond the wall, with no time to waste, the other players began scrambling for this survival game. We have to build a boat big enough for the whole team. Hurry up. Another player rushed over, wanting to join the effort, while Kang Hansu watched from the shadows. Our guild will help too, he declared. Right now, we all need to work together. I need to find that place. he thought to himself. But as he turned to leave, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. "You're a little late to the party." Choi Sang-jin approached him. "We got here early and started gathering materials right away." He then asked, "Did you finish what you needed to do?" Kang Hansu replied with an icy gaze, his voice utterly calm. The Dark Monarch. "Yes, it's done. You remember what I told you, don't you?" He quickly answered the question about his assigned mission. "I prepared everything you mentioned back on the first floor." Choi Sang-jin teased him. "So, you're back in that form now." Kang Hansu stated coolly, "I don't need the disguise anymore." He continued with a reminder. "Shouldn't you get going? The resources for a large boat are limited, and you should know that you're running out of time." Choi Sang-jin replied with confidence, "You, Mihi, and the guild are handling it." Kang Hansu questioned him. "You, Mihi?" Meanwhile, deep within a dense forest, a monstrous beast was being hunted down, pierced by 2 swift arrows. The image of the archer became clearer through Choi Sang-jin's words. "I teamed up with her on the first floor of the island tower, and she's changed." Back in the forest, Yumihi called out mid-hunt, "I need support over here." Returning to their conversation, Kang Hansu tossed a white snake to Sang-jin, who fumbled to catch it in confusion. And as he did, he said, "Yumihi will be happy to see you again." "What is this?" "I don't need to explain, but you'll probably figure out what to do with it. I'm busy, so I'm leaving." He turned and walked away, leaving a completely bewildered Choi Sang-jin staring at the snake, with no idea what was happening. Before stepping through the portal, he added one final, parting message. "We won't have many more chances to meet and talk like this. The red zone beyond this tutorial area will be on a whole different level." Choi Sang-jin fell silent for a moment, then admitted with a hint of shame, "I've gotten stronger because of you. I'll see you up there." Kang Hansu didn't say a word. He simply glanced back with that same cold expression, a silent acknowledgement. Then he was gone, without another response. A flicker of disappointment stirred within him. I wasn't expecting an answer anyway. But a voice from behind suddenly shattered his thoughts. "See, we're too late." The girl continued, "We wasted too much time at the cross." It was none other than the pair, Jian and Yuna. They continued to whisper amongst themselves. "Maybe we shouldn't have brought Win. Someone might hear him." The two went on, "Let's get out of here. We have to move quickly to catch up." Before they could leave, someone else emerged from the portal, offering an apology. He stood with a confident air and said, "I was worried about my daughter." The girl replied with a cold, even tone. "Our people are guarding the rear. What's there to worry about? Besides, you still don't remember anything?" The man's voice dropped low as he answered, "I don't know where this place is. I was just taking a walk with my daughter." She responded with clear irritation. "I see." Her thoughts raced. "I was planning to let someone powerful lead the way, but I never expected that resurrection would erase their memories." She shook her head in frustration. "This makes everything more difficult." Her tone turned serious, giving a new command to get to the bottom of this. "You two, stay behind us. I need to speak with the dark elf who guided us here." Meanwhile, Choi Sang-jin was pressed against a corner wall, listening in on everything. His face was a mask of indifference, as if plotting his next move. At the same time, Kang Hansu was making his way alone through the dense forest. The landscape was wild and untamed. He thought to himself as he walked, "There isn't much out here. Most of the monsters are in the center of the preparation zone. Inside the tower, every floor and every room is a completely different environment. Some spaces mimic the real sky, or even the depths of the ocean." He touched the artificial barrier, but in the end, it's all just a construct, he muttered, his hand still on the wall, as if testing its strength. There has to be an end to it. Kang Hansu's expression hardened as the thoughts continued to churn. They act as if the tower ends on the 4th floor, but the truth is, there are 5. To conquer the dungeon and obtain the hidden piece, reaching it through normal means is nearly impossible. With his decision made, he drew his blade, ready to act. With swift and masterful movements, he unleashed a flurry of strikes against the artificial wall, determined to tear it down. "I'll use the ring of Numaha, its power of destruction, to punch a hole right through the tower's fabricated wall." After a few moments of relentless assault, it didn't take long. The artificial barrier cracked and then shattered completely. By exploiting that crack, the wall shatters and explodes, creating a massive opening. Kang Hansu seizes the opportunity, vaulting through the artificial barrier to reach the basement floor. He affirmed to himself after breaking through, "If I can't ascend from the inside, I'll conquer this tower from the outside." But when he glanced back at the hole, he saw it was already regenerating at an incredible speed. The rift sealed itself in an instant, a feat impossible without Numaha's ring. He then summoned his system window to check his status. Looking at the data displayed on the screen, he could only scoff. Pathetic. Utterly inefficient. His calculations were precise. Using the remnants from his raid on the Dark Sovereign should have boosted all his stats by 40 points, but he had only reached the bare minimum. "Now, everything depends on how I handle this." Kang Hansu moved to the tower's exterior and began to scale the massive structure with his bare hands. In what felt like no time at all, his fingers grasped the edge of the tower's summit. He hoisted himself onto the flat rooftop. The grueling climb having taken its toll, with sweat dripping from his brow, he had arrived. As he prepared to enter the fifth-floor dungeon, a brilliant golden light blazed across the sky. At its center was a dark, pulsing orb, and Kang Hansu could only watch from below. What lurked within this dungeon was still a complete mystery. He reached behind his back to draw his weapons, instantly entering a combat stance as he drove his swords firmly into the ground. His fighting posture was flawless. A look of grim determination was etched onto Kang Hansu's face as he made a silent vow. I must win, no matter the cost. The golden light flared, becoming more brilliant than ever, as if something was about to be born from within. A system message appeared, creating a monster based on the intruder's memories. A majestic, golden dragon then materialized from the light, roaring down at the lone warrior below. Seeing that beast before him, Kang Hansu's unwavering heart was shaken, thrown into utter turmoil. It was that very same dragon, perched high above, breathing fire that left countless comrades scorched and broken, unable to even crawl away from the flames. In his memory, a blood and grime-covered Air Valentine screamed in desperation, "Kiriel, Kang Hansu, where are you?" Ken gripped his staff, trying to rally the few survivors. All of humanity is buying time for us. We have to move. We can't hold this line any longer. We need to get through that crystal gate. Everyone was exhausted and wounded, but they fought on with everything they had. I'm leaving command to Anvi Aaron. But in that moment, Kang Hansu was lost, trapped in his own world of despair. The surrounding chaos and bloodshed faded into nothing. All he could see was Kiriel, held gently in his arms. Her body was covered in blood, her life force fading. "Why?" he choked out. "Why did you do it? If you hadn't saved me, you would have." His voice was strangled with guilt, but instead of answering, she only offered him a weak, sad smile. "Kiriel," he whispered, but her spirit was already slipping away. The memory shifted, her hand gently rising to touch his face. Her voice was a soft whisper. "Thank God that you are safe." Every word was a struggle, but she still managed to smile, her eyes filled with pure happiness as she gazed at him. Kiriel continued, her slender fingers gently stroking Kang Hansu's cheek. "You cannot stop. Not here. Promise me." With those final words, she was gone, leaving him utterly shattered. Despair, regret, and a burning rage consumed him. He grinds his teeth, the memory so vivid he can feel the silent scream of anguish tearing through him. And then, he is back in reality. He faces the dragon that cost him everything. So, we finally meet again. This was his one chance for revenge. Facing its terrifying, colossal form, he felt no fear, only a cold, unbending determination to destroy it. The Golden Dragon of Bellum. Kang Hansu glared up at the beast, a product of a hidden dungeon that recreates a challenger's most powerful enemy. He gave a slight, mocking bow. "I should thank you for giving me the chance to finally kill this thing with my own hands. Even if it's a downgraded version scaled for a red-tier ancient rune, I can't afford to hold back for a second." He produced two glowing artifacts, one red and one pink. The items I brought with me had a single purpose, to conquer this very dungeon. A system window materialized, displaying information on the artifacts. It was a high-quality imitation of the Philosopher's Stone, a consumable item from a treasure hunt. He remembered the real one he traded for 32 soul marbles on the second floor. He glanced at the cracks already forming on the imitation stone's surface. Kang Hansu thought to himself, "It's imperfect, but if I use this, all my ancient rune stats should just barely reach the red-tier threshold." His expression grim, he clutched the fake Philosopher's Stone. And this demon jade essence. He then brought the jade-colored magic stone to his lips. This artifact alone holds enough power to slay a demon king. He took a decisive bite. For the next 24 hours after absorbing it, a system window displayed his skyrocketing power levels. His entire body surged with an overwhelming power as arcs of raw energy crackled around him. All stats will be increased to 99.9 but the boost only lasts for a single day. Once it wears off, his stats will plummet to a mere 0.01%. He stared up at the dragon. I pushed myself to the limit, forging the ancient tongue iron chain just for this moment. As the beast let out a deafening roar, he declared, "Let's begin." The ground itself exploded around them. The sheer force sent Kang Hansu skidding backward, and he dug his hand into the earth to regain his footing. His hand shot to the hilt of the blade on his back. Ring of Numaha, First Authority. The sword erupted in a crimson glow. Destruction Authority, 99%. He launched himself toward the golden dragon and brought his blade down in a vicious strike. He stared at the shattered half of his sword and clicked his tongue. The dragon had only lost a single scale. He thought, my attacks still aren't getting through. Suddenly, the dragon's jaws gaped open. A brilliant sphere of light began to form within its maw. Kang Hansu's eyes narrowed. Is that its breath attack? The beast opened its mouth even wider, and the sphere of energy grew impossibly bright. Then, it unleashed the devastating blast right at him. But Kang Hansu just smirked. Nearby, the corpse of a slain Kyo lay on the ground. Choi Sang-jin leaped on top of it. From a distance, Yumi ran toward him, calling out, "Sang-jin, that was the last Kyo in the area." Hopping off the creature's body, Choi Sang-jin announced, "We have enough slime pouches from the Kyo. It's time to build the boat." She couldn't help but add, "I just wish Hansu could come with us." He didn't even turn to look at her. Even if Hansu weren't going his own way, it would be hard for him to join us. Hearing this, she couldn't hide her confusion. "Hard for him to join us? What do you mean by that?" he replied grimly. "We're all still trapped in his shadow." Back with Kang Hansu, he watched the golden beam of energy hurtling toward him. Things are completely different now, but I've ended up in the same damn spot. But this time, he launched himself into the air. This time, I can evade it. The ground where he'd been standing moments before erupted violently. Staring at the dragon, he thought, a normal weapon won't be enough, and it was time to bring out the real thing. Two blades, perfectly stacked one on top of the other. Judgment and Justice, the twin blades of Degrados, were meant to be a set, revealing their true power only when wielded together. He held the chain in one hand and the blades in the other, combining them into the enhanced form of Degrados. A faint smile crossed his lips as razor-sharp blades sprouted from the chain itself. Numaha's second authority, Hemorrhage. With a powerful swing of his arm, the chain shot out and coiled around the dragon's neck, cinching tight. Kang Hansu held the chain fast, watching the beast writhe in agony. But this enhanced form traded durability for overwhelming power. A dragon's aura is immense, he thought, gritting his teeth. I can't maintain this hold for long. He tightened his grip, the chain straining in his hands. He wondered if it would break, but his resolve hardened. No, it has to hold. Even if I lose this weapon, I can't afford to weaken the blow. I'll land this attack even if it costs me everything. The dragon thrashed wildly, its massive tail lashing out at him. He couldn't react in time. The blow sent him flying through the air. Blood trickled from the corner of his eye as he winced in pain. He swung the chain, wrapping it around his blades and yanking himself forward. Kang Hansu whipped the chain with all his might, sending the blades hurtling toward the dragon. But with a single flap of its wings, the beast shattered them into countless pieces. The chain, however, only dug deeper into its flesh, drawing blood. The dragon roared, a sound mixed with agony and fury. He took a defensive stance, gripping his weapon tightly as the dragon continued to shriek. He charged toward the dragon. Meanwhile, Choi Sang-jin's voice echoed. Even as we speak, Hansu is probably still growing stronger. Choi Sang-jin pulled up his hood. That's why we have to prepare ourselves, so we can keep pace with him. He turned to Yumi. Let's go. We have things to do. There are a few others we need to bring onto the boat. A few others? Is it someone you know? Are you thinking of a specific group? Something like that? He replied. I'm not completely sure yet, but I think they could be useful. Elsewhere, at the base of a tree, a pool of red shimmered. A single foot splashed into it. Johan was on the run. Damn it, the poison has already spread this far. He sprinted toward a group of people getting ready to leave. Wait, I'm not on board yet. Hold on. Suddenly, two spears slammed into the ground right in front of him. Shocked, he yelled. What are you people doing? One of the men sneered. Hey, you missed. Not bad. The kid's got some decent reflexes. Huh. He screamed up at them, his voice filled with betrayal. You lied to me. You promised you'd let me on if I helped gather materials. A man just laughed back. Why would we ever bring a teamless nobody along for the ride? Thanks for all the materials, though. You idiot. Johan gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Those damn bastards. As he turned to leave, one of them called out mockingly, Hey, while you still have time, why don't you try building your own boat? They laughed as they watched him run off, exhausted and defeated. I wonder if he'll even survive long enough for the poison mist to get him. He ran, his lungs burning, his mind racing. I should have known better than to trust a bunch of guild members. No, if that damn system hadn't warned me about the time limit, I need to hunt something down, and fast. He finally reached a new area and frantically looked around. There has to be a Kyo slime pouch somewhere around here. Suddenly, a hand shot out from a nearby wall of green vines. He jumped back in shock. What was that? With a sudden jolt, Kang Hansu placed his hand on the green barrier. Johan fell to the ground in utter shock. What? As a shirtless Kang Hansu stepped through. Johan screamed, What in the world are you? He emerged slowly, thinking. The poison hasn't spread completely. I still have time. As he reached for his shoulder, Johan demanded, Who are you? Hansu glanced over. Johan stared in awe. How did you get through that wall? I didn't think anyone could just walk through it. My strongest attack couldn't even leave a scratch. Hansu started walking, and Johan scrambled to follow. Hey, answer me. Hansu snapped back. I need to move fast. I don't have time to chat with you. I get that you're in a hurry, Johan said, but what's with the shirtless look? Did you just strip down for fun? Hansu barely turned his head. I need to build a ship. Time is running out. A sudden gust of wind forced Johan to shield his eyes. Right now, you can't possibly build one by yourself. When he looked again, he realized Hansu was already gone, a blur in the distance. Johan stood there, dumbfounded. Elsewhere, a man was sent flying into a tree. Another survivor urged him, stay with us. You can't pass out now. Looming before them was a monstrous Galapagos crocodile. There's no way we can take that thing down on our own, one of them said in despair. Just then, Kang Hansu blurred past them. If you won't do it, I will. He charged the beast and threw a punch. The others watched in shock. Is he fighting it barehanded? Who is this guy? All eyes were fixed on Hansu. At that moment, Johan finally caught up, panting heavily. He's so fast. Someone asked, is that lunatic with you? Johan shook his head. No, I just met him. Hansu drove his fist into the monster, then ripped its head clean off. Just like that, the beast was dead. He examined something in his hand, thinking, I only killed it because it was in my way. But a Galapagos crocodile parasite, it's not what I need. Someone called out to him, hey, want to pool our materials and build a ship together? Johan jumped in. Wait, I'll contribute materials too. Let me on. The other man scoffed, the Galapagos crocodile parasite can only be used for a 20-seat ship. We're full. Johan stammered. Then, I need a spot. I'll buy it from you. Hell no, the man yelled. That spot is mine. The two lunged at each other. Johan shouted, I saw him first. Hansu tossed the item towards them. I don't need this. He turned away. I'm building a 500-seat ship. You can do whatever you want with that. The core component for a 500-seat ship is the heart of a GN rock lizard. The bigger the ship, the harder the materials are to find. Johan looked at the man he was just fighting. Should we split this? Johan thought to himself, the poison on the 4th floor is spreading fast. Who knows how much time we have left? Is he really planning to build a 500-seat ship with a monster that no one can hunt alone? Hansu pointed into the distance, addressing the crowd. Tell everyone else who's still here. If they bring me other materials as a boarding fee, I'll let them on my ship. Will they really come? Johan wondered. Elsewhere, survivors asked each other, do you think he'll accept these materials? At the 4th floor's preparation area, a crowd gathered. One man thought, I brought everything he asked for. This is my final gamble. Please don't let this be a lie. Suddenly, everyone looked toward the entrance. What's that noise? A monster was thrown into the area. Johan stammered in terror. Is it going to crush us? Someone screamed, get out of the way. The massive beast slammed onto the ground with a deafening crash. People scattered in fear. And then Kang Hansu leaped down from its corpse. He landed gracefully. Looks like everyone's here. As he stood up, Johan stared in disbelief. He really hunted it all by himself. He approached Assistant Fairy, who was lounging casually in midair. I brought the heart of the GN rock lizard. Let's make the trade. Fairy materialized a clock. For real. You still have time left. You do know you need other materials for the ship, right? Of course, Hansu replied, pulling item after item from his bag. The Selt people's slim pouch, the Aran tree. All the materials brought by others in exchange for passage. He knelt, pulling out more items. And finally, the silk thread from Arachne. That's everything, right? Fairy looked at him skeptically. This is quite a lot. Wait a second. Where's the GN rock lizard's heart? Meanwhile, Johan wondered what kind of magical item that bag was. Hansu replied, it's behind you. Go get it. Fairy used its magic to lift all the collected items into the air. Well, whatever. Congratulations on successfully gathering all the materials. There are still other components, but you're the first person to bring so many on your own. I'm almost tempted to give you a bonus prize. Suddenly, a red tide crept into view. The crowd panicked. The poison. It's reached us. Fairy continued its chatter, completely unbothered. How about a round of applause to celebrate? The crowd couldn't take it anymore, screaming in unison. Just build the ship already. Fairy looked down, annoyed. What's the big rush? All right. I much prefer seeing you all tremble in fear. Then, it summoned the vessel. Fine. Here is your ship, Johan gasped. This is the 500-seat ship, Kang Hansu stated calmly. There's room for everyone. The ones who contributed materials raced toward the ship, their faces filled with excitement. We were more than ready to follow. A man named Fairy put on the captain's hat. He told us, don't worry about piloting. We'll handle the first trip as a tip. He continued, just sit down and relax. The trip was supposed to last for 3 days. Then, he laughed. From now on, I won't be bothered by any of you again. He wiped away a fake tear. I'm so glad I successfully brought all of you to that red zone. The crowd was utterly speechless. What's gotten into him? He continued. My efforts were not in vain. Then, the ship began to move. Try to stay alive for a long time. The fleet of ships set sail into the open sea. After leaving the training area, you'll encounter your first red zone. Someone on the ship asked, is this the entrance to the red zone? I can still see so many ships. What an impressive sight. Another person added, it's beautiful, but that's not just a red ocean. It's made entirely of poison. They all looked over at Kang Hansu. We should be grateful we were able to leave, or we'd never have seen this. He let us on the boat without asking for much. He's a truly good person. What did he say his name was again? His status window appeared before him. He looked at it, thinking, it's a good thing I planned ahead for the stat penalty for taking the Demon Jade Essence early. I never thought I'd be able to get it here. He looked down at his own hand. This is the new skill I receive in this life, Dragon Arts. Thinking back, in my past life, I would have looked down on a skill like this. But for me, who can only learn 7 skills, Dragon Arts is more than enough for my first skill slot. As he prepared to use it, a terrified scream pierced the air. What is that? They stared at the other ships. The ones ahead of us. They've all sunk. The people in the water screamed, help me. I don't want to die here. Johan stared at them coldly. They were the same bastards who abandoned him earlier. A man shrieked, they're still around here. Save me. I have to escape. Before he could finish his sentence, the man was impaled. Something had lunged from the water, thrusting a trident straight through him. Everyone screamed in terror. Monsters! There are monsters in the sea. The entire boat erupted in panic, shouting, what's happening? Suddenly, another voice cut through the chaos. Who changed the ship's course? Johan looked up toward the helm. It was him. He saw Kang Hansu gripping the ship's wheel. What is he planning to do this time? The ship, which had been sailing straight, suddenly lurched into a sharp turn, causing the crew to shout. Why the sudden change, of course? Kang Hansu ignored them and kept steering. So an angry crewman demanded, what do you think you're doing? Stop this ship. Someone pointed behind them and yelled, don't you see those wrecked ships back there? If we're attacked in the middle of this poison sea, none of us will survive. He was stunned when the man continued, if we are attacked, do you really think you can save everyone all by yourself? It's impossible. We'll all die. Why are you risking all of our lives to save those people? Kang Hansu remembered the words he was once told. Our purpose. Remember it. He continued the sharp turn, making the man scream out a warning. If you get any closer, it'll be too dangerous. We have to get back on our original course. He ignored the pleas and said, this is good. Then Kang Hansu yelled, they're all on board, which surprised everyone. The crewman who had been shouting was stunned. Yes, that's the right choice. You should just ignore them. Wait a second. What was that? Suddenly, a hand gripped the side of the boat. 2 people scrambled onto the deck and loudly announced, I'm still alive. The crewman stood there dumbfounded. When did they get on board? The man who just climbed aboard cursed with fury. I heard everything. You bastard. Were you really planning to abandon us? We only survived because we swam for your ship the second we saw it get close. He angrily grabbed the crewman's collar and shouted, let's see how you struggle when you're the one in the water. But a blade flashed past him, forcing him to let go. He was terrified. Who was that? What just hit me? Kang Hansu warned them, stop talking. It's here. The man was confused. What's here? Suddenly, the entire ship began to shake violently. He knew exactly what was happening. It had arrived. The guardian of the red zone's entrance. A notification appeared. The cursed survivors of the depths. Kang Hansu explained that these creatures can only exist inside the poisoned sea. They have a simple method of attack. They punch holes through the bottom of the ship. The crew began to panic. Our ship is being attacked from below. At this rate, we're going to sink. Stop them. How can we even reach them? Ranged attackers, you need to fire at them from the deck. They're blocking our attacks. We need more firepower. Kang Hansu made a suggestion. If they won't go down there, then I will. The people on the boat were speechless. Go where? He didn't say another word, simply leaping over the side as everyone watched in shock. Hey, is that guy insane? With a splash, Kang Hansu disappeared into the sea. The crew's faces went pale, jumping into a sea of poison without any gear. He was definitely dead. Below the surface, he came face to face with countless monsters. But he was completely confident. He knew the poisonous water could be easily pushed aside with his dragon arts. With his magic stats in the red zone, he thought, I can handle this. The horde of monsters began to charge at Kang Hansu. He stood his ground, gathering his power. It was known that dragon arts allowed a person to harness the energy of a dragon. Furthermore, it was a skill that gradually transformed the user's body to become more and more like a dragon itself. Parts of Kang Hansu's body began to take on draconic features. He thought to himself, These kinds of legendary skills and items are known as Class 0. This dragon art is truly worthy of its name. I still haven't even scratched the surface of its power. He then channeled the dragon's might into his fist, slamming it into a sea beast. The blow tore a gaping hole through its torso as Kang Hansu observed the result. Even now, its piercing power is incredible. I risked my life for this skill, so I can't let it go to waste. The remaining sea beasts witnessed this power and began to flee in terror. Seeing them retreat, he focused his energy, knowing he couldn't let them escape. If they get away, they'll just wait for another chance to strike. And I'm running out of time. He moved like a bolt of lightning, cutting down the fleeing monsters one by one. As their bodies littered the water, one tried a sneak attack from behind, but Kang Hansu was ready. He grabbed the creature's trident and with a single motion, caused its head to explode in a shower of blood. Kang Hansu scanned the carnage and thought, the situation on the surface isn't over yet. I should head back up. Above, the crew was in a full-blown panic. The ship is flooding. Plug the hole, now. One sailor screamed. Damn it, if you see any more of those things, attack on sight. When Kang Hansu reappeared, their fear turned on him. It's him. Get him. They swung their swords wildly, but he effortlessly parried the blow. Whoa there, he warned. You should look before you swing. They stared, dumbfounded. How did you come back completely unscathed? Kang Hansu shot back. You thought I couldn't handle it. They screamed in disbelief. How can you be so calm? You just blew an even bigger hole in the ship. He replied simply, I know. They continued to yell. What are you planning to do about it? Now is not the time for. Before they could finish, Kang Hansu silenced them with a single glare, then effortlessly snapped a massive wooden beam with his bare hands. He demanded, why are you all just standing here? We need to stop the monsters. The sailors who witnessed his feat were stunned. Look, he's making planks to patch the hole. Do as he says. Get more wood. Kang Hansu then gave another order. We'll need slime from that monster to seal the cracks. The crew was still buzzing. Did he really just break that beam with his bare hands? Just do it, he commanded. We need to deal with the poison that's collected here. He tried to calm them. The water will evaporate. Just leave it be. But they argued. If we stay here, we'll breathe in the toxic fumes. Let's get out of here. And with that, the crew cleared the area. Kang Hansu stood alone and sighed. I used up a lot of stamina, but it was worth it. And I found a useful replacement for my broken weapon. Looking at the cursed trident, he noted, this thing is durable enough to withstand the poison water, so it should serve me well. Kang Hansu called out to the crew. If you look ahead, you might see a beautiful sight. They were skeptical. What is there to see besides more water? But as they looked, excitement erupted. What in the world is that? It's land. Real land. Cheers echoed across the deck. We finally reached the red zone. I can't believe we made it this fast. Suddenly, a worried voice cut through the celebration. Wait a minute. Why isn't the ship stopping? Isn't this an automated route? Another sailor chimed in. They said the journey would take 3 days. It's not time yet. Kang Hansu corrected them. That's not land. Those are the roots of the world tree. They stared in awe. What kind of tree has roots that massive? The other sailor asked, is this the beautiful sight you were talking about? Kang Hansu just smiled. Keep watching. The real show is about to begin. The moment he finished speaking, the ship lurched violently. A colossal monster emerged from the depths, and the crew screamed in pure terror. What eye is that thing? The sight sent waves of fear through the crew, but Kang Hansu remained perfectly calm. What is that monster? They cried. As it surfaced, the creature turned its gaze upon them and let out a deafening roar. Panic set in. We're all going to be eaten, but it ignored them, biting into a massive root of the world tree. The sheer force of its bite created a tidal wave that rushed towards their ship. The waves are going to swallow us whole. Brace yourselves, someone yelled, but another sailor noticed something. Wait, it's not trying to eat us. That same person shouted. It devoured the entire root. He was in shock. Even though it was just one root, it was the size of a small island. Kang Hansu's mind raced. Ships from the training zone are sent to one of thousands of routes, depending on the ferryman's course. The legends describe a creature just like this. The fish that swallows the world tree. The calamity fish. It was one of the 5 calamities destined to wither the world tree. The story is told of a species from the red zone, Elfin, who tried to survive its dangerous environment. They used a mysterious genetic technique to create the world tree, but even that couldn't stop the 5 calamities, and Elfin slowly began to fall into ruin. Kang Hansu knew these mutants seemed to exist for the sole purpose of destroying the world. In my past life, I failed to protect the world tree, but this time, things will be different. Assessing the situation, he thought, it just filled its stomach, so it will move slowly to its next target. I should start with the route at the edge of this zone, far from our entry point. A crew member finally snapped out of his fear, yelling, Hey, wait! What in the hell do you think you're doing? Are you planning to follow that colossal beast? I know you're strong, but that thing is on a completely different level. This is insane. You have to ask the rest of us first. Kang Hansu replied calmly. I'm sure some of you wouldn't agree. The sailor was stunned. You're just realizing that now? Kang Hansu stated coldly. Then I'll just let them off the ship. The crew stared in utter confusion. What did he say? Kang Hansu's voice was firm. I have to follow that thing. So, if anyone wants off this ship, raise your hand now. I will let you disembark immediately. The group was frozen in shock. Then a panicked shout, right here. After a short run, they reached their destination, the World Tree. They were at the very edge of the World Tree's massive root system. Stepping onto it, they stared in awe. This is the place? A notification appeared. The World Tree is dying. The crew members murmured amongst themselves. I thought this was solid ground, but it's the start of the tree's roots. It's so enormous, you can't even tell where it ends. Kang Hansu's voice cut through their awe. Still, it's better than being thrown into the sea, right? Come on, try to smile. We still have 2 weeks left. If we keep moving forward, we'll be safe. One survivor was confused. What do you mean? 2 weeks. The ferry only told us we needed to reach the World Tree. Noticing them lagging behind, someone called out, Hey, aren't you guys coming? Kang Hansu turned away and said, We can't just stay here forever. If everyone else is going, you have to come. Another person quickly added, Wait, I'm going too. He stood there, muttering to himself. Moving quickly is the only wise choice. A calamity will arrive to devour these roots in 2 weeks. That's why I have to find that person. And before then, I can't let anyone else use this ship. I'm going to destroy it. With those words, he plunged his trident into the deck. Kang Hansu thought to himself, By now, they probably reached the cross fragment. One person walking ahead glanced back, wondering. I think he said something. Isn't he coming this way? He's so unpredictable. But it's comforting to have him on our side. Someone suddenly yelled, Wait, that thing on the left. Did he call it a cross fragment? A survivor urged, It's clearly man-made. Let's head that way. But another countered, Hold on. If it's artificial, it could easily be a trap. It's too dangerous for all of us to go. Why don't we just send a small team to investigate? We don't have any guild members among us, anyway. Let's split into pairs and survey the area, another person commented. This is why cautious people are such a pain. Looking up at the colossal tree, they spotted figures in the branches. The grumbler continued, It's probably good for survival, but it's a huge pain for us. The group looked up, startled. Who's there? A voice replied from above. You're the only ones calling it a pain, so watch yourselves before you're misunderstood. A figure then leaped down, landing before them. Now, let's see here. 148 of you, huh? I'm surprised a bunch of non-guild members managed to make it this far. I'm from the Valkyrie Guild support team. My name is Aeon Pat. In short, we're your new saviors. This was Aeon Pat, a support member of the Valkyrie Guild. The survivors stared blankly. What is he saying? Is he a foreigner? He just continued his rambling speech. As you all know, after the trial ends, those strange-looking fairy beings no longer interfere or offer any guidance. They might look bizarre, but they're still fairy. Of course, they're watching us from somewhere, but they won't lift a finger to help, which is why all of you should follow us. The survivors exchanged looks. Is this guy serious? There aren't many of them. Maybe we can take them. Just then, 2 more figures jumped down from the tree. Ha! With an attitude like that, no one's going to follow you. I am B. Minchin, from the support team. And this is Pam Ferris. Allow me to provide a proper explanation. Their identities were now clear. Pam Ferris, a member of the Valkyrie Guild support team. B. Minchin, also a support member, continued, Supporters like us receive an order to provide assistance to the newcomers arriving from the trial. Aeon Pat sighed, annoyed. That's what I said. The survivors asked, And who gave you that order? Pam Ferris spoke up. Valentine, the king of our clan, Valkyrie. She stationed us here 20 years ago when she arrived in the Orange Zone. I know this is hard to trust, but we are here to help you all adapt to the Red Zone. This place is the very end of the route. We're still a great distance from the World Tree itself, so you will all need our help. Aeon Pat and B. Minchin turned to each other. They aren't enemies, and in the worst-case scenario, we have more people. I think this is fine. Aeon Pat let out a sigh. Newbies are always so terrible at listening. All you have to do is follow our lead. B. Minchin just chuckled. You're the one who isn't listening. Did you not hear me say that you work for the clan? One person from the main group spoke up. All right, we'll follow you. The others were shocked. What did you just say? Aeon Pat and B. Minchin started bickering again. A stray dog has better listening skills than you. Didn't you hear me? If you're so smart, why don't you do it all yourself? You're weak, yet you talk so much. Pam Ferris shouted an order. Stop it. Don't waste time here. We still have a mission to carry out. Now, lead the way for them. Before leaving, Aeon Pat gave a warning. Ah, a heads up. Don't even think about turning on us just because you have greater numbers. 30,000 supporters have been stationed here for many years. So if you don't want to die, you better behave yourselves. After saying that, he turned away, thinking, newcomers are always easily scared by large numbers, just like them over there. The more you know, the more you realize there are beings whose names alone inspire fear. He added, besides, the red zone has its own laws. No one is allowed to touch the newcomers. Suddenly, someone shouted, "What was that sound? Is there a fight happening nearby?" Aeon Pat just told them to ignore it and keep moving, but they refused. "No, look, people are really fighting over there," he warned them. "You're not strong enough to handle anyone here." Minchin's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, those skills. They look familiar." He muttered, "Why is that woman fighting over there?" Hearing this, Aeon Pat was stunned. "What, a woman?" Meanwhile, Kang Hansu was facing off against his mysterious attacker. He demanded, "Why are you attacking me?" But the woman just channeled her power and screamed, "Shut up. You just finished the tutorial and you dare run your mouth. You have no idea where you are." Sophia Vara stared out at the relentlessly churning sea. "So, you've finally come." A complex emotion flickered in her eyes as she gazed at the monster in the distance, the calamity fish. Sophia Vera lowered her head, her mind a storm of thoughts. Her hands clenched, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. "Do I no longer have the right to avenge my parents?" She looked up at the sky, her resolve hardening like steel. "Everyone who is dragged to this place is destined to suffer like this. I will end everything and follow them." Sophia Vara whispered, "Master." Her mind drifted back to everything she had endured. They all called me crazy for declaring I would kill the calamity fish. No one was willing to risk their life to kill a beast larger than a mountain. Perhaps that ship has already sailed. Any attempt now is useless. But then, she heard footsteps approaching from behind. Someone was walking toward her. A voice called out, "Are you Sophia Vera?" Startled, she instinctively spun around. She cautiously approached the newcomer. "What is it?" "A newbie." "How do you know my name?" The man who appeared was Kang Hansu, holding nothing but an iron pipe. Sophia Vera sized him up, unable to read his stats. He looked like he had just arrived in this land. No decent weapons, no items. He wasn't even wearing proper clothes. Kang Hansu ignored her questions and got straight to the point. "I need to talk to you about the calamity fish." "Let's talk." At the mention of the beast, Sophia Vara flinched. Kang Hansu pressed on, "I need your help." Her eyes narrowed with suspicion. "I've never seen you around here before." Sophia Vera voiced her deepest doubt. "Are you one of the Quadrat Ratus?" Seeing her on high alert, Kang Hansu gently held out a hand. "She's wary," he thought. "Let's try Kang Tae-su's advice. Frame this so she benefits, too." "Aren't you worried?" he began. "Worried that your little sister might be brought here?" Kang Hansu's next words left Sophia almost frozen. "If we kill the calamity fish, her chances of survival will increase dramatically." He tried to continue explaining his plan, but before he could finish his sentence, Sophia Vera exploded in fury, lunging forward to attack. "What the hell do you know?" But Kang Hansu's reaction was lightning fast. He leaped into the air, dodging her devastating strike. Sophia Vera's fist slammed into the ground, shattering the earth on impact. She gritted her teeth, glaring at him with pure hatred. He looked at her, genuinely surprised by her power. The ground rumbled and then erupted, throwing up a cloud of dust that obscured everything. Without pausing, Sophia Vara raised her fist again, preparing to charge Kang Hansu once more. And again, to her utter disbelief, Kang Hansu vaulted into the air, evading her attack with ease. He landed lightly, tapping her shoulder. "Wait," he said gently. "Let's just talk." She spun around, violently knocking his hand away. Sophia Vera was now even more enraged. A dangerous glint appeared in her eyes as a faint red flame ignited in her palm. "You dare mock me?" With those words, she unleashed her spiritual power. A magic circle materialized above her head as she began to chant. Kang Hansu stood frozen for a moment, his eyes fixed on the glowing sigil, a hint of worry crossing his face. "She's using that skill," he thought. "I must have really pushed her over the edge." Sophia Vera condensed her power and unleashed her skill. Triple gem ice orbs. 3 spheres of ice shot from the magic circle, speeding towards Kang Hansu. He couldn't just stand there and take it. Kang Hansu quickly gathered a ball of lightning in his hand, thinking, "My Dragon Chi technique is still unrefined. It'll be a burden, but it's a risk worth taking." In an instant, his entire body was enveloped in crackling golden lightning. Kang Hansu's form began to change, strange markings appearing all over his skin. Unique skill, Dragon Key Transformation, level 7. After her attack, massive pillars of ice erupted from the ground where he had stood. Looking at the field of razor-sharp ice, Sophia Vara felt a flicker of triumph. Triple gem ice orbs is a technique that freezes anything it touches instantly. You can't escape an attack that freezes the very air itself. Within the ice, Kang Hansu's silhouette was visible, but it was impossible to tell if he was alive or dead. Sophia Vera shouted a threat. I guarantee you won't die. Not until I get all the information I need from you. Kang Hansu's voice cut through the air. My apologies. Sophia Vera stared in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. Cracks spiderweb across the ice encasing Kang Hansu. With his razor-sharp claws, he shattered the prison with ease. But you're not the only one with a special gift. Kang Hansu raised a clawed hand to the sky. Ring of Numaha, first authority. He slammed his palm into the ground. Annihilate. An electrical field erupted from him, shattering every block of ice in its path. Stunned, Sophia Vera threw up an arm to shield her face. The force of Kang Hansu's attack washed over her as she winced. He shattered my triple jade ice orb. A thought raced through her mind. Is aura manifestation something you can just learn in the training zone? Just how dense is the magical barrier protecting him? Sophia couldn't accept it, whispering to herself, no way, I can't possibly lose. In that moment, the memories flooded back. The mocking voices, the whispers of scorn, echoed in her mind. If you don't come with us, you're getting left behind. Are you really wasting your time on that unkillable calamity fish? No! Sophia flipped open the grimoire in her hands, her voice filled with rage. I refuse to accept this. Countless pages erupted from the book around her. Great Sky Road. Sophia poured all of her magical energy into her arm as the Book of Alice began to rapidly turn its own pages. The book slowly dematerialized. Solidify. Pouring all her frustration into the attack, she screamed, I'm not here for some nobody to look down on me. With that, Sophia Vera commanded the massive sword to descend upon Kang Hansu. Kang Hansu reacted in a flash, instantly taking a defensive stance. The same crackling lightning appeared around his claws. With a single strike from Kang Hansu, Sophia's colossal sword shattered into pieces. They both landed gently, as the scales on Kang Hansu's body slowly receded. He turned his head towards Sophia. Want to keep going? She bowed her head, gritting her teeth in frustration. Finally, she uttered a single phrase. This is pointless. Kang Hansu looked on, slightly surprised. Why are you backing down now? Admitting defeat already? I can still go on. Sophia glared at him. Do you take me for an idiot? Your special technique isn't even complete. There are 3 ways to determine the level of one's aura. First, the value, ratio, and amplification of. Second, the performance and power of the magical barrier. And third, its unique ability. Depending on the unique ability an aura possesses, its strength and application can change dramatically. I was trying to push him to his absolute limit, but he took my strongest attack without a single scratch. His aura is already top tier by this region's standards. There's no need to test him any further. Sophia asked cautiously. I know you're strong, but how do you plan to kill the calamity fish? Everyone else gave up after it devoured over 1,000 people. Do you have any idea what it means to fight a beast that swallowed an entire ship whole? It's not a monster anymore. It's a natural disaster. Just thinking about it sent a shiver down her spine. And now, there are even fools who started to worship that thing. I'm tired of fighting this battle alone. You should leave now, before you suffer the same fate as me. She turned her back on him and began to walk away. It's a fool's errand. Kang Hansu's voice followed her. If I thought this was going to be easy, I never would have sought you out. Just help me. I have a plan. But Sophia kept walking, ignoring his words completely. You're mistaken about something. I have no intention of getting involved in this again. But his next words stopped her dead in her tracks. This will be my 14th time killing the calamity fish. Are you really going to give up now? She whipped her head around, shouting, It doesn't matter what you say. I won't do it. Sophia Vera was the one who stood against the calamity fish. She had watched it devour her parents right before her eyes. She had challenged it again and again. The first time, the second, the third, the fourth, all the way to the 13th. All those failures don't mean anything. Kang Hansu's voice was surprisingly gentle. You may not have succeeded, but you survived all 13 attempts. Without me, you'll only fail again. But this time, I'm here. His words made Sophia look at him in a new light. I will kill the calamity fish with you. His promise reminded her of someone else's words from long ago. You can do it. Just trust me. Sophia remained silent for a long moment. She stopped walking away. Turning to face him, she looked Kang Hansu straight in the eye. Let me ask you one thing. Why do you want to hunt it? His gaze drifted out toward the ocean as Kang Hansu answered calmly. I want to save 1 billion lives. Sophia asked again, completely stunned. What did you say? He corrected himself. No, probably more like 1.5 billion. His words only made her more confused. She breathed out. You're even crazier than the biggest madman I know. Elsewhere, Aaron was watching them from a distance. So that's what all that commotion was about. He watched the two of them interact. Things were starting to get weird. It'll be a real pain if we get dragged into this mess. What in the world are they doing? I need to get out of here before he spots me. He quickly turned to flee, but suddenly, a trident flew through the air, pinning his cloak to the ground. Terrified, Aaron slowly turned his head. No, it can't be. Kang Hansu and Sophia Vera walked towards him. Leaving without saying goodbye, Aaron was completely paralyzed with fear. How does he know I'm here? Sophia Vera instantly recognized the familiar face. Humph. Aaron, she scoffed. What are you doing here? Aaron just gave her a strange smile. Hello, Miss Sophia. Kang Hansu observed him, thinking to himself. Aaron Pat. So he's been here this whole time. Kang Hansu smiled brightly at Aaron. Please, lead the way for us. Just then, in this gloomy otherworld, a brilliant light suddenly flooded the entire space. A voice cried out from amidst the bustling otherworldly crowd. There are so many people. Min Chun, his expression stern, spoke up. These are refugees from the lowest roots. They're forced to constantly move. If the disaster fish devour their location, they have to evacuate immediately. The tall, imposing figure continued. That's why we try to keep these relocations to an absolute minimum. With an air of authority, he went on. You'll all receive a briefing at the central building, and then we'll help you get settled in the upper town. Is everyone hungry? Johan's face lit up with disbelief at the plate before him. Finally, we're getting some real food. Suddenly, a cheerful woman, the cook, gestured toward the plates of food, speaking warmly. Welcome. I heard you all were coming, so I picked out the freshest ingredients just for you. But when Johan saw what was on his plate, he cried out, What is this? I heard we were getting food, but what is this stuff? With a look of pure disgust, he pointed at the cook. You actually expect us to eat this bizarre-looking slime? The cook simply chuckled, clearly amused. Yep, it's what everyone around here eats. It's packed with all the nutrients you need. Glancing over at a group of men, retching their guts out, she continued, If you want something different, you could always ask those guys what they had. I warned them about the toxins in the red zone monsters. Seeing this, Johan and the others were left utterly speechless. Defeated, Johan had to swallow his pride, and each spoonful of the strange food. The texture is so weird. From behind him, the cook's cheerful voice boomed. After you're done eating, I'll be handing out extraction devices for harvesting. At this, Min Chun spoke up with a smile. I'll leave the rest to you. The cook replied just as warmly. Don't worry about a thing. Min Chun. From a distance, another man was startled by the loud voices. Huh, who was that? Min Chun immediately headed for the assistant support center, calling out. When did you get back? I see you brought along the person you were just fighting. What are you up to? Aaron P., focused on mending his gear, shot back. Can't you tell? I'm fixing my clothes. Min Chun pressed on. How did you even get into this state? At that question, he suddenly exploded with rage. That lunatic. He was fighting Sophia. Min Chun sighed, looking defeated. I thought you said you were just scouting and that you wouldn't get caught. Once he calmed down, Aaron P. asked, How is everyone else doing? Min Chun's reply was grim. About the same. Standing before the massive crowd, Min Chun continued his report. This year's group is much stronger than the last one. The harsher the red zone, the stronger its survivors become. And this group has some real talent. If it weren't for the disaster fish, any team would be pulling in hauls like this. An image of a terrifyingly ferocious monster flashed through his mind. He continued to explain the current situation. The Celestials know this too. They've been adjusting the tutorial's difficulty to filter in only the strongest contenders. But Aaron P. was lost in his own thoughts. Still, no one is as crazy as that guy. He stroked his chin, deep in thought.
Someone who came from the tutorial can actually go head-to-head with Sophia Vera. The rumors have probably already spread. He's bound to show up soon.
Elsewhere, the scene changes. A massive foot suddenly slams into the ground. In the distance, a hulking figure stands tall. It's Zhang Gao. He scans his surroundings. Let's see now. Suddenly, his eyes gleam, and a sinister grin spreads across his face. Meanwhile, back in another area, a woman's voice calls out as she approaches. Did you manage to get an extraction device? You won't survive long without one. Kang Hansu immediately countered. And where are you headed? Sophia Vera shot back, annoyed. Are you questioning me? I have somewhere I need to be. Here, take this. I grabbed it in a hurry, but it's better than walking. She looked away, a hint of a blush on her cheeks. I still feel bad about attacking you before. Let's just say we're working together now. He immediately began to unbuckle his belt, making her jump. Whoa, wait. I didn't mean you should change right here and now. Of course not, he replied casually, a slight smile on his face. Thanks. Hearing that, Sophia Vara's face turned completely red. I just didn't want to see you shirtless. That's all. Kang Hansu added, Before we head out, there's a place we need to visit. The place they arrived at was the Assistant Support Center, a hub for adventurers who haven't yet advanced to the next zone. Standing before the center, she held up a hand. Wait here. She then explained, this place was created to help those whose families are arriving soon. It's one of the legacies left behind by Ares Valentine. As she approached, a girl on duty at the center greeted her warmly. Sophia. It's been so long since your last visit. Sophia glanced back at Kang Hansu before turning to the receptionist. Hey, can I check the list of new adventurers? And I also need to check on an item I left in your care. The attendant's eyes lit up. Of course. You're a VIP guest, after all. Just one moment, please. The support center wasn't just for rookies. It offered premium services to top contributors. The attendant on duty quickly filled out the information on a blue request form. She presented a list of recent arrivals, saying, this is everyone we've rescued near the routes. Checking the other routes will take 2 more days. Please come back then. Staring at the paper, Sophia's mind raced. Are they still not in this world? No. I have to focus on the calamity fish. Kang Hansu's voice suddenly cut through the heavy silence from behind her. If you're done, let's discuss the plan. Startled, she spun around. Right. He strode forward with a heroic posture, his words sharp and urgent. We have 13 days and 18 hours left. There's no time to waste, so we have to start now, Sophia replied, her face flushed with determination. And what's your plan? Simple, he said, his brow furrowing as his expression turned deadly serious. Just get me inside. I'll use a special weapon to strike its weak point. His blunt statement brought the conversation to a halt. That's it? She asked. That's a pretty lame joke. He shot back, confused. What's the problem? Should I just give up? She was completely exasperated, her face so grim she couldn't even speak. With that, the two of them headed outside together. Walking behind him, Sophia spoke up. You can't kill it from the outside. But it's not that simple, either. Kang Hansu glanced back. Don't worry, we can use a ship. She continued, You've already prepared a ship. I have a 30-seater. Hearing that, he immediately cut her off. A 30-seat ship won't be enough. We'll use mine. At his words, she gasped in shock. What? You have a 50-seat ship? Is it just parked outside? Seeing her astonishment, he explained calmly. I'm not a newcomer. You'll understand when we get there. Hearing this, her surprise began to fade. But you are new, right? I mean, you just got here, didn't you? With a quiet intensity in his handsome features, he said, Let's just say I have a special kind of power. We have the ship. Now we just need to gather the materials. He walked ahead, muttering, Let's split up. If you trust me, everything will go smoothly. Staring at his imposing figure from behind, a thought crossed her mind. That confident tone, that decisive gaze. A small smile formed on her lips as a memory surfaced. He reminds me of my master. With a bright and playful expression, Sophia called out, I'll go gather the materials over there. Don't you dare back out now. He caught the weapon, Sophia tossed him as she added, Oh, and don't forget this. Your weapon is about to break. He held the new weapon high, its presence commanding. This is better than your trident. Don't refuse it. Looking at the weapon in his hand, his thoughts drifted. This is when she taught me how to survive. He remembered her words from the past. This is the first weapon I'm giving you as your master. Accept it. With 2 tridents on his back, he continued his inner monologue. Some things never change, thanks to my knowledge. Sophia returned with everything she needed. I've found all the ingredients required to hunt the calamity fish. He replied with a calm demeanor. I know. Sophia couldn't believe her ears. How did you know? Are you psychic? At that, Kang Hansu paused, then spoke seriously. Yes, I can visualize all the information, even if I don't know everything. But no one understands the red zone better than I do. She looked at him, thinking, Even with that information, I still can't figure you out. He turned to her and said, All right, I'm heading to the outskirts. Are you ready? Matching his imposing presence, she replied, her own thoughts racing with resolve. I'm going to settle this once and for all. Arriving at another location, Sophia thought. To create a poison that can take down the calamity fish, we need to gather all the necessary components. To get the Apon's fluid, I'll have to lure it out of its nest. A fierce wind blew, making it hard for her to stand her ground. She began weaving magic circles to unleash her skill. Spotting Jangasu in the distance, she called out, What are you doing here? He smirked mockingly. Hey, Sophia, your body's looking as amazing as ever. Want to go out sometime? Hearing his words, she refused with raw fury. Get lost, you bastard. Are you here to get yourself killed? I'm too busy to deal with trash like you, so beat it. He laughed with contempt. So feisty. Is that how we treat old friends? He raised his hand, continuing. Come on, that's part of your charm. He began to power up an ability. A comrade who returned with me from the belly of the calamity fish. The skill launched towards her, but she remained unfazed. I hate people who fight without knowing their own limits, he sneered. She began her own incantation, summoning a grimoire. A magic circle materialized, bristling with weapons. The razor-sharp weapons rained down on him, creating a massive explosion. A blade whispered past his throat, a look of pure terror flashing across his face. Her voice was ice-cold. I hate people who don't know their place. But the fear didn't last. He adopted a defiant look. Looks like this was unavoidable after all. With his sharp sword still pointed forward, he slowly raised a hand to his head. Behind the cloth on his forehead, a terrifying crimson eye stared back, but she didn't even flinch. Raising her hand, a blade of pink energy shot directly toward that horrifying eye. A twisted grin spread across Kang Hansu's face, though a flicker of fear betrayed his eyes. Hey, you're fast. With a sly, wicked smirk, he taunted her. You recognize this eye, don't you? The guide is watching. Did you really think I'd attack without a backup plan? His voice dripped with provocation. We're part of an entire organization, you know. He gloated, his amusement obvious. I don't just have a guide on my side. I have something that involves you, too. If you choose to fight, things will get very complicated for you. Her pupils contracted, gritting her teeth. She thought, the all-seeing eye of envy. It's an incredibly troublesome skill. He stood up, placing a hand over his heart with a smug, satisfied grin. As expected, you're sharp, Sophia. You know I don't have any twisted intentions, right? He provoked her further. I just wanted to test your skills. I heard you lost to some rookie, so I thought maybe you've gotten rusty. He kept rambling, ignoring her obvious disgust. But your skills are as sharp as ever. I guess the rumors were just exaggerated. Her expression was cold, utterly dismissive. That's none of your business. Her voice was laced with pure hatred. I'm tired of your pointless chatter, so get lost. He frowned, his voice turning into a low growl. Don't worry. As soon as I find what I'm looking for, I'll be gone. I need to know where Kang Hansu is. The rookie you fought. She spun around, shouting, You'll never find out from me. A hand reached from behind her as his voice echoed. I knew you'd say that. He lunged and grabbed her arm, his expression predatory. That's why I'll have to use one of my investigation skills. Thanks in advance for your cooperation. As he charged, she dodged back, questioning him. Since when did you learn a skill like that? His eyes were chilling, his smile utterly barbaric. Of course, you could probably block it if you tried, but you're still too soft-hearted. Her face darkened, her voice seething with rage. A man like you should have died inside the calamity fish that day. He stepped back, his tone endlessly mocking, so cold. But I'm not the one in the wrong here. He emphasized each word. The one in the wrong is you. A demented laugh escaped him, his eyes filled with madness. You should have joined Quadratus when I gave you the chance. You're the one who acted foolishly, Sophia. Quadratus is an organization that worships the calamities that threaten the ecosystems in the Red Zone. They've turned that terror into a religion, serving the 4 great calamities. They don't care if these monsters bring about humanity's ruin. She scoffed at him, her words dripping with sarcasm. Enough of your nonsense. You want me to join a garbage organization like that? Rage contorted her features as she screamed, sacrificing innocent people just to show off the calamity fish's power, and then selling the relics of the dead for profit. Are you even human anymore? Sophia pressed him. Do you have any idea how many travelers you've deceived? She laid out his sins for him to hear. They believe your promises of a safe haven, only to end up dying in the belly of the calamity fish. He replied with a nonchalant shrug. So what? He sighed, then answered her with chilling indifference. I'm just making money using my own abilities, and participating in a few religious rituals along the way. His shameless, cruel words continued. The fools are the ones who blindly believe me. They wouldn't have survived long anyway. They should be grateful. Murderous intent blazed in her eyes, her voice shaking with hatred. To exist in such a beautiful place. Inside the calamity fish, even for a moment, he provoked her again. I hope you'll see the truth soon. If you journey with us a few more times, I'm sure you'll understand. And with that, he vanished like the wind. She couldn't react in time as his parting words echoed. Well then, see you later. She was stunned. He's only good at running away. She cursed him silently in her mind. Kang Hansu. If only I'd known you would turn into this kind of monster. He changed completely after nearly losing his life trying to escape the calamity fish's stomach. A cold sweat ran down her back as she wondered, what if I chase after him now? Suddenly, a handsome man appeared behind her, his voice warm and reassuring. You don't need to worry about me. Don't focus on anything else. Just concentrate on gathering the materials. Sophia spoke softly, her voice hesitant but pleading. I'm sorry, but there's something I need to ask you. He moved with incredible speed, his silky black hair flowing. It was none other than Kang Hansu. His mind was already on the mission. The most critical item for slaying the calamity fish was the sclerosing dissolution fluid. Synthesized by a master sorcerer, the fluid is the perfect poison to use against the calamity fish. One of the primary ingredients is its alkali. Touching down, a single goal burned in his mind. He had to claim the Kunza's heart. To find a Kunza, he needed to pinpoint a valley nestled between the trunk and the root system. That had to be it. The Kunza lived in caves near the roots to avoid disasters, burrowing into the wood to make their nests. A grin spread across his face. Found it. He plunged his feet into the crimson-colored liquid. Compared to the Kukunza heart, the other ingredients for the hardening solution were easy to find, but getting a heart from the root section was notoriously difficult. And yet, I found one. This is perfect. He walked across the water's surface, completely unfazed. It's coming. With his hands behind his back, he gripped his long qi gong tightly. He then whipped it forward, and a golden aura exploded, enveloping his entire body. Qi activation magic, qi gong enhancement. The crimson pods on the ground began to squirm and pulsate, suddenly birthing a swarm of monsters. He charged into their ranks, swinging his axe with deadly force, each blow making the creatures howl in agony. He leaped into the fray, a storm of kicks and punches, using his raw power to annihilate them. Suddenly, he paused, looking at his axe. It seemed that channeling qi gong into the weapon was making it break down faster. I'll have to adjust my attacks on the fly, he thought, at least until I can get a better weapon. Out of nowhere, a Kukunza lunged from behind with incredible skill, but it was no match for him. With a single, flawless motion, he sent it tumbling to the ground. Then a second one charged in, completely oblivious to its own mortality. He stood perfectly still, letting it rush toward him before striking it down just like its comrade. From the horde, golden eyes blazed with a ravenous hunger for him. They completely surrounded him, but he remained calm and motionless. One by one, they lunged forward. First one, then two, then three. He leaped into the air and descended upon them, felling each monster in rapid succession. It was almost too easy, he smirked to himself. All the Kukunza he just defeated were mere juveniles. The fully grown ones must be somewhere else. Should I bother hunting down more of the young ones? He looked at the red orb in his hand, exhaustion creeping in. Using my skills non-stop has drained my stamina and mana. He reminded himself that the red ancient stones were incredibly rare and precious. For now, I'll focus on collecting these ancient stones. 3 gems, each a completely different color, materialized in his hand. As he scanned the chaotic aftermath, a strange, hostile energy suddenly shot toward him. He was already prepared and dodged it effortlessly, as if he'd seen it coming. He swung his axe twice, then looked down at his poor weapon. It was already fragile to begin with, and I've been pushing it way too hard. A footstep landed, and a voice echoed before a face appeared. Wow, you actually dodged that. It was none other than Jiang Gesu, with that same arrogant look. He spoke with a taunting smirk. I was planning to stop if that had killed you, but you're more skilled than I expected. He waved his hand toward him, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I wasn't really trying to fight you, just wanted to test you a little. So, don't be mad, okay? The man's tone shifted. I've come here with a proposition for you. Our hero stared, completely baffled. Jiang Gesu extended a hand as an offering. Join Quadratus with me. Someone has taken notice of you. Seeing the suspicion in his eyes, he pressed on. This is a good offer for you, so just come along. Suddenly, Jiang Gesu's eyes shot wide open, sweat pouring down his face as if he'd seen a ghost. Abruptly, an axe blade whistled past his face. Our hero stared at him with chilling, bottomless eyes and asked a single question. Are you looking to die? Jiang Gesu clutched his face and screamed in fury. You psycho. You're just a damn rookie. He gritted his teeth. How dare you attack me while I'm talking? He threatened, his voice booming. You probably just finished the tutorial, so now you think you're hot stuff. That must be why you'd attack me without a shred of fear. Jiang Gesu's eyes narrowed, a sneer twisting his lips. That girl might like you, but I refuse to acknowledge you. Your offer? Kang Hansu replied with cold indifference. I refuse. He knew all too well the evil of the fanatics who worshipped the Quadratus disaster, but their operations were the most dangerous part. They cultivated calamity fish. As the number of visitors from the red zone dwindled, Quadratus's main business became watching others get devoured by those monsters. The more brutal the death, the more money they made. Their entire enterprise was built on the suffering of others. As he watched Jiang Gesu charge toward him, he made a vow to himself. He would destroy that organization as soon as possible, tearing them out by the roots, one by one. He turned his head and sighed, his expression and tone shifting into pure mockery. Why should I listen to someone who is weaker than me? Jiang Gesu was practically insane with rage. What did you just say? He adjusted the scarf on his head. I'm going to discipline you myself. If I don't bring you back, those bastards will lose their minds. So, whether you like it or not, this is happening. As he spoke, Jiang Gesu ripped a necklace from his throat, his face twisting into a monstrous grimace. A couple of broken ribs shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Seeing him transform, Kang Hansu just offered a faint smile. It seems we're on the same page. I need some information from you, too. You can still talk with a few broken ribs. Can't you? Jang Gesu drew a sword. Let's see how long that tough talk lasts. Without another word, he swung the forgotten blade straight at Kang Hansu, who dodged with astonishing speed. But strangely, Jang Gesu didn't seem panicked at all. In fact, a thrill of excitement coursed through him. He grinned from ear to ear. You fool! Slash. The sound of tearing flesh echoed, followed by a spray of blood. A deep gash suddenly appeared on Kang Hansu's right arm, with blood pouring relentlessly from the wound. Kang Hansu dropped to one knee, clutching his injury. Ready to talk now? Jang Gesu watched his opponent's expression carefully, tightening his grip on the forgotten blade, thinking to himself, I was aiming for his whole arm. But the cut was too shallow. I went too easy on him. Done hesitating, he swung his sword towards the water with a challenging smirk. If I break you too much, you'll be worthless. Don't worry, this will be quick. Suddenly, steam billowed from the wound on Kang Hansu's shoulder, and his voice took on a strange tone. Perhaps I was a bit too arrogant. He quickly regained his composure, staring directly at Jang Gesu. I have never fought you before. Jang Gesu flexed the blade in his hand like a whip, looking utterly confused. What the hell are you talking about? Have you lost your mind? Just shut up and lie still, he roared, laughing as he leaped forward to strike Kang Hansu again. But this time, before his attack could even land, he took a devastating blow from Kang Hansu, right in the gut. The impact sent him flying backward, his body spiraling out of control. His eyes rolled back into his head, showing only the whites. Jang Gesu hit the ground hard, planting a hand to steady himself. Kang Hansu was already in an attack stance, his fist radiating with powerful spiritual energy. He drew an axe from his back. I need to update my data. He aimed the axe at Jang Gesu with a cold gaze. Cooperate. Jang Gesu coughed violently from the last blow. He cursed under his breath. That bastard. His eyes scanned Kang Hansu, analyzing him. I didn't even see that last attack. From a nobody with just colorless ancient language stats, he pushed himself up from the ground, wiping a smear of blood from his mouth. Don't get cocky. I let you have that one. Kang Hansu simply raised his hand, and two sources of spiritual energy appeared at his wrist. Good. I'm just getting started. 5 ancient language stones materialized around his wrist. You're not down for the count yet, are you? Jang Gesu exploded with rage, screaming at the top of his lungs. You think a few boosted stats can actually change your skills? Kang Hansu held his axe high, replying with chilling calm. Of course. In a real battle, stats aren't everything. As he finished speaking, he hurled the axe. It flew with blinding speed, embedding itself in the tree right behind Jang Gesu, just inches from his head. He collapsed to the ground in terror. Kang Hansu's mocking voice cut through the air. What's wrong? A faint, taunting smile played on his lips. Scared now? Trembling. Jang Gesu struggled back to his feet. He stammered, impossible. Refusing to give up, he swung his sword again, screaming, I'm not afraid of you. This time, he unleashed a new technique, and the blade in his hand became incredibly solid. This was the skill known as the Forgotten Sword. He gripped the sword and charged at Kang Hansu with everything he had, crushing slash. Yet, his opponent just stood there, manipulating the energy in his hands. This stunned Jang Gesu. With his bare hands, the sight of his blade, ready to destroy anything, filled him with confidence. My crushing slash can split anything in its path. You're about to lose both your arms. Numaha's ring. The sword closed in, just inches from Kang Hansu's neck. First authority. Jang Gesu was sure of his victory. A triumphant grin spread across his face. I've won. Annihilation. But his celebration was cut short. Kang Hansu caught the approaching blade with his bare hand. Instantly, the sword shattered, its fragments scattering across the ground. His eyes widened in utter disbelief. It can't be. He stared at the falling pieces of his weapon. My crushing slash. Shattered, the hand still gripping, the hilt trembled uncontrollably. Not even a dismantling expert could destroy an item with such high mana density so easily. In a flash, Kang Hansu lunged forward, grabbing Jang Gesu by the collar and slamming him violently into the ground. His head smashed against the earth. A pained groan escaped his lips as blood trickled from his mouth. Kang Hansu looked down at the motionless body and grumbled, Stop playing dead. I went easy on you. He then grabbed his collar again, hoisting him up. Hey, you're not unconscious, are you? Jang Gesu suddenly grabbed Kang Hansu's bicep. Hansu glanced down, almost impressed. Good reflexes. He tightened his grip on Jang Gesu's collar. He used a skill to block that. A smirk appeared on his lips, and it worked. The Jade Copper defensive skill. It restricts my movement, so I didn't want to use it. Jiang Gasu glared at Kang Hansu, his mind racing. But this was no time to be picky, not if it meant escaping this monster's grasp. As if reading his every move, Kang Hansu raised his other hand, a pathetic effort. Is that all you've got? With those words, he drove a brutal fist into the man's face. A tooth went flying from the sheer force of the blow. Jiang Gasu's eyes widened in pure shock as the next punch came flying. How could he have broken through my skill? Kang Hansu unleashed a merciless barrage of punches on Jiang Gasu's face. You psycho! Wait, I'll. After taking a savage beating, Jiang Gasu trembled, throwing his hands up in surrender. I'll tell you everything. Hearing this, Kang Hansu finally paused. I had no choice. The operation fees weren't enough. Jiang Gasu desperately explained. I was just following orders, I swear. I'm a good person. I never hurt anyone. Let me go. And I'll give you an ancient language. He continued trying to bargain with Kang Hansu. I'll even reveal who hired me. The hero released his grip on the man's collar, his gaze turning razor sharp. You talk too much. And with that, Kang Hansu slammed another fist into Jiang Gasu's face. He pulled his hand back, speaking with cold indifference. Such a nuisance. At this point, Jiang Gasu couldn't even cry if he wanted to. But, you told me to talk. With a tooth knocked out and his face a canvas of bruises, Jiang Gasu looked absolutely pathetic. So what? I already told you everything I know, you bastard. He stared at Kang Hansu, unleashing all his pent-up frustration. You beat me like a dog. What more could you possibly want from me? His voice cracked, putting on a pitiful display as tears welled in his eyes. That's really all I know. He fell to his knees at Kang Hansu's feet, continuing his confession. Quadratus is an organization that worshipped a past calamity. Aside from their usual work in the area, they also hire other guilds for jobs. This specific commission was to spy on Kang Hansu, the one who completed the tutorial stage. He felt an invisible dread creeping over him. The client was Komoran from the Guides Guild. Kang Hansu's mind raced in surprise. The Guides? The Guides are a powerful alliance of 6 guilds. Together, they manage the 6 roots of the world tree. The fact that they control those roots proves they are among the strongest guilds in existence. Kang Hansu stroked his chin, lost in thought. But the Guides are supposed to be under Miyamoto's control. Does that mean more than one guild has their hands in this? Kang Hansu's gaze fell upon Jiang Gasu. They're probably getting ready to move by now. Was your informant also from the support center? Jiang Gasu immediately answered. Yes. A few of the supporters are involved. But this time, I got my information directly from Komoran. After hearing what he needed, Kang Hansu's expression turned unnervingly dark, his voice laced with deadly intent. You've outlived your usefulness. Panicked, Jiang Gasu tried to explain. Wait, there's more. He suddenly burst into laughter, pointing to the eye on his forehead. You fool. I was just acting this whole time. Do you have any idea what this eye on my forehead is? Everything you've done until now. Before he could finish, Kang Hansu cut him off. The clairvoyant eye of the envious, right? Those words shut him up instantly. How did he know? Without another thought, he slowly rose to his feet. That's right. With this clairvoyant eye, I can share my vision with others. Your location has been exposed. Kang Hansu feigned terror, turning away. Oh no, I'm so scared. I guess I have to run. This bizarre reaction only confused his opponent further. Seemingly without fear, Jiang Gasu continued his threats. Komoran is the commander of the Guides forces. Do you really think you can escape? I've already used it once, so it was on cooldown. But the connection has just been re-established. Kang Hansu spun around and slammed a fist directly into his gut. Now you're just a fish in a barrel. Jiang Gasu's vision started to go dark. Right before losing consciousness, he managed to curse at Kang Hansu. You bastard. I was still talking. Watching him collapse, Kang Hansu sighed. Playing along with you was exhausting. He knelt and began searching the man's body. My own weapons are about to fall apart. I need to find some new gear. A forgotten relic. He's got some good stuff. And this consumable artifact, a mirror of duplication. Not bad. Suddenly, a pure white bird appeared in the sky above. Kang Hansu glanced at it and let out a soft sigh. Spotted again. Komoran. I don't remember who that is, so he must be a small fry. The annoying part is, I'm kind of busy right now. Kang Hansu turned his head, looking back at the forest where menacing growls echoed from the shadows. And then there are those monsters. He listened carefully to the sounds reverberating through the trees. It sounds like a pack of GTAs nearby. GTAs. Perfect. I'll take them down before any reinforcements arrive. The frantic footsteps of monsters grew louder and closer. A horde of beasts charged forward, their mouths wide open, revealing rows of sharp teeth. They were GTAs, a species of monster that hunts in packs. They were chasing 3 cloaked figures running ahead. One of them yelled out, Everyone, use stealth now. At the signal, the others immediately activated their cloaking abilities. Using their stealth, the three of them quickly scrambled up a tree to escape the pursuing GTA pack. Perched in the tree, the trio observed the situation below. Seeing they had successfully escaped the monsters, they let out a collective sigh of relief. Damn, that was way too close, mumbled Che, a member of the Quadratus Guild. My blood ran cold. This is exactly why I hate playing the damn bait. Another squad mate chimed in. How many more of those Gitars do we need to lure? He replied. As many as we can possibly get, his eyes still nervously scanning the swarm of monsters below. But because we have to hold our breath to maintain stealth, using it continuously is nearly impossible. For now, let's just get them into the valley. Then we can finally rest before we move on. Che closed his eyes, annoyed, and asked the man beside him, By the way, what's taking Dan so long? His only job was to bring that rookie here. The man asked back, You mean Gasu? You actually took that commission? Che nodded slightly. Yeah, he's probably off screwing around somewhere again, isn't he? While everyone else was focused on the mission, something in the sky suddenly caught their attention. The three men perched in the tree saw a brilliant blue messenger pigeon soaring above. Trang raised his arm, and the bird instantly descended, landing perfectly on his gauntlet. A blue messenger pigeon. There's only one person capable of materializing a familiar in such perfect detail. Trang fell silent, lost in thought. Then, as if he realized something critical, he shot to his feet. He turned to the other two and said, Let's move. We have an urgent summons to Ra Lake. Gasu groaned in agony as his eyes slowly fluttered open. Once his vision cleared, he saw Cheng standing over him with a mocking grin. You actually managed to lose, you pathetic fool. Gasu immediately sat up, inspecting the fresh bandages wrapped around his wounds. Lucky for me, I passed out where the toxin levels were low. My leg was almost completely burned off. What about him? Cheng answered calmly. He's the one who took you down. He was already gone by the time I got here. Cheng couldn't resist twisting the knife. You mean to tell me a guy who survived inside the belly of a calamity fish failed to capture some rookie trash, and now we have to clean up your mess? Gasu frantically patted himself down before looking again at his leg. Damn it, where's my weapon? And what's with this weird wound? A memory flashed in his mind. Kang Hansu had done something to his body while he was unconscious. Sleep a little longer. I'll leave you this little gift. In return, I'll be taking your weapon. Seeing that Gasu was awake, the other members of the squad ran over to him. What are you spacing out for? Get up. We have to file a report. Gasu rubbed his head in frustration and yelled. Shut up. I remember he said something. What's with her? Are you high on toxins or something? The man looked helplessly at Cheng. You carry him. We're heading back to the airship. He then raised his hand, materializing a blue messenger pigeon, a support skill that allows travelers to communicate with one another. Just in case, I'll contact the nearest commander and the client who issued the request. He watched the pigeon fly away, thinking to himself. His messengers could only send the most basic information, but they had to be clear. The pigeon flew straight to a man named Morin. He crushed the bird in his hand. Pathetic, useless fools. Morin turned, looking at the glowing fragments in his palm, and said to the subordinate behind him, Let's go. Follow me. In an instant, they both appeared on Gasu's airship. Cheng rushed over to Morin's side. Sir, you're here so quickly. I literally just sent the pigeon. Morin coldly pushed him aside with one hand. Get out of my way. He walked over to where Gasu was lying on the deck. Quite a performance. Gasu. You dare show your face here after getting your ass handed to you by a complete rookie. Gasu looked up at him, terrified. Morin. Morin is the Force Commander. The one they call the Pathfinder. Without another word, he drove a powerful fist straight into Gasu's stomach. Who the hell do you think you are to say my name? He then raised his boot and stomped down on Gasu's chest as the others watched in utter shock. I can't believe the Quadratus Guild has become this useless. How do you plan on dealing with this mess you've made? Cheng quickly stepped forward to take the blame. We will take full responsibility for this. Suddenly, another member of the team shouted, We have a problem. The Jitar horde we gathered in the valley. They're breaking out and heading straight for us. Looking in the direction he pointed, they could see a countless number of monsters storming toward them. Their jaws gaped open as they charged the airship. How is that possible? Cheng rushed to the side of the ship to get a better look. He froze, horrified at the sight. Once a Jitar horde starts running, they can't change direction. I used that very trait to lure them into the valley. Why would they break out and come for us just because we captured one of their young? Just then, Morin caught a strange scent drifting on the wind. He followed the smell, his eyes landing on Gasu. In a flash, he threw the knife in his hand, embedding it deep in Gasu's thigh. You absolute moron. Gasu screamed in agony. My leg. Morin continued to curse him. You just brought us another pile of trash to deal with. He walked over and ripped the knife out. This is Jitar blood. It's a perfect lure. and it's been mixed with an amplifier to maximize its effect. If I hadn't used Erinen's tracking skill, no one would have ever known. He rubbed his chin and thought. A brand new soldier, just arrived in the red zone, knows the G-Tars well enough to herd them like cattle. He suddenly burst into a wild, crazed laugh. This is getting interesting. Morin looked at Cheng and gave his order. Bring me this Kang Hansu. I need to see the face of the man who orchestrated this. Terrified, Cheng stammered as he looked at the swarm below. But sir, there's an entire horde of G-Tars down there. The airship won't be able to hold out for long. Veins pulsed on Casmoran's furious arms. Let me be clear. His spiritual power flared to life. I'm handling this. Cheng opened his mouth to object, but Casmoran wouldn't let him speak. In a flash, he had Cheng by the collar. Don't make me repeat myself. The hand gripping Cheng's collar burned with power. A terrified scream escaped Cheng's lips. Fire. Kato's eyes were fierce. Bring him here now. But Cheng's desperate screams continued. Please, someone save me, or I'll feed you to the Gerda. He snarled, his voice low and dangerous. I'm taking care of this myself. Casmoran tossed the man aside like trash. An orb of pure energy formed in his hand. He looked completely unhinged. If you think you can stop me, you are sorely mistaken. A twisted smile spread across his face. He pushed the orb forward with all his might. I will make you regret ever being born. The energy sphere shot toward the Gerda horde, detonating in a massive, fiery explosion. With a single blow, the Gerda were annihilated. Deep within the forest, Kang Hansu heard the blast and glanced skyward. It seems my little trap was a success. A slight smirk touched his lips. I've just bought myself a little more time. Now, I have to keep moving. He pulled a flask from the trunk of a tree. Kang Hansu sneered in disgust. Are dry bones the only nutrients around here? 2 days without food is taking its toll. The world tree is slowly siphoning what little nutrients are left. Nutrient fluid flows through its ancient root system. Some roots draw on the toxic water, while others purify and expel the poison. I need to find the roots that carry pure nutrients. But ever since the world tree died, the number of life-giving roots has dwindled. Kang Hansu held up a small pouch. The system window immediately displayed its information. Item: selfish rich man's food pouch. He murmured to himself, I have almost everything I need. It'll work better once I get out of this place. Kang Hansu moved with silent purpose. The only thing left is the deep lake inside the tunnel, the nesting ground of the adult kukuas. This is nothing like the shallow waters I've seen so far, which means I'll have to build a bridge. He clutched a handful of dry seeds. A system window appeared. Quitcher's seed absorbs water to sprout a giant leaf. Reaching the edge of a cliff, he tossed the seeds into the poisonous stream below. The seeds plunged into the stream, instantly absorbing the toxic water and germinating. From the depths, enormous sprouts rose to the surface. With his path complete, he leaped from the cliff, skillfully hopping across the giant leaves. Suddenly, he paused, a sword materializing in his grip. It would be easier if the path just went straight up, but I'll have to carve my own way. Monsters erupted from the water directly in front of him. Kang Hansu remained completely unfazed. Let the hunt begin. Meanwhile, under the night sky, a figure stood radiating immense power. It was Casmoran. Has the carrier pigeon delivered the news? He asked the woman beside him. It is still in transit. Casmoran turned, walking towards her. He approached a captive who was tied up. Even your strongest scouting skill, the one you can only use once a month, you wasted it. Casmoran grabbed the man's collar, his voice laced with menace. If you weren't our guide, we would have thrown you into the sea of poison long ago. You and that quadratus. He released the captive and rose to his feet. He commanded, Rachel, take me to the final location. She questioned him. Are you going by yourself? Bathed in the morning light, Casmoran turned with a wicked grin. Yes. It's much more fun to hunt my prey with my own 2 hands. As he walked away, he muttered under his breath, Kang Hansu, you can't escape me. Back on the Leaf Bridge, Kang Hansu was still battling the monsters. Defeating them was taking its toll. He was gasping for air, his stamina nearly depleted. He looked down at his trembling hand. I can barely even swing my sword anymore. But just as his guard was down, a figure in a black cloak appeared behind him, drawing an arrow and taking aim. This is the last cocoon heart I need. A brilliant flash from the bow caught his attention. Kang Hansu's eyes shot wide, sensing the danger. He threw himself to the side. The arrow whizzed past, tearing through a monster's body and ripping it to pieces. The archer, Tran, clicked her tongue. Chi. I missed. Staring at the aftermath, Kang Hansu realized that was a precision-type skill. Incredibly hard to dodge. In that split second of distraction, 3 more arrows came flying at him. So be it. He swung his sword, deflecting the volley, but not without a price. Deep cuts appeared on his arm. He grimaced. Damn it, I'm wounded. Droplets of blood trickled down his arm and fell into the water below. The scent of his blood drove the monsters into a frenzy. They surged from the water's surface, swarming towards him. Clutching his bleeding arm, he dashed forward. They're frenzied by the blood. This is getting complicated. High above, Tran drew her bow again. The frenzied kukuas are making this difficult. Hey, we're supposed to be providing support. Get down there and grab him. Miller pouted, touching her lips delicately. Are you kidding me? You want me to go down into that kukua swamp? The splashback will completely ruin my hair. Tran leaped forward and smacked her on the head. He's going to escape if you don't move. They're only after the one who's bleeding. What are you so afraid of? Miller covered her ears. Fine, fine. Stop shouting. You're going to give me wrinkles. Fuming, Tran began casting a spell while Miller nursed the lump on her head. I'm sending in the doves. You just handle him. Got it? We're taking him alive. She leaped down, shouting back to her squad. All right, fine. Alive it is. She drew the dagger from her side. You better entertain me. Until we're both completely spent. Chen commanded the other mages, support Miller. Just make sure he can't escape. Miller's eyes blazed with excitement. It's been too long since I've had a proper fight. With a deafening roar, she lunged forward. Die. Her blades sliced through the air, leaving behind brilliant arcs of light. He moved to counter her attack. But suddenly, a monster burst from the side, striking at his blind spot. A flash of irritation crossed Kang Hansu's face as he swung his blade toward the creature. One clean, powerful strike, and the monster was dead. But in that brief moment of distraction, Miller leaped in, thrusting her sword forward. Where do you think you're looking? Hey, handsome. Her blade shot towards him. He dodged in an instant, but the razor-sharp edge still managed to sever a few strands of his hair. Kang Hansu countered with a devastating kick, sending her flying across to a neighboring leaf. She was back on her feet instantly. Heh. Pretty tough for someone on the verge of collapse. Miller wiped a trickle of blood from her lip, a sinister grin spreading across her face. I'll make you pay for scarring my face. She licked her lips. I have no intention of going easy on you. Not even if you beg for mercy, he thought to himself. She only closes in when the kukuzas are frenzied by the scent of blood. His mind raced. Making a scene here is too risky. The situation is in her favor. The longer this drags on, the worse it gets for me. So, why not change the game a little? The ring on his finger pulsed with a crimson light, and in his hand, a new weapon began to materialize. She watched his every move, her eyes narrowed with suspicion. Miller lunged at him once more, only to be violently blasted back to where she stood by his new weapon. Miller's voice was laced with disbelief. What? I thought you were supposed to be smart. But I guess you're not all that, she continued, her tone dripping with contempt. Isn't that the formless sword? Gasu's weapon? You really shouldn't steal from others, you know. Miller glanced down at the gash on her arm. A wound like this, but as blood poured from the cut, a scream of pure shock tore from her throat. What? The wound? It isn't healing? Why? Why is it getting worse? While her attention was fixed on the wound, a monster erupted from the water below. It lunged, jaws wide, and she screamed in pure terror. Impossible! Chen screamed down from the cliff. What are you doing? Seize the opening. It's just a little blood. She shrieked back. They can smell my blood. A faint smirk played on his lips. This is the ring of Numaha. Its second power, hemorrhage, unlocks when the red stat is enhanced. Don't mistake it for a simple cut. The constant blood loss during battle clouds the mind and drains the body of all its strength. He watched as she struggled against the beast. Kang Hansu thought, maintaining hemorrhage consumes a massive amount of magic, so I wanted to avoid it. But these creatures go into a frenzy at the scent of blood, making it perfect for this situation. He turned, thinking, I can get out of here now. But Chen's furious voice echoed from above. You idiots. Go help her, now. Her subordinates immediately charged down. Chen raised his bow, his hands trembling. If we lose track of him here, see, Morin will never forgive us. I can't go through that again. 3 arrows rained down from above. Miller kicked a monster in the gut, shouting, I'll handle the kukuzas. Just focus all your fire on Kang Hansu. The arrows shot downwards, but slammed into the swarm of monsters instead. 3 of the underlings charged straight for Kang Hansu. He reached into his pouch, murmuring, so persistent. I suppose I should give you all a little gift. Another monster lunged, its jaws gaping wide. With a single slash of her blade, Miller decapitated it. Running away is useless against me. But then, she noticed something. Wait, this blood. Is this the head of a GTA? A faint smile touched his lips. Did you know? The blood of a GTA is the perfect lure to drive the kukuzas into an absolute frenzy. They won't hesitate for a second. They'll charge straight for the source. Now, imagine what happens when you're the one covered in that blood. The moment the words left his lips, The water below began to churn violently as countless cuckoos surged to the surface. Miller and her subordinates could only watch in horror. She glared up at him, her face contorted with rage. He stood calmly on the cliff's edge, his voice carrying down to them, as they were swallowed by a desperate battle against the cuckoos below. Have fun playing with your new friends. Kang Hansu's hand brushed against a coarse tree trunk. This root, it's completely withered. He continued on his way. At this rate, the entire area will be a barren wasteland by the time help arrives. This blight is spreading fast. I'll have to check the upper levels too. He frowned. I just hope it hasn't spread too far. And here I thought things were supposed to get easier after the red zone. He looked up, his coat whipping in the wind. Candian, if I run into Chin, we'll finally have to settle things. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a different group had gathered. Looks like some travelers got here first and decided to squat on the world tree's root. A man with long hair sneered, leaning against a tree. Hey, a few skyfallers must have gotten lost and wandered in. His purple-haired companion added with a smirk. Stupid fools. This is our territory now. Johan's group was utterly exhausted. The root they had been drawing from had no sustenance left. We can't hold on any longer. The fluid the rescue team gave us is all gone. Please, we're begging for your mercy. The purple-haired man just scoffed arrogantly. Why didn't you manage your resources better? This root belongs to our guild now. Leaning against the massive root, the long-haired thug drew his blade, as he and his purple-haired crony took their fighting stance. Hey, rookies, he sneered. You really think you can take this from us? As Johan's group seethed with helpless rage, he continued, newbies should learn their place and get used to being hungry. Gritting their teeth, they turned to leave, even after everything they'd gone through to get here. They recalled the harsh reality of this place. This was a decaying world tree, and its lower roots held no nourishment. The upper roots were rich with nutrients but infested with monsters, and every time they tried to climb, some gang would block their path. Were they just supposed to lie down and starve? Suddenly, a noise from behind snapped them to attention. It was the same thugs from before. Who the hell are you? When did you get here? The thug ordered him to scram, but before he could finish the sentence, a powerful blow slammed into his chest. Ugh. Johan's eyes widened in disbelief. The newcomer was holding the long-haired thug by his collar. Kang Hansu. The other thugs stared in pure terror. He took down their leader in a single move. A wave of relief washed over Johan's group. They're gone. We can get the nutrient fluid. One of them cheered. I can't believe I'd live to be grateful for a beatdown. Someone shouted, everyone, get your flasks. Let's get what we came for. The group eagerly scrambled onto the massive root. Johan managed a weary smile. He solved everything in just one move. As Kang Hansu sat on the root, sipping the nutrient fluid, Johan approached him and called out, Kang Hansu, it's really you, isn't it? Long time no see. Hansu leaped down. You know me? Johan sighed in frustration. You really don't remember? We were on the same ship together. While Hansu drank from his flask, Johan asked, what have you been up to all this time? This is the first I've seen of you since that day. He introduced himself properly. It's so good to see you again. I'm Johan. And thank you. Without you, we would have starved to death. Hansu kept drinking, his cheeks slightly puffed out. I was just hungry myself. Go on and eat. After finishing, Hansu let out a satisfied burp, rubbing his stomach. Johan's expression turned serious. Can I ask you for one more favor? You must know what I'm talking about, right? His gaze was intense. The ship we were on before. We need it. All the other routes are blocked, so we need that ship. But before Johan could finish, Hansu turned his back on him. No. Johan refused to give up, pressing on. I'm not just begging. The nutrients here could run out at any moment. The calamity fish are destroying the outer roots. Let's use the ship to escape upwards, together. Instead of answering, Hansu sliced into a nearby flower with his knife. That won't be a problem for much longer. It's all about to be resolved. He held up a flower petal. You all will be safer staying here. Don't even think about going up. Johan was stunned. What are you talking about? Hansu met his gaze. I'm going to kill it. I'm going to use that ship to wipe out the swarm of calamity fish attacking the world tree, he continued. I will eliminate the calamity with my own hands, so you don't have to worry about dying. Johan was completely frozen. He asked, What do you mean? Please, explain it to me. Ignoring him, Hansu placed the petal into his pouch, thinking to himself, if the calamity is gone, the red zone will recover and everyone will be safe. So what I'm doing can't be wrong. Johan let out a long sigh. I have no idea what you're planning, but you've done the impossible before, so maybe you can do it again. But before you go, I have to ask you one thing. Why are you going to such great lengths to save everyone? The question made Kang Hansu stop in his tracks. He whispered, almost to himself, why? I have to save as many people as I can. That's the entire reason I came back. He stared down at his own hand. But, is that what I truly want? Johan hurried to catch up. Kang Hansu, why did you stop? Without warning, Hansu tossed a small stone toward him. A rock? Without turning back, Hansu kept walking. It's a mimicry stone. It'll come in handy. Just keep it. Johan tried to stop him. Hey, wait a second. Johan couldn't understand the look on his face. He gazed down at the glowing stone in his hand. This guy. He was truly unbelievable. He remembered then. It was just like that time he secured the ship for them. Back then, they thought he was talking crazy, proposing something that was completely impossible, but he was the kind of man who made the impossible happen. Maybe, just maybe, he could do it again this time. Johan looked up, a spark of hope igniting within him. Elsewhere, Kang Hansu pushed off the ground, rocketing forward. Migration is a natural part of human survival, so why does this feel so wrong? Focus on the mission, he muttered, then called out to the young woman up ahead, Sophia. He asked her, You're early. Do you have all the materials? Sophia Vara replied, We're still missing 2 items, but I came just in case. Not bad, he remarked. She studied his face. You seem troubled. Is something wrong? He glanced away. It's nothing. We just have a few tails. Did you notice them? Yes, she confirmed. The Quatus. They're after you, which means they're after me. 2. Hansu turned to her. Yeah, I already ran into them. Morin found me. Sophia Vara's eyes widened. Morin, the commanding officer of the Guide's vanguard. He cut her off. I managed to lose him temporarily, but he's good. It won't be long before he tracks me down. Worry crept into her voice. He's not just some common enemy, Hansu. No matter how strong you are, you can't take him on alone. He pointed directly at her. So, we cooperate. His plan was simple. One person would keep gathering materials, while the other would act as bait for Morin. She tried to make him understand. Don't you get it? The Guides are one of the ruling factions in the Red Zone. They aren't just massive in scale. Their ranks are filled with hardened veterans who've survived here for years. They're all strong enough to leave the Red Zone anytime they wish. And among them, the assault squad is the most savage. A masked man appeared in her mind, a wicked grin on his face. Morin is their commanding officer, she said, stepping closer. We have to fight him together, but his back remained turned. We should gather supplies while they don't know we're here. We have to be fast. He finally replied, It'll be difficult. I left the artifact there, but judging by the situation, they've already picked up our scent. Elsewhere, a man was being choked by an unseen hand. The hand's owner tightened its grip, lifting Johan clean off his feet. The ground below was littered with fallen bodies. I'll give you fools a choice. Do you want to burn to death in agony? A sinister purple flame danced in Morin's palm. Or, you can die peacefully after telling me where Kang Hansu is. Johan struggled, thinking, I didn't even sense his approach. The stone Hansu gave him fell from his pocket. How did he get so many people here so fast? He sputtered. We don't know who that is. Morin's eyes narrowed as he pleaded, You've got the wrong person. Releasing his throat, Morin crouched down. Your name's Johan, right? Then he slammed his palm onto the boy's head, smashing his face into the ground. Just a rookie who doesn't get it. Morin yanked him up by the hair. Such a terrible liar. He pointed at his nose. Did you know that lies give off a stench? I know he passed through here. Aranon's trace. It's my own personal tracking skill. A tremor of fear ran down Johan's spine. He erased his tracks, but I can still smell the trail he left behind. Morin then produced a slip of paper. His mistake was leaving this, even while trying to lead me into a trap. He let it fall. Now then, shall we get down to business? As terror flooded Johan's eyes, Morin asked again, Where is Kang Hansu? He shivered. I really don't know. Morin took a long sniff. You still reek of deceit. So be it. A glint flashed in his eyes as the purple flame ignited in his hand, then died. He lunged toward the boy, but stopped dead in his tracks. Morin lowered his head, a chuckle escaping his lips, before whipping around. I can smell him. In the distance, Hansu stood watching. As Morin let out a manic shriek, the distant figure turned. Seeing Hansu's silhouette, Morin roared with excitement. There you are. A smirk of pure contempt crossed Hansu's face. Looking for me? The man demanded. Are you Kang Hansu? But Hansu simply replied, Come and find out. But before he could finish his taunt, a powerful kick tore right through his face. Watching the image dissipate under his boot, Morin sneered. A cheap trick. An artifact that consumes an illusion stone to create a simple clone. That must have belonged to that fool. Goo. There it is. He bent down, slowly scooping up the fallen stone. Looks like the idiot was robbed blind. Lucky for me, the scent hasn't completely faded. A wicked grin spread across his face. Even if it's a trap, I will gladly chase you. In another location, a heavily wounded man struggled to push himself up from under a pile of rubble. He clenched his fist, using the last of his strength to call out for Kang Hansu. The scene shifts to the Kukunza spawning pool. This is a place created by the Kukunza for the sole purpose of reproduction. It was made by uprooting the outer roots of the world tree and filling the basin with a nutritional fluid from within, a substance that could nearly balance the poisonous waters of the upper stream. Hansu was sitting at the edge of the pool. He raised a hand, feeling the nutrients he just drank working their magic. His wounds had already completely healed. As if sensing someone's arrival, he slowly stood up and spoke. So the illusion finally wore off. You're here? Then, the sound of approaching footsteps was accompanied by a less-than-friendly greeting. Tired of rerunning yet? Casmorn said, holding out a hand. Because a little rat like you has finally been cornered. Hansu scoffed. You should be grateful. Your hound dog nose is even worse than I thought. You couldn't have found me without my help. Casmorn's lips curled into a smirk, which quickly erupted into a full-throated, joyous laugh. He clenched his fists, readying for an attack. You're actually right. You're very entertaining. Let's see if your skull is as tough as the rumors say. Power crackled around his hands as he spoke with manic energy. If not, you'll burn to ash right here. Hansu remained utterly calm, slowly reaching into his pouch. He whispered, fine, but... He didn't finish the sentence. Instead, he spun on his heel and bolted, leaving one last taunt behind. Not today. Let's play hide and seek again next time. Realizing he'd been mocked, Casmoran immediately took the bait. He roared in pure rage, you bastard. You dare run from me, and gave chase at full speed. You think I'm going to lose your trail now? He raised his hand, unleashing his azure flame art, and hurled a massive fireball straight towards Hansu. Without even looking back, he easily leaped to dodge the attack. In his hand was a fistful of seeds, the crimson-green turtleback seeds. Hansu flung the seeds down into the pool. In the blink of an eye, they blossomed into enormous, floating leaves. Hansu landed lightly on one of the giant pads, silently calculating. The poison concentration in this spawning pool is low, so these won't last long. Model. As long as I make it in, I'll be fine. Watching Hansu leap across the water's surface, the man seethed. You think the water will save you? He thrust his hand forward, shouting, get out here and fight me properly. Seeing his enemy dive in, Hansu smirked. Good, he took the bait. In that moment, a brilliant green sword materialized in Hansu's hand. It was a blade coated in a special fluid from Gasu's body. He sliced it across his own palm, and blood immediately gushed into the water below. He calculated inwardly, mixing his own blood in will amplify the scent. The smell of prey would surely attract the Kukunza, especially during their tense breeding season. Drawn by the scent of blood, the Kukunza began to surface. Hansu deftly leaped between their emerging forms. The creatures were utterly savage, their massive jaws gaping wide, ready to devour anyone who dared invade their nest. But Morin pursued him relentlessly, his voice dripping with arrogance. Is that all you've got? Seems like running is your only skill. You really think a few Kukunza are going to stop me? He glanced at the monsters, sneered, and unleashed his crimson flame art. I'll just burn them to a crisp, he declared, and then I'll tear you apart. He dispatched the creatures with terrifying speed. Did I not tell you? He taunted. I just needed to eliminate them. He pointed a finger straight at Hansu. Kang Hansu, you're next. Running won't change a thing. Why won't you just face me? Hansu's reply was unnervingly calm. That makes sense. Morin seemed surprised. What's with the calm act? But inside, Hansu was calculating. Underwater, nothing beats the breath of Aeon. Morin will definitely follow me into the lake. Hansu glanced back with a strange warning. Take care now. And remember to return what's mine. Before Morin could react, Hansu plunged deep into the water. Watching him, Morin cackled like a madman. What an idiot. Does he really think I'm afraid to follow him into the water? Morin spread his arms, filled with excitement. If I just wait, he'll eventually have to come up for air. But I prefer the thrill of the hunt. He began blasting the water with wild, chaotic attacks. Let's see how long you can last. Below the surface, Hansu felt a surge of worry. It seems his plan is to just attack randomly until I'm forced to surface. The moment I go up, he'll incinerate me. And I can't use the dragon key art. I'm completely out of magic. But he didn't falter, ready with his contingency plan. Still, I prepared for this. He pulled out the Anham pouch. Air trapped inside the flower buds causes them to pop when they release their sap. This should buy me some time. Seeing the Kukunza charging at him, he had another thought, and pulled something pinkish from his bag. If Thexwich 5 or 1, Tau 4 day, Hansu reminded himself, the Calamity Fish isn't the Kukunza's only natural enemy. That strange object was an Anham gallbladder, a monster organ with a scent so foul that even the Kukunza would avoid it. Hansu crushed it, The horrific smell instantly spread through the water, enveloping the approaching swarm. Seeing them turn and flee, he breathed a sigh of relief. This will clear the way. Legend says that kukunza mix poison with nutrients when they spawn, diluting it to form their nests. With this in mind, he moved instantly. Their nests all lead to the poison sea. I have to get there now. But just behind him, Morin appeared, launching another attack. Sensing the danger, Hansu's guard went up. He's here. Even underwater, the crimson flame art was clearly visible. He dodged, but the attack still grazed his arm. Pain shot through him. It was just a scratch, but the power was immense. Suddenly, he regained his focus. This is my chance. He swung the green sword in a fierce counterattack. This weapon. It was the artifact once wielded by Gasu. Morin's eyes widened. So, you have the forgotten sword. He then declared, that brat couldn't handle it, but I will make it mine. Morin opened his mouth, performing some kind of technique. But nothing happened. A cold dread filled Hansu. I can't breathe. No, it's impossible. The artifact should be working. No way. Suddenly, Hansu mimicked Morin's action, opening his own mouth. Morin roared in fury. Kang Hansu, you dare steal my artifact? Hansu simply replied, didn't I tell you before? Inside, he was relieved. That was too close. He then shamelessly added, this belongs to me now. He grinned, raising the green sword, now pulsing with energy. But I'll trade you for something else. Hansu presented the blade and made his declaration. I will grant you a different gift. He activated Numaha's second authority and slashed out, instantly drawing blood from Morin's arm. Morin gritted his teeth in pain, cursing, stupid little tricks. Suddenly, from behind him, a kukunza appeared. Its massive jaws were wide open, ready to bite down, but he managed to dodge just in time. Morin blasted the creature with a burst of power, snarling, filthy insect. He looked up and saw countless more kukunza swarming. He grew frustrated. They're all coming out of their nests. This is annoying. Of the 36 stratagems, retreating is the best. It's time to go. In an instant, Morin blasted himself out of the water, his voice echoing in Hansu's mind. This isn't over. Kang Hansu. Seeing him leave, Hansu felt a wave of relief. Good thing he gave up when he did. Now, back to my objective. All right, I've got what I needed. Time to head back. It seems I've kept her waiting long enough. On the shore, Sophia was watching with growing anxiety. She scanned her surroundings and said, this must be the end of the root system. Come to think of it, this is where I first met Kang Hansu, and her thoughts began to drift to him. When is he planning to surface? I probably should have fought the guide myself. I hope he's all right. Sophia adjusted her glasses and looked around. But more importantly, where is the ship he mentioned? There's nothing around here. She figured a ship with room for 500 people would be hard to miss. Staring at the rippling water, she started to lose hope. If he doesn't surface because he couldn't get the ship, then I guess that's that. Before she could finish her disappointed thought, a colossal ship erupted from the water right behind her. Startled, she threw up a hand to block the spray of water. She was in awe. Where did this ship come from? A figure appeared on the deck, his voice calling down. You're right on time. It was Kang Hansu. He told her to get on board, that they would be departing soon. Once on the ship, she was still in a state of disbelief. Sophia exclaimed, I can't believe you thought of hiding a ship under this poisonous sea. I don't know if you're a fool or a genius. Looking at the stones in his hand, she asked, by the way, where did you get those ancient runes? He replied, let's just say they're from a friend. They weren't very willing to help, but thanks to them, my magic tower has finally reached its peak. Sophia asked, more importantly, how did you do it? He didn't seem to understand what she meant. Holding the guicheo seed, she said, I'm talking about the method for using the guicheo seed. Guicheo seeds are only found in Kukunza Lake, so they're extremely difficult to obtain. At a glance, it's impossible to know it will sprout when dropped in poison water, and you only just arrived in the red zone. How do you know so much about the monsters and the ecosystem here? Her mind was filled with questions. Not only that, but the stats I saw with my librarian's eye showed 13% agility and 14% strength, which is certainly high for a first-year traveler. But it's not high enough. He has a mountain of items that a normal traveler in the red zone wouldn't even dream of using. His stats aren't high, but his knowledge. He grabbed something else as he answered. Crafting can make an item stronger or create something new, optimizing its original form. Instantly, he finished creating a vial of thick liquid. He thought to himself, the culmination of alchemy and crafting. For the sake of humanity. He turned back and told her, there isn't much, but its uses are endless. This is the key to confronting the calamity fish. Hearing this, Sophia was a little surprised. Using poison to fight the calamity fish? That's the first I've ever heard of it. Even with my librarian's skill, I can't just glance at something and figure out its formula. Then she suddenly said, Kang Hansu, what are you hiding? He turned around with a smile. I wanted to ask you the same thing, Hansu said. 7 shadows. The reason someone who needs to protect their position would run all the way out here is for the calamity fish. She was stunned. How did you? But he continued. We're out of time. Looking into the distance, he warned, it's here. From far away, a gigantic creature was swimming toward them. It was the fish of destruction, the calamity fish. He crossed his arms and asked, do you know the way in? She replied, I do. If there are no issues, we should be able to enter through its gills. Glancing behind them, he said, they're almost here. 2. From now on, you will follow my orders absolutely. If not, I will leave you behind. She tensed up and said, don't worry, I won't be a burden. Sophia confessed, as long as we can kill the calamity fish, it doesn't matter who you are. My goal is to exterminate that fish. That is the only reason I'm cooperating with you. Hearing that, Hansu smiled. You made the right choice. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. Inside, he began to calculate. I will start to change the red zone, little by little, to build a foundation for my future survival. There won't be a second chance, so I have to succeed now. From the distance, a volley of arrows flew toward them. The entire ship shook as cracks began to appear. Sophia looked down, reporting with urgency. The hull took a direct hit. At this rate, we're going to sink. On the other ship, Morin appeared. He sneered. You little rats, hiding on a nice ship, are you? Then he ordered, Rachel, bring me that thing. Holding the item in his hand, he chuckled. I prepared a special weapon. Just for you. Let's see how long this ship can last. Immediately, Hansu's ship was rocked by a massive impact. Sophia cried out, we have to attack them, but he stopped her. No. Wait, she pleaded. Didn't you hear what I just said? If we wait any longer, it'll be too late. Even if this ship was made by Fairy, it's already damaged. And the only thing keeping us afloat are the leaves from the Guichio seed sprout. She was tense, knowing they couldn't just keep taking hits like this. He spoke calmly. The calamity fish is extremely sensitive to magic. A blow strong enough to sink this ship is nothing to that fish, you already know. It only reacts to magic or skills. He thought to himself. It's highly likely because of the mana from the world tree. Even the slightest movement is enough to be fatal when you're near it. He said, it's true that we are at a disadvantage. She asked anxiously, then what do we do? She felt uneasy. Did I come all this way just to fail? What else can we do? He reached into his pouch again and reassured her. Don't worry. The disadvantage I was talking about is... He pulled out a stone orb and began to explain. We have no way to counter their long-range attacks. Don't use your skills. If you can't handle it, just ask for help. She watched in shock as he produced yet another powerful artifact. She then asked, should I act as the decoy? He replied, all you have to do is hold their attention for a moment. With preparations complete, he declared, all right, time to go fishing. Sophia's eyes lit up with anticipation. I've decided to put my full trust in you. On the other side, Casmorin declared with total confidence, that ship will be at the bottom of the ocean soon enough. He's nothing special after all. He commanded, bring out the rest of the harpoons. We'll force him to jump into the sea himself. But his men felt a growing unease. What was their enemy really planning? Watching them toss ropes overboard, they grew more suspicious. They keep throwing things into the sea. Is it some kind of trap? Casmorin couldn't care less, roaring like a madman. Who cares? Just blast them to pieces. Destroy everything that stands in my way. His subordinates immediately followed the order. Yes, Commander. They unleash a relentless assault, forcing the duo to struggle desperately, just barely hanging on. Just then, one of the boxes shattered. Seeing his plan ignite, he grinned. It took the bait. The monster below instantly caught the scent, surging up with its colossal tentacles. The men screamed in pure terror. It's a Kraken. We're surrounded. It's targeting us. Tentacles erupted from the depths, encircling their vessel. The Grakon, a beast with the head of an octopus and a storm of tendrils, materialized before their ship. A sailor on the ship muttered in disbelief. A Kraken? They don't usually surface this high up. Another man looked toward the Crimson Sea. If we don't deal with it quickly, the calamity fish will dive deep again. We have to get inside its gills before that happens. The ship surged forward, pushing its speed to the absolute limit. At this rate, we're going to lose Kang Hansu. A swordsman volunteered, stepping forward. I will handle things here. Boom! A brilliant flash of light and a few masterful slashes easily severed the monster's tentacles. Casmorin's gaze remained fixed on the Red Sea. Rachel, if you're ready, let's move. We've wasted enough time here. Rachel stood at attention, responding immediately. Yes, I understand. He then strode forward and grabbed Jiang Gao by the hair. Stop getting distracted. Lead the way. The sudden appearance of a Kraken could not have been a coincidence. A sly grin spread across Casmorin's face. Kang Hansu, are you really planning to rely on these cheap tricks until the very end? The calamity fish is diving. Hold on tight. The ship unfurled its sails and charged directly into the passage within the Calamity Fish's gills. Casmoran looked around in awe. Incredible. Even though we're underwater, being inside its gills keeps us completely dry. Jiang Gao explained, that is because the interior of the Calamity Fish's gills is infused with a mysterious power. Look there. The ship that entered this passage has remained perfectly safe. They stared out from the deck as Casmoran asked him, so we just need to head straight down this path, right? The path inside the creature's gills seemed to narrow. The guide added a warning. The massive flesh that forms the entrance will shift violently before it seals shut. We just need to watch carefully to avoid it. Suddenly, Rachel stepped in. Commander Casmoran, instead of chasing Kang Hansu, we should prioritize this expedition. I'm sure you are well aware that we need to recruit promising adventurers for the Quadratus. He glared down from the deck at the promising adventurers traveling with them, then slammed his hand against the mast. I know. There's no rush. Besides, once you're inside the Calamity Fish, there's no escape. He turned back with a sinister smile, raising his hand as if he wanted to crush the very air. So what do you think a fool like him can accomplish without a guide? I'd be more surprised if we don't stumble upon his corpse on the way. Deep within the Calamity Fish's stomach, dozens of swallowed ships were rotting away. The stomach of the Calamity Fish was its own miniature dimension. This was where everything it consumed was sent, forming a massive island. Their ship now drifted along the currents inside the beast's stomach. This is no different from a dungeon. The ship docked at a graveyard of wrecks, and the sailors disembarked one by one. The flow of magic is distorted here, making it difficult to sense anything. But Casmoran scanned the surroundings, his eyes glowing like crimson embers. I'm back, and I still despise this place. Suddenly, another sailor's voice cut through the silence. Look, Quadratus, there's a wrecked ship and a half-decomposed body here. Another man grumbled. We didn't pay for a tour of corpses, did we? Jiang Gao stepped forward, spreading his arms wide as if receiving a divine blessing. It seems you fail to understand. This place is magnificent. A grace granted by the Calamity Fish itself. This is the main event. He advanced, step by deliberate step. The only substance truly absorbed within the Calamity Fish's stomach is the sap of the World Tree. This is the place where the last remnants of Alenim, the founders of the World Tree, have gathered. A treasure of vital importance inside the Calamity Fish. A dagger plunged deep into a skull lying on the ground. He raised a hand. If so many were buried here, what do you think happened to the artifacts they once possessed? From out of nowhere, he produced a necklace with a hexagonal pendant. It's simple. The only reason I survived this hell was because of what I found here. He dangled the necklace before the sailors. You desire power, don't you? If you are willing to bring forth disaster as a member of Quadratus, then all of your wishes will come true. Their faces were mesmerized by his words, smiling like puppets as they chanted, Quadratus forever. Jiang Gasu held the necklace to his chest and clasped his hands. We thank the Calamity for this blessing. Quadratus will always welcome you. Please, no sudden attacks or loud noises. If they hear us, we might have to make a run for it. From behind, a shadow crept closer. Just follow the guidance of Quadratus, and you can enjoy everything. The person stood up and asked, how loud is loud? Jiang Gasu still hadn't sensed that anything was wrong. Don't worry. It would take a massive explosion to wake them. Kang Hansu repeated. An explosion, you say? Suddenly, the ship rocked violently as massive pillars of ice erupted from below, shredding the sails. He leaned forward with a smirk, asking, something like this? You mean? The air grew heavy with tension. The ship lurched, throwing the sailors into a panic. Right on time, Sophia. Only then did Jiang Gasu realize the awful truth. No. This is bad. Casmoran was practically exploding with rage. Kang Hansu, you bastard. But surprisingly, the man seemed thrilled. You finally dragged yourself here to die by my hand. A terrified Jiang Gasu stumbled against him. What kind of trick is this? Damn it, they're starting to move. A sword scraped across the ground as a skull and a warrior's cloak began to stir. The sailors shrieked in terror. The corpses are moving. A long line of skeletal warriors marched forward, swords drawn. A cold sweat dripped down Jiang Gasu's face, so they've come too. These are the forces of Elfenheim, sent to defeat the Calamity in the distant past. They are the cursed Galadian army, the Ghost Knights. The crew screamed as the Ghost Knights charged. They're attacking. This was never part of the plan. He just said we needed to get an artifact from inside the Calamity. Steel clashed against steel, and the battlefield became a whirlwind of chaos. No one ever mentioned anything like this. Boom! An explosion sent a Ghost Knight flying. Even cheap tricks require some skill to pull off. After seeing one fall, their spirits soared. Casmoran roared out his command. Defeat these restless souls. Yes, Commander. One by one, they cut down the Ghost Knights. In Casmoran's hands, a sphere of violet energy began to form. It devoured everything around it, creating a powerful vortex. My flame wall technique will incinerate them all. An inferno erupted, spewing smoke and fire like a colossal bomb. Seeing this, the men roared in victory. That's our attack commander. He wiped them out so easily, but amid the celebration, only Jang Gasu knew the truth. No, they can't be defeated like this. The arm of a ghost knight began to twitch. They are the eternal guardians of this place, of the calamity. A hand reached out and picked up a severed head. They possess bodies that allow them to fight forever. The legion of ghost knights retrieved their heads, reattaching them as if nothing happened. As long as the calamity lives, they will always revive. The ghost knights charged again. The men who were just celebrating now scattered in fear. Wait, somebody help me. Into the chaos, Casmoran commanded, "Do not fall back. You fools, hold your positions." Jang Gasu knew this was a losing battle. Damn it, I can't risk my own life here. I have to seize this chance to escape. Just then, he realized someone was missing. Wait a minute. Kang Hansu. Where did he go? He stirred up all this trouble and then just vanished. If he's here for the same reason as Sophia, the situation up ahead is about to get even crazier. Kang Hansu was already racing forward. Everything is going according to Candian's plan. Just keep the Ghost Knights, the Calamity's first line of defense, occupied. I already prepared for that and gave Sophia her own orders. So I'm heading to the next checkpoint. He raced along a path deep within the Calamity's guts, arriving at its inner core. A colossal mass pulsed above a graveyard of broken ships and dead bodies. It looked like the Calamity's fleshy eye, invincible to any normal attack. But the core itself was a different story. He gripped his sword, his resolve hardening. There's only one way to defeat the Calamity. This is it. He leaped across the debris, closing in on the core, when a voice shouted from behind, "Kang Hansu." It was Jang Gasu, swinging his blade in a vicious arc. The surprise attack almost caught him, but he reacted in a flash, spinning around to parry the blow. You again. Kang Hansu launched himself into the air, stomping down hard on his foe. The ground cratered as he slammed his sword into the earth. Didn't you have enough fun last time? But his enemy was calm, gripping the blade tightly. I know everything. I can't believe you're actually targeting the Calamity's core. That witch Sophia must have told you to do this, but you're a fool. Casmoran wants to kill you with his own hands. But anyone who dares defile the Calamity is destined to die. An eye on his forehead snapped open, staring daggers at him. To his side, a figure in a black cloak drew a bow, taking aim. Trang, make sure you kill him this time. He's in my sights. The 100 arrows skill activated. An arrow screamed through the air, heading straight for him with terrifying speed. A flash of light. A direct hit. The archer and his partner stared in disbelief. What was happening? Was he completely unharmed? Kang Hansu's neck was shielded by an unseen force. It was the Dragon Key art, the very skill that saved him from the fatal blow. His body flickered with a brilliant light, stunning the archer. Impossible. That shot had enough power to pierce a Kuza in a single strike. Jang Gasu was just as shocked. That's the same energy I sensed before. But how could it have grown so strong, so quickly? It seemed Chen refused to accept this failure. He drew his bow once more. If one shot wasn't enough, he'd fire as many as it took. Kang Hansu closed his eyes, his voice dangerously calm. Even if you were to spare me, if you won't let me leave, then you give me no other choice. Using the Dragon Key art drained my energy, but I know exactly what to do. He took his stance. His hands morphed into dragon claws as his body crackled with raw power, and his eyes snapped open. I won't be holding back. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battle, the sailors were reaching their limit. Casmoran pushed the attack forward. He stomped, crushing a skull beneath his boot. Keep attacking. Don't give them a second to regenerate. The Death Knights charged at them, their regeneration speed only increasing. We can't hold them. A terrifying scream echoed as one of the sailors was run through by a Death Knight, which charged onward as if tireless. Damn it. If this keeps up, our stamina and mana will be completely depleted. We're fighting an enemy that instantly regenerates, putting us at a severe disadvantage. Casmoran gritted his teeth in frustration. Annoying. Kang Hansu, how in the world did you learn to use the Calamity fish like this? He raised his hand forward, issuing a new command to his men. If we die here, our fate will be the same as the others. For those who are struggling, use the feathers we brought with us. The World Tree Feather, an artifact crafted from a leaf fragment of the now unreachable World Tree. He held out his hand, and a single feather materialized above his palm. Once activated, it allows the user and everyone nearby to escape in an instant. But a panicked voice cried out, "It's no use. We've been trying to escape, but it won't activate." And amidst the chaos, a new voice echoed through the space. "It's hopeless." A purple-haired girl hovered in the air. You can't escape the Calamity Fish's stomach that easily. Just like Elenhim's Death Knights, they are immortal inside the belly of this beast. The men recognized her instantly. It was Sophia. Casmoran seethed with rage. You wretched woman, you think I'll let you walk away after interfering with my plans? Sophia met his threat with a sharp retort of her own. Do you really think the people who sat back and did nothing while I dealt with this beast will lift a finger for you? Instead of whining, maybe you should find a way out of here. Your guild communications won't work in here. Whether you live or die, no one will ever know. Sophia gathered mana into a swirling orb in her hand. I'll give you one final parting gift. I've just gathered all the intel I needed. Casmoran suddenly burst into laughter, a look of realization on his face. It seems associating with that underling of yours has clouded your judgment. I am the assault commander of the guides, entrusted with immense power. He gathered a mass of violet energy in his palm. I can crush you, the weakest of the 7 shadows. You wretched girl. I can take you down with ease. He shot towards her, the violet energy crackling in his hand. In the air, a stream of blue light began to gather around her. She was gathering her own power. He sneered at her. You can't even hit a target right in front of you? You are a disgrace to the name 7 Shadows. The colossal beam of violet energy surged towards her. Panicked, Sophia threw up her hands to defend, and a massive explosion rocked the space inside the Calamity Fish's stomach. After that devastating blast, Casmoran landed safely on his feet, but the true danger had yet to be revealed. As the smoke cleared, Sophia spoke. I wasn't aiming for you. It was then he realized something was wrong. A violent tremor shook the entire chamber. What was that? An earthquake. Inside the Calamity Fish. The entrance. It's closing. Commander, the way into the Calamity Fish's stomach is sealing itself shut. Surprise, she was still controlling her mana. I was planning to block your retreat using my own teleportation skill. And with that, my work here is done. Consumed by fury but powerless to stop her, he could only scream, You witch. Sophia ignored his rage and continued to fly away. I hope this is the last time we ever meet. Unwilling to accept defeat, he turned and barked an order. What are you all standing around for? Start the ship. We're getting out of here. But Rachel pointed out a critical problem. The airship we're using has been damaged. At that moment, Casmoran realized someone was missing. Where is Quadratus, and instead of guiding us, what is Gasu doing? The Death Knights are attacking us again. Once we reach the mouth, it should open back up. We just need to hold out until then. Rachel, provide support. We need to create some distance. Following his command, Rachel replied, Yes, Commander. Burning with rage, he made a vow. Sophia, I swear you'll regret this the moment I get out of here. I, the assault commander of the guides, will not fall in a place like this. Mana gathered in his hands once more. Fireball. A powerful blast of energy shot toward the Death Knights. Follow me. Carving a path forward, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening in pure shock as he roared. Kang Hansu, how dare you? I was holding the unconscious Gasu by the collar. I admit my timing made me look like the villain here. I let his collar go, and Gasu dropped to the ground with a thud. Well, it is what it is. If you're trying to make a deal, I'm not listening. Casmoran was completely stunned by the situation. You bastard. You're a fool who doesn't fear death. I was going to take you down without any losses, he seethed. But things have changed. I've had a change of heart. He looked ferocious, beating his hand against his chest. But his monologue was getting long, so I charged straight at him. Caught off guard, he was clearly shocked by my sudden move. There was no need for any more pointless chatter. I swung my arm, aiming to smash his face in. With a devastating boom, a slash tore right through his body, sending him crashing to the ground. Rachel could only watch in shock. Someone screamed, Commander, we're being pushed back. Humph. After running this entire time, he struggled to his feet. He'd grown stronger by absorbing the ancient words of the Quadra. Is that all? Burning with rage, he clenched his fist, crushing the dirt beneath it. No. Even so, he doesn't stand a chance. Do you really think you can face me just because you absorbed their ancient words? I will grind you into dust and take back the breath of Ahan that you stole from me. He gripped the sword embedded in the ground and prepared to charge forward. Rachel tried to rally him. Commander, we will support you. But it seemed he didn't need it. Get lost. Do you think I'm so weak that I need your help to defeat him? He kicked off a large rock and lunged toward me. Sword in hand, he screamed, Go. Keep the undead knights busy. His subordinate replied, Yes, sir. I smirked with confidence. Don't worry. I plan on cleaning up everything here anyway. The tip of my blade pointed directly at Casmoran. He roared in fury, You're nothing but a newborn puppy. A fierce and brutal clash erupted between us. I swung my blade, and Casmoran parried the blow. When Casmoran swung his sword, I easily deflected the attack. It was a battle of overwhelming tension. He started trying to distract me with his trash talk. Is this the best you can do? The tip of his sword pressed closer as I struggled to hold my ground. He looked absolutely thrilled. I knew it, he sneered. There's no way he could be stronger than me. He was trembling with excitement. as if I would ever lose to a rookie like him. The two swords met, sending sparks flying. The resulting shockwave cracked the very earth around them. "This is the end," he yelled, thrusting his sword straight at me. The situation was critical. Kang Hansu raised his own sword to block the attack. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. "You fool. If you had just accepted my offer and become my subordinate, you could have lived." I remained silent. Seeing my state, he grew even more delighted. "The reason you're going to die is simple. You're weaker than me." Blood poured from my mouth as the sword fell from my hand. "Is that so?" And in that instant, the tables began to turn. My hand shot up, gripping the very blade that impaled me. The move left Casmoran completely stunned. My eyes were blazing, sharp and clear. "I'll return those words right back to you." Having landed a blow on Kang Hansu, he was ecstatic. "This is the price for your arrogance." I just laughed and replied, "I was about to say the same thing to you." Casmoran flinched when he saw my hand gripping his. I said, "A knight's sacred treasure is truly something else, sharp enough to pierce the scales of the dragon key art." Kang Hansu smiled. "Thanks for the delivery." Casmoran screamed in disbelief. "Impossible. I destroyed your heart." As a horrifying realization dawned on him, he asked, "Don't tell me. You've reconstructed your body?" Kang Hansu replied, "It's a little too late to realize that now." Then he used his dragon claws to tear a massive hole through Casmoran. His final words were, "Even if you changed your race, your heart was completely shattered by my skill." Before his body collapsed, Kang Hansu pulled the sword out and gasped for air. After a moment, I spoke. "I did it by pushing myself to the absolute limit, creating 3 dragon hearts. I'm running low on healing power, but right now, I have no other choice. The special ability of this technique is a replication of its original master. The dragon key art is meant to borrow the power of a dragon," Kang Hansu thought. "But what changed was my own body. Compared to a real dragon, the human body is far too inefficient. The backlash from the transformation is severe, and I still take damage just by using it." I picked up my sword and thought, my mastery of the ancient words is only at about 35%. I still lack the experience, so maintaining this form is incredibly difficult. Kang Hansu stood there, contemplating. "Now, it's just a matter of time. If I don't act immediately, I'll be too late." Jiang Gasu's body was lying in the distance. Suddenly, his third eye began to move, looking toward me as he spoke. "Kang Hansu, I will remember this debt." The eye left the body and flew away. As I started running, I thought, they haven't arrived yet. This is my chance. Thanks to Sophia, I was able to get information on the disaster fish's essence stone quickly. The calamity fish's crystal was perched high above, seemingly impossible to reach on my own. But a platform was about to form. A reaction was imminent. It was a known fact that the calamity fish lacked any real defenses against external threats. However, it possessed a formidable internal defense mechanism for emergencies. With that knowledge, he surged forward, realizing he wasn't just facing traps and obstacles, but a true, living fortress. Every approach to the calamity fish's crystal had been violently repelled by overwhelming physical attacks. Kang Hansu charged in, his blade a blur, thinking that sometimes the simplest path is the most effective. I can cut them down, but considering the calamity fish's regeneration speed, merely slashing at them won't solve a thing. To stop the regeneration, there was only one way: a decisive final blow against the beast itself. He resolved to cleave it in 2. Kang Hansu knew the hardening solution didn't just solidify things, it saturated a large area upon contact, completely halting any regenerative process. Seeing the result, a triumphant smile spread across his face. The alchemical formulas were perfect, just as predicted. It really works. Now that I've confirmed the results, Kang Hansu then coated his entire blade in the vial's solution. With that done, he declared that all that remained was to thin their numbers. And so, he dove forward, attacking the mass before him. Outside, the massive fish roared in agony. Baekmin Chun turned to his companion. "What did Aaron P. Ferris say?" Aaron P. Ferris relayed the report. "All nearby support must be on high alert and maintain their guard." Baekmin Chun replied, "I've never seen a calamity fish cause such a disturbance." The two wondered what could have possibly agitated it so much. It was as if the beast had swallowed fire and was now writhing in torment. Baekmin Chun's eyes suddenly widened. "Wait, something is approaching." Aaron P. Ferris, however, was dismissive. "This isn't the time. We have to scout the other areas immediately. We have no choice." But as he turned to leave, a sudden attack sent him flying. Baekmin Chun screamed his name as Aaron P. Ferris collapsed, out cold. Sophia Vara appeared, breathing heavily. A split second later, and I would have been finished. Baekmin Chun stared at her. "You're Sophia Vara. Where did you come from?" She yelled. "There's no time. We need to move. Now." Baekmin Chun was stunned. "What? Move where?" he shouted. The calamity fish began to thrash even more violently than before. Sophia Vera stood there, calmly analyzing the situation. I've never seen this before. The calamity fish was in genuine pain. It was a claim so outrageous that anyone would have dismissed it as a myth. I'm furious that I couldn't be the one to do it with my own hands. But finally, I can escape this disgusting guilt that has haunted me for so long. He actually kept his promise. The fish suddenly let out a deafening roar, and both Aaron P., Ferris, and Baekman Chun were grabbed from behind by an unknown force. They were thrown clear just before the monster's jaw snapped shut where they'd been standing. It was Sophia Vara, who had dragged them both away with ease, leaving them utterly bewildered. What was that? Is the calamity fish vomiting up everything it ate? But why? Baekman Chun yelled. What did you do? Sophia Vera just kept walking, a joyous smile on her face. We did it. Kang Hansu succeeded. We're out of time. We'll be swept away. We have to get away from these tongues now. The men behind her screamed, wait, let go of us. Levin and Michael recognized the skill signature as Sophia's. The young woman called out to him, Michael, if the calamity fish's rage gets any worse, the damage will spread to this entire area. Levin and Michael asked grimly, have you sent the report? She replied, I just sent a messenger pigeon, stating that we will monitor the calamity fish's condition. He snapped back furiously. That's not nearly enough. Send another. Levin and Michael's voice was heavy with tension. This might just be the beginning of a total imbalance in the red zone. The stability that had been maintained until now was shattering. The massive rocks in the cave beneath the calamity fish's body began to crack and crumble. From those deep fissures, rivers of lava suddenly erupted. They flowed down slowly, thick as tar. Even as the intense heat forced him to one knee, he showed no fear. Instead, he simply sighed, just as I predicted. He planted his two familiar swords into the rocks for support and looked up to face the calamity fish's inner core. Relying on human strength alone was utterly draining. Kang Hansu's body was at its absolute limit, forcing him to pour all his remaining power into his quake slash. The physical strain on my body is intensifying from the use of dragonification. In that moment, he saw them, long, coiling tentacles glowing with a sinister purple light. More importantly, the calamity fish's tentacles were cursed with a skill that suppressed healing. His hands tightened their grip on his silver sword, yet he quickly gathered his strength for one powerful leap. A direct assault was the only way to break through this. The tentacles sensed the danger and swarmed towards him, but he was far more powerful, effortlessly slicing the appendages in two. Kang Hansu then used his momentum to rocket forward, cutting down every tentacle that blocked his path. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the inner core, his sword raised high. In the next instant, the silver blade plunged directly into its heart. Looking at the cracks spreading out before him, he couldn't help but sneer. So, you can feel pain after all. Scarlet magma churned once more, surging before Kang Hansu's eyes. The stomach-like pocket dimension was collapsing now that its core was destroyed. Through it all, he kept a death grip on his trusted sword. With the shattering of the inner core, a new wave of power surged through him. Now, for the next step. He was wading alone through the murky, yellow fluid of the calamity fish's stomach. The only certain way to kill this beast was to destroy the mana core within. Bubbles of all sizes drifted up towards Hansu from a pulsing blood vessel. The second method was to navigate the veins connected to the mana core and strike its heart directly. After floating for a moment, he reached a massive, dark entryway. This was it. The final way to end this calamity for good. The intricate purple jewel on his chest flashed as he glanced at it. I'll use my dragon key to purge the poison, then use my divine focus to keep breathing. With that thought, he plunged toward the abyss without a moment's hesitation, his blade leading the way. Things couldn't be going any better, but suddenly, a tentacle shot out, attacking Hansu, who narrowly dodged. After that surprise attack, his guard was up, his grip on the sword tightening. Every powerful swing from his hand sliced through the air, quickly dicing the tentacle into pieces. But while he was focused on the obstacle before him, another tentacle struck from behind, a cowardly sneak attack. The assault was so sudden that Hansu cried out in agony. His organs felt like they were twisting into knots, shriveling inside him. Damn it, my heart. Another, much larger tentacle slammed into his back from behind. He could barely keep his breathing steady after that devastating blow. But with the main character's sheer will, Hansu quickly forced his body to recover and gather his strength. A deep, burning hatred filled his eyes. No time to recover. I have to move faster. The calamity fish's tentacles were gathering above, blocking his escape. This trap was far more elaborate than I thought. Hansu immediately twisted his body to flee, drawing the attention of the entire swarm. I have to fall back. They descended upon him in an instant, forcing him to block with his sword. His face was contorted in a grimace, his teeth clenched so hard they could shatter. Ridiculous. If I turn back even once, I'll be on the run forever. That very attack became the catalyst, igniting the violent storm of power within him. He showed no mercy, cleaving through every tentacle in his path. After clearing the way, he shot straight up. The only path left was forward. The urgency was clear in the way he held his sword. Just a little faster. His fluid slashes appeared in mid-air, shattering massive chunks of flesh and stone. At that moment, the space around him began to tremble violently, momentarily stunning him. But just as quickly, Hansu's spirit soared as he saw it. A divine fragment. I did it. It was the source of life for the entire calamity fish. Once part of the world tree's foundation, it had been shattered into pieces and embedded deep within this monstrous beast. Gazing at the brilliant treasure before him, even exhausted, he couldn't help but mock it. You're really making this more difficult than it needs to be. The divine fragment was encased by a massive cluster of tentacles, hidden deep within the calamity fish. Suddenly, the points where the tentacles connected to it began to spew streams of molten lava. Camouflaged by the magma, more tentacles finally revealed themselves. They bared their terrifyingly sharp teeth right in front of him. Hansu didn't flinch. Instead, he challenged it directly. So, you're going to fight to the bitter end? The silver sword in his hand flared with a blinding light. If that's your choice, then I won't go down easy either. The mindless heads charged recklessly toward him. Their lives were cut short by a few swift slashes of his silver blade. With overwhelming power, he quickly dealt with the troublesome creatures. He now stood triumphantly inside the beast's body, but a tentacle suddenly wrapped around his leg. It squeezed tighter and tighter, instantly grabbing his attention. Where did that thing come from? In that moment of carelessness, his eyes widened as beads of sweat formed. An entire army of tentacles was advancing toward him. They swiftly began to combine their power. In an instant, they formed a thick, powerful barrier. More tentacles swarmed from all directions, cornering him. It seemed like he couldn't possibly fight back against such a formation, but he pulled off a spectacular feat, piercing straight through the shield. His eyes widened slightly in triumph. This isn't enough to stop me, you bastards. Burning with intense fury and disdain, Hansu lunged for the divine fragment. Let's see how you fight when I drain you of all your energy. But an invisible force stopped his sword just short of its target. With both hands, he pushed down with all his might. This is harder than anything I've ever faced. A storm of slashes rained down, torturing the divine fragment. When a direct assault proved impossible, my final strike tore through its last defense, splitting it wide open. Now, all I have to do is sever the veins connecting the fragment to this calamity fish. Severed tendrils of its flesh still cling to my blade. With its last line of defense shattered, Kang Hansu raised his sword. Channeling his god-given power, he brought it down in a devastating arc onto the fragment's core. And there it was. A true divine fragment, glowing with a brilliant, shimmering light. He couldn't help but reach out and take the multicolored gem. It's smaller than I imagined, even though it holds the colossal power needed to sustain the calamity fish. Clutching the treasure in his hand, a triumphant smile crept across his face. Finally, I've got it. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook everything. Bubbles erupted all around him, leaving him completely stunned. He watched in horror as the creature's insides began to collapse. He realized that by taking the divine fragment, he had triggered the beast's self-destruction. At this rate, I'm going to be dragged into oblivion with it. But in that moment of hesitation, the calamity fish's final tentacles lashed out from behind. Unaware, Kang Hansu was sent flying by the devastating blow. The divine fragment was knocked from his grasp. He no longer had the strength to reach for it, left only to gasp for air in utter helplessness. He was completely suspended inside the collapsing beast. Elsewhere, a messenger pigeon glowing crimson landed on the arm of a mysterious man. It was the order he had been waiting for. Find Kang Hansu, the man who defeated the calamity fish. From afar, the creature's toxic fluids churned violently, crashing against the roots of the world tree. Someone cried out in alarm, Vice Commander Liu. It's here. The man called Vice Commander Liu was none other than Liu Hong. He had a powerful build, with a large streak of red ink across his eyes and a bronze earring, a sinister glint deep within his gaze. He stared at the massive chasm in the earth and realized, so, the rumors were true. Liu Hong picked up a nearly shattered red mask. This belonged to Casmoran, the attack commander. He gently stroked his chin, his eyes turning cold as he assessed the situation. He was tasked with managing the Quadratus. So what, exactly, happened to him? His subordinate immediately reported, We've also discovered the bodies of other Quadratus members nearby. We've confirmed they were part of Casmoran's unit. He confirmed the rumors were true. The evidence suggests they all fell victim to him. Hearing this, Liu Hong tilted his head to the sky, a wicked smirk playing on his lips. Vice Commander, what are? He tossed aside the tattered mask, instantly asserting his power and position. As you can see, the commander is gone. We should be clear about our titles now. The subordinate lowered his head, a bead of sweat tracing down his face as he stammered. Commander Liu. A look of pure pride washed over Liu Hong's face. That has a nice ring to it. As Liu Hong walked away, he mused on how different he was from Casmoran, a man who only got the commander position because he'd been there a few years longer. The boat cut swiftly through the water. Liu Hong demanded, "And what of the other items you found? Are there any survivors?" His men respectfully reported, "We're still actively investigating, but judging from the wreckage, it's unlikely anyone survived. Additionally, we haven't found any ancient texts, but we are collecting artifacts from inside the Calamity Fish." Liu Hong pulled a sword from a pile of scrap on the boat. Such a massive creature died without leaving a single ancient text. The blade was shattered, leaving only the hilt. Considering the situation here, who knows how many artifacts are even still intact? Seeing it was worthless, he tossed the broken hilt aside. More importantly, I don't care if he's dead or alive. Find every trace of that man. Kang Hansu. The name reminded him of Jiang Gasu, or rather, the clairvoyant eye that the envious fool possessed. I'll have to check the clairvoyant eye that was implanted in the quadratus. Suddenly, something up ahead caught his attention. It was a gigantic gaping hole in the Calamity Fish's body. This must have been where the creature's heart was located. Its corpse was withered, completely devoid of any life force. Parts of its body were already decaying. What in the world happened here? His brows furrowed together. Could Kang Hansu really be that powerful? Just then, someone rushed toward him. Vice Commander. Hearing a title he now despised, he turned slowly, shooting the man an icy glare. It's Commander Liu. What is it? The subordinate panted, trying to catch his breath. A large number of pilgrims are on their way here. Liu Hong's glare made the man break out in a cold sweat. This was supposed to be a covert operation, was it not? Weren't you guarding the outer perimeter? There are too many for us to stop them all. What should we do now? The crowd of people grew ever denser, swarming the roots of the world tree. But Liu Hong didn't see this as a problem at all. Don't sweat it. I'm sure they're just here to gawk at the dead Calamity Fish. Liu Hong brushed off his subordinate's panic. There was no reason to cause a scene. As long as they kept their distance, just let them be. The crowd buzzed with disbelief. What happened here? Are you telling me someone actually killed that monster? They paid no mind to a figure cloaked in black, his face hidden by a deep hood. That's right. The colossal beast was dead. From the sidelines, Choi Songjin planted a seed of chaos. I hear, he whispered, that countless wondrous artifacts are hidden inside that Calamity Fish. One of the travelers roared, "Are you planning to take them all for yourself?" King Unchi and his brown-haired companion stood beside Choi Songjin, watching in silence. The man shouted again, "You're just going to keep everything." Hearing this, the surrounding crowd began to stir, like starving beasts catching the scent of prey. What? Artifacts? Hunting here is so difficult. We haven't found a single rune. If I could just get one artifact. Suddenly, another voice boomed, "What are all of you doing? Are you just going to stand there and watch? Go get some of those artifacts for yourselves." As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone charged forward with a deafening roar. That's right. We have the advantage in numbers. Haideng witnessed the mob's descent into madness and bellowed, "Out of respect for his honor, I have let you be. Get lost. This area is under our management." He then barked an order to his men. "What are you waiting for? Take care of them." "Yes, Commander." From high above, the librarian's eye was silently observing the chaos. After collecting the footage, it turned and flew away on silent wings. Moments later, it returned to its master. Sophia extended her hand to receive the eye, murmuring to herself, "I only asked them to gather near the Calamity Fish to draw Haideng's attention." As she received the images it captured, a faint smile graced her lips. "But they've certainly caused quite a mess, haven't they?" She thought of Aaron Pat and Big Minchin. "I only asked them to spread a few rumors." She gently stroked her chin. "They may have helped, and I can't fully trust them, but they are quite talented." Suddenly, her expression grew serious as she replayed the images from the eye. Those people, they deliberately provoked everyone else. They kept making arguments that sounded beneficial to the crowd. Who are they? It was Choi Songjin and King Unchi, directing their underlings to stir up the travelers. In any case, she thought, this works in my favor. She pushed the clutter of thoughts from her mind. It's good that they're all distracted. But since they're facing Haideng, they won't last long. I have to use this opportunity to search for him. Sophia immediately began circulating her energy. I don't have much time. If one isn't enough, I'll have to use more. Sophia controlled numerous mystic eyes at once, sending them flying in every direction as if searching for something. It was difficult to control all of them simultaneously, but to search this discreetly, I have no other choice. Her heart ached with worry. It's already been 3 days. The mystic eyes flew off, carrying all of her hope with them. This time, I have to find Hansu. He wouldn't die this easily. That's why I must find him. Sophia's resolve was absolute. Little did she know, somewhere else in the red zone, waves of poison lapped against a distant shore. There, Kang Hansu lay unconscious on the sand. I will definitely find him. He was completely motionless. Fairy appeared out of nowhere, a wicked glint in its eyes. It muttered, "So, This day has finally come. It then raised a hand and slapped Hansu right across his handsome face. It called out repeatedly, "Hey, hey." When its slaps got no reaction from Kang Hansu, Fairy's face went blank. Then, it delivered a line that shocked him awake. "If you don't wake up, I'm going to kiss you." With that, Hansu slowly sat up, clutching his aching head. Fairy grinned with delight. "Oh, you're awake. What a shame." Fully awake now, Hansu moved his hand, testing his body's condition. He saw the divine vein fragment. "Good. I managed to get everything I needed." He turned to look at the frail-looking Fairy. "It's been a while." Fairy blinked. "Are you talking to me?" Hansu narrowed his eyes. "What are you doing here in the red zone?" Hearing the question, Fairy broke into a cunning grin. "How perceptive of you," it chirped. "So you already know. We don't show up unless something truly extraordinary happens." Fairy zipped closer, draping an arm over his shoulder. "That's right, but I couldn't just sit back and watch. This situation is completely unprecedented." Fairy boasted as if the victory were its own. "Do you see that? It's your masterpiece." Hansu glanced at the massive corpse of the calamity fish Fairy was pointing at. "You know," it said, "you're the first traveler to ever kill one of those." Fairy placed its hands on its cheeks, acting sickeningly cute in a way that repulsed Hansu. "And you know our rules. A great achievement deserves a great reward." A small smile touched Hansu's lips. "How strange. If I were any stronger, this would all seem rather boring to you, wouldn't it?" He coolly assessed the small, seemingly harmless creature. "After all, you creatures are all sadists. You take pleasure in cruel and desperate situations. There's no way you came here with good intentions." Fairy adopted a thoughtful pose, looking to the sky and rubbing its chin. "Exactly. That's why we had to think long and hard about it." It then flashed a devious smile. "What could we possibly do? To make the great Sir Hansu risk his life, dive into hell, and truly struggle?" It made no effort to hide its sinister intentions, and Hansu just watched in silence. "We really put a lot of thought into it," Fairy continued. "And it's not a bad offer for you, either." It held out its hand, and a stream of purple energy began to flow from its palm. "If you accept the reward for destroying the calamity fish." Just then, a shimmering purple rune materialized in the air. This was the ancient rune for the rank 8 skill, Lord of Souls. Fairy introduced it with a sly grin, a skill that lets the user turn the dead into shadow spirits and summon them. Hansu's mind raced. No, that wasn't all. It also had the special effect of magical chi infusion. I can't even begin to imagine how powerful that is. He carefully considered his current situation. For someone like him, who could only possess 7 skills, this would be an incredible reward. Fairy's smile never faded as he snapped his fingers. "Don't be so amazed just yet." Colorless fragments began to rise, directed by Fairy's will. "This reward comes with a condition related to the other calamities." Hansu stood silently, watching the spectacle with a faint smile. He spoke up. "No, it's all right. This is more than enough." Fairy's face went blank. "Huh? But I haven't even explained it yet." An aura seemed to radiate from Hansu, his voice soft but absolute. "I don't need to hear any more. I'll choose the second offer." Fairy's mood instantly soured. Unlike the first offer, the second one requires you to destroy all the calamities to get the reward. If even one is left, you get nothing. Fairy watched Hansu slowly close his eyes and rise, then prodded him again. He stepped forward without hesitation. "It doesn't matter." With that, he dove into the crimson waters, leaving Fairy behind. Fairy looked on like a fan watching his idol. He accepted it without even needing an explanation. "Impressive. You truly don't disappoint." Meanwhile, Hansu swam silently through the toxic currents. "If you had taken the easy reward, I would have been very disappointed." Hansu's thoughts flowed with the water. "Just identifying all the calamities in the red zone is hard enough. I hope you struggle for a long, long time. Very long." Deep within the central root of the world tree, a dark power stirred. I can no longer hear the voices of the calamities. In a rage, it commanded the roots to lash out, smashing everything around it. Back at the shore of the red zone, Hansu dragged himself onto land. The exhaustion in his eyes was gone as he slicked back his wet hair. He recalled their conversation. He might have been ready to accept Fairy's offer, but the situation was far more complicated. A grim certainty settled in his mind. His very existence was accelerating the fall of Abyss. He pressed onward. "I have to end this faster than in the past." His past comrades once told him that unless they were using Kenyon's optimized time-space crystal, the more they knew about the future, the faster Hell's destruction would come. He leaped up as a voice echoed in his mind. "That's why you have to run as fast as you can." This just got more annoying, Hansu seethed. "Hey, you go to the past? I don't want to." Hansu's usually emotionless face was now twisted with frustration. Being thrown into the cold like that really is a pain. He looked over his body, realizing he'd literally been thrown into this cold. A hand grasped his. Kirill took his hand, flashing a brilliant, warm smile. But just for a moment. Then she let go and turned to walk away. Hansu stared at the fading memory, his fist tightening as a new resolve hardened his gaze. Snapping out of his memories, his eyes turned cold as he scanned his surroundings. He noticed the scrap metal from the calamity fish's stomach scattered on the ground. In this situation, every single skill rune is a massive asset, and next to it, the corpse of the monster he fought so hard to kill. I never killed the calamity fish, expecting a reward in the first place. He touched a protruding fragment of its body. I had to do it to maintain balance in the red zone and find the next calamity. He broke off a piece, holding it up with a look of satisfaction. To think I can lure them out with just a single piece of this fish. He tucked the fragment into a pouch at his side. Hansu turned away, his mind a whirlwind. Unlike before, I've killed the fish, gotten what I wanted, and paid my debt to Sophia. He put a hand on his hip. I need to see Sophia. But there's another place I have to go first. Suddenly, a group of strangers descended upon him. One of them sneered, "Looks like there's still a grunt left here. What do you think you're doing here?" In an instant, he was surrounded, every single person brandishing a weapon. The corner of Hansu's mouth curved into a smirk. Perfect timing. He cracked his knuckles, getting loose. "There's something I need to confirm." Without another word, he shot forward, straight into the enemy ranks. "I'm glad there are so many of you to ask." The men flinched back in shock. "You." Hansu's face was a mask of pure killing intent as he drew back his fist. "Don't worry. I'll make sure you can at least still talk, model." Moments later, the men around him could only lie on the ground, gasping for breath. Hansu snatched a man by the collar, lifting him into the air. He glanced at the world tree. 3 days had passed, which means the other calamities must have already started to move. Struck by the sudden awareness of time, Hansu immediately dropped the man and broke into a desperate run. "This is bad. I can't believe I lost myself for that long." He ran with all his might, but couldn't stop the cold sweat from breaking out. "If things keep going like this, I'll miss my chance." But suddenly, a green blur shot forward, blocking his path. Hansu stood silently, staring in the direction it came from. A voice called down softly from above. "It's you, isn't it?" It was a man with a sophisticated air, his chestnut hair tinged with a hint of green. Kang Hansu recognized him instantly. It was Levon Michael, an aide to the Van Guild. Seeing the man's polite smile, Hansu's brow furrowed with disinterest. "What do you want?" "I'm busy. I have to go." Suddenly, behind Michael, a crowd began to gather, including the very guides he knew. Aelpat broke into a nervous sweat. Sophia was looking for Kang Hansu. Did she not find him? And Michael got to him first. Michael glanced back over his shoulder, flashing a smile that was laced with threat. "Iron Pat, I will hold you personally responsible for assisting the Seven Shadows. I am an aide of the Vankiri Guild, so don't try any tricks here." With that, he leaped down decisively, landing gracefully in front of Hansu. His objective was perfectly clear. Dealing with Kang Hansu was the top priority. He slowly drew his sword, and a green aura flared to life around him. Just then, familiar pages fluttered through the air. Sophia landed cheerfully beside Hansu, aided by the librarian's mystic eye. "I finally found you." She spotted Michael in the distance, then turned back to Hansu with a smile. "Do you really attract all kinds of useless people?" she teased. But deep down, she was just relieved he was safe. Michael's voice cut in, cold as steel. "Sophia Vara, why are you, who should be protecting your place in the Seven Shadows, helping him?" His every word sent a chill of fear through her. He already knows what happened here, which means they also know I was involved. She quietly steeled herself and replied softly, "I've already prepared for that. If you plan on stopping Kang Hansu." She pulled out her grimoire and declared, "Go, Kang Hansu. I'll buy you time. You have more important things to do." Michael waved his hand dismissively. "It seems we have a misunderstanding. I simply want to know." His voice suddenly dropped. "Was it really you, the one who eliminated that monster? The Calamity class entity?" Standing behind Sophia, Hansu answered nonchalantly. "What does that matter?" Michael adjusted his gloves. "I knew it. In that case, I have only one option." He suddenly extended a hand towards Hansu. "Let's shake on it." "What do you mean? Why would you want to cooperate with us? What do I get for shaking your hand? Besides, you gain nothing from this. Unlike Sophia, the woman beside you, I can guarantee you'll receive direct support from the aides. It's not a bad proposal for you. I want this place to change. The red zone has never changed since I arrived, but you actually did it. I need a powerful wind to stir these stagnant waves. I need someone like you." Sounds suspicious. But you will agree, won't you? So, there are still people who wish for change, even now. Fine. Excellent. You've made a wonderful decision. Then from this moment on, everyone, get back. Michael looked on in utter confusion as the ground began to tremble violently. Where did that come from? It was the monster known as the Nightmaw, one of the calamities. It could devour everything in its path, and with its incredibly tough body, reckless attacks were useless. From the ground, hordes of monsters called nightmaws began to claw their way to the surface. There were too many appearing at once. Everyone scattered, fleeing for their lives. Run! But one man, running a fraction too slow, was snatched up and swallowed whole. Everyone who witnessed it froze in horror, their bodies trembling as they slowly backed away. Aren't those things supposed to stay deep below the surface? Then why are they here? The devoured man's hand reached out from the creature's maw as he cried out in despair. "Commander, help me." With his last breath, he went limp, and his life was extinguished. Michael immediately spun around and screamed, "Damn it. If we stay here, we're all dead. We have to run." Hansu grabbed his arm. "You said you wanted to help me, right? Then let's go together." Michael snapped back in terror. "And where do you plan on going in this situation? This is no time for jokes." Hansu just drew his sword with a smirk. "Don't worry, we're not going far." Hansu slammed his blade straight into the ground. His attack tore open a deep and bottomless chasm. He turned back, his voice cold as he commanded, "Here, get in." Michael was still paralyzed with fear. Cutting it down won't be that easy. "Get in where?" Wasting no more time, Hansu dragged him forward and leaped directly into the monster's mouth. After landing, Hansu scanned his surroundings. The inside of the Nightmaw is hollow, just as I predicted. He saw Michael land behind him, then immediately turned away. "You're pretty bad at leading," Hansu commented. Enraged by the jab, Michael roared, "And whose fault do you think that is? What kind of sane person drags someone else into a situation like this?" He seethed, his face dark with fury. "Why did I have to be dragged in here?" Hansu shot him a sidelong glance. "Didn't you say you would help me?" Defeated, Michael got to his feet and followed. "This isn't the kind of help I was expecting. More importantly, what's your plan now?" He suddenly noticed a green liquid pooling around his feet. This liquid covering the ground. It looks like some kind of nutrient solution. Hansu didn't even turn back. All calamities share one thing in common. Do you know what it is? A common trait. Suddenly, everything began to shake, and Mikhail panicked. What? Is something moving inside its mouth? In stark contrast, Hansu didn't show a single sign of fear. My guess was right. It's moving. Get ready. All at once, they noticed dark shadows rushing towards them from the distance. Mikhail stumbled back in terror. All the monsters from the red zone are charging us. With that thought, he immediately turned to flee for his life. It's too dangerous to face so many monsters. I have to run. Hansu stood his ground, watching them charge. The one thing you need to remember about all calamities, he said, tightening his grip on his sword and channeling the dragon key within him. When you face them, you must always press forward. There is no turning back. With one decisive slash, he sent the swarm of monsters flying to either side. Watching Hansu tear through the monsters, Mikhail could only stand there, gaping in disbelief. How? How is he possibly doing this? No matter how strong he is, how can he charge forward all by himself? Seeing the determination in Hansu's eyes, Mikhail broke into a nervous sweat. Isn't he afraid? Suddenly, a flurry of pages flew past, startling him. Sophia had arrived to help. As she flew in, she explained, "You don't understand. You've only just met Kang Hansu." Without waiting for his command, Sophia immediately charged into battle. She grumbled at Hansu, "I can't believe you disappeared without saying a single word. Did you think I would just automatically follow you?" He let out a slight laugh and turned away. "Sophia, I know your personality quite well, but you've only known me for a short while." Mikhail grew tense, watching Sophia and Hansu talk as if they were in their own world. "How can you two be so calm right now? We need to get out of here, immediately." She turned to him and stated firmly, "I came here to help Kang Hansu, to fight alongside him. If you're afraid, then run." Mikhail clenched his fists in frustration. "You maniacs, this place will continuously spawn monsters from the red zone. This isn't something that can be handled by just two people." Hansu shouted, "More of them are coming. Prepare yourselves." Just then, a gust of wind from behind snapped Sophia to attention. This wind. A whirlwind of blue light charged forward, blasting away everything around them. The holy relic. Wind Road. Mikhail tightened his grip on his sword. "No matter how foolish this may be, I promised I would help you. So for now, I will stand with you." He gave a smile that was impossible to read. "Sophia Vera, I will get to see the true power of the Seven Shadows. And above all, the true power of that man." Mikhail looked towards Hansu, who was fighting with everything he had. "He has already changed the red zone, so I expect to see even greater changes in the future." A bead of sweat trickled down Sophia's face. "That's right. Even after one short conversation, you realized it. Hansu has that kind of power." The three of them continued to fight the horde under Hansu's strength. The strength to change people, to lead them. The trio relentlessly destroyed the monsters inside the knight's maw. Drenched in sweat, Mikhail finally spoke up. "We're holding our own. but we're slowly being pushed back. Are you just planning to defend? Hansu wiped his mouth. The number of monsters had clearly dwindled. This means the first wave is about to end. Hansu turned back and asked softly, "So, Sophia, you see it, don't you?" Her glasses glinted. "Yes. Ever since I entered, I've been observing it with my scribe." The divine eye immediately appeared in her hand. "I know its approximate location. I just need to find it." With that, she commanded the artifact to fly straight into the mass of monsters. Hansu calculated carefully. If the erupting root, the next calamity, has a structure similar to the others, then attacking from the outside is pointless. The Knight's Maw is basically the mouth of the erupting root. The only place it's vulnerable is the inside. The true body of the erupting root is hidden deep beneath the world tree, and it's difficult to damage. The divine eye is collecting data. However, inside the Knight's Maw, there is an opening from which the monsters pour out. That place where the monsters spawn, that is its only weak point. The area connecting to the inside, found it. I've found the location, but the monsters keep pouring out and interrupting my connection. What's more, it's too deep. Breaking through all these monsters won't be an issue. I just need a little more time. Sophia and Mikhail stood behind him, silently watching in awe of Kang Hansu's astonishing transformation. Sweat trickled down Sophia's face as she realized the incredible change in Hansu. Kang Hansu's manifested ki technique. It's gotten stronger. Mikhail couldn't believe his eyes. The man had a chi technique, and it was powerful enough to physically alter his body. Just who was this guy? Sophia advanced with caution. "The chi avatar won't last forever," she warned. "We have to finish this, and fast." Her voice now radiated with unshakable resolve. "Even you can't handle them all at once." Her grimoire flared to life as she took a stand before Hansu. "I will open a path for you." A faint smirk touched Mikhail's lips. He refused to be outdone, even in a supporting role. "I've sent a request for aid to the Surface Guild, but there's no telling when they'll arrive." His fiery spirit did not go unnoticed by Sophia. "I can't just stand by and watch you two fight anymore." He eyed the horde of monsters rushing toward them, his voice now stripped of its earlier fear. "Even if I don't know if we can handle them all." Watching Mikhail and Sophia coordinate with him, Hansu froze for a moment. The feeling was a nostalgic echo of the days he fought shoulder to shoulder with his old comrades. He raised a hand, stopping them. "Wait." Hansu reached into his pouch, pulling out a fragment of the divine vein. "I'm going to use this thing I just acquired." Panic flickered in their eyes as they saw the object. "What are you doing? What are you thinking?" "Smashing it." His gaze turned impossibly cold. "I'm not just smashing it. Under Hansu's control, the divine vein fragment shattered into smaller pieces. I'm using a portion of it." He infused a shard into his sword, testing its performance with a single swing. "You people certainly have a good eye for treasure." His strike sent tremors running through the entire night mouth. He let out a sharp breath. "Ha! Finally, something useful." Mikhail and Sophia looked on in utter disbelief. How could a single slash be so powerful? This was no longer the weapon Hansu had carried before. He held out the remaining fragments of the divine vein to his two allies. The two drew their weapons. Sophia's grimoire and Mikhail's sword were then infused with the glowing shards. This is the artifact's original purpose. Their weapons began to resonate with immense magical power. The artifact of Galadriel, one of the last to be discovered among the forgotten relics of the Red Zone. 3 small fragments remained in his hand. Of course, they were useless unless awakened by the main divine vein. After reforging their weapons, the trio's assault became a bloodthirsty frenzy. "Now, are you ready to die?" Meanwhile, on the surface, the Nightmouth was rampaging, biting at everything in sight. Panic erupted as people scattered. Some ran, some fought. "Don't fall back. More monsters will just keep spawning." I've never seen so many monsters appear at once. Aopat gripped his sword, drenched in sweat. Have the reinforcements arrived yet? Suddenly, he spotted a blue-feathered bird flying toward him. Is that Mikhail's messenger pigeon? Aopat wondered. Is he asking for help? However, before the bird could reach him, it was shot out of the sky. Liu Hong snatched the bird from the air. Aopat roared. "What do you think you're doing?" With a cruel smirk, he tightened his fist, crushing the messenger pigeon. "I was wondering which little rats were scurrying around my territory. Turns out, it was you." Aopat recognized him. It was Liu Hong of the lighthouse. He glared down at him, his voice dripping with menace. "I'm quite sure I told you. We are here to find Kang Hansu." He continued his arrogant rant. "This is a lighthouse matter. Resolving this disaster also falls under his jurisdiction. Your support team should withdraw." Aopat protested frantically. "But we can't leave while we're surrounded by monsters." Liu Hong decisively turned his back on him. "It seems you've misunderstood me. I said it's your job to deal with these flies on the surface." A smile that was completely out of place in the chaos spread across Liu Hong's lips. "Besides, we have other things to worry about." Yet, Liu Hong then led a group of his own people down into the chasm. Mikhail encountered the support team. He was stunned. Liu Hong, what are you doing here? Liu Hong's voice was a clear provocation. If you dare operate in my area, you must take responsibility for it. This is our territory. Stop what you're doing and return to the surface. Now. Mikhail's fists clenched in rage. You people will regret this. Even lies have their limits. Suddenly, the Nightmouth's jaws slammed shut, trapping everyone in darkness. What? The entrance is blocked. The walls are moving. Liu Hong screamed, damn it. I've never heard of a monster's mouth being able to move like this. Mikhail tilted his head, a mocking smile on his face. That's the problem, isn't it? In any case, using skills in here is much harder than outside. I never thought my messenger pigeon would summon such an important figure. If you want to get out of here alive, you'll have to cooperate with us. Liu Hong went mad with anger and lunged forward. I'll make you. But a voice from above cut him off. You, down there. His tone dropped to absolute zero. Shut your mouth. If you want to live, then get to work. Liu Hong's brow furrowed as he assessed the newcomer. He's strong. I've never seen him before. This must be the one who took down the calamity, Kang Hansu. He gritted his teeth. As long as the entrance was sealed, wasting energy fighting each other was completely meaningless. Without a second thought, he waved his hand, commanding his subordinates. We have no other choice. Move forward and take down the monsters. Liu Hong then materialized a messenger pigeon in his own hand. I have to inform him dealing with Kang Hansu could wait, even if he was just some rookie. He was a natural fighter who grew stronger at terrifying speed. But of course, with Sophia of the Seven Shadows by his side, his ascent was guaranteed. Before anyone noticed, Hansu was on the ground, closing in. Liu Hong sneered. That still wasn't enough. His eyes gleamed with a mix of avarice and malice. If I can deal with him, that person will surely promote me to commander. He then asked, what do you think you're doing? Hansu shot him an ice-cold glare. You won't survive this. It seems Hedang is even weaker than I remember. Suddenly, Hansu held something out in front of Liu Hong, who flinched back as if struck by a guilty conscience. Hansu clenched his fist, and the divine fragment shattered once more, sending shards of light flying into every weapon, resonating with their magic. What is this? Everyone sensed the strange new power, and their fighting spirits surged. Magical energy suddenly coursed through their bodies. Seeing the power transfer successfully, Hansu tightened his grip. I knew it. Splitting my magic among so many people is incredibly difficult. Sweat dripped from his brow as his breathing became heavy and labored. Everyone fought with frantic desperation, seeking a path to survival amidst the chaos, focusing on controlling this new power in battle. Deep within the labyrinth of roots, a cube pulsed with brilliant blue light, still and silent. The dark entity writhed in frustration. It's not enough. I still can't control these plants. It summoned two beings, neither human nor monster, their bodies a sickly green as the entity seethed. Intruders. I will slaughter you all. Outside, the battle raged on, growing more intense by the second. Liu Hong charged forward, feeling the magical power surging through his veins. The thrill was unbelievable, an absolutely intoxicating rush. He guided the energy with a mad grin. I've never felt so powerful in my entire life. This is incredible. Kang Hansu. So this is the power you've been hiding. He wildly unleashed his own newfound strength. Impressive, he thought while fighting, his mind racing. I have to report this immediately. That person still has no idea what Kang Hansu is truly capable of. Liu Hong realized it in an instant. With that kind of power, even trapped inside this hellscape, surrounded by a magical barrier stronger than the one outside, he could easily shatter the wall of roots surrounding us. Lost in his crazed ambition, he mercilessly cut down the monsters around him. If I can just capture Kang Hansu after he escapes from the inner core, then that person will finally see me in a completely different light. I'm nothing like Gumoren, who died such a pathetic death. But his arrogant thoughts were cut short. A massive arm from a beast swung down to crush him. Damn it, he trembled as he tried to block, but it was useless. Why did the magic circuit suddenly disappear? A sudden long-range attack struck the monster, knocking it down and saving Liu Hong from certain death. Sophia's voice was cold. I won't be able to help you again. Figure it out yourself from now on. Liu Hong gritted his teeth in fury but said nothing, humiliated to be saved by the biggest heretic in the Seven Shadows. He turned his rage on the support team, screaming, Where's the assault team? Hold your positions and take them down, now. Sophia stood still, lost in thought. I really can't help him anymore. The magic Kang Hansu shared with me. It's been growing unstable for a while now. She stared into the depths where Hansu had vanished. What in the world is happening in there? A few minutes earlier, Hansu had made his decision. I'm going in. Sophia had tried to stop him in a panic. Wait, I told you. It's too dangerous to go in before we've dealt with the monsters at the entrance. Hansu was calm. It's fine. We can't drag this out forever anyway. The only way forward is to push deeper inside. As he walked, he gave his orders. But I can't just leave an enemy at my back. So, I'll go on ahead. I'm leaving the rear to you. Sophia said nothing, her silence a solemn acceptance of his trust. Don't worry, she thought, I'll catch up to you soon. Inside the central route, two green phantoms stood guard before something sacred. Hansu seemed to have predicted everything. That's right. I knew you'd show your face the moment I stepped inside. He already understood the route's internal defense system. He tightened his grip on his sword and measured his opponent, the last member of an extinct race, the sole survivor of the Second Elven Corps. Hansu immediately lunged forward to attack. The phantom was no pushover. Its eyes blazed like red-hot coals as it relentlessly countered his every move. Its hands were like a giant's, capable of crushing Hansu like an ant. But he was faster, dodging a blow that cracked the very ground beneath him. He raised the sword of Kyong, gritting his teeth to block an attack that threatened to grind him to dust. Hansu quickly calculated a new strategy. Its movements are different, because it's still alive. The phantom seemed to notice the shift in its opponent. A stream of red energy flowed from Hansu's ring, enveloping his hand. I'll prioritize the power of Numaha over the other artifacts awakened by holy stone fragments. It can nullify that thing's pathetic magical defense. And just like that, it worked. The new attack style was effective. The phantom recoiled. Hansu was panting, drenched in sweat, but his enemy's wound was too shallow. I need to focus more power, much more. In the distance, another phantom stirred, slowly raising its hand to unleash a torrent of demonic power. Instantly, something shot straight for Hansu, forcing him to parry a devastating blow. The attack came from Echitrain of the Elfen Legion. The colossal brute beside him was none other than Fabian, one of the 5 great generals. Hansu let out a faint smirk. Just as he expected from 2 of Elfen's fallen generals, he quickly calculated his chances of taking them down. I should have been able to inflict damage with that last ability, but they use an ancient artifact to block it. It must be one of Elfen's defensive devices, meant to protect the tree. He wiped a trickle of blood from his lips. Even though Elfen collapsed long ago, its guardians are still active. This time, Hansu had truly met a powerful foe. His gaze turned ice cold. Their strength was monstrous. Conventional attacks are useless. My right arm was broken by that last exchange. He quickly checked his stats. The growth rate wasn't bad. Even though it increased dramatically while using the red ancient tongue, he still couldn't completely negate the damage. He took some comfort in the fact that he had shared his mana with his allies behind him. I left a portion of my power behind to help clear the rear. Everything was still within his plan. If a variable appeared, there was only one possibility. Hansu silently began to resonate his sword with the magic from the 3 remaining divine vein fragments. The elfin generals are using their artifacts with incredible skill. I may have awakened my own artifact with the Holy Stone, but mastering it is another story entirely. I have to draw out as much power from the Holy Stone and the artifact as I can. He glanced past them, where the trunk of the tree was enveloped in a golden light. My target isn't the elfin generals, but what lies beyond them. From the source of their power, strange and terrifying monsters began to emerge. The situation escalated faster than Hansu had calculated. The Galadian Legion had been summoned. Hansu gritted his teeth. Damn it, the second defensive system has been activated. The creatures immediately lunged toward him. If you think you can overwhelm me with sheer numbers, then I have a plan for that, too. Suddenly, the rescue team burst onto the scene, shouting, Kang Hansu. They immediately charged into the undead legion, throwing the battlefield into utter chaos. What the hell is this? We just fought our way through a swarm of insects to get here, and now we have to deal with zombies? He clenched his jaw. They're too strong. Sophia's eyes widened in shock as she recognized the enemy. The Galadiri Legion, controlled from inside the Calamity Fish. They were originally the guardians of this place. She saw Liu Hong and his team fighting with everything they had, thinking, I knew the magic flow felt strange, but I never imagined a battle of this scale was raging here. Liu Hong suddenly realized, at this rate, the entire plan will be ruined. Kang Hansu, how much longer are you going to fight? Inside the chaos, Hansu was still relentlessly attacking the great general, Fabian. He unleashed a furious storm of slashes, but the wounds he inflicted seemed to regenerate in an instant. They answered his assault with earth-shattering blows. I'm dealing damage, but their recovery is just too fast. Suddenly, a circular projectile shot straight toward him. Hansu spotted it and shattered it with a single, precise slash. He glared angrily at the enemy hiding in the back, launching ranged attacks. That constant barrage is getting annoying. Hansu was clearly showing signs of exhaustion. If I keep using the dragon key art and drag this out, my body is going to give out. He was using the power of a dragon to forcibly regenerate his body while pushing his magic to its absolute limit. The blood vessels in my body feel like they're about to explode. He looked into the distance at his true objective. I just need to focus on one thing. Everything else is a distraction. the heart's core, the Elvens. They created the plant and hid it deep beneath the roots of the world tree. Over time, the plant stopped working because of the calamity-causing creatures. This system was originally created to support it. However, without proper authority, the best it could do was buy more time. Hansu, his face covered in wounds, took a deep, ragged breath. That's why it activated its security system, to stall. A horde of monsters grinned with savage glee, bearing their terrifying fangs, the army of Elfen. To be precise, creatures that exist only to protect the plant. The bodies of Elfen's great generals were far tougher than a human's, making them unbelievably difficult opponents. Hansu stood defiantly, weapon aimed forward, his face a cold, unwavering mask. However, if I use the dragon key art to activate dragonization, I might be able to create a brief opportunity. Something golden began to glow, crackling with electrical energy. The only thing I have to watch is the Elfen army, shifting its formation as if preparing to charge. It's like fighting a horde of zombies. Hansu raised a clawed hand to his face, a dangerous glint in his eye. The great generals are just a diversion. My true target is elsewhere. He tightened his grip on his sword, preparing to unleash its power. I'll use dragonization to maximize my magical output. A brilliant light began to gather, focusing on a single point. He unleashed a whirlwind of slashes at the army, forcing them back in fear before he charged forward with everything he had. Hansu crouched low, his sword blazing with crackling electricity. Even if this is Fabian's army, created by the artifact of Galadriel, it can't completely block the destructive power of the Ring of Numaha. He vaulted forward, his voice dripping with contempt. Go on. Just sit there and regenerate. His blade carved a path straight through one of the soldiers in the enemy ranks. Hansu's eyes widened when he spotted a faint glow. His sword had struck a gleaming particle, the core of an Echitran. Each core possessed durability equal to Fabian's own armor. In other words, they could be destroyed. He focused his entire being, driving his sword to split the core. If I just add more force. But he was stunned, whipping his head around. Wait. I barely even used any strength. Another soldier from the horde silently observed the cunning intruder. It deliberately unleashed its magical aura around the artifact, baiting him into an attack. It then lunged forward to strike, but Hansu parried the blow. His own strength was about to give out. This meant that even if he shattered the artifact's physical form, the power inside was completely unaffected. He looked up, feeling a wave of helplessness. Damn, this hurts. Everyone was fighting with everything they had. One of Liu Hong's men groaned. How much longer do we have to deal with this? It's been too long. The magic energy is so unstable, I can barely move, he yelled. Commander, how much longer must we fight like this? Just as he was waiting for Hansu's orders, a figure burst from behind, launching a surprise attack. We've been attacking nonstop, but their numbers aren't going down at all, someone shouted, jumping in to block the attack. Don't lower your guard. They'll all just revive. A hand crackled with golden lightning. There's no time to complain. A steady rain of aquamarine crystals fell from above, sending the second elven army into a state of panic. Sophia commanded, forget everything else and focus on Galadriel's army. Her gaze fell upon Min Chun, who was sitting quietly beside a fallen elven soldier. But now, I get it. After watching this unfold, he realized who truly knew everything and was making the real moves. He watched with a cold, sharp gaze. Hansu is far stronger than I imagined. I need to report this information accurately. To him, he slowly got to his feet. Everything else can wait until we're out of this place. Its wings unfurled, unleashing a relentless barrage of slashes and stabs. He fell back, gathering his power for a forward assault. If I can't dodge this, it's all meaningless. But a vicious counterattack struck home, forcing him to grit his teeth in agony. A blinding pain shot through his leg, as if it was being torn apart. He dodged the main attack, but still took heavy damage as the elven soldier soared towards him. The creature conjured a magic circle, staring at him with terrifying eyes. It glared, observing him as if preparing to deliver a decisive final blow. A dark, tense aura radiated from it as it readied its assault. He shot forward, triggering a massive explosion, but the creature dodged. His sword sliced deep into a large, glowing yellow boulder. You weren't my target. He landed firmly on the ground and stated coldly, I've wasted far too much time here. He then flourished his sword with a few precise swings. Sophia gasped, her mouth wide with disbelief. She looked down at the second elven army, now lying completely still on the ground. Is it really over? They had all stopped moving in an instant. She called out, Hansu. He simply rattled the two bracelets on his wrist, lost in thought. But this is just the beginning. It's far from over. We have to move to the next location immediately. One of Liu Hong's subordinates was determined to leave. Wait, you're planning to go even deeper? In that case, we're retreating. We are under no obligation to continue following you. Ha raised his sword in agreement, his voice sharp as ice. Yeah, he's right. Min Chun extended his hand in a gesture of peace. Let's part ways here. But in that same instant, something flashed by, and he frantically dodged out of the way. I didn't even see the path of his sword. Min Chun roared, "How dare you attack me?" In stark contrast to Min Chun's fury, Hansu appeared completely calm. "Ah, don't misunderstand. I wasn't attacking you. I was simply opening the path forward," he explained. Then he added, "Oh, by the way, are any of you good at holding your breath?" Suddenly, a massive explosion from nearby caught everyone's attention. A man looked toward the sound and screamed a warning, "Over there." Min Chun's face turned pale as he tried to stop him. Wait, but a raging crimson tide crashed down, dragging away people as they struggled and screamed for help. The red flood swept everyone away in its current amidst their frantic cries. "That son of a bitch." Liu Hong finally surfaced, wiping the water from his face. "That bastard. Is he trying to drown every single one of us? I can't believe he'd do this after we fought so hard to escape." The feather of the world tree materialized in his hand. "I really didn't want to resort to this, but I have no other choice. As long as it gets me out of here, I'll do it." However, a system message announced that the item could not be used. Liu Hong was shocked. An artifact that could travel anywhere in the red zone was completely useless. Without even turning his head, Hansu explained from ahead, "It seems you still don't quite understand the red zone. You can't use an item like that inside the Calamity Fish or the World Tree. To be precise, we aren't inside a dungeon right now, so of course, it won't work." His expression was perfectly calm. Ultimately, a fragment of the divine stone was suppressing its power. Ha-Du and his group stood ready. They were at the heart of the red zone, where the erupting roots clung to the world tree. He announced, "We're getting close to the chamber with the tree. Since I carry the artifacts of the 5 great generals, my plan is to awaken them with this very fragment." A blue sphere of energy materialized in Hansu's hand. It pulsed with a brilliant light orbited by smaller, diamond-shaped crystals. He clenched his fist, increasing the number of artifacts in his possession. This would make it far easier to control the torrent of mana erupting from the Clementia vein, even without using its full power. The stone fragment was an overwhelmingly powerful item, one that required a master artifact user or a worthy successor to unlock its true potential. The spheres of light began to orbit around Hansu. He smiled with confidence. From here on out, things should be much easier. But a voice suddenly cut through the air from behind. "How dare you do all this and act as if nothing happened?" Liu Hong's face was twisted with resentment. The position of first squad commander should have been mine after we escaped. As commander of the first squad of guides, I cannot let this slide. Ha-Du calmly turned to face him. "Didn't I tell you? If you want to escape, following the tree's main trunk is the fastest route. Everyone here has high resistance, so you should be able to withstand the poison." A woman standing nearby also acknowledged his point. "True, it's better than being incinerated." But Liu Hong refused to back down, pointing an accusatory finger. "Don't you talk back to me. No one here has the right to give me orders." Ha-Du couldn't have cared less, turning his back on him completely. "Do whatever you want. It doesn't concern me. The danger here is lessened now, so whether you decide to follow me or not is irrelevant. But if you do follow me, you can escape this place safely. That's all I'll say." He warned them that the zone was about to change in an unprecedented way. "Don't miss your chance to follow me." Mai was now standing tall, the area shifting around them. He stared at Hansu's back. "I wish for a change to come to this place. The red zone hasn't changed a bit since the day I arrived. And yet, you've made it happen. I needed a catalyst that could change everything. Someone like you." Michael laughed in realization. "I guess this is why they always say to be careful what you wish for, huh?" He began to walk away. "The guides will act independently." Liu Hong smirked with arrogance. "Even if you beg for our help now, it's already too late. I will make you regret ever looking down on us." But Hansu simply replied, "I'm sure you will." Liu Hong's triumphant expression froze. "What?" He glanced back, thinking to himself. "Even if I can't force you to walk the same path, I want to live up to Ares' expectations, but there are always exceptions." Liu Hong roared with anger. "Are you still looking down on the guides?" Just then, Vara spoke up. "Wait, doesn't something feel wrong?" She could sense an unnatural disturbance. Perhaps Hansu was mistaken. A floating, feathered eye appeared. Its observation skill detected movement in the vicinity. Monsters began to shriek with a terrifying madness. Hansu stared at them, a horde of grotesque abominations. Has the tree itself gone berserk? He analyzed them silently. They look incomplete. They'll probably die the moment their life force is depleted. But until then, it looks like they'll devour everything in their path. Did the erupting roots lose control of the tree? He let out a calm smile. "Do you think a random event like this is enough to stop me?" Elsewhere, surrounded by monster skeletons, another group was coordinating. The perimeter team has finished setting up. Elite assault team, move out. Support team, report. A man inside a tent waved his hands desperately. "We need more supplies. A voice shouted, Johan, bring the nutrient fluid over here. He immediately answered. On it. Johan set down the crate he was carrying. He slumped onto it, letting out an exhausted sigh. Finally, things have been a total mess these past few days. I thought it was all just a joke. Johan looked out into the chaos, but it seems like everything I heard was true, he thought to himself. Even now, every time I think back to my first encounter with the calamity, my hands still shake. Johan wondered aloud. But when did Hansu even start his plan to wipe out the calamity fish? Suddenly, a hooded figure appeared from nowhere. What did you just say? The voice startled him. The person pressed on relentlessly. You've met Hansu before. Johan nervously sized up the situation. He looks incredibly strong. Is he one of the first travelers to the red zone? Could it be? Is there some powerful faction backing him? Just like before. They must be hunting for him. Damn it, I don't even know where he is. Instead of answering directly, he asked a question of his own. Who are you? I don't waste my breath on strangers. And threatening me is a bad move when my allies are all around you. The man quickly explained, I believe there's been a misunderstanding. My apologies, that wasn't my intention. He removed his hat and introduced himself. Forgive my rudeness. I'm Choi Sang-jin. I was only curious because I'm a friend of Hansu. Once Johan understood the situation, he and Sang-jin talked for a long time. It seemed their conversation would never end. But in the end, you made it here. Thanks to Hansu's help, I've received aid from many others as well. I know he's changed ever since he dragged that ship in. But let me ask you, what is Hansu truly aiming for? You don't seem to know. If you're talking about that specific goal, then no, I don't, Johan cut in. But didn't you say you were his friend? Sang-jin couldn't argue and fell silent, his face clouded with despair. Hansu always keeps his plans shrouded in mystery. He's not the type to reveal even small details, no matter how much you ask. More importantly, Johan glanced over at Jane, then decided to drop the subject. No matter what happens, my decision is made. For ages, he had pleaded with Hansu. Use me, Hansu. But back then, Hansu had only stared back with cold eyes. Sang-jin looked down at his own hands. Hansu saved my life, too. Back in the present, he resolved to walk the same path as Hansu. To become someone his friend would finally need. The only question is if I can even catch up to him. He didn't seek me out in the red zone because I was too weak. In the distance, someone shouted for them to move. Sang-jin said, let's go. He turned to leave. I have to go now. Thank you for telling me what you know. Johan seemed a bit surprised. Sang-jin put his hat back on. If you see Hansu again, no, forget it. I'll do it myself. After all, that's exactly what Hansu would do. He walked off, rejoining his group. Am I still so far behind him? I just have to get stronger. I'm sure he's fighting for his life right now. Elsewhere, a horde of monsters launched a vicious, simultaneous attack, but brilliant streaks of blue light tore through them, leaving gaping holes in their bodies. Hansu controlled orbs of azure energy, launching a relentless counter-assault that slammed directly into the monster swarm. His expression was calm. The fragment of the holy stone is fueling my magic, so I can focus on raw power instead of stamina. In the next instant, the battle was over, the monsters lying defeated in a tangled mess. Standing behind him, Liu Hong was speechless. That's impossible. I knew he was strong, but this is something else. He gritted his teeth in fear. How did he get so monstrously powerful in such a short time? He never said anything about this kind of power. Is he as strong as the Morins? Just then, Hansu spoke up. I'll give you all a warning. The only thing waiting on the path back is a waterfall of poison. He gave them a chilling smile. Good luck. Hansu shot forward like an arrow. Vara and Michael followed close behind. I'm pushing ahead. Rest up and follow me when you're ready. One of the squad members spoke urgently. Commander, he's the only one who knows the way out of here. We have to follow him. Liu Hong cut him off. Of course we're following. The man looked confused. My apologies, sir. If we want to survive, we have to move now and keep up, he ordered. The group immediately complied. Yes, sir. Far away, a grotesque plant was taking its final shape. It was almost complete. A creation born from a part of the great tree. This is the perfect way to obtain the power I've always craved. The sprouting root cackled with glee. From myself, I have created a masterpiece. It issued a single command. Awaken. The life form that sustained the red zone, Alpha, had been born. A hand with razor-sharp claws reached out and shattered the membrane containing it. The sprouting root urged it on. Excellent. Alpha, hear my command. You must hurry. Go forth and eliminate the intruders. Alpha spoke, its voice unnervingly calm. How strange. A primary instinct tells me I should not obey a creature like you. The sprouting root roared in fury. How dare you? I am your creator, your master. You are nothing but a clone I made. Alpha finally lifted its head to look at it. You dare to call yourself my creator? It moved in a blur, appearing instantly before the sprouting root. Alpha plunged its hand deep into the creature's core, searching for something. It had better be here. The sprouting root was too shocked to react. Alpha's voice grew annoyed. The key to the bone armor. Give it to me. The tree recoiled at the demand, shrieking, "You dare." In defiance, its branches shot out, ensnaring two figures nearby. Grand General Fabian and H. "You dare attack me?" Fabian simply scoffed at the plant's futile effort. "So foolish. You should consider your current situation." "You're the fool," the tree bellowed. "I will be the one to turn the tide of this battle." The tree's controller was momentarily surprised by this sudden rebellion, but he could feel it was still bound by his command. The tree then extended its branches, conceding, "Fine." It pointed its branches forward and said, "Take them." Fabian let out a derisive laugh. "Good." Grand General Fabian thrust his hand deep into the tree's core. So this is where it was. He smiled viciously, then crushed the ancient tree's heart, making it scream in pure agony. "What in the world?" General Fabian is ripping out its heart. The ancient tree is pleading with him. What has he done? That's the sacred stone. Stop him. As he tore at its core, a blinding light erupted, engulfing General Fabian as the ancient tree let out a deafening roar. Stop. But he only returned a wicked smirk. Then with one final, brutal tug, he ripped the heart free from the ancient tree's body. The tree shrieked in agony. General Fabian just laughed cruelly, offering false comfort to his victim. "Don't be afraid. I'll keep my promise and end this nightmare." Elsewhere, the battlefield was pure chaos. Haidang was desperately fighting against the swarm. High above, Sophia Vera joined the fray. She soared through the air, unleashing magical barrages on the creatures below. Levin and Michael cut down his foes while roaring words of encouragement. "Just hold on a little longer. We're almost there." These things have to have a breaking point. Suddenly, massive roots erupted from the earth, and terrified screams filled the air. What is this? Gigantic roots surged upwards, attacking everyone in sight, sending the warriors into a state of utter panic. One warrior shouted a warning. "Everyone, be careful." With that, he leaped into the air, preparing to draw his sword and strike the monstrous roots. And that warrior was none other than Hansu. He charged forward, his blade a blur of motion. A single, devastating slash severed countless roots. As Hansu landed, the severed vines crashed down around him. But as Hansu scanned his surroundings, he realized the horrifying truth. An entire forest of new roots had sprouted behind him, poised to strike him down. He spun around, unleashing another powerful slash, and obliterated every last one of the new threats. With the roots gone, Hansu turned his attention to the monsters. Blue orbs of energy shot from his blade, and upon impact, the creatures' bodies simply dissolved into nothing. His eyes blazing, Hansu stomped the ground, swinging his sword and firing off emerald beams of destructive light. As he fought, he realized something. The internal defense system was weaker than the Calamity monster, and these creatures were nothing in comparison. He glanced at the struggling Levin and Michael and thought, but still, they're definitely getting weaker. Sophia Vera continued her relentless magical assault from the skies. Haidang fought on with equal fury. Watching them, Hansu wondered, is it because the core is being pushed into a corner? If that's the case, should I just go straight for the main target? The other fighters stood there confused. Was that his doing? They stared at the smaller, now lifeless roots, which seemed to have completely stopped moving. Hansu glanced back, his eyes widening in disbelief. It can't be. Seeing him suddenly break away, Sophia Vera cried out in surprise, "Hansu!" He rushed towards a specific tree, where thick roots were wrapped tightly around a glowing cube. The vines encasing the cube suddenly withered and died, and the object's light faded into darkness. Hansu realized the tree had cut off its own power supply. Just then, a sinister voice echoed through the chamber, startling him. The voice gave a chilling command. "Come down here." Hansu stood at the edge of an abyss. There's someone below. He leaped without hesitation, knowing it was likely the one who had stolen the holy stone fragment. Moments later, Hansu touched down. Besides our group, he thought, no one should be able to reach the core of the eruption root. Holding the very heart of the tree, Grand Marshal Fabian praised him. "You're different from the other insects. You're far more clever." Hansu glared as the figure slowly approached him. "It seems you know how to use the key properly, even though you're not one of our kind." He chuckled. "We should have a little chat, don't you think? About that key you're holding." Hansu remained silent, his gaze cold and unyielding. The story goes that the true name of the 5 relics possessed by the Grand Marshals. The reason they were called that was simple. If one were to gather all the relics, they would gain absolute control over the power of the World Tree. The two faced off in silence as Hansu's mind raced. He just referred to the relics as keys. The pieces began to click into place. Only the elven people I met in the Abyss called them that. There's only one being who could speak of such things. However, it's impossible for them to be here. Hansu reached a stunning conclusion. which means he finally spoke. So you're a clone? The being looked genuinely surprised. You figured it out? Grand Marshal Fabian replied. Not only are you wielding a key, but you even know its true origin. I've heard bits and pieces, Hansu admitted. He then cut straight to the chase. So what is it you want from me? Grand Marshal Fabian pointed a finger at Hansu. The key you possess. He commanded, hand it over and disappear. Hansu stood firm, his hand gripping his sword, while Grand Marshal Fabian continued his arrogant tirade. A mere insect like you isn't worthy of possessing it. Hansu spoke calmly. In that case, allow me to make a counteroffer. He tightened his grip on his blade, his voice turning to steel. Shut your mouth and give me the Holy Stone fragment. Hansu aimed his sword at Grand Marshal Fabian. A fake like you isn't worthy of possessing it. Hearing that, Fabian's eyes widened in shock, but his shock quickly twisted into a sinister grin. He roared with laughter. You don't even know your place. Does an insect like you truly believe you can kill me? Hansu's glare was his only answer. The Grand Marshal continued to look down on him with utter contempt. You leave me no other choice. Grand Marshal Fabian produced a cube assembled from various fragments. At the same time, he drew a jagged, menacing sword and gripped the hilt tightly. Hansu was stunned, because as Fabian clenched his fist, a black hole began to form at the very tip of his blade. He was stunned. An attack like that could annihilate thousands of elite warriors. The great general, Fabian, declared, I will show you your place. Green spheres of energy began to emerge from the black void. Now, he sneered, struggle with all your might, you pathetic whelp. The green orbs shot toward Hansu at incredible speed, but Hansu summoned his own imitation orbs of brilliant blue. The two opposing forces collided, creating a massive explosion. Fabian watched this and remarked, the 7 holy ice orbs. Just as I'd expect from a great general's weapon. However, he summoned even more green spheres, asking, Hansu, what will you do? If I do this. With that, Great General Fabian fired the new barrage. They whistled through the air, closing in on Hansu. Hansu watched them approach and tightened his grip on his sword. With a single, fluid motion, he swung his blade, and the orbs racing toward him were cleaved in two. He noted that each ice orb felt weak, like a low-stamina version of the Etrian artifacts used by common warriors. He looked forward, but now, an endless swarm of green orbs was bearing down on him, closer than ever. Fortunately, Hansu managed to leap away just in time. Landing on a tree branch, he looked down, thinking they could still inflict damage on thousands of soldiers. The sheer number of them was overwhelming. The orbs relentlessly pursued Hansu, forcing him to keep moving, but they stayed right on his tail. Seeing this, Hansu stopped. He turned and swung his sword, cutting through the barrage. He then snatched an orb from the air and came to a conclusion. So, a mere replica is using replicated weapons. Hansu stood his ground, a plan forming in his mind. I'll have to use that method. He tightened his grip on the green sphere, and suddenly, all the surrounding orbs froze in midair. Great General Fabian tried to use his sword to regain control of the orbs. The spheres began to reverse direction, preparing to fly back to their master. Staring at them, Fabian was dumbfounded. What? He roared in fury. Impossible! Why can't I control the 7 holy ice orbs anymore? He glared at his own sword, cursing under his breath. Damn it, my ultimate technique isn't working as it should. The magic I used to control them. It's dissolving. Fear crept into his voice as he screamed, You can't be. Fabian trembled as he asked, Do you know the magic code? Hansu walked toward him slowly and said, I already told you. He swung his sword, shattering the remaining green orbs. Then, Hansu smiled and added, I've heard a little something about it. Recalling their earlier exchange, Hansu charged forward, sword in hand. I have to say, I'm quite surprised. You're a replica, and yet you can summon an army of ice orbs. Hansu continued to cut down the spheres as he walked, leaving Fabian completely stunned. All the while, he continued speaking. However, a fine weapon only reveals its true potential in the hands of a skilled master. Hansu leaped into the air, readying his sword. Is this really all you've got? Their eyes met. As the blade descended toward Fabian's head, the general stood frozen in fear. Then this is the end, Hansu declared. But at the last second, Fabian managed to dodge the blow. After evading the attack, Fabian cursed. You damned bastard. He gathered power into his sword and roared with anger. Die. Hansu just glared back, then accelerated into a blur, rushing directly at the great general and catching him completely by surprise. He drove a brutal elbow straight into Fabian's face, stunning him. As Fabian staggered back, clutching his head, Hansu seized the opening, lunging forward and slashing his sword across the general's neck. The general collapsed, gasping for air and clutching his wounded throat. You're still just a novice, Hansu said with contempt. Fabian leaped backward, intending to flee. Hansu stood calmly, raising a hand to summon his own blue orbs. I won't let you escape, he proclaimed. The orbs began to chase Fabian. Suddenly, the heart of the ancient tree fell from his hand, causing him to falter for just a moment. Even as the orbs closed in, he glanced back at the artifact and cursed. Damn it. He made a bold decision to turn back, a hint of admiration for Hansu in his heart. His control over magic is astonishing. Watching Hansu, Fabian panted and noted, he can command them perfectly, without a shred of effort. Even if he possesses a fragment of the holy stone, this level of skill is completely absurd. Hansu watched him without emotion, continuously creating more orbs. Fabian took a deep breath, thinking, it's as if he's been training with magic for decades. If we're only comparing magical control, perhaps he's slightly better than me. A painful realization dawned on Fabian. No, he completely surpasses me. The thought had barely formed when Hansu was suddenly standing right in front of him, sword at the ready. Fabian began to tremble. He couldn't accept it. No, he could easily kill me. His limbs went weak, and he collapsed to his knees. Watching Hansu's approaching shadow, Fabian stared blankly and wondered, am I going to die like this? Regret washed over him. I haven't even achieved my goal yet. But Grand General Fabian made a grim choice. No, he couldn't afford to fail now. He had to survive. With that thought, his grip tightened around his blade. The moment Liu Yifei's sword made contact with Fabian, the general's body dissolved into smoke. He was stunned. My blade, it didn't connect. Something was wrong. Liu Yifei instantly leaped back, putting distance between them. From afar, he could see it clearly. There was no mistaking it. Grand General Fabian had manifested. The Celestial Battle Armor. This legendary armor was said to be invincible, capable of devouring any weapon. Every blade it consumed would only make it stronger. Seeing this, Liu Yifei smirked. Well, this is a problem. But there wasn't a trace of fear in his voice. In fact, he was smiling. Now I have a legitimate reason to end you. With those words, Liu Yifei charged forward, his blade a blur of motion. A grin played on his lips as he praised his opponent. Worthy of being my rival. He attacked relentlessly, then leaped into the air, bringing his sword down on Fabian's head. But it was useless. He just laughed. Incredible power. Inside the armor, even with the blow softened, the pain was excruciating for Fabian. It couldn't nullify the damage completely, but it absorbed most of the impact. Still, Grand General Fabian knew he was in deep trouble. He thought of his green orbs. A pity. I can't access my armory right now. If I could use it alongside the Celestial Battle Armor, my victory would be absolute. Just standing here and taking these hits was not an option. How can I turn this around? Fabian wondered. It's only a matter of time before he shatters my defenses. Then a wicked grin spread across Fabian's face. I've got it. The weapons in his arsenal were unusable due to a magical conflict, but they still existed. Remembering this, he began to manifest them. Liu Yifei prepared to charge in again, but Fabian stood his ground, conjuring a swirling vortex above his head. What if I let the Celestial Battle Armor absorb them all? As Liu Yifei charged, he yelled, "What are you scheming now? You can't use your weapon creation skill." Suddenly, the danger of the situation hit Liu Yifei. Wait a second. Seeing the weapons pour into the vortex, he understood Fabian's insane gamble. Fabian let out a maniacal laugh. Just figuring it out now? It's too late. I'll show you my true power. But then, a cold sweat beaded on his brow, and he collapsed to his knees. Is it disintegrating? The armor. It's consuming me. It devoured too many weapons at once. I can't handle this. But even as death loomed, a smile touched his lips. If I'm going down, I'm taking him with me. Besides, I had no other choice. Lying on the ground, Fabian laughed and pointed a trembling finger at Liu Yifei. He had made his final, desperate move. You wanted this armor, didn't you? In an instant, something began to latch onto Liu Yifei's body. It was the armor itself, wrapping around him with an iron grip. Fabian's voice echoed. Let's see if you can handle it. In a flash, Liu Yifei transformed into a hulking, monstrous figure. Alpha looked on, shaking his head. How utterly meaningless. He muttered, the chance of dying while trying to master that armor is 90%. A look of pure contempt crossed Alpha's face. Taming it was nearly impossible to begin with. But now, after it was force-fed an entire armory's worth of weapons, the trial of succession was on another level entirely. Alpha thought, I expected the armor to devour him instantly. But he's holding on surprisingly well. Alpha eyed the rampaging armor. Even if he died, the armor would be unusable to him. I'll just leave him here and head to the World Tree first. Turning, Alpha shouted back at the monstrous form, I'll be back to collect that armor after you're dead. Meanwhile, Liu Yifei was in agony. The pressure was overwhelming. Did he force this transfer of power onto me as a final attack? This was beyond dangerous. As the armor's power bore down on him, he struggled to hold it back with both hands. One wrong move, and I'm dead. He considered his options. If I push my 9 dragons chi art to its absolute limit, I can overcome this, but the backlash could kill me. Still, this was no time for hesitation. Liu Yifei made his choice. Seamescence, and unleashed his full power. A brilliant light erupted from the armor. The golden shell surrounding him cracked and then shattered into pieces. He was thrown to the ground. Shaking, Liu Yifei forced himself back to his feet, hands braced on his knees. He coughed up a spray of blood. That was way too close. Staring at the crimson blood in his palm, he realized the truth. Unleashing the full 9 dragons chi art was too much for his current body. Just a fraction of its power had placed an immense strain on him. He knew he hadn't reached the level where he could wield it freely. I'll have to seal this power away for now. Liu Yifei then looked around, wiping his chin. Looks like he really did escape. He must have used a teleportation spell to get away. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left this behind. On the ground lay a single, glowing stone. He picked it up, inspecting it closely. He whispered its name, Celestial Battle Armor. The armor materialized and absorbed the stone. Now this. I like. It moves perfectly according to my will. The Celestial Battle Armor had completed its crimson evolution. Liu Yifei thought back to all the weapons it had consumed. Perhaps it was because the creature had been given every weapon in the arsenal. He smirked. It probably wouldn't need to be fed ever again. It seemed like the monsters had finally stopped appearing. Elsewhere, Lebanon wondered where Hansu had gone. Sophia answered, a hint of worry in her voice. I saw him rush off just moments ago, but he was cut off. So he abandoned you? Liu Hong fanned the flames of doubt. We followed him all this way, and this is what he does? What an irresponsible man. Still, you managed to follow along just fine. Liu Hong crossed his arms. We simply had no other choice. If he hadn't thrown us into that pit of poison, we could have left on our own. Bacon was planning to pull back from the very beginning. Seeing their grim expressions, Liu Hong sneered. Did I say something wrong? If you have something to say, spit it out. So where on earth did Hansu go? Just then, Hansu appeared out of thin air. Liu Hong jumped back, screaming, When did you get back? I went to destroy the main body, Hansu answered calmly. Lebanon was stunned. So, you actually destroyed it? No, Hansu replied. It wasn't me. Lebanon pressed him. Then who was it? Follow me. I'll take you to the surface. Though suspicious, Lebanon agreed. All right, lead the way. Seeing Liu Hong just standing there, Hu's expression turned cold. You don't have to listen to me, but I've never had to give you a direct order before. I hope you don't make me repeat myself. Liu Hong clenched his fists, silently submitting to the pressure. Lebanon cracked an eye open and perfectly mimicked Liu Hong's earlier panic. When did you get back? The mockery enraged him. That bastard charged, ready to throw a punch at Lebanon. The main body is destroyed, and I've secured a fragment of the Holy Stone. But there's one thing that troubles me, Hu thought grimly. That clone. It seems it can wield the entirety of the king's power. If that's truly the case, things are about to get much worse. Is he heading straight for the flower? Meanwhile, a massive, serpentine body coiled around an ancient tree. In the end, sacrificing the divine battle armor was worth it. I will possess the full authority of the king. But why did it go berserk? Is the original self still sleeping? The wind swept through his hair. The world tree had withered, and Elvenheim was no more. But below, there was humanity, the ones who would take their place. Now, I will correct the mistakes of the past, all to resurrect my people, all of Aaron. His face was a mask of sheer determination. Before Ron stood the world tree. He spoke to it with contempt. You failed to save your people. You failed to protect Elvenheim. And in the end, you even lost yourself. You cowardly king. Just watch me from wherever you are. I will accomplish everything. He rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. An image of Hansu and his forgotten blade flashed through his mind. First, I need the key that man possesses. I must reclaim the sword of Galadriel, the beads of Echetran, and the bracelet of Fabian. His thoughts drifted to Fabian. Echetran and Fabian. Two sides of the same coin, which means he must also be holding Fabian's bracelet. After I reclaim the authority from that false administrator, I must enter the flower. That will require immense, overwhelming power. Not some petty parlor tricks. He stood alone in the silence. A confident smile spread across his face. No matter how difficult the plan, it was nothing he couldn't handle. The trunk of the world tree was wrapped in the coils of a long, finned creature. I will use the Boros, as he dangled from a high branch. He began to swing, building momentum, then released his grip, leaping decisively through the air. He landed perfectly on another massive branch. Below him lay a web of countless other branches. Once again, he was on the move. He vaulted effortlessly from one limb to the next. At last, he arrived at his destination. He said nothing, his gaze fixed forward. Before him lay a massive bloom, formed from thousands of giant, overlapping petals. "Move," he commanded. "Do you dare bare your fangs at your own creator?" A swarm of parasitic locusts, their eyes glowing ominously, let out a chilling screech. As they swarmed towards him, he raised a single petal with a satisfied smirk. "That's more like it." He stepped inside. The original self failed in the end. He walked proudly through the swarm of locusts. Having lost his people, the original no longer has any authority. Therefore, I am now the original. A smile bloomed on his face, his decision made. Excellent. His expression twisted with crazed ambition. From this day forward, I am Tyron. The scene shifts back to Hansu and his group. A sense of awe filled the air. "We thought you were dead. Gone without a trace. Who could have imagined you'd return from that place?" Sophia gazed into the distance, letting the wind wash over her. A figure approached from behind. "What's on your mind, Sophia?" It was Michael, coming to stand beside her. "I'm sure we're all thinking the same thing. There's no point in asking." Before them stood Hansu, the man who killed the calamity fish and the erupting root. Ever since he appeared, the red zone has changed so much. He glanced at Sophia. "To be honest, I had almost given up. Even he said it was impossible. I couldn't even imagine taking down one of the calamities by myself." Who seemed to be observing something in the distance. But in the end, he did it. And he did it all alone. Michael crossed his arms, his voice firm. "I'm certain of one thing. He will definitely take an interest in a man like that. He'll probably make it through the orange zone without a hitch." Sophia thought. From this moment on, the red zone will become a much safer place. This means more of the guided people will survive. She clenched her fist. And if that happens, her own siblings will also make it out alive in the red zone. Sophia watched Hansu's retreating figure, determined to save 1 billion lives. Sophia's mouth fell slightly open, then she suddenly burst out laughing. Mai tilted her head, confused. "Why are you laughing?" Sophia answered. "I just feel like something totally impossible is about to become a reality." He could only shrug and say, "I understand." In the sky, a single dove appeared, flying past. Everyone looked up, murmuring, "What is that?" It looks like a messenger pigeon, but it wasn't just one bird. It was an entire flock. They couldn't help but wonder, but why are there so many? Near the world tree, a man was running for his life. 3 men were desperately trying to escape from something. Suddenly, one of them tripped over a rock, crashing to the ground. He reached out his hand, pleading with the other 2. "Help me." They hesitated, glanced back at him, and then simply left him behind and kept running. He could only watch in despair. "Please, don't leave me behind." Blood gushed from his mouth as a parasitic locust attacked, causing him to scream in agony. It let out a bizarre shriek as it devoured the man completely. The parasitic locust gazed at the group moving in the distance. It was the sight of Hansu smiling gently, with a cheerful Sophia walking beside him. A voice echoed inside its head. "Stop the human race." Tech Iron had issued the order. "Until I gain full control over Ouroboros, you must ensure that they cannot leave this place. That is your mission." He was dead serious. Prevent them from crossing into the orange zone. Other parasitic locusts appeared. Not just a few, but an entire swarm. The parasitic locusts began to move. Reflected in their blazing red eyes was the image of Hansu and Sophia. Ouroboros tightened its grip on the tree roots, refusing to let go. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. The soldiers who witnessed the scene screamed in terror. "It's coming." The parasitic locusts, the entire horde of bloodthirsty monsters, surged forward. Lady Bam issued a command to everyone. "All units, prepare yourselves. We must stop them right here. If we let them break through, the red zone will be completely annihilated. At all costs, we must protect this place. Hold on until reinforcements from the other clans arrive." Aaron's arm was trembling. His face turned pale as he spoke. "We have to stop them." With just this many people? Meanwhile, the locusts are massive, powerful, and there are so many of them. A swarm of monsters like that, all targeting this calamitous world tree. The messenger pigeon returned to its master, transforming into an eagle before vanishing. Michael frowned and announced, "The report indicates that all the parasitic locusts from within Ouroboros have emerged. Their numbers exceed 100 million. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned into absolute silence. The people around began to whisper frantically. "Even if we gathered all the clans, we could never fend them off. This is completely insane," Hansu thought to himself. The parasitic locusts are advancing? Why so suddenly? The parasitic locusts are monsters that guard the inside of Ouroboros. They are the gatekeepers, stopping anything that tries to breach Ouroboros' scales. Therefore, they cannot act on their own without reason. And right now, Ouroboros, the only one that can command them, is focused on drinking the poison. It has absolutely no reason to issue this kind of order at this moment. Throughout the past 500 years, and even in my previous life, this has never happened. Hansu's brow furrowed, and he immediately thought of a familiar figure. It had to be him. I predicted he would become a variable, but this situation is a real headache. Just then, someone called out, Hansu. Liu Hong pointed at him accusingly. The Ouroboros' parasitic locusts are going on a rampage because of you. Hansu was baffled. What are you talking about? Liu Hong roared, don't play dumb. If you hadn't started hunting the calamities, none of this would be happening. How do you plan to take responsibility for this? Michael stepped in to mediate. Don't speak so recklessly. There is no causal relationship between these two events. Hansu ignored Liu Hong and turned to the person beside him. Sophia, can you use your librarian skill to calculate how much longer until it descends? Liu Hong's sharp voice still echoed in his ears. Don't you dare ignore me. Sophia was confused. Do you mean the time until all the parasitic locusts descend? Hansu corrected her. Not them. Ouroboros. I'm asking how much longer until Ouroboros itself descends. Everyone followed Hansu's gaze and gasped in shock. What? Hansu's expression turned grim. This won't end with just a swarm of locusts descending. He is a clone. That means he possesses a portion of the king's power. With it, he can command the locusts to move, and he will certainly find a way to control Ouroboros. Its eyes are the proof, Hansu calculated. Of course, completely controlling Ouroboros will take a great deal of time. After all, it is one of the 4 great calamities. But once he takes hold of Ouroboros' reins, he will immediately bring it down to the ground. Therefore, calculating the exact time is the most critical thing right now. Hansu's voice was urgent. Sophia, faster. He knew every second counted. The longer Ouroboros took to descend, the more time they had to prepare. When Sophia finished her calculations, a grim shadow fell across her face. She spoke, her voice strained. About 2 weeks. Liu Hong clenched his jaw, fear flashing in his eyes. This is it. The hunt for Hansu doesn't matter anymore. He finally broke the silence, shouting, the entire red zone is at stake. Squads 1 and 2, report to Miyamoto. The rest of you, with me. Sophia rushed after him. Where are you going? We have to unite and stop it, Liu Hong answered coldly. Why would we do that? The mirror is about to open. All we have to do is escape through it then. Sophia was speechless. The mirror's opening was finally upon them. It was their only way out. Every member of the clan is an elite traveler. When that mirror opens, they're guaranteed to make it through. She confronted Liu Hong. Are you saying the clan is just going to abandon this place and escape through the mirror? Is that right? He chuckled darkly. Exactly. There's no reason for us to die a pointless death here. Is there? Sophia shouted back in disbelief. What about Lord Er's command? What about all the people still on their way here? Liu Hong's expression was like ice. Isn't the answer obvious? They'll either be torn apart by the parasitic locusts, or they'll be swallowed whole by Ouroboros. Liu Hong's voice dripped with contempt. Why should I care about an order from 20 years ago? Sophia's eyes blazed with fury. You bastard. Liu Hong turned away, completely dismissive. Don't look at me like that. It's not just us. Every other clan member is thinking the exact same thing. If there was still order in this world, maybe things would be different. But people only preach about justice when they're safe in heaven, not down here in hell. Sophia had no words to counter his cold logic, her mind racing. At this rate, every last traveler will be slaughtered. And if we're not careful, the seal itself could break. And then, a true cataclysm will begin. But Hansu's voice cut through her panic. Don't worry, 2 weeks is plenty of time. He reached out with a confident smile. If we can meet a few specific conditions, then defeating Ouroboros isn't just some impossible dream. Sophia was skeptical. No way. Are you talking about the same strategy we used on the salamander hybrid and the bursting bats? Michael stepped in to explain. That's impossible now. The entire internal defense swarm of parasitic locusts is descending. The gatekeepers have already abandoned their posts. This means it has completely sealed itself off from any outside attack. Using the old method won't work. Michael held up 2 fingers. That's why he said we need to satisfy certain conditions. Condition 1, unite all the clans to face the tide of locusts head-on. Condition 2, get help from the most powerful figures in the red zone, the 7 wraiths. Hansu just smiled. It's not impossible. Standing before them in the desolate forest, he declared, this is the only way we'll bring Ouroboros down. Michael stared back, incredulous. Did you just say you plan to unite all the warring clans to stop that parasitic swarm? Even with Ouroboros about to descend and obliterate everything, that's an impossible task. Those clans will never listen to you. Sophia had to agree. I've followed your plans until now, Hansu, and I've watched you achieve things I was sure were impossible. Because of that, I've trusted you completely, and I still do. However, you must realize why the 7 wraiths are bound to their fortresses. Even if they wanted to help, they can't come here. But Hansu's resolve didn't waver for a second. Of course I know that, he stated firmly. And that's exactly why I'm going to solve it. I will destroy the very reason the 7 wraiths are chained to their posts. Sophia's eyes widened in alarm. No, you can't mean. Are you going to? Hansu cut her off. But first things first, uniting the clans and stopping that swarm is our top priority. We're out of time. Meanwhile, at the heart of Ouroboros' domain, just as Hansu had predicted, a hidden truth was being revealed. Deep within its central nervous system, Takelon observed the unfolding battle. He watched humans fighting for their lives as Liu Hong screamed orders. You have to maintain distance while holding the formation. When are the reinforcements getting here? Takelon watched them with a thoughtful gaze, murmuring to himself. They're putting up a better fight than I expected. Though in the end, all of it is utterly meaningless. The parasitic locusts have overwhelming numbers. Crushing these insects is only a matter of time. Even so, I can't just let them slaughter all of humanity. Every single one of them is a priceless resource. We still need a significant population to survive. A mysterious glint flashed in Tekelon's eyes. It seemed he'd already figured it out. I knew it. It looks like a massive horde of them intends to cross into the next zone, and they're actually about to succeed. Tekelon placed a hand on the ground, his voice low. Killing your own kin to survive. They're no better than the monsters themselves. A twisted grin spread across his face. This is divine punishment, he sneered, delivered by me, Liu Hong, to you insects. The perspective shifts to his commanding view. Looking down, he mused, well, look at where we've all ended up. Gathered here are members of the Celestial Association, 6 powerful strangers, and even the monarch of the Chimala Guild. Liu Hong silently wondered, are the other members of the Valkyrie Guild here? The ones who held back the parasitic locusts. It seems even the world's strongest have come here to flee. It seems my judgment was correct. He turned to his subordinates and commanded, secure the nearby points now. We move the very instant the mirror opens. His followers replied in unison. Suddenly, Joma looked up, his eyes locking on someone. A mocking voice cut through the air. Oh my. Look who it is. If it isn't the man who stole a dead king's throne, Joma taunted. Did your master give you permission to leave? Liu Hong's face darkened with annoyance. Ha. As if I have any reason to answer to you. But Joma just smirked, completely unfazed. What a shame, he mused. Given the circumstances, I thought I'd at least get to see them once. They've been so busy, I've nearly forgotten what they even look like. Liu Hong thought to himself. Unlike the other guild leaders, he's actually fulfilling his duty. Of course he's busy. But as his gaze shifted, he froze. An unnatural pillar of light shot down from the heavens. From within the light, Han appeared, announcing, the 6 great guilds will arrive shortly. Liu Hong stared as if he'd seen a ghost, his face twisting in fury. What the hell are you doing here? Seeing Han Shu, he roared. Did you come here just to get in our way again? But Han Shu remained perfectly calm. I don't have time for such trivial matters. I am here for my own purposes. The plan is simple. You, the 6 great guilds, will hold back the parasitic locusts. Joma tilted his head, intrigued by Hansu's declaration. And while you're busy, Hansu continued, I will stop the one they call Ouroboros. The moment he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in disbelief. He expects us to hold back the parasitic locusts, and he's going to take on Ouroboros alone. Is he insane? Michael chimed in anxiously. I told you. No one will follow a plan like that. Just then, Sophia's voice cut through the noise. How can you all be so irresponsible? Are we not the veterans? Are we not the 7 shadows? Channeling the courage of her idol, she spoke her heart. We have a duty to protect the red zone. It is the will of the great Miyamoto. Hansu's brow furrowed as he looked at Sophia. So, in the end, this is all for Miyamoto's sake. Even though he fell in the abyss, his will has protected everyone here, even to this day. That is the path he always walked. Liu Hong immediately shot down Sophia's plea. Do not cross the line. Being one of the 7 shadows does not give you the right to utter his name here. Michael couldn't help but think, what a hypocrite. Didn't he flee the second he heard that name? But it was Hansu who brought this hypocrisy to light. Weren't you the one who ignored Miyamoto's will and ran away? Michael gasped a direct hit. Joma just laughed mockingly. You people are even more insane than I thought. He ignored Liu Hong completely, stepping forward to address the newcomer. You must be Kang Hansu. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. I'll acknowledge that you defeated Calamitis. It was a disgrace. That I avoided the fight to act in my guild's best interest. Joma's expression turned deadly serious. If we hold out here for just 2 days, we can enter the orange zone. So why should any of us throw our lives away for a lost cause? This is a matter of survival. I don't think you have any right to interfere. After a moment of silence, Hansi replied, Yes, I already knew reasoning with you would be pointless. They're on their way. You might as well get a first-hand taste of the hell that's coming for you. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the area. Panic erupted as people screamed, the ground is shaking. Joma tried to calm them. Don't panic, it's only for 2 days. We can hold off the locusts for that long. But Hansu remained eerily calm. That's not them. The shaking was far too violent for that. In the red zone, only one being could cause tremors of this magnitude.
Ouroboros is on the move. The seismic pressure intensified until the colossal tail of Ouroboros burst from the ground.
Everyone stared in horror at its impossibly massive size. Liu Hong screamed in disbelief. How can this be happening? Ouroboros wasn't supposed to descend for another 2 weeks, but Sophia, observing closely, corrected him. No, it's not descending, right now. It's just swishing its tail. A chill ran down everyone's spine. The ground is shaking this violently. From just its tail? What will happen if its whole body descends? Just as I thought, Hansu said, his voice cold as ice. It's trying to destroy the mirror. Just as he predicted, Ouroboros targeted the artifact. The forces Liu Hong had gathered were instantly obliterated. It's coming down. A wave of screams erupted as everyone scattered. Just before the colossal tail slammed into the ground, everyone scrambled to get away. As Sophia desperately erected a barrier, Hansu spoke. I have another request. All right, she agreed. A torrent of energy erupted from the mirror like a flood, but thankfully, her barrier held strong against the tide. The area around Hansu was pure chaos. Liu Hong clutched his head in despair. This is bad. Now there's no way to reach the orange zone. A subordinate rushed forward, his voice frantic. Commander Liu Hong, the giant locust swarm has appeared again from above. They're attacking. Everyone's legs trembled, completely frozen in place as they stared in horror. This is madness. There has to be a limit, right? Liu Hong was the first to react, spinning around to roar his command. Retreat, retreat, now. Get as far away as you possibly can. The group he gathered was in full agreement, urging each other on. We have to go too. The rest followed suit, terrified of fighting, but desperate to keep their lives. Hurry, run faster. Seeing their leader still standing motionless, someone screamed a warning. Lord Jokma. Lord Jokma, please give the order. What are we supposed to do? But at that moment, he was deep in calculation. The tail of Ouroboros had blocked the mirror, and a countless swarm of parasitic locusts was pouring down from it. To reach the next zone, we have to kill every last one of them. But looking at these numbers, is that even possible? Jokma let out a self-deprecating laugh as Liu Hong's voice echoed from afar. Are you planning to let us all die? What are you, people still doing? Sophia Vera, standing atop a massive ice shard, looked down and replied, You all know we have no escape route. If we want to live, we have to hold back this tide of locusts. In 2 more weeks, when Ouroboros descends, we're all dead anyway. At that same moment, Liu Hong's men discovered something horrifying in an emergency situation. The parasitic locusts were already behind them. They lunged forward with blinding speed, suddenly appearing face to face with the warriors. Caught completely off guard, all they could do was scream in the face of the disaster. Just then, a heroic figure with a sword appeared behind the locust. He severed the locust's head in a single, fluid motion. Hansu landed lightly and said, We stick to the original plan. He stated with absolute certainty, If we do that, we will all survive. Liu Hong witnessed it all in sheer terror. You're truly insane. I can't believe you're still saying that. He roared, rejecting the idea entirely. You think you're some kind of hero. Look at the situation. You want to take down Ouroboros? Ouroboros is on a completely different level from the other calamities. Hansu stared back at Liu Hong with an ice-cold gaze. So you're just going to tuck your tail and run? Even if it means throwing away our only path to survival. The mirror opens in 2 days. However, as long as the tail of Ouroboros covers the lake, you have no choice but to wait for 2 long weeks. Hansu posed the question to everyone present. Make your choice. We destroy this calamity together and survive. Or you follow the temptation to gather in the red zone and be buried beneath the earth. Only the locusts, unable to understand human speech, followed their wild instincts and charged forward. Everyone turned their heads in shock, completely helpless. All they could do was scream at their leader. They're coming. Please, run. A ferocious locust leaped into the air, aiming its attack straight at Jokma. Everyone cried out in a panic, Lord Jokma. But before the creature could even touch him, it was sliced apart. Jokma laughed with excitement. I'm starting to like you, kid, young Hansu. He summoned his giant warhammer, charging it with energy, then single-handedly dove into the swarm of locust monsters. The creature was sent flying back to a gruesome end. Jokma's voice boomed, Everyone, listen up. From this moment on, we will ensure this swarm of parasitic locusts doesn't advance a single step further. He commanded with renewed vigor. All of you, raise your weapons. We will fight and claim our spoils of war. Someone hesitantly asked, Are you planning to fight the locusts until Ouroboros is destroyed? Jokma scoffed in reply, Oh, Please, do you really think I would do that? Even though we're fighting like this, we'll be ready to retreat the moment an opportunity appears. It's far more beneficial for the 6 great clans to fight together here. If he can't take down Ouroboros, we can't advance to the Orange Zone like he said. Even the 6 great clans know that. Jokame glanced towards Hansu with a smirk. If anything goes wrong, I'll be the one to hold him responsible. After all, he's the one who swore he'd take down Ouroboros with the 7 shadows, and he has nothing left to lose. In stark contrast to the peace high above on the world tree down below, humanity was fighting a desperate battle. Every last person grabbed their weapon and charged straight toward the horde of monsters. The groups in the distance remained motionless, staring at each other in utter confusion. Are we supposed to fight those parasitic locusts? Even the other clans have already joined the fight, so doesn't that mean we have to fight, too? One of them asked, turning back. Commander Liu Hong, what are your orders? But the familiar figure was long gone. Their commander had retreated on his own, running for his life. If I knew it would end up like this, I would have taken the chance to plunder more. Those utter fools. He ran, occasionally glancing back to check on the situation. They've all gone completely mad. There were people like Liu Hong, but there were also those determined to fight. But how could they possibly stop the endless assault of the parasitic locusts? And could they truly hold out long enough to defeat Ouroboros? Those who stayed behind performed their roles flawlessly. But this was utterly impossible. There was no way a plan so insane could ever succeed. Hansu was on another level entirely. But what if it was him? Still in his dragon form, he gripped his sword without a trace of fear. With a single slash towards the locusts, they were sent scattering, dropping to the ground in droves. Liu Hong was fighting a war in his own mind. Impossible. That plan was full of holes. He cast all doubt aside and ran for his life. For now, I should return to that person. I'll just say it took longer to gather information on Kang Hansu. Suddenly, Levin and Michael's gaze was drawn to something in the distance. Sophia noticed the change and asked, is something happening over there? No, it's nothing at all. From afar, Hansu flew in, landing beside them. Levin and Michael sheathed his sword, a triumphant grin on his face. After the Hekar Karim clan made their move, the other families followed the plan. Thanks to that, we've managed to delay the parasitic locusts' invasion. But then, Hansu dropped a bombshell that made him freeze. Michael, I'm leaving the rear guard to you, right? Hansu said, brushing dust from his shoulder. I've finished everything I needed to do here. Now, I have to go persuade the 7 phantoms. His words caused Sophia to frown slightly. Miyamoto, it's time to meet him. Levin and Michael was stunned. But leaving the rear guard to me, does that mean I have to stay behind? Exactly, Hansu confirmed. Remember when you said you'd guarantee I'd have the support of the other helpers? Ah, and without waiting for a reply, Hansu sealed the deal. Then I'm leaving this matter in your hands. A strange smile spread across Levin and Michael's face. All right, back at the beacon headquarters, reports confirmed the parasitic locusts had seized the mirror. Currently, the ones holding them back were the 6 great clans, led by the head of the Hekar Karim family. A steady stream of reports came in. After the Veneri clan completely wiped out the first locust wave, they began advancing toward the mirror. And now, we must make a decision, the 5th phantom declared. Will we hide within the seal to avoid fighting the parasitic locusts and wait for the path to open, or will we continue to protect the seal as we are now? The other phantoms listened in silence. After all, their duty was to protect the seal. Marion, the 4th phantom, waved her hand dismissively. Isn't it best to just hide near the seal and wait for this to blow over? The situation isn't that dire yet. The 3rd phantom nodded. I also agree with concealing the seal. Neither the locusts nor Ouroboros can breach it, and we have no way to stop Ouroboros when it descends in 2 weeks anyway. Tina Charles, the 6th phantom, disagreed, slamming the table as she shot to her feet. And what about the remaining travelers? What happens to them if we choose to hide? Kai Cooper, the 2nd phantom, objected. Our duty is to protect the seal, but isn't the purpose of that to save as many lives as possible? They couldn't reach an agreement, their voices rising in anger. We have to survive. What are a few travelers compared to that? At the head of the table, a man sat silently, holding his head. What nonsense are you spouting? How can you say something like that about other people? The red zone will collapse if Ouroboros appears. No matter what we do, the thing inside the seal will be lost anyway. That creature is on a completely different level. It can even cross the boundary into other zones. At last, Miyamoto Junichi, the 1st phantom and leader of the Beacon clan, spoke. Everyone, we cannot allow ourselves to be divided. Their eyes darted around, the argument ceasing. Discussing our views is fine, but we must not create a rift between us. Each of them felt a pang of regret. One of the spirits spoke up. My apologies, Lord Miyamoto. There's no need to apologize, Miyamoto replied. I understand that the current situation has made everyone uneasy. However, It's precisely because of this that we must remain calm. We are the phantoms, are we not? He said, stroking his beard. First, we must discover what caused the red zone to fall into this state. Suddenly, he noticed a figure outside the tent, breathing heavily. The man immediately stood at attention. Lord Miyamoto, I am here with an urgent report. Kai Cooper interjected. Liu Hong, the phantoms are in a meeting. You can't just. It's all right, Miyamoto said, standing up. That's right. Liu Hong, with his hands clasped behind his back, he approached with a smile. You've done an excellent job taking over as attack commander since Seymour withdrew. Liu Hong bowed a full 90 degrees. I am deeply grateful. Miyamoto placed a hand on his shoulder, squeezing it gently. With that same smile, he asked, So what is it you came here to say in such a hurry? Liu Hong, seeing his chance, eagerly reported everything. The 6 great clans are holding back the parasitic locusts at the mirror, and it's all Hansu's fault. Not only that, he proposed a crazy plan to destroy Ouroboros himself. I came here to report everything to you, Lord Miyamoto. But Miyamoto's reaction was the complete opposite of what he had imagined. So, it's true then. That really happened. His smile vanished as he asked, But how did you manage to get to the mirror? Liu Hong was terrified. What? Everyone fell silent, listening to Miyamoto. The phantoms surrounding them shot Liu Hong looks filled with contempt. I don't need your excuses. Reaching that mirror proves you tried to escape to the orange zone. But while we spirits gathered to decide the red zone's future, your actions were a betrayal of all our efforts. Liu Hong cried out, desperately trying to save himself. But I was only following your orders, Sir Miyamoto. The man's brow furrowed slightly. My orders? Liu Hong was baffled as fear washed over his sweat-drenched face. He immediately bowed his head. No. I apologize. A smile returned to the leader's face as he shook his head. We'll stop here for now. We can discuss this again later. Tina Charles gazed at Miyamoto, who was staring off into the distance. You didn't run away? How disappointing. His voice was completely void of accusation. Still, remembering the sight of that colossal Ouroboros descending, his cowardice was almost understandable. Marion T sighed, clutching her head. Let's put that aside. That man, Kang Hansu. He's really causing quite a stir. Everyone laughed. Ha ha. But I'd seriously like to meet him, just once. Miyamoto shattered the light mood. Who knows? At that moment, a dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. Perhaps he's a man of reason who could be a great asset to this red zone. Suddenly, a scout rushed in to report to the 5th spirit, calling out, Sir Miyamoto. Outside, Kang Hansu and Sophia are approaching the main headquarters. Right now, Kang Hansu is here. Miyamoto was in disbelief. Kang Hansu, you say? And that's all for this video. That was a summary of the latest in the series. If you have any opinions, be sure to leave them in the comments section below. Don't forget to leave me a like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more amazing videos.